That's something that really need to be noted. But go ahead, John. I'm gonna land my plane right there, y'all.
That was
Yeah.
deep. That was deep. I don't know what I missed, but yeah. Humble feels like your decorum need to tighten up. You know, I got humble back, so I'm just gonna ride with him. Tighten up. I
I
don't know
did.
what I missed, but yeah, appreciate you, humble. Thank you for
Oh yeah,
holding it
most
down.
definitely.
Go ahead, Quan.
I was in and out last night. Think Humble might be talking about some of the decorum of some of the people that was on the panel. When I woke up, I kind of didn't like it either. I stated my claim, but I had to hit the. We supposed to be brothers a million times
Mm-hmm.
just to get them to be quiet, just so I could say it, because one of the individuals got to talking about another one. Now the other individual did in the end say he didn't care and it was all right with him, which was fine too. But yet and still, I just know that ain't how I like it. So whether that person likes it or not, I don't think it should be done.
And if I may, brother, at the end of the day, right? Me, you, and brother A1 are kind-hearted brothers, right? We don't want to be up here looking like a-holes, just dismissing people from the panel because we don't want to make it seem like we ain't giving anybody a fair shot to talk. But then again, don't let us give you an inch and you take a mile, because now you
Ooh-wee.
forcing our hand. And in the moment we do something like that, it's going to be a lot of talk on the back end about how we this and how no, we don't want to hear
Mm-hmm.
that. We didn't got. I didn't personally seen me and Quam. I know he can attest. Personally, saying brother A1 give people a lot of chances.
Hmm.
It ain't no, and I'm saying that to say ain't nobody out here perfect. But when it's time for people to have their decorum in check, have their decorum in check, and we are no exception of the rule. There's listen, it been plenty of times A1 can vouch. Hey yo, bro, was I too da da da? No, man, da da. Oh yeah, man. Listen, next time, just da da da. A1, listen. When I say we're the coolest dudes you probably ever meet, and that ain't even a stretch, because I talked to these brothers on the back end, so I already know their demeanors. So when y'all force us to do things that we otherwise don't want to do, I know how. Listen, this is humble mystic, so y'all know I gets it in the ring. But at the end of the day, I always have decorum about myself. There's never been a time where y'all have seen me on here cussing somebody out because I don't like what they say because they're going against me. There's never been a time I'm talking about somebody's mother, somebody's sister, somebody's brother, somebody's father. None of that, bro, because it's not needed. Whether you either you know what you're talking about or you don't know what you're talking about, and we're gonna stay right there with it. All that extra stuff is not needed. That's where all the negative vibes coming at, and then people start disliking people
Mm-hmm.
as people. I don't even like your energy as a person.
Yeah, I've had a couple people attack me, play victim.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting weird. I'm gonna talk to you on the back here about some stuff because I wanted to address some stuff too, but I'm not gonna do it here. We're gonna keep this one about this right here. Yeah, it's anytime I gotta kick somebody off, I don't even like hitting the mute button on people. Like it bothers me to have to mute a grown adult. Definitely, if I gotta kick you or boot you, like it's a problem. Why am I having to drive? And then if it's usually a consistent thing with the people that it happens to. Like, hold up, this ain't the first time I've had to do it.
Right.
Like they've came at me or something like this out of nowhere. Uh, yeah, I hate doing that. So yeah, if this happened to you, just think about what's going on because that's our last resort um, to try to maintain some order around here. So, okay, yeah, let me adjust the screen. I see you. What you gotta? Oh, okay, I see what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's the video review right here. So just in case y'all don't know what I was talking about earlier, this most definitely I'm bringing the video review and the sources, right? So right here we just going to evaluate the things that KINGJAY said last night and correct some of these things, man, because this is horrible. We can't have people up here claiming to be things that they not. You claim that you know these things, you're a researcher in these fields, but then when you're talking, you're proving you're not. It's just, man, let's get into some of this stuff. And I chose right here because this is where I actually got up on the panel. As y'all see, this video is way longer than this. and the rhetoric was just driving, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. But we gonna start right here. Just listen to this crazy nonsense.
Or your own messengers.
A minute.
And so message.
This a little too far. Hold on. Watch this. This right here.
It's another.
It's tablet
432.
It's tablet
Right on.
A.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, you kept saying, I got them on. I got them on the letters. I got them on the letters.
Capone.
I got them on the letters.
Talking with Capone. This started.
So this right here, I'm trying to get it to a clear space where people are actually talking. You ain't gotta hear nobody yelling over nobody. That happened a lot, KINGJAY. Just let people get it out. But even this, if I can explain this a little bit. So Sapphire, so they were talking about the Amana period. And again, he was speaking about the Kinahu, which in the Amana letters are toponym, right? I actually, hold on, let me share this tab real quick just to show y'all that I'm not tripping, right? In Amana letters is the Kanahum, a toponym. The term referring is likely Kanahu, also spelled Kanahu or Kanaju, in scholastic literature, which is indeed a toponym, which in this video, he is saying that is not a toponym. But so Sapphire actually have the Amana letters, like he have the book. KINGJAY is saying, just because you got the book, I don't think I want to trust the translations of the book. You see what I'm saying? On crazy stuff, as if you have the scholastic credibility to utter those words out of your mouth without even hearing what the author have to say about the primary text. Let's get into this. So that's just catch y'all up a little bit.
So happy
This
that you have them on the letters.
Book of poems.
So, brother,
Okay.
read them, brother. So
you
read
like
it.
You like
Read
to
it,
duck
brother.
and
Both
run
of them are
around.
primary
That's
sources,
all
brother.
you
Read them.
do. That's all you do.
So, brother, read it. You're supposed to be reading it to establish the premise, to establish the fact that you claim that it's a city-state. Comprehend the argument, young man. If you're going to be in the battlefield, understand the argument that's being held. The point being made is we're trying to establish, was the Kanani an ephonym or a toponym during the Mari tablets and the Amana letters, both of them. From
Kanani
1800
is
BC,
biblical.
from
Kanani
1800
is biblical.
BC.
That's biblical.
How is Kanani
wouldn't say
biblical if I gave you the
Kanani.
primary historically?
It wouldn't say
I
Kanani.
gave you the primary, fool. Like, I want to talk to somebody else. Like, you below my pay grade at this point. Get your boss. Because you just a frustrated smart person. But you slow. And I'm tired of wasting my intelligence on a slow person. You want to have.
So all that's not needed, right? And when I say that, what's up, Ben E? When I say that, I don't want to make it seem like, oh, you picking. No, in reality, that's not like that's the stuff I'm talking about, right? Yo, if number one, you're completely wrong on the subject matter, so you don't have no room to call anybody slow. But number two, it literally shows poor sportsmanship on your part. Number one, not only have you throughout this whole conversation not showed a primary source of what you're talking about, what Sapphire have done. Number two, he've already given you the answer that it was a toponym in the book that he was referencing. You're the one that said, I don't want to accept that translation. Who cares about if you want to accept the translation or not? It's clearly right there in the book. This is, again, bro, this is the crazy stuff I be talking about, bro. This is why we got to check this type of energy, man. This is why we got to check this type of energy.
Have a moment of discuss the conversation with.
Hey,
You want to have a moment to have a conversation and say you talk to
go ahead and
KINGJAY.
finish your.
You want to have a
because
moment to say
he
you
clearly
talk to
don't
KINGJAY.
have.
And that right there, you want to have a moment to say you talk to King. Who are you for somebody to wait in line and say they had a moment with you? What? That is crazy. What have you put in to actually make the claim to say, oh, you just want some time with KINGJAY? Don't nobody want time with you. You're really a waste of time in that regard.
Young people got jokes today.
Like, yo, that's crazy, bro. Let's get that.
He clearly doesn't have the primary.
Your name.
So you can go ahead and finish establishing your point.
You want to say you had a moment to talk to KINGJAY, and I understand that, and I don't even know who you is. So listen, brother. I referenced the primary 100 times. If you don't want to read the primary, brother, why are we having a conversation asking me for my primary?
Now, let's talk about that. And I could rewind it, right? He told Sapphire primary. Right? Matter of fact, I want to do this just because I did this earlier. Hold on. Let me see if I got it earlier. All right. So he asked Sapphire asked him for like, okay, where you see this set in the scriptures, right? My man gave some BS. What did he say? 11A55, something crazy, right? And then when he asked him again, he wanted to act like he didn't know what page, But all he had to do, if he really knew what he was talking about, was gave him one of these registration numbers, bro. It's many registration numbers, right? Dawson G 1937, right? All of these, right? And it was some more in here that VAT 152, right? He could have gave him any of these to look up in Amana to show that, oh, snaps, Canaan is in a cuneiform that's a toponym that identifies the land of Canaan, as he said wasn't there. Oh, well, they're not there in the Mari period. It's not a land of Canaan in the Mari period, or even in the Amari period. Yes, it is. How are you making claims? For you to say you know about this stuff, how are you making claims about stuff you really don't know? And this is what I mean by, bro, all of this is just a research away, bro. All of this stuff is not that hard to look up. But yeah, you rather sit up here and make up stuff. This is the type of people we gotta watch out for, bro. Let's get into it.
Primary establishes my argument even more. And I asked you to read your primary.
So KINGJAY, in the Mari tablet, what does it describe the Kananu as?
Ethnonym.
From where? Like, what is the context? What is the context when it mentioned?
Y'all heard that. I actually want to rewind it, but I don't want to mess nothing up. He said in the Amana letters, it describes them as an ethnonym from Mesopotamia. There's no scholar in history that would agree with that statement. There's nobody who actually studied the Amana letters or the Mari tablets that would agree with that statement. That's asinine, bro. Asinine. Let's get into it.
When it mentioned Kananu, what is the context? Because some scholars will say that's talking about the land of Canaan.
These nomadic, semi-nomadic tribes are raiding the towns.
What's the phrase? Like,
and they are located in northern Mesopotamia, right outside of Mari, outside of the Euphrates River. We're not in the Levant at all. We're not nowhere near Samaria or Sumer. We are dead ass in.
So, let me cam up when I say this. KINGJAY is making an assumption because there were Canaanites in the land of Mari, then the term Kanahu must be a social class, not an ethnic group. So it must be an ethnonym and not a toponym. Because people from one region can't travel to another. That's not a logical thing. You can't do that. People don't do that. People don't travel from one place to another. I'm a Baltimorean. I've never traveled to North Carolina. And when I travel to North Carolina, I'm still a Baltimorean. So KINGJAY, Is it possible the Kananu traveled from Canaan to Mari? Like, again, asinine ass statements. This is the stuff that you can beat people up with. Just use logic. Ask logical questions, which we clearly see he does not do. Let's get into it, bro. Craziness right here.
In northern Mesopotamia. And these are not any city-states. There is no Kanani in northern Mesopotamia. There is no Canaan in northern Mesopotamia. At this time, all they are, they exist as a tribal group.
Okay, so all right, so let me read this right here. Right, this is from.
Is that a primary?
This is from the VAT 152. Hold on, this is from the VAT. This is from the VAT. This is from the VAT 152. Okay, merchants murdered, vengeance demanded. Okay, so this is from the people, right? Who's writing the letter? I'm gonna skip down here, and I can't get it. But hold it this way.
This nigga said.
It says, my brother and I made a mutual declaration of friendship, and this what we said. Just as our fathers were friends with one another, so will we be friends with one another. Now my merchants who were on their way with Ahutabu were detained in Canaan. Hold on, can you see that? Were detained in Canaan for business matters after Ahutabu went on to my brother, and is you slow? Is you slow or you stupid? Which one is it? Is you slow or stupid?
Nigga, that's a book giving you a narrative. Are you slow?
Now the brother showed the book at least 3 times before he actually got a chance to read this book. The second time he showed the book, KINGJAY tried to dismiss him and say, oh, well, you wasn't even a part of this conversation. I was talking to Capone. I'm talking about Mara. You pulling up the Amarna. But since you pulling up the Amarna, let's see what it said. He got a chance to actually pull up the Amarna. Now he said, this is not the Amarna letters. So what I did again, I just showed y'all that 152. If you see before he turned the book sideways, that's the same tablet. That's the same tablet number that he was reading from right there. 152. So now how you say that's not the Amarna letters, bro? You can't even be genuine. Because he just disproved you. Now, brother Sapphire, we in the Titans, bro. You gotta tighten it up, bro. You gotta tighten it up. But you made a great point. In the Amarna letters, the land of Canaan is a toponym. It is not referring to a tribe or a group of people. It is referring to a group of people who comes from a designated place called Canaan. Let's get into it. Ignorance. Like, I don't be understanding this. So now, KINGJAY, I don't want to hear you make this argument no more. No more. You can't make this argument.
Is you slow or stupid? No, Negro. You see this? This is actually the fragment.
Right there. VAT 152. This is actually the corpus, and this is the translator, right? If you're able to get that in a clear shot, some manner, right, you'll be able to look all of that, and it'll tell you this. But instead of KINGJAY doing that, he just, I don't want to trust that. Well, you're not an expert in this, so you don't have no choice but to trust what an expert say or cross-reference it with another expert, which you failed to do, because I don't think you can. Let's get into it.
That's a book. That's not a fragment.
Stupid. What do you think, stupid? This is a translation. Look at this.
How is it a fragment if it's on paper?
This is a translation. This is no, you comprehend. This is the primary, stupid.
How is it a primary if it's a translation?
Which one is it?
How is it a translation and a primary?
So now,
make it make sense.
So
Which
now,
one is it?
so now,
horrible decorum, man. Horrible.
This is the primary. So now it says in.
I thought the primary was fragmented.
Tuna in.
So this right here proves that KINGJAY is automatically eliminated from anything research bound. Anything research, and I don't want to hear nothing that comes out of your mouth because you don't know secondhand. You don't. This shit's so asinine, bro. You don't know how second source information uses primary source inside of it. We know the translation is not a primary source, but it comes from the primary source, which it have in the book, of course, as he showed you. And I think this is where I come up and I actually describe this a little bit.
I thought the primary was fragmented.
Of Canaan. Hold on, look at this.
Look at this. He's lying. That's not a primary.
This is the primary. How is that a primary? Do I gotta go to the front of the book and show you how to read this book?
How is it?
Do I have to go to the front of the book to show you how to read the book?
Hold on. They have a commentary about that primary fragment. You cannot then say that book does not hold primary evidence. It does. Now, depending on that scholar, you can say, okay, that's questionable, depending on the level of linguistic faculties of that scholar. But if the linguistic faculties of that scholar is solid and is backed by academic scholarship, then we can't really say anything about that. Like that's
is the book itself? Is the book? No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a question before you land it.
That'd be your problem, KINGJAY.
Is the book Is the book itself a primary?
No, but it encompasses the primary.
Humble. That's the question.
Thank you,
Humble.
Let me calm up when I say this. See, is the book itself a primary? No, bro, but it encompasses the primary. Like, no, that's not what I'm asking. Is the book itself, bro? Like that's stupid redundantness. If you are a researcher, then you're supposed to know how this stuff works. So you shouldn't even be asking these type of questions. Now we understand that the brother Sapphire slapped you all upside the head, you know, with the evidence. But then now after, if you want to wiggle your way out of it, just bring evidence to prove what he's saying wrong. How are you going to try to discredit the evidence that he proved and you don't even have no evidence to stand on your own?
Hey, Humble, you know you're wrong, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You want to know how you're wrong? Because that's a primary and a secondary source. So if you was to write a citation, you would have to let them know that you got that primary out of secondary source. You know how that go? It's slightly different, bro.
Wait. See,
if you ever look this up and you enlighten yourself, you would be getting a primary out of a secondary source, which is that book, that textbook. KINGJAY showed you the primary, fam. Bro, you see the difference?
Hold on 1 second, real fast. I understand what you came up here and you said, KINGJAY showed you the wait a minute. No.
Ask your AI, bro.
Hold on 1 second. We were discussing whether the book that Sapphire showed was a primary source or not. We all agree, me, Sapphire, have both answered his question that no, the book itself is not a primary source. But the book have the primary source within it.
So what that make it?
That makes it a secondary source.
Okay, well, KINGJAY still. So what's your point?
The point is, unless you have a primary source to discredit that secondary source, you can't then make an assertion that secondary source is false based off of the primary source that it brought.
See, KINGJAY probably can't read that primary.
No,
right?
don't be trying to make
listen what I'm gonna say. He can't read that primary, right? So I have no dog in this fight. I'm just being real. He can't read them inscriptions on that primary, right? But if he could, it will override that book.
But
you understand
the book in the primary, what KINGJAY pulled up in that book is saying the exact same thing. They're not saying anything different. That's the point. KINGJAY's position is the Kanahu, right, are a tribal group of people in the Mari tablets and the Amarna letters. The actuality, what Sapphire pulled up showed that the Kanahu were a group of people that came from a land by the name of Kanani, which was Canaan. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
He could cite that source, though. I don't have a dog in this fight. He could cite that source, but what I was saying is that if KINGJAY was able to read those inscriptions, then that'll be better. That'll be a primary, strictly, not something, even though the primary is in that secondary source. It's slightly similar, bruh. So it's like, it's
What's up, Flash? How you feeling?
How y'all boys doing, man? How y'all doing, man? How your life going?
Chilling, doing amazing, man. Doing amazing.
That's what we got to do, man. We got to stick together, man.
Shout out Dr. Inky. I'm about to message you, Dr. Inky. Detroit versus everybody. I don't know why your thing is flashing and your name is Flash. I don't like that. What's going on? Oh, I got a key stuck. Okay. My bad about that. Yes. Yeah, Humble had to run off for a second.
I'm back, y'all. I was just dealing with my daughter real fast. I'm back. But the point of contention was that the source agreed with me, Capone, and Sapphire, and it disagreed with KINGJAY. Although he set up here for daggone near an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe 3 or 4, trying to argue that the Kanani was a tribe of people, not a established nation or city state, right? Like he was trying to. It's crazy, bro. When you go into the Mari tablets, when you go into the Amarna letters, it clearly lets you know that the Kanahu are a group of people that comes from a place by the name of Kanani, which we will call in the modern day the land of Canaan. It's not an ethnonym like he wants you to believe. It's a toponym. It's describing a group of people that comes from a certain place, a certain designated place. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get my dog out of here. I'm back. So, do you understand that point? Is that Flash? Yeah, Flash. You understand that point that I'm making?
I was here. I was in the chat the whole time. I seen what y'all was doing. Y'all had about an hour worth of nothing, honestly, my nigga. Y'all just going back and forth with the same shit for about an hour.
Right, no, but I'm saying, do you understand the point?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I get it. Yeah, I understand.
Right. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it.
That was answered the question. He told me that it encompasses the primary.
Hold on. Show me where your book encompasses the primary.
He just showed you. It's right
no,
there.
Humble. Yeah. No, he did not. I'm showing you, Humble. Look at my screen. This is the primary. This is the primary right here.
That's the facsimile.
Humble. Look at my screen. Humble.
There you go.
Humble. Look at my screen. This is the primary right here. It is a Hold on. We've been.
And so this is where the ignorance came into play, right? He pulled up a picture of the tablet as if it's like, okay, that's a picture of the tablet. Now, you don't know what that tablet says. The book also have a picture of the tablets. That's the primary, the picture of the tablets. the book also have a translation of what the tablets say. KINGJAY is terrible. Terrible, man.
If he's talking about for academic purposes, we're establishing what a primary source is. My screen shows the actual fragmented stela. That is the primary source. Show me in your book where it has this actual fragmented stela in your book.
Okay, blow me up one more time, A1 or Ole Slack. Just one more time, because
don't give me the commentary.
Brother,
give me the fragmented stela.
Listen.
Hold on, he wants
We are hold on, no. We passed that. Everybody already just witnessed that the primary source.
We're not past that. We talking about what Humble talking about. He said that the book has that. He said that if the book has the actual, hold on, brother, shut up.
KINGJAY, again.
He said, I'm not wrong. I'm talking about how I'm wrong about what the man said. He said that the book had, hold on, brother, stop.
Read this for us, KINGJAY.
Said, brother, stop.
Can you read this for us?
The book, hold on, brother, stop. He said the book has to have the primary in it. So show me where your book has the primary in it. I'm showing the primary.
I just showed you the primary.
Where? Show
yes, I did. So
where?
Read this for us. Read this for us.
Where?
You don't want to accept that? That's fine.
Where?
Hold on. Blow it up one time for me, A1. Please, just one time. Because he's saying what I can't read the cuneiform. Okay, he can't read it, but I can read this, and I want to know, can KJ read this? That's it. Read this for us, KJ. Can you read that? Or is it too blurry for you? Is it too blurry? Can you read that?
Brother, my screen is showing.
Can you read this?
Primary, brother. Nobody on the panel can read cuneiform.
Read it. Translate it. Translate it.
Translate cuneiform?
Translate it.
Translate what?
Translate the tablet.
Brother, nobody on the panel reads cuneiform.
If you can't translate it, how's you knocking him reading from a translator that can translate it?
Because he doesn't even know if what translator is saying.
Thank you, Capone. Thank you. At least somebody on the panel has. Thank you, Capone. If you're pulling up the primary and you can't translate it, then why are you knocking him for pulling up a picture of the primary and then dealing with a person who can then translate the primary?
Translator
saying
shut the hell up, man.
Can't read it.
Talking to, bro.
It sounds crazy, man.
Anyways, the academic consensus is that it says Canaan.
Real fast. Hold on. I'm going to put this to rest real fast. Y'all can see this, right? Hold on. Let me take this off real quick, because I'm gonna put this to rest real fast. All right. So, all right. Hold on. So this is Wallace Budge's book, The Book of the Dead, right? Now we know there's a lot of criticism on that and things of that nature. But this book have primaries in it. Let me show you what I mean. This is a primary, right? The book then goes to translate the primary.
Humble, that's a different argument than the brother's making. His book doesn't have that. Humble, his book doesn't do that.
You see, once you start cutting them, he want to enter. No, Humble, his book doesn't. We clearly seen his book did exactly what I just showed. Now, hold on, Humble, his book don't do that. His book don't do what? Bro, if you read any books from these people who do this type of work, all of their books is going to have this. If you reading a book from a linguist, it's going to have the scripts that they're translating from one language to another language using their linguistical expertise. All books are going to have that. So then how are you going to come back again and say, well, his book don't do that, when he just showed you his book does that? I just actually pulled it up on a pad that his book does that. Just more flim-flam, bro. This is what we got to watch out for. This is what we got to watch out for. When they start getting beat upside their head, they start getting disruptive. And that's all the sway because they don't want to acknowledge and they don't want the people to know that they was beat up on this subject matter. That's all, which he clearly was.
So why is they translated at the read the bottom?
Dang, humble. You
No, hold on. The crazy part is it's right here.
Listen, hold on, KINGJAY. So with the primary in the book, like I said, is this a primary text? No, it is not. But this primary text have other primary texts within it that is being constructed by a quote-unquote linguist, and I don't even think he's known as a linguist, Wallace Budge. Now, like I said earlier, it's the accuracy that the book has translated in it, right? So we can't deny that this is not a primary text right here, right? But it's the what's being read about it, right? And then when you go to the translation of the text, is what this is saying the same
Humble,
thing.
you're making my point.
Listen,
hey, no, he's not. You're lying.
Humble, you just made my point. Now
he do that a lot. When he getting proved wrong, the first thing he'll say is, "Oh, well, you agreeing with me? Ain't nobody agreeing with you." You making my point. Yo, ain't nobody making your point. Like, that's crazy talk. Now he jumping ship. He wants you to believe that he wasn't just saying what he was saying 30 minutes ago. Flim-flams, bro. Flim-flams.
No, he's not.
Now, since Humble, you're the moderator. Now, give me my 2 minutes to respond uninterrupted because for some reason, every time I speak, everybody likes to cut me in and don't let me.
No, hold on. Let me speak real quick.
So I want
15 seconds. If we talking about primary, if you're talking about primary tablet,
Humble is responding.
Hold on. Let him get into it because I want to see his book real fast. Go ahead. And then
okay. I'm gonna bring it up so you can see the whole full book. Okay, the Amarna letters. But look,
this is the Amarna letters. Okay, hold on 1 second. Now, y'all see that picture on the front of that book? That is a primary source. That picture is the book a primary source? No, but that's a real image of the Amarna letters.
Thank you.
Whether you want to say the book is
would that be a facsimile?
But the Amarna letters is a primary source.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Capone, because they don't know what they're talking about.
Open that up.
Now can I respond? Because now you made your point.
Hold on, KINGJAY, because he want to get into this. Go ahead. Can you read what the guy what?
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. What he's reading is called commentary.
This is not commentary. It's not commentary, bro.
In my 2 minutes uninterrupted, I'll be able to explain why it's commentary.
No, hold on. Just let me say this real quick. Like I said.
So now he's showing his ignorance on what commentary is. Now he don't know what commentary is. Of course, the book has some commentary in it, but when the translator is translating the Amarna letters, that's not commentary. But we can't deny that the book is going to have commentary in it, of course, because the book got chapters. So of course it's going to have chapters about the Amarna letters that don't actually have words or actually saying the things that the Amarna letters are saying. But that doesn't take away from the translation of the Amarna letters themselves within that book.
If we're talking about having a picture of the primary, the picture of the primary is on the front of the book. So everything that you said was just crazy. It was silly.
You done?
I'm sure the inside of that book had pictures too.
Yeah.
I don't know why he didn't put it up to show.
So I can have my uninterrupted 30 seconds. So if I'll give you an analogy, just a better one. If we all go into a pyramid and look at the walls of the pyramids and we see the meta netter written upon the walls of the pyramid, that is the primary source, right? If we all take pictures of the primary and put them in a book, The book is not a primary source. It's what the brother opponent said in regards to a facsimile. It's not a primary source. The importance of the primary is this, just like what the brother Humble just brought up in regards to Wallace Budge. Wallace Budge is the most racist Egyptologist ever. Nobody uses his transliterations of the meta-netter because they're based on in racism. We tend to use Alan Gardner's system opposed to Wallace Budge. So that's kind of outdated racism. And that kind of makes my point as to being able to go directly to the primary source and be able to read it yourself. And being able to read it yourself would be able to make you, when you come across a Wallace Budge and his racist translator.
So then why can't you, King Jay, read the Amara letters? Why can't you, King Jay, read the Mari tablets? Why? Like, I don't understand, like, how on one aspect you say, oh, well, this is the problem with us reading primaries, is because then when they read it, we got to take their word for what it said, but this is why we should read it, but you don't know any of it. So then who translations do you agree with when it comes to translating these things? You can't depend on your own expertise because you don't have any. Let's get into it.
Racists, you may be able to look at the primary and say, hey, you know what? That word doesn't mean that. It actually means something else. Or it can come to different conclusions based upon your own knowledge of the actual text. So the ability, the inability for you to not be able to read the text basically puts you at the mercy of the person who actually translates it, because you have to rely on their translation. So a person who actually can read it would be a better advantage to you, because they can come to their own conclusions, which may actually differ than the actual facsimile or commentary that the person is given based upon their bias or whatever bias viewpoints that they may have. So us looking at a facsimile with commentary on the side of a picture,
it's a translation. You keep talking about facsimile. It's a translation.
Well,
it's not commentary,
brother. Why do you come in so? It would be transliteration and commentary. It wouldn't be translation. Like you saw how slow you are every time you speak. Is it transliteration or translation,
bro?
Which one is it?
Translation.
No, it's transliteration.
Listen.
So now you're gonna argue with this man's source once again without bringing your own sources to back up your claims. You're just telling this person, hey, yo, yeah, your book is a transliteration. Bro, you don't even know the mother trucker who translated the text. So what if they're a linguist? Then you don't know if it's a transliteration or not. It could be a translation. You just can't make that assertion. Nope, it's a transliteration. How do you know? You can't even read it to make that distinguishment. I don't be understanding where, and that be the thing for me, I don't be understanding where these brothers be getting off on this power trip thing, because they feel like they've been on a couple platforms. Now I can come to another platform and I feel like I got the authority to say that this is correct or not. That ain't how this work, bro. Your word don't move anything. Your word don't make something correct or incorrect. What research have you done that states or that overturns what his research is stating? You're not going to be able to present any, because there is none. You got to go ahead with that power trip and stuff, bro. It's not going to work over here. It's not going to work over here. Let's get into it.
You so smart, you
brother,
dumb.
It's transliteration.
It's a translation.
It's a transliteration.
It's a translation of the primary of the actual artifact.
It's a transliteration. Fool.
How's it gonna be a transliteration?
Do you know what transliteration means? Because
no, obviously you don't know what transliteration means. You're a cold-blooded idiot.
Use the definition of the word.
You're a cold-blooded idiot. Transliteration. Okay. In the Greek. Watch this. This is called transliteration. This is called transliteration.
You so excited to talk to KINGJAY.
This is transliteration. This is transliteration.
More of it. Look, when he gets slapped across the head with some real information, he start to add home. Oh, you can't breathe. You did it. Come on, bro. What's the information? You don't know what's a transliteration. Come on, bro. If you knew, then why aren't you correcting him in the way you're supposed to be correcting him? Why you deterring the conversation? Because you know he ripping your head off right now. Let's get into it.
This is transliteration. I'm talking to in Greek, in Galilean Aramaic.
How much do you weigh? Like
right? The Messiah is named Yeshua.
Like, stop it.
The Messiah name is Yeshua. And the Greek is Jesus. That would be considered a transliteration. No, it's not transliterated, but that's a transliteration. Okay? Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah. That's a transliteration.
That was a great comment, though, that just popped up there. Y'all want to argue on semantics based off of who y'all trust. Exactly. The issue is KINGJAY can't run to nobody that he trusts because everybody that he trusts disagrees with him. Let's get into it.
You idiot.
It's a fear for a
no,
word.
Excuse me. You know what? Let me stop doing that. Let me stop saying those kind of connotations.
Yeah, because you can't even talk fast enough to be disrespectful.
Listen.
I'm proud of you, brother Sapphire. I appreciate you, brother. If you look back on this video, let me cam up. Hey, your brother Humble said I appreciate you. You was the bigger man in that instance right there. You realize, hey, I know this young boy over here thought, hey, Holmes, I ain't gotta stoop to his level. That was a great part on your behalf, Brody.
You're not smart enough to be disrespectful to me.
Bro, I don't want to be smart. Smart is to hurt. I don't want to hurt no one. I'm intelligent.
Not smart enough to
I'm
be
intelligent. I'm intelligent. I don't want to be smart. You was the smart one.
I'm a polymath.
Whatever. So,
ain't no way. Hold up. Ain't no way this nigga just say I'm a polymath. Hey, put a 1 in the comments if you just heard. Hey, yo, hold up. I need to do this real fast, yo. That's funny as shit. My man say I'm a polymath. Hey, yo, hold on. Ain't no way. My man up here talking about he a poly. I bet you he don't even know the definition of the word polymath.
That's crazy, man.
Let's get into it. All
the polymaths on YouTube these days, man.
Wow. My man say I'm a polymath. Let's get into it.
And can't even out of breath. What are you eating? You about to die, brother. Take a breath. Breathe.
Right.
Relax, fool. This nigga here. Goofy ass.
I don't know what your day job is, KINGJAY, but you might want to keep it because you will not make a career in comedy. You is not funny, my guy. You is not funny.
Excited to talk to KINGJAY. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, no, you can't say that.
Time. I gotta. You see, y'all see how he keeps saying that, bro? That's what get under my skin a little bit, bro. Cause yo, who are you, bro? You excited to get slapped up by Jabari? Niggas really did you dirty on that panel. You really excited to be niggas punching bags out here. Like, I don't understand. Oh, niggas want to have that time with King Jay. Yo, nah, bro, that ain't how this work, bro. You ain't nobody to be having time with. You a light sparring session at best. at best. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy, bro. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Uncle Pong gonna get beat up himself. He don't need Buddy. That's why his internet went off. KINGJAY. But nah, for real. I don't like. I think he always been waiting for his moment to have a conversation with me, for real. So that's how I know why I resorted to that. Look.
See, when ain't nobody else talking and you got the floor, you ain't got no information of your own. This is how we pick out the, hey yo, you the weakest link. You got the whole stand right here for about a good 30 seconds or something. Ain't nobody saying nothing, quiet, ain't nobody interrupting you, and then you resort to talking back to Sapphire. Instead of just bringing out some information. Hey, yo, yeah, man. Hey, I learned this. Hey, we was just talking about this situation. This is how I know what I'm talking about. He ain't talk about none of that. He resorted to talking about how Sapphire just wanted his, I don't know what he wanted to say, his time with KINGJAY. The foolery, bro. This is distraction. And this is why sometimes, see, over on my home planet, we call Bigo, this is why it's good to have these people around sometimes, right? Because, you know, you get to punch on them and stuff like that, but then you also get to show. These are the people who you don't listen to. These are the people you stay far away from because they just as confused. They got their head on backwards and their jeans on their arms. They don't know their left from their right. These are the people you stay away from because they're not interested in getting or gaining any more knowledge. They're not interested in truly helping people, truly getting this information out here. Their interest is clout, because that's what he sounds like right now, a clout chaser. Let's get into it, bro. Hey, KINGJAY, you looking bad, boy. You looking bad. You need to go get up with some of your brothers from over there, and you need to tell them, help you, dust you up, help you get a little more professional, help clean that attitude up, bro. Clean that decorum up. And maybe you might get somewhere on this YouTube joint. But until then, bro, you still bottom of the barrel, bro. Bottom of the barrel. Definitely want it on a scholastic level. You ain't even, you can't even, hey, we let you into conversations for entertainment, bro. That's how bad it is. Nobody's let's get into it, bro. Let's get into it.
But yeah, I am his favorite celebrity. You feel me? So I understand, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Babe, hand me the lady, please. Or a color description.
That story. It says here that, is the one who signed everything and gave the final words to everything. James is the leader. Paul is just Peter is just an apostle.
Okay, this is where they get into. So this is another one. Okay, this is where they transition into the other joint we all had to beat KINGJAY up on. Let me cam up when I say this. We just exposed he didn't know nothing about the Hebrew information. Now he's going to attempt to tell people about the biblical Christian information. What? So you realize, okay, I ain't getting nowhere with this Hebrew joint. Let me jump over here with the Christians. And then you get beat up on that. Because you don't know that either. Let's listen to this foolishness, bro.
You lying. You lying. He was alive, brother, because you made it up. So he was a disciple?
No, it's called On the Road to Damascus.
He always saying somebody made something up to you, bro. He terrible with that. Instead of bringing out your information to oppose what they saying, as if you, instead of proving you know what you talking about, you quick to say somebody made something up, which is very low credibility on your part, might I add. That ain't showing anything. Just by saying somebody's wrong don't make them wrong, bro. You gotta actually prove them wrong. That's how this works.
Okay. So, okay, let's talk about, wait, just stop, because the vision on Damascus is of the resurrected Jesus, and that happens after the crucifixion. So that means that he would, so by your just testimony of that, he would not have seen the physical Jesus alive. He only experienced the resurrection, the vision after the death. So he never saw him.
That's a logical fallacy. That's begging the
How
question.
How is that logical fallacy when that's
hold on, because I'm saying if the Messiah died, Paul's earliest letters is like 56 CE. That means that during the beginning of Paul's, initiation, him being a part of the Sanhedrin, because he was a Pharisee, and his sect was the Parsul, or the Pharisees. Okay, he was a part of the Pharisees, who was said to be where some of the oldest sages or teachers, orators of the people of Jerusalem, of the people of Jerusalem.
So after Jesus was crucified, is when Saul starts to persecute the followers of the way, correct?
Nah, he would have probably been a part of that.
No.
He probably would have been a part of that.
No.
Yes.
Because he didn't.
That's someone who's just coming in.
Remember before then he lives in Tarsus, correct?
My point is this, right?
No. You don't have a point. You don't have a point. You don't have a point if he's not there, because if
he move his premise and it don't let like craziness, bro. And just for public service announcement, this part I don't agree with any of this. When they get to talking about Jesus' resurrection and who did what and who was where, I don't believe any of that ever took place. I don't believe in a man named Jesus. None of that.
I do have a point. He don't have to be a part of the way to be able to see.
No, I'm not claiming that he's part of the way. I'm claiming that he wasn't a part of the group of Pharisees who was persecuting the group of the followers of the way at this point in time. So my argument is that if I give you the chronology, Paul is born about. My chronology is Paul is born. Okay, go ahead.
My man will sit up here and argue you. Let me cam up when I say this. My man will sit up here and argue you up and down. He not a Hebrew Israelite. He will argue you up and down. He not a Christian. But he got a chronology for Paul. Hey, yo, this don't get no more embarrassing, bro. No more embarrassing. So when I'm up here picking with him about being a Hebrew, and I'm up here picking with him about being a Christian, he like, yo, hold on, bro. I ain't none of that. You see this unk on my face? But then why are you coming up with chronologies for invisible people, bro? I don't understand that. What's going on here? That's crazy. Let's get into it, man. What's up, Anki? You still in the building? What it do, Brody?
Let me give you mine first, and then give me yours. Is that a bet? Because I'm going to make an affirmative, and this is going to be your negative. Okay? Mm-hmm. Can I go first and give my chronological order?
Go ahead.
Or just a fair timeline? You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go off your
told you. Hold on.
So have arguments about his custom about what Paul was teaching to the Gentiles?
That's what we talking about.
This is
to the Torah, where Yah tells us to circumcise our heart, because I mean, think about it. They went through 40 years in the wilderness, died, children crossed over, Joshua prevailed a lot of the enemies. During the time of the judges is where the corruptions came, and this is where you will see, it will make sense to see certain artifacts that probably is showing some kind of paganism worship to the Most High Yah. That's never has been denied. When y'all try to come with this, what's that Yahweh something with the fragment? Okay, so they was circumcised then too. All the males were circumcised.
Yeah.
By Yehoshua, by Yehoshua and Caleb. Yes, sir.
That scripture, did it say anything about circumcise your foreskin of your penis, or did it say circumcise foreskins of
He
your
sound horrible, boy.
You like a robot?
Priest with that, then let's talk about it right here, because we reading the scripture. It says, "It is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God." So let's talk about what they are talking about, not making difficult for the Gentiles. It's circumcision. So James is telling them that he is not requiring the Gentiles to be circumcised. It says instead, hold on, because I'm not done. It says and it says exactly, and I wanted him to go to Acts 15:1.
They don't disagree.
Okay, but can I just wanted to get to, I mean, you talked about that.
We understand about works and all that not being justified.
Okay, hold on. Let me prove this point, because you said that there would never be a time where that covenant would never be broken. Okay, first.
Let me finish more than 30 seconds before you cut me off in the middle.
Get to the part where
real quick, sir.
Brother.
Real quick, sir. What is the works?
Brother, quit giving 30-minute diatribes.
Come on, man.
Can you answer the question, bro? Can we just, what I'm saying, get the flow real quick, get it in, and so we can just step to the side. I know everybody getting tired of hearing.
Hey, listen, I know A1 not here, bro. But listen, I really want to hear this.
I'm right here. What you talking about?
Let's set up.
Hey, yo. Hey, let me pause this real quick, because I got to give a shout out to A1. Listen, this is the quietest host that I've ever met, bro. My man will be old time. I see my brother Omar in the background. What it do, Omar? What it do, Omar? But this is the quietest host I've ever been around.
Hey, humble. Go ahead and give your shout out to A1, and when you done, I'm gonna give my shout out to brother A1 too, because I got a lot of good things to say about my brother. Go ahead, humble.
Got you. So, listen, my brother be relaxed. He be kicked back. He be enjoying the spars and the battles, bro. We be thinking here that the moment somebody call, hey, yo, man, A1 like, no, I'm here. What's up? What's up? I'm with it. What y'all talking about? What y'all trying to do? Y'all trying to get it? What's up? Every time, bro, he be on point.
I was definitely ready. I was up all night, though. I was cleaning and mopping the floor in my shop. I opened my new shop up, Inky. Let's get you together. Time to get you together.
I wanna before you get in there, Omar, I wanna shout out Dr. Inky. He said my new album, The Conscious Community Need Church, just dropped at midnight.
What?
Hey, go check that out, Doctor. Go check that out.
Hey, pull up and promote that. Come show us where we can get a copy of that. I'll definitely support that. Let's go, man. That's what's up.
Most definitely. So, go ahead, Omar.
Yo. Let me tell you about my favorite. This right here is my favorite. Don't get me wrong. Brother Omar loves his brother Sa. I love my brother Captain Tazariak too. I love him. But as far as like this type of platform to where you can come on, yo, A1 is my nigga. Yo. This is why A1 is my guy. You be thinking A1 be sleep. That nigga be in the background just listening, and guess what? What do A1 do? He show love. Do A1 mute us out? put niggas in the back. Don't get me wrong. A1 has did that to me a few times, but it was well deserved. I deserved it. I could be honest about it. But A1 let people eat up over here. That's a solid brother. And hold on, just so this is another thing we gotta remember. Just because A1 is not chiming in, guess what? A1 has a storefront. He has a business he got to run. So, like he said, I was in the back sweeping up and cleaning up the shop, cleaning up the business. So, hats off and salute to A1, a brother doing his thing. And you know what? I can honestly say, if A1 disagrees with Brother Omar sometimes, guess what? It's well warranted because guess what? He's not biased. A1 shuts the fucks up. He don't run a channel to where he in here putting brothers in the back, muting brothers out. He let brothers eat. And then salute to Humble, the co-host. Humble don't do a lot of talking like that. Even Humble be disagreeing, which he has the right to do so. Yo, Humble be quiet a lot, man. This to me is the dopest thing that I've come across. And guess what? Even when I'm at work, I drop in, give a thumb up, and I even tell my wife, jump on your account. They live. You ain't really got to necessarily be paying attention unless you're gonna hop on a panel and say something. But even while I'm at work, I jumps in, and I may not say shit sometimes, but I be in here all the time. I give a thumb up and I handle my business. And I tell my wife, baby, jump on your account, give A1 the thumb up, and you handle your business too. You know what I'm saying? But we can't forget the all-seeing Oli, the all-seeing eye. Because Oli is my guy. Y'all like that, huh? Yeah.
Funny,
The all-seeing eye, because Oli is my guy. Yo, let me tell you, man, Oli is a solid brother, man. You know, he's fair around, you know, and you know what? When it's time, hold on, this is a salute to A1, Humble, and Oli, because guess what? They agree with me sometimes. And you know what? I love it when they give me the pushback too. But these are my brothers. These are my brothers up on here. And you know what? I can honestly say I've been treated very fair up here. Hold on. I can even go push a mile and to say I've been overly treated fair. Brothers going above and beyond.
I'll be giving you a lot of leeway, man.
Hell yeah, you do. Hell yeah, you do.
Like
No. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, man. You know, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all is good. Y'all are good brothers, and that's why I come in. When I come in, I always say, A1 brother, humble brother, holy brother. Y'all,
but
my
for
brother.
the people who do want to hear me talk, though, I got something coming up for them, Omar.
Yeah. I'm gonna land my plane. This is why I call y'all my brothers. I call y'all my brothers is because guess what? When I call somebody my brother, even my friends that be coming over, my other brothers, like that I see on a daily basis or on a weekend basis, I call them my brothers because guess what? They don't dick ride. They don't. Oh, you right. Oh, yeah. Oh, you right. No, my friends criticize me and challenge me, and that's what I love. That's how I know when I have a good friend.
Exactly.
That's how I know I have a good brother. I don't want no brother. I don't want nobody sitting around agreeing with me 100%. I want to be challenged even by my brother that lets me know that you love me.
Exactly.
I'll mute out. I got a lot of love for y'all, brothers. Much respect.
Exactly, bro.
I love y'all.
You know we appreciate you. Go ahead, Brody. A1. Go ahead, Brody. A1. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my bad. I'm muted. I'm here. Yeah, I was saying July 5th, man. It's a Sunday. Make sure you are there. 6 p.m. Central Time. Me and Naftali will be getting it in. It's the face off you do not want to miss. Commercial will be out tomorrow. So yeah, look for that. Back to you, Humble.
Most definitely. And all right. Oh, 1 second. Bang. Let's get this back.
Hey, yo, I apologize for coming in so hot, but I just got done watching this goddamn game, and I can't stand the effing freaking, yo, I hate the freaking Knicks, man. Them
They
niggas
lost?
get on. No, they won, man. The championship is over. They won.
I kind
They
of
won. They won. They won. So guess what? I want all the smoke. I do. Brother Omar does wants all the smoke, respectfully, because I'm pissed off that the Knicks effing won, man. Them niggas get on my nerve, man. I can't stand the New York Knicks.
Hey, they earned it this year, man. If you work for it,
I
you
can't
deserve
stand
it.
New
Man.
York. I can't stand New York. Them. Oh my God. But I do gotta be humble. And I do gotta give because that's where the school of UPK is at. So, but if I was back in my old ways, oh my God, man. I love DC niggas. I love Baltimore niggas. I love Virginia niggas though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, come on with the language, man. Let's get this video back cracking, man.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm my feelings because the Knicks
I
won
know
the
you and your feelings,
championship.
man. It's gonna be okay, man.
My bad. Hey, when I'm gonna mute out, brother. Go ahead. Salaki, my bad.
I don't even watch sports, man. But yeah.
Let's get it, y'all. So to catch everybody back up, right now they're talking about KINGJAY got beat up on KINGJAY got beat up on a Hebrew point of view already about the Canaanites and joint. So then they jump over to Paul and Barnabas and now they're talking about the circumcision, where she won't get beat up some more on this. So man, hey, let's get into it.
KINGJAY did not get beat up. Respectfully, Humble.
No, he didn't. Listen, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it.
Okay, Salaki. Okay.
I want these brothers to get it out, but I really want to hear this. Like for real, because
Jerusalem, lest my fury come forth like fire and burn that none can quench it, because the evil of your doings declared in Judah and published in Jerusalem. Now, King,
I want to explain that real quick and let KINGJAY have a rebuttal, bro, because that's a good scripture.
Okay.
Go ahead.
King. So saying that the circumcision is the circumcision of your heart, which you become a Jew inwardly and not just outwardly. And again, this goes back to the Torah, where Yah tells us to circumcise our heart, because, I mean, think about it. They went through 40 years in the wilderness, died, children crossed over, Joshua prevailed a lot of the enemies. During the time of the judges is where the corruptions came, and this is where you will see, it will make sense to see certain artifacts that probably is showing some kind of paganism worship to the Most High Yah. That's never has been denied. When y'all try to come with this, what's that Yahweh something with the fragment? Okay, so they was circumcised then too. All the males were circumcised.
Yeah.
By Yehoshua, by Yehoshua and Caleb.
Sapphire.
Yes, sir.
That scripture, did it say anything about circumcise your portion of your penis, or did it say circumcise foreskins of your heart?
He was real bad, right? I don't know why he had to just
you like a robot static to me. But yes, I heard the question. I was listening to that. She was robotic. Yes, it's to cut away all the abominations of your heart, to turn back to the commandments. That's why the Messiah said, when he healed, he said, sin no more.
Right.
He said,
so
sin no more.
So it doesn't say not to be circumcised. Correct. Okay. So my
hold on. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. The tradition still say, oh, matter of fact, wait. See, that's why I've said, let me get this script I've been trying to get off real quick. Kings.
He was trying to read
Kings. You got it off. You want to get off another one?
No.
The brother called that. I'm like, yes, get that in, because that is another one too. I was going to go to that, but I wanted to go here.
But you already went somewhere, so my turn to go somewhere, because you're going everywhere.
Hold on. No.
You're going everywhere uninterrupted, and I want to jump in there and debunk this bullshit.
Let me get the scripture in Kings.
Because we kind of lose point of the point being made. Because he's everywhere, he's not making coherent.
That up is to show that Paul was.
It is coherent. It's all coherent. Y'all just incoherent. Y'all just get this. Y'all just get these words.
Okay, so now let me talk. Cause y'all been talking for like 10 minutes and ain't said the same thing. We get it. You agree? Brother, hold on. We get it.
So you concede.
Oh my God, no. We get it.
You already conceded.
Brother, let somebody else talk, brother. Damn, you done read the scripture. You done gave your opinion about it. Now let somebody else talk. Opponent got to jump in and be your bodyguard. Now let somebody else talk.
My bad.
Damn, I'm trying to give a damn scripture. Y'all arguing over the Bible. Y'all.
What do you mean arguing over the Bible? I listen. I want to get my verse out. I never got my verse out.
But it shouldn't be confusing when we giving the verse out.
What do you mean confusion? There is to the Torah where Yah tells us to circumcise our.
Giving them the Holy Spirit, just as He did to us. But now He's telling the Gentiles that, hey, they don't have to be circumcised. God knows their heart. Right? This is exactly what He just said. He said He did not discriminate between us for them, for He purified.
Okay, so can you explain that for us? What do you mean by that?
I am, but I'm not even done reading. So He says He did not discriminate between us and and I did break it down. So it says He did not discriminate between us and them, for He purified their hearts by faith. So breaking that down means He purified their heart by faith, meaning they don't need works or deeds. Their faith is purified by undeserved mercy and grace and kindness. That's it. All they got to do is believe on His name. So it says, now then, why do you try to...
Hold on. That ain't what that... Hold on.
It does. Undeserved... Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Come on now. Hey, write notes, brother. If you disagree, write notes like I did. I took notes. I disagree with everything you said. That's why I'm reading this scripture. So now, because undeserved mercy and grace, somebody got the echo on. Because undeserved mercy and grace and kindness means exactly that. That's what that means. It means you're justified not by your works and deeds, but by His undeserved. Hold on, brother. It means
you're
brother, I'm not done talking. Can you quit asking me in the middle of my damn sentence? Why are you asking me anything right? I'm in the middle of a sentence that I'm like, stop.
Man, just finish, bro.
I'm trying to. Damn. So basically, He did not discriminate between us and them, for He purified their hearts by faith. What does that mean? That you don't undeserved mercy and grace and kindness means you don't have to be justified by works or what you're doing. All you got to do is believe on His name. That's what that means. Mercy and grace. Now then, why do you try to test God by putting on the necks of the Gentiles a yoke? So He's saying here now, why would you suggest to them circumcision when you know they're not able to so it says putting on the note. So he's associating circumcision to a yoke being put upon their neck. It says, so why? He says, now then, why do you try to test God by putting on the necks of the Gentiles a yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear? So now He's saying, why would you want to? We ain't been able to uphold circumcision. So why the hell you want to try to get them? You know they can't. It says, no, we believe it through the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ that we are saved, just as they are. So it says, no, it's not by circumcision. It's by, like I've been saying, grace and undeserved kindness and mercy. And it says here, the whole assembly became silent. And they.
All right. Let me come out when I say this, because Omar in the building. And so, Omar, you just heard KINGJAY say, he just read it, Acts 15, right? When James agreed that the Gentiles should not be circumcised of, they shouldn't keep the circumcision law. He just agreed with that. He just read that. Now watch later on how he try to make it, oh, no, James don't agree with what Paul and them saying. James agree with the circumcision. Watch this foolishness. Out of it, we just caught him right here out of his own mouth. Agree that James and them was dealing with Jesus Christ. Now watch how he try to flip it.
Listen to Barnabas and Paul, telling about the signs and wonders God had done among the Gentiles through them. And it says, when they finished, James spoke up. Brothers, he said, listen to me. Simon has described to us how God first interfered to show to choose a people for his name from the Gentiles. Blah, blah, blah. There it says, it is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. So he's telling them right now, James is telling Paul, we're not going to require the Gentiles to be circumcised. And if anybody disagrees with that, then let's talk about it. Right?
Y'all heard it again. James is telling Paul that we are not requiring the Gentiles to be circumcised. Again, we heard it twice just now. Now watch how he flipped this narrative, y'all. It's important. Listen.
Right here, because we read in the scripture, it says, it is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. So let's talk about what they are talking about, not making difficult for the Gentiles. It's circumcision. So James is telling them that he is not requiring the Gentiles to be circumcised. It says instead, hold on, because I'm not done. It says, in my judgment, this is James talking, therefore, that we should not make it difficult, which is circumcision, for the Gentiles who are turning to God. Instead, we should write to them, telling them to abstain from foods polluted by idols. Like I said, he's not requiring them from circumcision. All he said was the compromise was, look, we're not going to require the Gentiles to be circumcised. We're just going to require them from certain dietary laws. It says for the law of Moses has been preached in every
circumcised, they can never really be in
exactly.
The temple,
exactly. They can never be in the temple.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, KINGJAY.
Stop playing.
No, okay.
So that agrees with Paul. Don't that agree with what Paul said? Because the whole argument is that the circumcision
and who was an
it does not agree with Paul.
See, this is the issue that I be having. Let me cam up when I say this, because this is the importance, right? When we up here and we talking, I know everybody want to get their points out, but this is the issue we be having when everybody try to talk at once. You see what I'm saying? We don't know who's saying what. So now we got Quantum over here saying one thing, we got Capone over here saying another thing. You know what I'm saying? So this is why we push for just have some decorum, so we're able to hear everybody. You see what I'm saying? Let's get into it.
Did you hear anything I said? The whole thing
is that's another part why I wanted to pause it. So we just heard KINGJAY twice read James. We actually heard him 3 times read James. And all 3 times, we heard James agree with Paul. All 3 times. Now that Quantum, Sapphire, and Capone is saying, well, wait a minute. Now you're agreeing with us because James is agreeing with Paul. Watch how he flipped this stance, bro. Again, this just stay away from these people. They just be wanting to argue for the sake of arguing. They don't even know. This is easy. This is why they become easy work. Listen to this. He's going to say that James don't agree with Paul. Listen to this.
The whole thing is preaching against Paul, and Paul saying that they don't have to be circumcised. This is James saying, that we the Jews, this is something that we practice as a custom to our law, is circumcision. They don't have
Now, what did I say earlier, family? What did I say earlier? In the beginning of this, we just seen KINGJAY get beat up on the Hebrew information, right? He jumped to the Christian information, right? Now, he getting beat up on the Christian information. My man said, this is James who said, we the Hebrews, the Jews. Last time I checked, James was in the New Testament. Last time I checked, after he just read 3 times, not once, but 3 times out his own mouth, that James said that we are saved by grace, by the glory of Jesus Christ. He said that 3 times. Now he's flipping, talk about, no, because now James is a Jew. James is a Hebrew. What? Ain't no way you credible talking like this, bro. Ain't no way you really comfortable up here being slapped around like this. And the fact that this stuff can be recorded. This is why you have to mind your tongue when you're in places like this. Definitely if you're not very familiar on the subject. It's like, hey, listen. Yeah, Omar. And that's something too, Omar. Because Omar was up here and I was trying to help my brother Omar. Right? Because I know Omar, I know the brothers like Capone and Omar, and you know, I know they bang with the Bible. I know they read the Bible. And so I'm trying to get my brother Omar like, yo, bro, don't let this man deter you from what you read. You know what you read this. He don't read this. So you about to sit up here and let this man who don't read your Bible, let's quote another man talk about him being a Jew. James wasn't no Jew. Hey, yo, the craziness. I appreciate you, Brody. I appreciate you. Thank you for always being engaged, and you already know what's up. But it's just the craziness of it all. Right? There is no truth in that. We talking about Christians here. Why did? And then this is where I come up and I say, well, all of that's incorrect. If anybody have just said, and this is why I say, bro, this type of research is not hard. If anybody have read the New Testament in any part of their time, we all know the circumcision by way of the heart. We all know that's their core theme message. So now why are you trying to take one of these people and then try to say, well, they were preaching circumcision? Because of a quote, mind you, we're going to get into this later, because of a biblical passage in Acts 15:1 that says somebody else came in preaching that. And Paul and Barnabas stood up and went against their teachings. And then because there was a conflict, they took it to the council. They had a discourse in the council. Barnabas, I always mix their daggone names up, man. There's too many of them, man. They be getting on my nerves with that. But Barnabas, all 3 of them agreed. James, Barnabas, and the other dude. They all agreed. But the only thing that what James did was James was like, but we should send them a letter and tell them this. Like, we shouldn't have them in the dark. Like, we should send them a letter and say, yo, listen, you ain't commanded to keep the circumcision law, but these are the laws that you are commanded to keep. Even deeper, Peter, thank you. I appreciate that. Even deeper, though, right? We got a whole book of James. Where do he teach about circumcision in his book? For any of the Christians out there, the true-hearted Christians that know your Bible, where does James ever preach about circumcision in any of his books? Not once. But here we got KINGJAY saying, yes, he do. The ignorance, family. This is what we have to stay away from. So what we've observed already is he's not proficient in Africana studies, particularly Kemet. He's not proficient in Hebrew studies, particularly Black Hebrew Israelites. And he damn sure ain't proficient in Christianity studies, the doctrine of bibliography. Like he's not proficient in any of these studies. So we can discount him in any of these conversations regarding any of his research because he's not credible. As he keep proving and proving on time and time again. Let's get into it. This is sad, man. This is sad. How do you want people to take you serious talking like this? You really want people to hear you talking crazy. I could see if you was making some good points. But then, like, yo, your points isn't even valid to the people that you talking to the people that actually believe in this stuff. Where are you getting this information from? How are you able to make all these claims and not be able to produce any evidence of where this stuff comes from? Because you being hypocritical. Because you making it up. Hey, listen. Terrible, man. Terrible. Let's get into this. Have
to do it. They can get away with that. They can. No, that's what James said. Are you retarded, Capone?
Hold on.
Capone, are you retarded for acting slow?
KINGJAY, hold on.
No, actually, you're being retarded. You're being
KINGJAY,
crazy right now.
Can I please get in here real quick and try to make some sense of this? Because
Man, shalom, calm, brother Kasad. Haki Assad.
Hey, shalom.
Con, I just want to jump in real quick. I'm not gonna be on too long, man. My phone on 18%, man. But I'm hearing the conversation, and it's like y'all really talking past each other, and it's y'all really not getting the context of what's being said. So if you, as KINGJAY read in the text, it says certain men came down from Judea and taught the brethren and said, except you be circumcised after the manner of Moses, you cannot be saved. And they get into, the back and forth about it. And it says that it is needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moses. So we have a group of people that's up here telling the other brothers that they can't be saved because they didn't keep the law of Moses. That's what's going on here. They're trying to exclude people from salvation due to them not keeping the law of Moses, specifically on circumcision. Now the question becomes: what is the law in Moses? What does Moses write about, and what does he require in circumcision? What's the law on circumcision when it comes to Moses?
Circumcision on the 8th day.
Okay, and that's very important because these people, as you said, they're living a different lifestyle. They have no control on what happens in their lifetime and on the 8th day. That is their whole parents' decision. That has nothing to do with their hearts and what goes on. Just because they didn't, as a baby, get their penis skin peeled back has nothing to do with salvation, and that's what Paul is trying to get them to understand.
And that's what James is agreeing to.
And then you can't say he's not telling them not to keep the law, because Jesus said, as they read, anyone that teach someone not to keep the law, they are going to be the least in the kingdom. And Paul also says,
but hold up, bro, to go against that, though, Paul and James.
Hold on, man. Let Kasad go. Let him go.
Because y'all been up here for a minute. Let me land. Because Paul also says we don't go against the law for faith. I'm not quoting it correctly, but if you go down,
God forbid, let us establish the law.
If you go to Romans 3 and 31, Paul says we do not make void the law through faith, but we establish the law. We do the law.
Amen.
And the point that y'all missing is, hold on. The point y'all missing is he's not telling them they don't ever have to be circumcised. That's not what he's telling them. He's not telling them to go against the law.
Bingo.
In my another example
hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, Shazam.
You have to let me finish.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to keep building. Did James and Paul have an argument? And that's when Paul said, "Man, I ain't Jew, I'm Roman." And that's the same when in Rome, you act like a Roman. Did they get into an argument doing the same thing? Because during this same vacation time, they had a church service, and James put Paul up to it to see if he was carrying the judicial ways of Judaism. And when he saw that, he had a problem. Now, go off of that.
Bro, I don't know. You got to give me scriptures. I don't know what you talking about. You got to give me some exact scriptures. I just read you, obviously.
Yeah, he just went left with it. So what I'm saying,
King James also have arguments about his custom, about what Paul was teaching to the Gentiles?
Just let Marcus go real quick.
Hold on. Y'all laughing and y'all and all that because I'm American.
Oh, come on, man. You and your friends about a little laugh, bro. Come on, man. Come on, we gotta be a little tougher than that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call all kind of names. Come on, man.
Let me say this real quick. So what I'm saying is in Acts 15, Paul is agreeing. Paul and James are in agreement. That's what I'm saying. King Jay keeps saying that they're not. Paul was in contesting. He was contesting the other Jews that came down and started telling people that they can't be saved unless they follow the law of Moses. But Paul is.
So stay right there. So you're saying that. Wait, stay right there. So you're saying, brother, damn, you can't never just stay on the point, brother. Just stay on the point before we move on, brother.
It was Kassad's point. That's why I'm trying to let everybody clear the room so Kassad can go.
There, brother. Damn, don't take 5 people to jump in.
My turn to talk. It was my turn to talk, King Jay. That's somebody else that is talking now. It was my turn to talk.
No, because Capone is talking. I'm cutting Capone off in the middle of where
Capone came in because Kassad had dropped off.
He came back. He had dropped off. He came back. Go ahead, Kassad.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one last point because this isn't the only example of where people wasn't able to keep the law of circumcision, but God did not count that against them. As we see when the children of Israel is coming into the promised land, their children that was born in the wilderness and stuff, they wasn't circumcised. If you go to Joshua 5 and start around verse 2, it says, "At that time the Lord said unto Joshua, make these sharp knives and circumcise again the children of Israel the second time. And Joshua made him sharp knives and circumcised the children of Israel at the hill of foreskins. And this is the cause why Joshua did circumcise. All the people that came out of Egypt that were males, even all the men of war, died in the wilderness by the way after they came out of Egypt." Now,
all the mixed multitude.
Now, all the people that were circumcised, but all the people that were born in the wilderness by the way as they came forth out of Egypt, them they had not circumcised. So when it says circumcised a second time, it's talking about a whole nation. Everyone gets circumcised because the first time they did it was with Moses before they came out of Egypt. But people were born in the wilderness. So after they came into the promised land, the Lord came to him and said, we're going to do a whole nother circumcision. Everyone's going to that didn't get circumcised when they were born, and they were supposed to on the 8th day, but did not happen. Everyone's going to get the circumcision. If you are circumcised, of course, you're not going to peel your skin back again. But the ones that did not get the circumcision, they all had to get circumcised. The whole
You want me to read that for you real quick, guys?
So covenant being formed right there, Shazad? Is that like a new covenant being formed right there, Shazad?
Yeah, it is. So also, Kassad, just a question for Kassad real quick. Just as King Jay, real quick.
I'm confused.
Just a real question. Just King Jay, it's a question to you. What is the consequence for disobedience in regards to not being circumcised? Or is there any circumstance to whereas the male would be cut off from his people if he broke that covenant?
That's you doing it by choice. That's doing it. That's you blatantly disobeying the law. As I gave you the example.
So it is the law.
Circumcision is the law. I'm asking you a question. In both circumstances, these people do not have control over over being circumcised.
Right.
If they're in slavery and they're born into another way of life as the Gentiles are, they're not going to be circumcised. And that's the point that Paul is making. You can't force that on them because they were living a whole different lifestyle when they were born. They
Right. So you're
weren't
giving
living the life of a
instances.
Jew.
You're giving instances.
And can I say this real quick?
Hold on, damn. Can I
Because
come back to the brother without somebody else? Like, I'm trying to go back with him to build the point that we just talked. I'm like,
all right, go ahead.
You're suggesting that there is a law of circumcision, but those are situations to whereas when you can't practice that law, that where it's okay, right? So there is a law of circumcision, correct?
We never. I don't know anyone that disagreed that.
Can I answer that, please?
Okay, there was contention in regards to that, in regards to the doctrine that was being
Did
preached.
any one of my brothers up here say you don't have to be circumcised?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, the Sapphire.
Yes, me. So
Sapphire.
And here and see, Hassad, you dropped your point, man. You dropped your point because you asked when you first spoke. You said, "What is the law of Moses?" Now, the only thing Moses spoke of when it comes to the circumcision as it being a commandment, yes, for the infant, but the first mention of any circumcision in the law of Moses, we're not talking about Genesis, in the law of Moses, or that the commandment that was given to Moses, Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 16, it says, I'm sorry, 15. No, I'm sorry, 14. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God, and the earth also with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked, for the Lord your God is the God of gods and the Lord of lords, great, a mighty, and terrible, which regard not persons nor take reward. It says nothing about the foreskin. Now, this is the law of Moses. Yes, there is a teaching or an instruction, a Torah. In the passage it says Torah, which in the in this the English we said the law.
That's actually important, and it just came to me as I was listening to him why that's so important. Because this is the very reason in Acts 15, and we're gonna get into it some more into the video. We're gonna bring back up Acts 15. Why James say we should write them a letter regarding what commandments they should keep and which ones they don't have to. Why in which in that letter, it clearly states in the letter, we're going to go over it, that they were not commanded to keep circumcision, but they were commanded to eat clean food, certain, I think it was dietary laws, certain sexual practices, and cleanly practices, things of that nature. But they was not commanded to keep circumcision. So that's not saying, oh, well, they wasn't commanded to keep all the law. No, nobody said that. But when it came to the Gentiles and all of them had that ruling up in the council, the ruling was that the Gentiles did not have to be circumcised. Not just by Peter, but by Peter, Barnabas, and James, and the council. This is why they sent the letter. So once again, this shows that KINGJAY is not even the slightest bit skilled in the doctrine of Christianity, and and it's so unfortunate because definitely when you read in English, you don't even understand what it's saying in English. How do you, as I showed y'all in the beginning of this part, How do you start off saying they agree with each other? You read the scriptures and everything. Start off saying they agree. Now right here, you so to a point where you don't agree. That's crazy. That's crazy. What up? What up? What up with y'all out there? We appreciate y'all for coming through. We appreciate y'all engagement, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. We appreciate y'all. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. It's just sickening, man. It's just sickening because these are supposed to be people that they want to be recognized as researchers and scholars. Nah, man. They got to get their scholarship up. They got to get their research up. They got to learn more. They ain't ready. Let's get it.
But the circumcision is of the baby on the 8th day, but the commandment of God, which is line upon line with that. But here in the law, it says circumcise the foreskin of thy heart. So the foreskin of your heart is to be removed first and foremost, because Abraham was not circumcised until the day his Yitzhak was born, him and his son. So Abraham was living a right. He was called a friend of God. He was just in the face of God, and he was not even circumcised. So again, the circumcision means absolute.
To the custom called by Moses.
Who is the certain man?
Hold on, Capone. We can't. Capone, we down a little bit, brother.
Let me answer his question, though.
About?
It does, though.
Hold on, GD and Capone.
It doesn't.
How does that scripture agree with you?
Yeah, they making up shit.
Okay, hold on. Let me address. So, his premise is the circumcision. This is why it says the foreskin of your heart, because the act of circumcision.
What talks about the? This is not talking about no damn heart.
Physical, bro.
Hold on, bro. The physical.
Yeah, I'm glad you peeping this shit out, OTK. This is some bullshit.
Come on, man.
It's not even. No. What you're saying is some bullshit, bro.
I see what this is.
Spiritual, bro. Come on,
right.
Man.
So
it's not. It is spiritual, but everything of the Torah is spiritual.
The physical.
The Torah is spiritual. Even the sacrifices, all that's done spiritually.
But brother, Acts 15, exactly. We're talking about a physical circumcision.
Let OTK go, because I want to respond to him, because he asked questions.
Not by James. James is literal about his shit, bro. For real, for real.
So what if James is literal?
So let me cam up when I say this. So not only is KINGJAY making this crazy point, but now we see OTK is up here making this crazy point. You feel me? Yes. We was just talking about that, brother Lie. We was just talking about that, man. Hey, one thing I will say is the Spurs are going to be scary next year, so I don't think it's going to look the same. I don't think the Knicks getting back there. But what I wanted to say is ignorance is contagious. Ignorance is contagious. And so after we done heard and we done been through the scriptures and we done talked about this a whole time and this, that, and the third, now we even got OTK over here saying, no, James is literal about his circumcision. And now KINGJAY like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him, OTK. Yo, y'all can't be serious. Because at this point, we know y'all don't read the Bible. We know y'all don't read the Bible. Y'all can't read the Bible. Ain't no way. And that's all this is. This ain't no deep philosophical conversation like some stuff we don't know and we got to disagree with. It's right there in the scriptures if James and Paul agree with one another or not. And clearly they do. So now where do OTK and KINGJAY get off by saying they disagree? Surprisingly for KINGJAY, because he read that they agreed 3 times. 3 times. Hey, yo. Hey. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, ain't it? Let me stop. Hey yo, Immortal Dragon, you funny, bro. You funny. Let's get back to this video. But it's just, don't ever take KINGJAY serious, man. And for you, KINGJAY, you gotta sharpen up on your scholarship, bro. You ain't no way I could take you serious with you hippity hopping, jumping sides like that, bro. Ain't no way I could take you serious. Let's get it, y'all.
Why he
If Paul is too.
hold on. If James is literal, why he don't tell the Gentiles to circumcise? Why he don't tell them to circumcise themselves?
Capone, you can't be that slow, brother. Hold on. There's in the scripture, brother. Are you slow?
Because if we
No,
read
you're slow. Y'all definitely was slow, guys. I just want to say that for the record.
We write no such thing.
You can't be that
But
slow,
for
brother.
them to stay away from idols and things sacrificed to idols. And strangle with blood, things strangled with blood. So right there, right? He doesn't give them the law of circumcision. Why? Because it's more so is to walk upright, which is the circumcision of the heart. Which what makes it spiritual. So let me finish. What makes it spiritual? The physical was the circumcision of the flesh, but it's a meaning behind you circumcising your flesh.
No, bro. It was to tell the converts from the real.
Man, stop
No,
it.
it was not, man. Stop playing, man. You don't know if you, come on, man. Don't even feed into
Ain't
it.
nobody looking at nobody penises, bro. What is y'all?
All right. So so Capone tried to give his best explanation on why they wasn't circumcised or why the Gentiles wasn't circumcised. The real reason, right, and it's right there in the text. This is not some hard drawn out thing. The real reason is because the new apostles, right, were followers of Jesus. And their belief was that they were saved through grace, that salvation came through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Salvation came through the blood of Christ and circumcision of the heart. This is what their core message was. Wasn't nobody going around teaching you had to on your foreskin or no more. That just wasn't the core teachings. Right there, when you look in the Bible, every time they have a council about this, it lets you know. So this isn't some drawn out thing. It was just the teachings started saying, hey, listen, circumcise the heart now. You see what I'm saying? Rashad Rand, they follow Moses, not Jesus. Well, Paul, Peter, Barnabas, James, they all follow Jesus. They ain't follow Moses. They all follow Jesus. They all believed in Jesus Christ. They all taught about the gospels of Jesus Christ. Hey, that's something you gotta take up with the Christians. That's something you gotta take up with the Christians right there. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Hey, that's a Christian thing right there. Let's get back into this video. But I'm just wanting to point out the asinine statements that they making, bro. Just ignorant. And all they gotta do is study. That's all they gotta do.
I'm talking about it was to tell a convert from
about converts, bro.
Because you made that up, Capone. That's not what it said.
There he go again. You made that up, Capone. Instead of just going to go see what it say for yourself. I mean, everybody can go get the Bible online and see what it say.
Because hold on, let me say this. OTK, let me say this. When David is calling the Philistines uncircumcised, it's because he know they didn't grow up in the ways of the laws of Moses. So that's a way to identify
because they're uncircumcised.
It's not that they looking at each other's penises, bro.
Right, exactly.
It means that they're heathen.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're heathen.
Oh yeah. Y'all already know I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect person. However, in any arguments that I've made on this panel, that I've challenged KINGJAY with so far, I haven't got into him on this subject yet. I'm getting to him soon though. But even with the points that I was making even earlier, I was spot on. Right? And that ain't me being braggadocious or me thinking I'm better than nobody else, but I study. Right? Would I say I'm an expert and better than anybody else? No. But I at least know the base level of things. You see what I'm saying? So when I do make an error though, I most definitely point that out and I try to stand corrected. Definitely if other people correct me, you know, I've know if you've been here a while, then you know when people in the comments, even people in the comments that correct me, I stand corrected and I give that initiative, I give that appreciation. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody perfect, you know what I'm saying? But making mistakes, right? Correctable mistakes, right? And then just being ignorant of a subject, those are two different things. You see what I'm saying? We all make mistakes, right? Like I said before, ain't nobody perfect. However, what's up? What's up? We got King Herc in the building with a DOG. What's up? What's up, OG? However, you know, I might slip up here and there on a date. I might slip up here and there on a name or two. You see what I'm saying? I might slip up here and there on a place, you know. But those are things that I'm not ashamed to be corrected about. You see what I'm saying? Because at least I got the proper context. When you don't know anything about a subject and you're just trying to make things up as you go along, that's just willful ignorance. And definitely when you are willfully ignorant and stuck inside of a box, which means nobody could even give you any information to update your ignorance. That's the kind of ignorant KINGJAY is. That's literally the kind of ignorant KINGJAY is. KINGJAY is not an ignorant student. He's not someone to say, oh, I don't know this. Thank you for that information. You know, I'm going to use that. You know, thank you. No, he's like, no, my way is right. No, bro, your way not right. No, my way is right. How are you going to tell me? Bro, probably because I've been studying this way longer and more astute. Like, that's how. And then when it's KINGJAY turn to show you how he know any of his information, there is none. It falls flat. Flat. And that's something. We got King Herc in the building. That's something that interests me about KINGJAY. Even when KINGJAY do have strong points, he make his strong points weak. Because he don't know how to present them. Because he himself don't know what he's talking about. KINGJAY question about what? What didn't I answer his question about? Pop it down there. I answer it. Pop it down there. What didn't I answer his question about?
So respectfully, brother Humble.
Go ahead.
So respectfully, Humble. When KINGJAY asks you that, he asks you a critical question. He asks you, why did they do that?
I just now explained that. I explained it in this video too, but I just now explained that.
Hold on, restate your point right quick.
Okay, so my point is the reason they did that is because the teachings of the time was quote unquote evangelical, for lack of better words, if I can use that. Right? These people that were preaching was preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ. When we talk about Paul, Peter, Barnabas, James, they all say the same thing. We are saved through the grace of Jesus Christ. So that means that they were circumcised by the heart. That's what that means. That's why they know, and because they held that practice, so did the Gentiles. And so now, if that's a common practice, we're not going to say, okay, well, we all clearly practice the way of Jesus. They clearly practice the way of Jesus. Why are we going to make them go back to practicing the way of Moses?
Okay, so I was being fair to the judgment. KINGJAY made errors. You made errors, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be frank and tell you where you made your error at. I don't know if you had your listening ears on, Humble, but you gotta remember when Paul had the discussion with Barnabas. What did they go to seek?
They went to the council.
Okay, who specifically did they ask to solve the problem?
They asked the Pharisees. They asked the high council.
Nope. Remember what you said. It was Christ's brother.
No, they didn't ask him about. No, time out. They didn't specifically ask him. They asked the council. And all three of them. Hold on one second, because when we read,
did Christ's brother sit on the council?
No, he gave a statement. He gave a testament.
Yo, humble.
He gave a testament.
Humble. I respectfully muted out to hear you out, and I knew you was gonna make the same mistake that you made yesterday. So
what mistake did I make?
I'm gonna clear it up.
Go ahead.
Oh. The issue that they were having was circumcision. Now
we know that. Yep.
Okay. I just got to reiterate for people that may have not heard it yesterday, and bring them up to speed. So the argument is circumcision. Now, Humble had a good point. Humble said, is it not a law? It's absolutely a law. But let me explain. The Israelites that were in a Israelite stronghold, meaning country, land, province, that was under Israelite watch, under Israelite law. So guess what? When you're dealing with circumcision, if you're in an Israelite province, country, land, where Israelites rule, guess what? When it comes to circumcision, you have no excuse. You have no excuse.
That wasn't the.
Hold on, I'm almost done, Humble. And I'll mute out and let you go. So this is what y'all gotta understand. In other provinces, such as where? Corinth, Rome, these other provinces, it was against the law of the land to even claim yourself as being a Jew, let alone practicing a custom of circumcision. So guess what? If you was in these other lands and you did things like circumcision, you know what the punishment was? Death. It was death. So guess what? Because my brother grew up in Rome and I'm in Judea, I got circumcised because I'm in Judea. Cool, that's easy. That's easy work. But because my brother is in slavery and persecution in Rome, and to get circumcised is to get put to death. When my brother if my brother knows who he is or find out who he is, once he comes back home, should I beat that brother up? Should I put that brother down? Hell no. Because guess what? I had it easy. I was in Judea. I had the ability to get circumcised. But the brother that was in Rome, Ephesus, these other lands, guess what they didn't have the ability to do? They couldn't get circumcised because guess what? They will put their family to death. So once my brother want to come back home, should I judge that? Hold on. Should I judge that brother? Because I was born in the land to where I had it easy, and this brother was born under slavery and persecution? Should I judge that brother? I'm almost done. Okay. So should I judge that brother? Should I be mean to my brother? Because the only choice he had to do is either not become circumcised or become circumcised and get put to death. So should I be mean on my brother once he wants to return back home? Hell no. So humble. This is what you have to understand. Humble, Humble. You did make good points. I did agree with you on some points, but on this specific point, you are absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'll mute out.
Okay. Now, the video I was showing was dealing with this contention right here. Acts 15:1. This right here is what everybody was dealing with. This is what KINGJAY yesterday was dealing with. And he was saying, right, with this right here, Acts 15, right, that Paul, and he started off saying, Paul, as I showed y'all, let me cam up when I say this. He started off saying Paul and James agreed with each other because he read the scripture like 3 times. And then he got into it with I can't remember my man's name right now, but Capone, it'll come back to me, but he got into it with him, and then he said, well, they disagreed because Capone was saying, well, look, that agree with us. No, it don't agree with us because Paul and James didn't agree with one another. So now here's the thing right here. We're going to read it one more time so everybody can have an understanding. This is not that hard. Let's read this. A certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren and said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. This is a certain manner of men. KINGJAY tried to read this and tried to say this was James. Do it say James right here, Omar? Do this say James? No, this don't say James. This say a certain men in which came down from Judea, taught the brethren, and said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. That's what this says. So this is the contention. Let's get into it. When therefore Paul and Barnabas, let's read that for the people who don't know in the back. When therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small discussion and had disputation with them, they determined that Paul and Barnabas and certain other of them should go up to Jerusalem. So what happened here, right? Paul and Barnabas had dispute in the session with the certain men that came down to Judea. And then after they found out that they had dispute, right? What happened? Paul and Barnabas decided to go. Not only Paul and Barnabas, but a certain other of them decided to go up to Jerusalem unto the who? The apostles and the elders about this question. Not James. They didn't say we're going to go talk to James. They said we're going to go talk unto the apostles and the elders about this question. So let's keep reading, right? And being brought on their way, by way of the church. They passed through Venice and Samaria, declaring the conversion of the Gentiles, and they caused great joy unto all of the brethren. And when they were come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church and of the apostles and elders, and they declared all the things that God had done with them. But there rose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees, which believed, saying that it was needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moses. Okay, so here they're there, Paul, Barnabas, and all of them, they go up to Jerusalem, and when they see Jerusalem, bam, what's happening here? Everybody meeting them, everybody telling them about their good times. Y'all know how we do our meet and greets, right? But then somebody, they brought it straight to the forefront. Hey, we need to circumcise them Gentiles, right? They need to be keeping the law of Moses. That's what somebody said. Now, mind you, it said the Pharisees. It didn't say Paul. It didn't say Barnabas. It didn't say James made this claim. It said a sect of the Pharisees made this claim, which believed, saying it was needful to circumcise them and to command them to keep the law of Moses, talking about the Gentiles. Watch this. Watch this. And the apostles and the elders came together for to consider of this matter. And when there had been much disputing, which means it was people in the, in the courtyard, getting disputing with, no, we think this, we think that, the same thing we do up here on these panels. Peter rose up, and Peter said unto them, men and brethren, ye know how that a good while ago God made choices among us, that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel. Now he's saying a while ago that God made a choice that I was going to be the one that speak the gospel unto the Gentiles and believe in God, which knoweth the heart. That's the key right there. The heart. Bear them witness, giving them Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us. So now he's making himself equated to the Gentiles, right? And put no difference between us and them. So now he's saying there is no difference. God did not put a difference between the Jews and the Gentiles. This is the teachings of the time. So Brother Omar asked me a question when he first came up here. He said, why did they not circumcise the Gentiles? We are reading why right here, what Paul is talking about. They did not, because that's not their teachings anymore. Their teachings now is there is no separation between Jew and Gentile, but it's by the purification of the heart. I'm not making this up, family. This is what the text is saying. Do I agree with it? No, I absolutely don't. But I'm not disingenuous enough to say this is not what this text said. Let's get into it, man. Let's continue. So now
hold on, Humble. I have to respond.
Go ahead.
I have to respond. So, since we're talking about sourcing up, because now I have access to my notes, so let's source up on this matter. You made a very critical error, Humble.
I ain't even finished the point yet, though.
It doesn't matter. You made a critical error, and I'm finna show you.
What's the error?
All I need is 4 minutes.
All right, really fast before you get that 4 minutes, can I at least give me a 5 second?
Yeah.
All right. So my whole point about doing all, it ain't gonna take me long. So my whole point about doing all this and even reading the scriptures is to show that this is the contention that we were talking about these random people from Judea coming down trying to establish the law of Moses. Paul, Peter, Barnabas, and James all stood up and said, hey, that's not the law that we're under anymore. you know, we don't have to be circumcised by the foreskin. We can be circumcised by the heart. That's what this passage is talking about. Peter, James, and Barnabas all agree, and Paul, they are all in agreement in this scriptures right here. That's case in point. I land my plane with that. If y'all don't believe me, y'all go read it for yourself. Go ahead, Omar.
Okay, so now because we have to show proof in the pudding, let's bring up
fast,
some
Omar, really fast, really fast, bro. I
yeah.
apologize. You're gonna get to it. Hold on. I just want to show something real quick.
You know what? I'll mute back out. Go ahead. I'll
okay,
wait.
It ain't gonna be long. I promise.
No sweat. You gotta.
Hey, y'all, listen. My wife is so creative, bro. Like when I tell y'all I love this woman, this is why I love this woman right here. I'm about to show y'all right now. Let me put myself on a big screen. Right. Let me show you how creative this woman is. Look at this. Look at this. This is why I love her. This is amazing, beautiful. Thank you. You're welcome. But I just had to show that off real quick. She always coming up surprising me doing projects like that. So I just had to give her a little recognition. Go ahead, brother Omar. Get into it.
Hey, brother Humble. I want to let you know sincerely, you are a good brother, man. I could tell you a family man, and guess what? You are a good brother, and I want to tell you I love you for that, brother. Just for doing what you did. Now I gotta kick your ass though. Respectfully.
Get into it, bro. Get into
now,
it.
Let's source up because this is gonna be very damaging. Let's go to somebody's in trouble. I just want to make sure what I'm showing is showing. Is it showing?
Let me look at it. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, bang. It's on the screen. I got you. Yep.
Okay. This is damaging.
I'm here.
Let's start at 1. And certain men which came down from Judea taught the brethren and said that except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. Let's push down to 2. When therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and disputation with them. So this validates the point. Paul was on the side of Barnabas. Let's move forward. They determined that Paul and Barnabas, certain of them should go where? Up to Jerusalem, unto the apostles and the elders about this question. 3. And bring them on there and where? What? By the church. They passed through Phoenice and Samaria, declaring the conversation of the Gentiles. And they caused a great joy unto all the brethren. Keyword, all the brethren. Let's drop down to 4 because this is crucial. And when they were come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church and of the apostles and the elders, and they declared all things that God had done with them. Let's push forward. 5. But there rose up certain of a sect of the Pharisees. I want y'all to hear this. Which believed, saying that it was needful to the circumstance that they were commanded them to keep the law of Moses. So now, let's go down to 6. And the apostles and elders came together for to consider of this matter. So this is a debate. They're basically having a debate. 7. And when there had been much disputing, what happened? Peter rose up and said unto them, Man and brethren, ye know how that a good thing while ago. God made choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. God made a choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. And God which knoweth the heart, hold on, God which may knoweth the heart. So this is basically saying, just because you ain't circumcised don't mean that you ain't doing your best and you can't return home. The Most High knows the hearts. Now,
that's the point. We agree with that.
Hold on. I'm almost done.
Mm-hmm.
This is not now. Let me land my plane. Because now this is actually finna hurt. This is finna hurt. Man, how do I pull this back up, man?
I got you, Brody.
I'm trying to share this one.
Go ahead, take your time. I got you. Hey, everybody in the comments.
Hold on.
Put one in the comments if y'all heard Omar read the same thing I just read.
No. Yo, humble. I agree with that. But what I'm finna show right now is finna show you something. So I gotta stop sharing that other one, man. Fuck.
Hey, while you get that together, Omar, I'm gonna run an ad. All right, Brody, it ain't gonna be long.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead and run the ad.
All right.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Discussions regarding new metaphysical worldviews often begin with an assumption of conflict, as if proposing a foundational logic for existence requires a rejection of modern physics. Quantum.
My bad, y'all. No, I thought that was like a book or something. Go ahead, brother Omar. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. Bangen,
No. Yeah. Oh no, I don't want this, man. God damn it. No. I want. Hold on. I think I got it. I got it now.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
Take your time, bro. You got
it. Yeah. So let's stop the other screen and let's share the new one.
All right.
You're in trouble, brother. Share this.
I'm excited. I want to see what you got.
Because there was people that was asking me to source up. Mm-hmm. Share that. Blow it up. Blow it up.
No, I don't think you can do that by yourself. Oh, wait, time out. Maybe I can. Hold on.
All right, I don't know how to blow it up.
Don't worry about it.
I'm kind of a dummy when it comes to this. I'm brand new. There you go. Thank you, humble. Let's read. Yes, throughout history, practicing Judaism, or being of Jewish descent was explicitly made illegal by different captivators, conquerors, and occupying regimes. While the severity of these laws varied, the following historical periods demonstrated how Jewish was criminalized, restricted, or punished. Brother Omar's a beast.
So, Brother Omar, real fast, brother.
Hold, humble. This conversation is over, brother.
Nah, because brother, now you have to align that.
Brother, I just aligned it.
You can't run, Omar.
No, I just
Omar.
No.
Hey, peace and blessing. Humble, thank you for letting me up. Peace and blessing to the panel.
We're gonna get to you, Sapphire. Hold on 1 second. Because we got Brother Omar trying to run out the back door over here. You can't run like that, Omar. You gotta connect this to Acts 15.
I just connected it, brother.
How? That's not why they
blow it up and read it again. No, humble. Blow it up and read it again. No, humble. I'm not gonna read it. I want you to read this.
What this have to do with Acts
Brother
15?
Humble, I want you to read this.
No, I heard you read it.
No. Okay, guess what? You ain't gotta blow it up. Just read it. I want you to read it.
I got you.
It
says, was being Jew ever against the law of different captives? It said, these are the result, was being Jews against the law of different captivities. It said, yes, throughout history, practicing Judaism or being of Jewish descent was explicitly made illegal by different captivities, conquerors, and occupying regimes. While the severity of these laws varied, the following historical period demonstrate how being Jewish was criminalized, restricted, or punished. Now, I read that. Here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Omar.
Humble.
My question to you after reading that. Hold on, Omar.
Humble. Let's move forward.
Hold on, Omar.
You can't move forward. That was that whole thing was asinine, bro.
What I'm asking you now is, can you now connect that with Acts 15, what we was just talking about?
So let's go back to Acts 15, man, because now.
No, he can't. Just real quick, because I ain't about to stay up here long. I just wanted to come up here and just say this to you, Brother Omar, and this is out of all due respect, because I know that you still really learning away, right? The fact is that in 1st century CE, in Judea, which is the surrounding countries or cities of Jerusalem, there was no such persecution for circumcision. The only time we hear the persecution of the circumcision is in the time of the Maccabees, which was 400 years earlier. So you mixing up the timeline, or I don't know. But the fact is that was no such thing in 1st century CE. Or late Second Temple period. So you keep trying to get up here and cake for KJ like he actually had a point, and he actually didn't. He didn't. Okay, he lost on all grounds. You know what I'm saying? You up here, trying to put on this as if the circumcision outside of Jerusalem, was frowned upon, or people were dying for. No, that was not the case. They was frowned upon, yeah, but to be persecuted, no. You still had a great point. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in this particular instance, this is why I wanted him to try to connect it back to Acts 15. Because in this particular instance, the very reason they did not keep the circumcision, the Gentiles speaking, did not keep the circumcision was because of the teachings of the people, of the apostles. We seen it, right? Of Paul, Peter, Barnabas, right? James. All of them talked about how they keep the
No.
Yes.
Share what I'm sharing again.
We sharing the same thing. This is that. This is
Nope. I'm sharing something better.
You sharing the same thing.
No, we not. Go back to where it says bam. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because this is what we gonna do. You know.
No, we most definitely slaughtered them yesterday on that panel. Sapphire, you did a great job.
I got it.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, Humble.
Share it.
I got you. It's a blank screen right there, Omar.
Share it.
Yeah, it's Shan.
You see it?
Yeah, we see it.
With the green on top?
Mm-hmm.
Blow that up so these niggas can see.
Everybody can see.
Now, Humble, I want you to start at 2. And guess what? If you want to, start at 2, Humble, and I want you to read all the way down to 17 and 16. Go ahead.
All right, I'm about to get ready to go. Hey, real quick, Omar, brother, you really have to do better when you try to make this argument, because the argument, what you're bringing forth is, no, it's just not it. The source is you giving us a source, showing us a source that says that the people of Judea and those who live out in the outer countries were dying or being burnt alive, hung for circumcising their newborn sons. No, you have to source up. Because you was referring to me when I said source up. That's what I was talking about. You can't.
King Jay asked y'all niggas a question.
Man, KINGJAY, no, bro, stop it, Omar. You're unlearned, Omar. I'm gonna tell you that. Out of all respect, you're definitely unlearned. All right, peace and blessings. I'm out of here.
All right. And that was the name too.
No, man. Listen.
But real fast, Omar, we did answer the question.
Humble.
Go ahead.
Humble. This is my point of the matter.
Uh-huh.
I'm not fucking siding with goddamn KINGJAY. All I'm saying is he asked a good question, and none of these niggas can answer it when I have the fucking answer right here.
But that's not the answer.
Calm down, man. The Knicks game is over, nigga. You don't got to be mad no more.
He said you don't got to be mad. But that's not the answer, though, Omar. Oh, snap.
I will.
My bad. But that was an accident, Omar. But that's not the answer, though, Omar.
I'll show decor. My bad, A1. My bad. Salaki A1, Salaki King, Salaki Humble, and Salaki to my other Israelite brother who came in here. I apologize. Go ahead, brother.
Good, Omar. But I was just saying, so the point of contention was, so just like oh man, what's his name? He came in and he dropped out. I forgot his name. But the point he was making and the point I was making was, we see your point. In the second millennium, it was against the law in some countries to be Jews. Okay, cool. We got that. But how does that point relate to Acts 15? When KINGJAY asked me that question, and you just asked me that question because you asked me just to expound on that question a little earlier, I gave you the answer. The answer is in the text. The reason why the Gentiles was not permitted to be circumcised is because the teachings at the time by Paul, Peter, Barnabas, by the closest people to Jesus during this time, their teachings was circumcision of the heart. They were saved by grace of Jesus Christ.
Put it back up on the screen because I want to be very thorough. Because the thing is, we're talking about King Jay's question. Put it back up on the screen.
Oh, I did. It's on the screen.
Read it, brother. Read it, brother.
Right, I just read it.
No, read it again.
It said, yes, throughout history, practicing Judaism or being Jewish descent was explicitly made illegal by different captivities or captive or conquerors and occupying regimes. While the severity of these laws vary, the following historical periods demonstrates how being Jewish was criminalized, restricted, and punished.
Hey, humble. Let's move forward, brother. Trust me. Let's move forward.
Hey,
brother.
listen.
You lost on this topic. On this specific topic, King Jay, listen, see, this is your problem. People think just because sometimes I side with brothers and sometimes I don't. Nigga, I have no respect to persons. I don't. And I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. And you know what? Some people say, Omar wish-washy. I'm not wish-washy. I have no respect to person. So guess what? If my Israelite brothers are wrong, them niggas is wrong.
But brother Omar, what you're failing to realize, hold on one second.
Read this again. No, King Jay, King Jay asked y'all a question. And you know what, humble? You did not answer correctly. So does this mean that brother Omar is on King
I went from not answering a question.
Hell no, I'm not on King Jay's side. But I gotta give credit when credit is due. Nobody could hold on. I ain't gonna say nobody because actually Kassad, hold on. First of all, if y'all was paying attention, because I was listening in before I even chatted. I was listening because that's what Omar do. I don't come. Sometimes depending on my mood, sometimes I do come in hot and ready like a Little Caesar's pizza. But sometimes sometimes I join the live and I just sit there for an hour or two and just fucking listen without chatting nothing. This was a time I chatted nothing. Kassad gave, hold on, Brother Kassad gave y'all niggas the, Kassad gave y'all the goddamn answer. But he was working. Y'all know how he do his thing, you know, being a medical tech. So his time is very precious, especially when he working. He got to save lives. So guess what? Sometimes Kassad may jump in and he may have to go. He get a call. He got to go do his thing. That's his job. But where Brother Omar comes in is I listen very detailed. And if y'all niggas was listening, Kassad gave y'all niggas the goddamn answer, man. But he had to be quick. So I don't know if y'all heard it. I specifically heard what Brother Kassad said. This validates my point. Read it again, humble. Read it one more time, humble.
I ain't reading that no more. I read it twice for you, bro.
Read it one more time.
But
read it one more. No,
I
please,
do want to say this though,
humble,
Omar, really fast, bro. I do want to say this.
Humble. Can I read
repetition, right, does not make a point correct. So it doesn't matter how many times you read it.
No, we're talking about integrity.
Hold on 1 second. I got you.
Salaki.
Because when we go to the text itself, right, I don't think that you would say really fast, Omar, let me ask you this. I don't think that you would say that this is more credible than the Bible itself, would you?
This validates the.
No. Answer that question,
brother. This validates the scripture.
The reason I'm asking you that question, right?
Pull the scripture back up.
And that's what we want to do. Hold on, I got you.
You really want to do
the reason I'm asking you that question, Omar, right?
Let me stop sharing.
It's because I got you. When we go to the scriptures, right? The scriptures make it very plain. Peter made it very plain why the Gentiles shouldn't practice circumcision. Not only did Peter make it plain, right? Hold on one second.
I'm not saying you was
Paul
wrong.
and Barnabas also made it plain. Not only that, hold on one second. Hold on one second, Omar.
Watch this.
I got you.
Hey, y'all,
Not
hey,
only
y'all,
that,
listen
but James himself, hold on, I'm right here. Let me get James real quick. But James himself also made it plain why the Gentiles should not practice circumcision. All of them said the same thing because they know. Hold on one second. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this, Omar. Because they know, they believe. Hold on. Let me highlight it. Let me highlight it for you. They believe and know God, which knoweth the heart.
Keep reading.
Which knoweth the heart. This is why they did not need to be circumcised.
Oh my God.
Not only, and this is crazy because not only one person said this.
Hold on, what you got highlighted? Explain where they saying that the Most High knows thy heart. What are they talking about? What are they talking about?
They're talking about the covenant of the. Oh gosh, hold on. Let me sit up here. Let me sit up here, Omar. Because this is terrible, Omar. This is terrible, bro.
Yo.
So listen.
This boy does not know skill.
It say God made a choice. Hold on, let me cam up when I say this. Hold on, Omar, I got you. It say, let me get this stuff off my face. All types of stuff off my face.
This is damaging.
But hold on, Omar, let me say this. So it say God made a choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the words of the gospel and believe. And God, which knoweth thy hearts, bear them to witness and give them the Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us. Right? Hold on. Let me continue this. Let me go down because this is what's important right here. Right? It say, and put no, it say, and even as he did us.
No.
Difference. Hold on one second.
Go back to mouth. Go back to
hold
mouth.
On one second, Omar. I'll let you speak without interrupting, bro. I'll let you speak without interrupting. I got you. So here's the importance right here, right? And put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Now, why didn't they need to be circumcised? Because they taught the doctrine of purifying their hearts by faith.
Man, you don't know what the hell.
As a result, hold on one second. As a result, putting no difference between them and the Gentiles. Now, therefore, listen, this is what Paul asked these people. Now, therefore, why tempt ye God to put a yoke around the neck of the disciples, which neither our father nor were we able to bear? We believe this is what they teach. Listen to what they teach. We believe that through the grace, and please, everybody that was on a panel, if you've been on a panel, if you've been in the comments, please put a 1 in the comments if you've heard me say this plenty of times before I even read this scripture right here. Listen, it's right here. It say, but we believe. Who's saying this? Who is saying this? I want to say who is saying this real fast. So it's a man and my brother. Who is saying this?
Hold on.
Peter. Hold on one second, Omar. I got you. I'm not going to be long, Omar. I promise you. Omar, I promise you, I'm not going to be long. Hold on one second. I got you. So this is Peter talking, y'all. This is Peter talking. This is not just anybody. This is Peter talking. Hold on one second, Omar. Hold on one second, Omar. I got you. Listen. I let you go. I didn't interrupt. Just let me get the floor. I got you. So now this is Peter talking. What do Peter teach, y'all? This is what Peter teach. But we believe that through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ shall we be saved, even as they. Whole time out. Is this not what I put a comment? Put a 1 in the comments if this is what I've been saying this whole time. This is the reason why they don't need to be circumcised. Because this is their teachings. I've been saying this, haven't I not? Now, where do we see any captives or people being scrutinized and vilified for being Jew in this scripture right here? Where do it say that at? It doesn't say anything
Nigga,
about that.
keep
The only
reading,
thing
nigga.
it says, hold on, I'm gonna land my plane right here, Omar, you got it. I'm gonna land my plane right here, Omar, you got it. The only thing it says right here is, but we believe, mind you, Peter is talking, but we believe that through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ shall we be saved, even they, right? That's why they wasn't circumcised. Go ahead, brother Omar. I'm fighting against that scripture right there. Go ahead and fight against that scripture.
Yo, this is absolutely insane.
You better put your big boy pants on, Omar.
This is absolutely insane. Scroll back up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll break it down. Go ahead, scroll back up. Because I'm not gonna pull what I got up.
Zoom out, because if I zoom out, then
you pull it back up, and you know what? And I respect it because you know what? You did pull KJV, so I do respect it. Let's go back up. No, let's start to where you had it highlighted.
Where highlighted? Where right here? Because hold on, I got
guess
you.
what? Shalom to the brother Yermi. I understand, brother, but guess what? And this is coming from the heart, because I know you an Israelite brother, and I know we have some differences, and this is a point to where we do have some differences. So now you gotta get learned. You are unlearned, and you gonna learn today. Scroll back up, blow it up, so I can see. I can't see that.
Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, my vision is a little bit bad, brother.
Oh, let me see. Oh, there it is.
There we go. That's good. So, right. So go start off to where you had it highlighted at first.
Where I had it highlighted at first. Dang, I can't. Oh, right here is where.
There you go. So Yermi, Salakia, brother, Khan Adawan Khan, I love you, but now you gotta get taught. So now, Yermi, you gotta get adjusted. And this is all with love, because guess what? When I hop back on the panel tomorrow, you are gonna agree with me on a lot of things. And brother Omar is gonna agree with you on a lot of things too, Yermi. But guess what? The very few things that we disagree with, this is your time to get taught. What does this say? But we believe that though the grace of Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be saved, even as thee. What is grace? What is grace? What is grace? What is grace, Yermi? You know what grace is? Grace, hold on. This is what I'm going to do. Like I said the other day, I'm going to use my own self as an example. You know what grace is, Yermi? I have to work on a effing Sabbath. Do you think I'm happy to do that? That I have to break Sabbath? But are we in Israel? But still, do I still not have to keep the law? The laws that I can keep? Yes. Now, because I have to work Friday, Saturday, guess what? That hurts my soul that I can't be here with my wife and with my family to celebrate the effing Sabbath. And that hurts. But hold on, let's read again. But we believe that though grace, Yermi, remember this, grace, one more time, grace, read again, of the Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be saved even as they. Let's keep reading. This is crucial. Then all the multitude kept silence, and grave audience is Barnabas and Paul. Because this is what KINGJAY was talking about. Barnabas and Paul declaring what miracles and wonders God have wrought among the Gentiles unto them. Scroll down a little bit for me, Humble. Thank you. 13. And after they had held their peace, James answered, saying, Men and brethren, hearken. That means listen. Hearken. It means listen. Let's move forward. Unto me. Listen unto me. 14. Simeon hath declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles. Who are the Gentiles? These ain't white people. They ain't nothing. And I'm sure Yermi agrees with me that these Gentiles that they're talking about, they're the scattered sheep of the house of Israel. Let's move forward. Simeon hath declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. 15. And to this agree the words of the prophets, as it is written. You know what the prophet said? Hold on. No. Scroll back up a little bit, Humble. Don't leave that scripture. Don't leave 15. Do not leave 15. This is damaging, Yermi.
And this is what the prophet said right here.
Hold on. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull up what the prophet said too.
No, this is what
no.
You can't use interpolation, Omar.
This is how we answer this question.
You can't use the interpolations. You got to read the scriptures.
What did the prophet say?
They tell after this I will return.
No.
And we will build again the tower. That's what the prophet said.
Don't Humble. You don't know, respectfully.
Omar. Hold on.
Probably knows.
You can't get away with that, Omar.
No. This is
you're not about to sit here and go to a whole nother book. This right here is telling you what the prophet said.
If you want to listen, if you want to keep reading, it's gonna get worse. Go ahead, Humble. Keep reading down. Keep reading down.
Omar, we already said they already all
agreed, Omar. Get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Omar.
Keep reading. Keep reading.
Omar, we already you didn't read it like 30,000 times today. KINGJAY didn't read it 4 times yesterday. If y'all still don't understand that the whole point of them, the Gentiles, not keeping the circumcision law is because the teachings of the time was that they were saved by grace through Jesus Christ.
Hold on real quick, Humble. Yermi, you already know, man, you're a good brother at heart. And I do rock with you, and I love you as being my Israelite brother. But I must retort, you are unlearned on certain scriptures too, brother. And this is a scripture to where if you're not agreeing with me, you're wrong.
What?
Respectfully.
Hey, listen, time out.
Respectfully.
We can't see. This is what Shadow be doing, bro. This is why I be
talking. Hold on. It is talking about circumcision, but you got to read through the scriptures.
But they're agreeing. This incident, they're agreeing the reason why the Gentiles don't have to keep circumcision is because they are saved by grace. They believe everybody is saved by grace through Jesus Christ.
Humble. I agree with that. But why is that? Why is it?
Because as it's said in
no. Pull now I gotta pull it back up. This is why.
No,
Humble. I'm not saying that they not saved by the blood of Christ. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is why do they have to be saved by the blood of Christ? That's my question. That's the same question KINGJAY asked y'all. Y'all niggas didn't want to answer.
No, KINGJAY asked us, why don't hold on one second, Omar. King Jay's question, I played the video. King Jay's question to us was, why did the Gentiles, hold on one second,
show my screen, because this
hold
is,
on, I got you.
This is why.
No, hold on one second, Omar.
Nigga. No,
hold on one second. King Jay's question to us was, why did the Gentiles not have to be circumcised? I answered that very plainly. Because of the doctrine of the time, they believed that they were saved by grace of Jesus Christ.
Hold on. I agree with that. But why? Hold on. This is the bigger question. Why did the Gentiles have to be saved by the blood of Christ? Why? Pull my screen up.
Everybody was saved by the blood of Jesus Christ.
No, show it. This is why the Gentiles had to be saved by the blood of Christ. No, pull it back up one more time, and I want you to read it.
I'm not reading it, Omar. You gotta read it, Omar. You gotta read it. But Omar, what does this have to do with the scriptures?
Please, brother, show it.
What does this have to do with the scriptures?
Oh my God, y'all, you know what?
How do you
take
what's already in the scriptures and add to it?
Humble. State your point again. Just state it.
My point is the reason, and this is the King Jay's point. The reason the Gentiles did not have to practice circumcision is because the teachings of that time through Paul, Barnabas, who else stood up? Peter and James and the council of the church, all of them taught that they were saved by the grace of Jesus.
Okay, Christ. Stop. Okay, hold on, Humble. Stop. Why did Christ have to teach that they were saved by the blood of him?
Because he was the
he taught
that he was the only begotten son.
Read this on the screen.
No, that ain't got nothing to do with Jesus' message. That ain't got nothing to do with Jesus' message.
It has everything to do with Christ.
What?
This is why Christ had to. This is why Christ had to. Man, read this, Humble. Respectfully.
Omar. What did Jesus' story got to do with this?
Brother, read it.
What did Jesus' story got to do with
read
this?
it. You don't want to read it? I'll read it.
Go ahead.
Yes, throughout history, practicing Judaism or being Jewish descent was explicitly made illegal by different captivators, conquerors, and occupying regimes. While the severity of these laws varied, the following historical periods demonstrated how being Jewish was criminalized, restricted, or punished. So I'm going to ask you this question again. Why did Christ say that Gentiles, aka his Israelite brothers that are Hellenized, why did Christ have to do that?
Because he was the only begotten son.
Listen, I'm gonna read it.
No. We can't get away from John 3:16.
Throughout history.
No, we can't get away from John 3:16.
Judaism and being of a Jewish skin. Yo.
What do John 3:16 say? For God so loved the world that he did what? Gave his only begotten son. That whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting what? Life.
No, drop down. Drop down. No, Humble. Drop down. I'm so happy you read that scripture. I'm finna unalive you. Read down. Ye men of Israel, hear these words. You're fucked up. You're jammed up again, Humble.
What does that have to?
No. Drop down and read. Keep dropping down because you wanted to go to John.
That was off the dome. I didn't even have to pull nothing up for that. That's off the dome.
Humble. Drop down and read it.
Whosoever believeth in him shall have everlasting life.
Keep reading.
See,
Keep
man,
reading.
listen. He said, hey, why the Gentiles? Why the Gentiles?
You don't want to say it. You don't
why
want
the Gentiles
got
gotta believe by the faith? Because that's what Jesus said.
No,
that's
no,
what
no,
God
nigga.
said you gotta do.
Reading.
God said you gotta believe in my son Jesus Christ.
Reading. Ye,
that's what God said. God said you gotta believe in his son Jesus Christ.
Listen, this is the context of the conversation. Ye men of Israel, hear these words. You just put yourself put yourself in an alley that you can't walk out of now.
Somebody was hearing them words.
Keep talking.
I don't know if it was Israel.
Keep talking, humble. I'm gonna walk you down the alley, and guess what? You ain't gonna be able to. It's gonna be no point of return. Keep talking. Keep talking, brother. Keep talking.
Acts 15.
Keep talking.
Ain't talking nothing about none of that.
You fucked up again. Keep reading. My bad. Go ahead. You.
No, we having fun, bro. We having fun. Go ahead, Omar. You good?
Do not. Oh my God, brother. Humble. Humble. Respectfully, brother. I love you, but certain things that you're asking and you don't understand scripture. So what you're doing, you're isolating. And the thing is, you gotta go to the context. Yo, humble, man. Hey, brother. Keep going so I can keep correcting you.
Hey, listen, all I'm saying is, hey, PSA for everybody out there. PSA for everybody.
I ain't joining your
brother.
class.
Humble Mystik is not a biblical believer. I just know this better than
and you're not a biblical expert.
I was one before. I admit, if I was still on that team, they would have had a strong one. But they lost me.
Humble, you are not a biblical expert. And you know what? Hey. This is with love. This is with love, brother. I want to tell you something. You have absolutely zero knowledge of biblical scripture.
What?
Zero.
Wasn't we just reading scripture?
And I'm being generous.
And I broke it down. Hold on, let's ask the family in the comments. God. Hey, family in the comments. How did I do breaking down Acts 15? How y'all think I did out there breaking down Acts 15? I think I did pretty dang on good for myself.
Nope.
Same verse 127 times.
I'm looking at the chat. Humble tried to read John 3:16. When I asked Humble, when I asked Humble to keep reading down, you know why Humble didn't want
I didn't have the scripture up.
Nigga, guess what? Pull it up, nigga. Pull it up and read it. Pull it up and read it. Because we're going to read down. And guess what it's going to say? The context of that conversation is ye men of Israel. Pull it up. I dare you.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. John 3:16, right? John 3:16. Hold on.
Respectfully, humble. I'm only adding commentary.
Hey man, listen. This is fun. Hold on. Time out. PSA, real fast. Hey, my brother Omar up here, man. This is fun. This is all out of good fun and love. My brother Omar.
Yeah, I'm not mad.
We over here having fun, having a good time, man.
Thank you.
This is what I love right here.
Thank you. Just because I use my voice and I do things, this don't mean that I'm like I'm trying to SHIT on my brother Humble. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep it interesting because guess what? As long as I keep it interesting, y'all gonna keep typing up in the chat. And that's what I want to do. And I want to do that because because here's the thing here. If y'all brothers go to sleep, we don't have a chat. If y'all get bored, we don't have a chat. So all brother Omar is trying to do to keep it interesting. Now it's back to my ferocious voice. Come on, Humble, let's get it. Let's get it, brother.
Oh, snaps, hold on. And make no mistake about it. I know we say this a couple times. Oh, I said 3:15. I know we say this often, But you know, sometimes we got new people in the comments. We got new people that come through, and we might have to say it, you know, 200,000 more times. You know what I'm saying? My brother Omar understand what type of arena he in when he up here with me. You see what I'm saying? He know he can't come with nothing soft or anything like that. He know how he gotta come when he up here. So that's why we be having to, you know, just keep people with the updates. Like, no, we ain't angry at each other. That's how, brother. That's how we get it in.
Hold on. Hold on. I want y'all to know this. Once me and Humble is done talking, once we say, okay, he gonna shut down the stage, y'all gonna hear what Brother Omar is gonna say. And Humble already know it, because Humble know I got absolute love for my brother.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Let's get into, I think, John 3:16. Here it is right here. Bang. Let's see. Read John. This is crazy, man. They got AI with everything. You could just beep beep, search this up, and just take you right here.
Yeah, Humble. Humble. Thank you for pulling KJV2. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. I know that's what y'all deal with. Yeah.
Go ahead, read it.
But it said that, hold on. 3, Jesus answered to him, verily, verily, I say to you. Hold on, 3, I said 16. Oh, this is just 3. I gotta scroll down to 16. Okay, bang. 3:16. It say, for God so loved the world. Captain Cesario, I like to say this mean Israel for the world. But it say world right here, that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever shall believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. For God sent not his son unto the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him may be saved. Isn't this what Peter was talking about in Acts? We was just
no, nigga, Humble. Keep reading. Keep reading.
So then it say,
keep reading down, because it's gonna get dangerous.
So then it say, he that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. I told y'all, this is what they gotta do. They gotta believe on the begotten Son of God.
Keep reading, Humble.
And this is what it say, and this is the condemnation, that the light is coming to the world, and men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds are evil. For everyone that doth evil hath the light, neither come to the light, lest he deeds shall be reproven. But he that doth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that they are right in God.
My bad, Humble. Go up.
Oh, you good.
Go up.
After these things, go ahead.
Go up. Watch this, y'all. Because now we see, the thing is, we got to understand first of all, we got to understand who's talking and who is he talking to. So go up. Watch this. Go up more. Go up.
So he's talking to Nicodemus.
No, go to where it says Nicodemus.
So he's talking to Nicodemus.
Who is Nicodemus talking to?
He's talking to Jesus.
And guess what? Are these not two Jews having a conversation?
What that got to do with what they talking about? How you be trying to talk about? Yo, this man Capone be trying to.
Hey, this is dangerous.
Capone is terrible. I mean, not Capone. I apologize. My brother Omar is terrible.
Nicodemus.
My brother.
Yeah, that's Omar, not Capone. You silly.
Read that Nicodemus. This is spooky time.
Hold on, real quick, y'all.
Go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah, we have the new tournament coming up, man. I'm just telling everybody, sign up now. Is it on the screen?
Yep.
I can't see it. My computer must be free. Is it still up or not?
Yeah, we see it loud. We see it clear.
Oh yeah, okay. $1,000 grand prize, $50 each round you win on the way to the finals. There you go. I can see it now. yeah, make sure you sign up, email me or DM me if you want to be a part of this. Your presentations must be on point. This isn't just showing up and arguing. For the people who aren't familiar, if you aren't familiar, go back and familiarize yourself with Tournament 1.0. This is the update 1.1. You know, we worked out all the kinks with the 1.0 and we getting it together. You know, we tightening it up too. So be on the lookout for this. We starting next month. I'm sure we already have like half of the bracket full. So hurry up, the rest of the people. You know, if you want to get in here and get some of this money. If not, you will be in the stands watching like a fan. So I'll holler at y'all. Back to you two, gentlemen.
Most
definitely.
In A1, I will be watching like a fan because, like I said, I like the.
Hey, listen, and humble in this one. So y'all know y'all better.
Yeah, you in this one.
All them.
We got humble in this one so far.
Hey, listen.
We got about like 6 people already re-signed up. So not re-signed up. You ain't even did a tournament. So we got you. I know Quantum in this one.
So A1, but
I'm gonna keep the rest of the surprise right now.
Hold on. So A1, besides humble, who else is in the up in the lineup for these debates?
I just said I'm gonna keep it a surprise until the end. You never know who might come out for this $1,000 now. $1,000.
Is Kassad in there?
Is
Kassad up in there?
I just made the flyer. I haven't talked to him. So.
Is my brother Oli up in there?
Oli's up in there for sure. All the rookies of the year are up in there. So yeah, we got God Justice. He's in there.
Well, I don't know who the hell that nigga is. Listen. If Kassad, if Oli, and if Brother Humble's in there, that's gonna be hard to judge. That will be hard to judge. You know what I'm saying? Just to give.
They definitely in there, so people not gonna be able to keep running from them. Yeah. Y'all ain't gonna be able to keep running from Humble if you're in the tournament now.
You know what?
Yeah.
Ain't no running.
Yo, A1. Is this set or is it room for another person to hop in?
No, we got it's room for like 8 more people. And then I might extend the bracket if depending on who the people
You know what? Bro,
so, yeah.
Listen, brother Omar is finna state something right now. I've had conversations, I've had dialogues, and guess what? I don't care if I lose or win or not. I would love to be a part of these debates too. So you can solidify my name up on the panel. And guess what? This would be my first time actually having a structured debate. Structured. And you know what? I don't care.
And you got to put presentations together. You've seen the debates, right?
Brother, I already know how they work.
Okay, I'm just making sure you know. All right, let's go then. You on there. Yeah. You signed up.
Yeah, Omar. Yeah, I see you, Omar. Get up out there.
Hey, I gotta jump off the porch. I gotta jump off the porch, man. I gotta jump off the porch at some point. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, leave it to me. You should have been in the last tournament, bro. I would have loved to see you in the last tournament.
Omar the bully in the building.
No.
Yeah, I got to talk to Chasad and a few others to see if they want to get in. Like I say,
Chasad is Kassad.
You know,
Kassad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really not. I wasn't really running to talk to nobody. I'm really putting the flyer out, and whoever want to get in it could come talk to me. That's how I usually do it. You know, a picture of me chasing 16 people.
But this is my thing. This is my thing. And I'm gonna be honest. I hope that I lose before I have to go against my brother Kassad. I hope I lose.
Oh, you gonna fall on your sword? That's crazy, man.
I hope I do, man, because Kassad has always been a good brother to me, man, and I got to show my brother love. And you know what?
What that got to do with this $1,000 grand prize, though?
Listen. I'm not saying if it came down, if it did. And listen, let's use a hypothetical scenario, which I know it's not. I probably will lose on the first round because this is going to be a learning. This is going to be a learning situation for me. I've never formally debated, so I probably listen. Even if I kick somebody's ass, because somebody is better spoken, may bring out information better, and have more as far as slides or the presentation. I would probably say I'm going to be at a disadvantage coming in, but I hope one of my Israelite brothers come out, and I'm always root for my brother Kassad. You know what I'm saying? Because he's always been a good brother to me, and I got love and respect for that brother. But let's just use a hypothetical situation. Let's say if I just happen to move up in the ranks and win, which I know that's not going to happen. Somebody going to kick my ass because I'm going to take this as a learning situation because I'm not structured. This would be my first time. But I'm a goddamn put my all up into it, though. I must say that, though. But I'm a always root for my brother Kassad.
We pulled the winner for
he's been a good brother to me, man. Shalom to that brother.
We have the result show.
Kassad is a good brother. Kassad is a good brother.
We have a result show for tournament 1.0 on the 21st. The winner of that tournament receives $500. As you see, we're up in the ante for this one. Yeah, I'm glad you're hopping in, Omar. It's gonna be a lot of people mad. Like, he's a pseudo. You got pseudos in your tournament.
Put my name.
Like, bro.
Hey,
if he's
man,
pseudo, then get in here and get that easy money. If you think he's pseudo, come get the easy money in. Stop complaining.
Yeah, I don't care what nobody think about, all of that. Even you, brother Omar. Hey, man, I promise you by the end of this tournament, bro, that mentality is gonna shift, bro. A lot of times I think you harder on yourself than you need to be, bro. You got amazing energy. Your reading comprehension is there. You know what I'm saying? As long as you are well studied on your grounds of, your worldview of which you come from, which is Hebrew Israelite, you know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, you're going to be a tough opponent for anybody. You know what I'm saying? And even what I think this tournament is going to do is give you more experience and more grounding on how to now frame your narratives as you get into these intellectual arenas. You see what I'm saying? So I can't wait, bro. I really can't wait. I'm looking forward to the energy.
You know what, brother Humble? You are overly kind to your brother Omar, and I love it, and I want to thank you for those kind words, brother. That's love, brother. You a good brother, and that's why I love you, man.
Oh, most definitely. And don't forget, bro. Listen, I sit around y'all every day, damn near, right? If not every day, every other day. Sometimes I sit around y'all for 14 hours out of a day. You see what I'm saying? So I know what most of y'all are capable of. Definitely, like when I sit around y'all. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I give Brother Omar the flowers that I give him. You see what I'm saying? I sit around the brother all day long. I'd have seen him chop heads off. I'd have seen his head get chopped off. I'd have seen him get knocked down and get up and started fighting. This is the mentality that you need in a war of words. You see what I'm saying? And the only thing that one can do, whether you consider yourself a researcher, a scholar, or whatever you consider yourself, definitely when you're in the realm of debate, is keep getting better, right? Keep researching, keep strengthening your information, keep piling on to, you see what I'm saying, your frameworks and things of that nature. In that regard, I really don't care about what another man do, make them biased, make them unbiased, get them closest truth, get them closer to supernatural, whatever your framework is, get it down to a solid pack to where as though when people are listening, it makes sense to them. People don't want to be up here listening to jibber jabber and this and that. No, people want to listen to sensible ideas. You see what I'm saying? Whether it have to do with the creation of the universe or whether it have to do with how to live properly day to day. If it makes sense to people, people want to hear it. You see what I'm saying? So that's all it be about for me. And that's that's for myself as well. Right? That's why every time I come, I try to come with new content. I try to come with new videos. I try to come, with just fresh ideas, just so we don't get stuck on, a lot of time, a lot of our conversations be about religion. Right. And that's why I try to bring, and that's why I appreciate Quantum so much, because Quantum also bring a huge new perspective to this space, this realm, when we're dealing with life and science and things of that nature and metaphysics and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we need. We need to broaden the conversations, but we need people who know about these subjects. People can't just be up here KINGJAYing it. That ain't gonna cut it. At least know about the, like I always tell people, right? Would I consider myself a specialist in the comedic knowledge and information? Absolutely not. But I know enough about it to either I can teach someone about it or I can have a very in-depth dialogue about it. I know that much. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, brother Omar. I see you trying to get in there. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so I appreciate those words, and you know what, brother Humble, you're absolutely right.
Oh, okay, yeah, most definitely, man, most definitely.
So I just want to say the reason why I keep coming back is because I don't come here thinking like, yo, you can even act. My rib, even though my rib asked me, she said, why you keep going back there? And I told her, and I'm gonna tell y'all the reason why I keep coming back, because I think the brothers that I'm dialoguing with and I'm having a conversation with are educated brothers. And guess what? I can't sit around having conversations with people that I don't respect, even if I disagree with you. I keep coming back to this platform because these are brothers with different ideas in mind, and I have to sharpen my sword. And the only way you can sharpen your sword and brush up on your information and your skills is to deal with brothers like y'all, all of y'all. So that's why I give love and respect to y'all.
And most definitely, and that plays a crucial role for when we get off of here. Man, brother Quantum was speaking earlier, and I flashed in some things, some of my work on the back end, and just to let him know, just to show him some things, just to say, yo, bro, I be working. Like when it comes to this intellect, when it come to researching, when it come to knowing this stuff, bro, I work on the back end, bro. Look at this, showing them papers and articles and things of that nature. He's like, yeah, I got this too. Like, we really put work. If you get off of here and you don't accumulate any knowledge that you can either go research or just something that holds you over, that now that you didn't before, you're not only one doing a disservice to yourself, but you're in the wrong place. Because that's what this place is about expanding your awareness of not only what's going on, but what information is out here. You see what I'm saying? And so I always, every time I get off, you see what I'm saying? I'm always looking up something, like just like Brother Omar said about his wife, my wife too. Listen, my wife, every time my wife be like, you got the laptop again, I can't find the other two. Which, man, listen, look, you on this laptop, you on that laptop, you on this phone. My wife is always on me about me doing some type of research. You see, that's all I do when I'm, not live. I do research. So it's like, we gotta make this stuff valid. We just can't keep coming up here talking out the side of our necks, because who's gonna take us serious? Keep doing that? Nobody. That's why I push that. That's why I push so hard for my, for my brothers like Omar and even the KINGJAYs. You know what I'm saying? Do I got any personal vendetta against KINGJAY? No. But his decorum most definitely needs to get better. Most definitely. If he's going to talk about the things that he talks about, he most definitely needs to be a little more educated. At least he needs to learn the surface level of these things for him to be able to come out and make these claims. And he needs to have the evidence to back that up. You just can't be out here saying, could y'all imagine if I was just out here saying stuff? Like, that's crazy. So, like, you know, if we're gonna give our people great content, great information, we need to give them substance with it as well. So we just can't be giving them cliffhangers and things of that nature. If we're going to be educating our people out here, we're going to be giving them information that they can go back and research for themselves. We got to make sure it's accurate. We got to be on top of our game, and we got to be getting better every day. You see what I'm saying? Every day. You see what I'm saying? So, what's up, brother Omar? Welcome back. Welcome back.
No, I just dropped off, but I want to show something, y'all. I want to show y'all. I want to hold on, man.
Go ahead, you are good. Hey, brother A1, are you there? A1?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, all right. I'm about to hop off for a second, Brody.
Go ahead,
I'll
I'll keep
be
it going.
back later if y'all still on. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hey, man, keep it rocking. We appreciate y'all
No,
engagement.
hey, humble. Hey, humble.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, humble.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Omar.
I don't know why I'm getting a reverb like that, because I'm
Well, it's probably me. Let me mute up.
okay. Hey, humble.
Go ahead, Omar. I'm here.
All right. There we go. So humble. I want to show, and this has nothing to do with anything. I just want your
you breaking up really bad, Brody.
On this, I just want to show this right quick, and I want your interpretation of it.
Hey, man, Smash. We waiting for you, Smash. We waiting for you. I know I am. I see you in those comments, bro. I can't wait till you get up here so we can have some great dialogues.
We call the medunetter, or the unter, is that since vowels weren't used that frequently in the language, that just like in any language, you'd have a dialect. There are people who may have pronounced it with different letters, different vowels. So you'll see that there are different pronunciations. But for the purpose of this show, when we refer to God, we are using the term unter. So the unter is the divine creative force. That's the force that rules all things. And
it's like breaking up.
We talk about all things.
It's breaking up, Omar.
Everything, and that includes humans, that includes animals, that includes plants, that includes all things.
Y'all hear
and
that?
one
Yeah,
can
I can
be
hear
a
it now.
divine force. What you also need to realize is that when we talk about unter, that force is both female and male. So the divine force in itself, in the spelling of the word, the T being the feminine principle and the R being the masculine principle, we are discussing our creator as both masculine and feminine.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account.
I got y'all.
To call blessing in balance. And you'll note that if you are familiar with ancient Kemetic spirituality, the Kemites actually described their spiritual factors as always needing to either be in balance or return to and this
Here, let me get it up over here. Let me get it up over here. Omar, yeah.
great form, this wonderful goddess.
It's also in my name.
And it's in her name as well. I knew she was going to mention that, by the way. As we look at Ma'at, this woman that wears this feather, a feather.
Young Jabario Saze.
She wears this feather on her head, and it's a reminder.
Why I got
that in the end,
for some reason I got two of them
soul,
pulled up and they're talking over each other.
Your acts must be waiting.
We only hear one of them.
Something going on, yeah.
Yeah. All right. I got you. I'm gonna play this one. Pop this one up there.
Ma'at is also known for seven principles: truth, justice, balance,
I think this is what you've already gonna say.
This is what you've already harmony, and righteousness. And you may actually think that she's quite familiar.
You know what?
Particularly all of you.
I'm very familiar with this video, by the way, Brother Omar.
Who
I got two videos playing. I'm gonna pause it and show
you. Yeah. Hold on, let me, cause I could pull this up real fast. But I'm very familiar with this video. Was there a question you wanted to ask about it?
No. Is that you, Humble?
Yes. What part true?
Hold on, man. Let me stop this. I thought I stopped the freaking video, man. I'm trying to stop showing it.
Realizes someone who's becoming initiated into.
See, look, I told you.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready.
Look, I already got it played. Look, I'm very familiar with this. But I'm gonna finish where we left off at.
One thing you'll find about the Kemetic legacy is that there are symbols everywhere. And what you'll realize is someone who's becoming initiated into the Kemetic faith will see things in ways that they've never seen them before. You'll realize that these symbols were always there, but they have new meaning to them. One great example would be the symbol of the Ankh, which my mate carries with him all the time. This is a meditation Ankh, and it represents the symbol for life. Now, why do we say that it represents the symbol of life? Most people who look at this would just say, well, it looks like a cross or similar to a cross. And yes, that's true. That's something, it could be considered to be one of the earliest crosses that existed. Now, in this particular symbol, we have the top piece, which is kind of rounded and looks like a womb, or what we say would be the womb or the feminine principle.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom part, or what we would consider to be the shaft, would be the masculine principle.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have the offspring coming from the sides. So what does that mean?
Now,
this is
I
the
ultimate
symbol for regeneration.
Because I believe that Omar wanted me to watch this to ask like my breakdown, or did I agree, and things of that nature. I absolutely agree with what she's saying, even about this right? And note that the Cometian people were very naturalistic people. So a lot of their symbols were based off of realism, so to speak, right? Naturalism, so to speak. So when she's breaking down the Ankh and she's talking about the female version and the male version and the offspring, right? That's because the Ankh is a symbol of life. You see what I'm saying? They literally had a symbol of life, right? We don't have one of those in America. We don't have a symbol of life in America. So but I'm pretty sure if we did, actually, we do have a symbol for family in America, right? And it's the representation of the man, the woman, and the child, right? So that's just what they did, representing forces.
Rebirth for life, for offspring, and for generation. So it's important to realize that when you look at it from the eyes of someone who may not have seen an Ankh before, you may see one thing, but once you start understanding the Kemetic legacy, you'll see that it's much deeper. I know when we go on the different tours held by Tony Browder in DC, you'll realize that when you're looking at the city, it looks like any other city to you. But when you actually look at the different symbols that are facing you, many of the people would say, well, the Masons created a lot of that. But where did the Masons get that information? It's actually African spirituality and ancient African symbols that you're looking at. And it may not mean much to you right now, but through the different episodes that we have on our show, we'll actually start explaining to you what those symbols actually mean and why those particular symbols were used in creating the city of DC. So you'll see that
really fast. And this is where we need to get back to for all the newcomers, myself. This is where we need to get back to. When we get on, we have to realize, like, watching stuff like this, they didn't have the YouTube that we have today. This would have probably been so easy for them to do today, right? But back then they had to actually invest money at studios and do things like this. But we need to get back to actually bringing this information, whatever, like, again, whether you bang with the Bible, whatever you are, get back to actually teaching your information.
Humble. This is what I did want to say. My bad, because
you good.
My laptop was tripping. I didn't know what the hell was going on, so I had to jump off the laptop and just come in through my phone. So I want people to know this. I would never want nobody to disrespect my wife or my queen. So I want people to know that I didn't ask Humble and I didn't pull up nothing to try to, shit on Jabari or disrespect, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His queen. The only reason why I pulled this up and I asked Humble to pull it up, if y'all listen directly, what they're doing, they chant, they give offerings, they pray, and they talk to. So here's my thing. Is the netters literal or not? Is Jabari chanting, praying, giving offerings, doing rituals? Is he doing it to an idea? Is he doing it to a principle? Or is he doing it to something that he holds more dear than a principle, an idea? And the answer is yes. They are they are looking at this, and this is the thing here. Hold on.
Well, number one,
hold on. Give me a quick sec. Come on, I'm almost done. I'm not saying, because I've been studying, and I know it absolutely has to do something with principle. I know that. I'm not dumb. It has something to do with principles, scientific things. But the thing is, once you pray, chant, give a offering, and you have a daily ritual, it goes beyond principle, it goes beyond science. And the reason why they're doing it is because they're looking at the offerings, chants, shrines, prayers, they're actually giving it to a specific deity that they believe is a person. Now, will Jabari say that? No, he won't. I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to slander nobody, but I want y'all to listen carefully to what they're saying in these videos. So the thing is, they're saying what they're saying.
So really fast,
it's all across the board.
All right, so really
deities. Hold on. I'm gonna land 10 seconds. Deities, prayers, rituals, sacrifices, chants, and prayers. So I just want y'all to use y'all brain and critical thinking to say, is it a concept? Or can it be a concept and an actual person?
It's a way of life.
Go ahead.
Okay, so number one, I want you to remember, Brother Omar, that the Kemetic tradition is a very old tradition. It's a very antiquated tradition. So the practices in the Kemetic tradition predate what we classify today as religion. So when you see some things that are mimicking today's religion, it's easy to fit it in with that, because this is where modern day religion gets it from. I want you to be aware of that. For all of the religions, the Hebrews, the Christians, all of y'all, when y'all are throwing stones at the Kemetic people for praying and, doing their rituals, doing what they do, this is where y'all got it from. It wouldn't be any of y'all if it wasn't for them. So let's make that very clear. That's number one. Number two, we must now understand that when we're describing something as literal, right, in the sense that you said, Brother Omar, because you even said it when you were describing it, a person that walked the earth, a being that walked the earth with these powers, I would 100% be assured that Brother Jabari does not agree that the Neteru was a being that walked this earth. Now, if you ask Brother Jabari, hold on, Brother Omar, let you get it out. You gotta hear me. I'm gonna land my plane. But if you ask Brother Jabari if he believed that the Neteru are real, he'll say yes, they're real. But they're not tangible in the sense that they were people. People know, we know what y'all mean when y'all ask, are they literal? Are they beings? Are they aliens? We know what you're asking. No, they're not that. There's nowhere they've been described as being that. Anytime they've ever been depicted, there's a symbol of Ray right now, even in the picture, even in the video that we're watching. That's called symbolism. We have to understand that the ancient Kemetic people, they used symbolism. They loved to use symbolism because it was very relatable. Just like parables. This is why Jesus used parables, because parables was relatable. So let's not act like what they're saying is so crazy and woo-woo and out of the way and just wrong. No, this is just a way of living of an ancient people. And we must give them credit, whether y'all believe in their ways today or not. You must still give them credit, because without their ways, your ways would not exist. And so this is why I agree with Brother Jabari's stance so much. Even in this upcoming debate, me and my brother Ashay talked about this. We talk about this, and He was like, yeah, man, you really believe Jabari going to beat Reggie? Yeah, I believe Jabari's going to beat Reggie. Number one, he's well more equipped. Number two, he knows what he's talking about. He's a historian. He's not somebody that's just talking out the side of their neck. He believes this because he believes. No. He's saying the things he's saying because he literally teaches these things. And it's interesting that there's nobody yet that can come up and disprove what Jabari say, disprove what Infudiji say, disprove what Baba Hiru say, disprove what Ashwar Kwesi say. They can't disprove these things. If they were so pseudo, somebody should be able to come up and disprove these things, right? Immortal Dragon said, "No, you're not. Reggie want to outsource him. Reggie can't outsource him. Reggie can't outsource him." A lot of people give Reggie. See, here's the thing about this, and I think a lot of people be nice to Reggie. I think a lot of people are nice to Reggie because Reggie was just there, right? From the outsider looking in, right? From a person who was a fan of this stuff, right? Reggie have never shown to be on the level of depth when it comes to Kemetic scholarship as Jabari. Listen to what Jabari said the other day, Immortal. He said, Reggie used to agree with me. This is why I was shocked they was even debating on this subject matter. Because Reggie did used to agree with Jabari. Reggie also used to agree with Infudiji. He also used to agree with Baba Hiru. He also used to agree with Raketi Amin, Banachi and them. He also agrees with them. Well, tries to. The issue is when they don't agree with Reggie. And on this subject matter, they don't agree with Reggie. And that's just how the tables are going to fall, man. That's just how the tables are going to fall.
Yo,
go ahead.
I notice you don't want to answer my question. This is what I want to deal with. I want to deal with facts.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at these things, prayer, chants, rituals, shrines, offerings. So I want you to understand, is this a principle, or do you not give prayers, offerings, shrines, rituals, and chants to something that you believe is more than just something that's something that's not actually tangible?
Who
are they? So let's break this down systematically. Who are they praying to?
Well, you said prayer and chants.
No. Jabari and his queen. Who are they praying to?
They're not praying to anybody. They chant.
No. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Who are they praying or chanting to?
They're not praying or chanting to anybody. They're praying or chanting, if you want to call, certain sayings of text, such as the Book of Coming Forth by Day, right? You often hear them talk about the opening of the way, the ceremonial that they do. That's not a prayer to anybody. You do know that, right? That's a ceremonial thing.
Who do they have a shrine to?
So wait a minute, time out.
No. I'm asking you these questions for a reason.
Ahead. They have a shrine to Ma'at.
Okay. Now, do they not give offerings and pray to Ma'at?
Everything give an offering to Ma'at.
Listen, this is a yes or no question, and then you can elaborate.
Go ahead.
Do they not have a shrine, pray, and give offerings to a specific deity or multiple deities? Yeah, that's yes or no, and then you can elaborate.
They speak the name of many.
No. I'm gonna ask it again. Do they not pray, give offerings, and have a shrine and chant to one or multiple deities or netters?
Yes.
Okay, now elaborate, because now I'm finna jam you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So these things that you just said are ceremonial. Hold on one second, Omar. So this is what I just said in the beginning.
I'm gonna mute out. My bad. I didn't know. I'm gonna mute out.
Let me cam up when I say this, because the issue is the religious people fail to realize when they come for the Kemetic worldview in this manner, they're actually throwing stones at a glass house. These people aren't doing anything different than what you do today. They may have did it a little different. They may have used different ways of doing it. They may have interacted with it a little differently, but it's the same thing, right? Don't you keep the Sabbath? You was just talking about the Sabbath, brother Omar. Is that something that I should say, oh, well, what deity do you do that to? No, that's a part of your tradition. That's a way of your life. That's something that you do as far as your tradition. So then that's disingenuous when you come and you ask and you say, okay, well, if this is what they do, yes, this is what they do. But this is ceremonial. They're not praying to any god. This is why when you ask me about chanting, and I say they speak the names of many deities. Why do they do this? Because when you look into the Kemetic, this is why I say at least be studied on a basis. This is basic information. Let me teach you something, Omar, and this is basic. This is Kemet 101. When you study the Kemetic tradition, one of the first things you are taught is each Neteru is equivalent to a body part. So when you are speaking the names of the Neteru, you're just not saying names. No, you're giving acknowledgement to yourself. Hey, we got Master Herc up on the panel. What's up, Master Herc? Can you verify or deny the things that I just said? And I'm go on mute really fast.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I was coming on just to chime in with the Jabari joint. What you was saying, the part I think that viewing it, criticizing African spirituality from a European standpoint is a fallacy in itself. Because that's how you got to understand. That's how they do stuff. That's how African people do stuff. That's their culture, their tradition, their spiritual realism. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to criticize it from a Western point of view, that makes no sense. It don't make sense. It's you know what I'm saying? So what? If they praying to, if you say they praying in a shrine, they praying to idols and whatever, so what? That has nothing to do with Western culture. That's their culture. That's how they believe in it. That's how they approach the world. And most of our people, we don't understand how African people approach the world. We only understand how Europeans approach the world because we grew up in a European culture. That's it. That's just the fact. So we don't spend the time to read their philosophy, read their history, read their spiritual system, and understand how they approach and why they do it.
Oh, really fast, Brother Master, before you get off I want you to answer this question. Because I know you're somebody who's really studied in this, right? More studied than I am. And I want you to answer this just so people don't think I'm tripping and making stuff up. On the base level of the Kemetic knowledge, one of the first things you learn about the Neteru is they correspond with a body part.
On a I'd say it depends on who you're talking about.
Jehudi is not the crown region, right? Each part of the netter is a correspondence to the body part. This is one of the first things we learned. We learned that they are correspondence to the elements and forces of nature. We learned that they are correspondences to our body parts, right? We learned that they are correspondences to the levels of reality and comprehension. These things are like, and again, I'm not saying it's just the sound, but these are things that we learn just by studying this stuff. And a lot of stuff you can find. They got a papyrus where they even show this. See, this is where I be feeling like I gotta shut them because I wish I knew the name of that papyrus. It wasn't a medical papyrus, but it was a papyrus where.
Hey y'all, I'm back. I had to go show some love to the little shorties. You know what I'm saying? Shorties. Yeah, the little shorties. They over here clown. They spending the night at the crib tonight. So I just had to go show some love to the little shorties and shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is wild, but go ahead, brothers.
No, but I mean, it cause you terrible, bro. You terrible, bro. You terrible. You know what you doing. But Hercules, did you hear my question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said I wanted you to, before you veered off, I wanted you to answer because I know that you're deeper in this than I am, and you know more about this than I do. One of the first things, right, or you learn early off in the Kemetic tradition is that the Neteru, every Neteru has a correspondence to a part of the body.
I haven't read that, so I was. You said you read it in the papyrus. I was wondering which one you got it from.
Right, and let me go look this up, man.
Hey, Humble. Do you mind if I dialogue with Herc real quick? Just a quick one while you're looking it up. So Herc, I must admit, you have, even though at some points I do disagree with you, but I will say you have more scholarship in this area than me. So going back to what I asked Humble, dealing with rituals, prayers, shrines, offerings, chants. Could we not consider that to be somewhat religious? Because guess what? Us as being Hebrews may share some of the same characteristics. But if we dealing with these different areas, pushing past the Hebrew narrative, would I be wrong to say that these actual Kemetic people not only held this as principles, but to say it was something that they thought was actually real? I'll mute out for your response, brother.
Like the whole concept of whether it was it actual real or was it actually literal, or they say actual real, or literally, or figuratively. The answer to that is it was both. So it depended on who you were.
Say that again.
The answer is both. Not everybody. You can't say that a person.
I don't mean to cut you off, and I'm gonna mute back out. I appreciate you being honest, brother. I'm gonna mute out.
Yeah, because
hold up, no, Herc.
No.
Hold on, Omar.
I asked Herc. You gotta let Herc finish, brother.
You setting Herc up, brother. You know you
brother.
is.
I'm not setting, brother.
You setting him up.
No, I'm not setting him up.
Look, let me finish.
I am not. Listen, this is not. Listen, listen, I'm gonna stand on integrity. This is not a got you moment. And guess what? I'm not gonna jump back on and be like, oh, I got him. Herc said this. Guess what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna push the conversation forward. I'm not gonna do that. No, and guess what? You interrupted Herc. I wanted to hear what the brother had to say. Go ahead, Herc.
Yeah, because you're not going to a person who's a smith, a metalsmith, and a person who's a farmer. They're not going to see the netters as a priest seated. They're not going to see them understand it at that level. So you have two different levels of understanding. Same thing. The same thing today. Most Christians don't have the same level as a bishop, and those priests that are in the church that's teaching it because they went to school and they studied it. And so we see this not only in Kemet, but you see it in the rest of the African systems with Ifa and with the Orishas and stuff. It's the same thing. So most people they understand the spiritual. They understand Oya and Shango and the Orishas as forces. These parts of the physical aspects of nature, and they could feel it. You could see this. You could see the lightning. You could feel the wind. So yeah, they go like, yeah, that's real. But then you're gonna have the Obatalas, the people who understand it, be like, well, this they understand it on a spiritual level that this energy is moving force.
No. Hold on, Omar. No, humble. I got one more question. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother Omar. Let me question for Herc. Come on, humble. Respect. Go ahead, Omar. Go ahead. Thank you, humble, and I'll be quick. Mm-hmm. So Hercules, I'm like I said, this ain't a gotcha moment. I'm genuinely asking this question based upon what I've been hearing. So would it be a fair statement? Jabari never said that it was both. Jabari, hold on. Jabari used an isolated situation. So based upon what you're saying, would it be a fair statement to say Brother Omar is wrong based upon what Jabari is talking about, based upon what you just said, brother?
Yes. That's
no,
why
man, you can't answer.
What he did. You see what he did.
Why you
see what he did.
Humble.
Let me ask you this question,
man. No, brother, I'm standing on a freaking integrity. I'm not. Did I laugh? You. Listen, humble. You know
because first off, you misquoting Jabari. Jabari never stated on one way.
Humble. You know when it's a got you moment. When I say when I laugh, when I do my little laugh, but I didn't do my laugh. I'm
no, I get that, Omar. I get that
from a genuine place,
right? But really fast.
No. Humble, respectfully.
Go ahead.
Listen, you gotta let
go ahead, Herc. Answer his question.
You gotta let Herc answer, and I'm gonna meet out, and I ain't got nothing else to say.
All right, go ahead,
Herc. Your question was what? That was you right?
No. It's not about if I'm right. This is my question again, Herc. And like I said, this ain't a got you moment. I'm not gonna laugh and key and ha. I'm literally asking this point from genuine. So based upon what you just said, Jabari never said it was both. He didn't say it was both. You said it was both. So what I'm saying, would it be a fair statement if Brother Omar said Jabari is wrong?
From your point of view, you can say that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying. Wait, hold up. Wait, I'm just saying. I understand what Jabari and Reggie are saying, and I'm just saying they are both correct, but they don't see that they're both correct, and they don't understand that. They're not understanding that it is both. It is not either or. That's the issue that they haven't.
Really fast, brother.
Hold on, humble.
Omar, you said you only had two, bro. It's my turn.
Humble. 5 seconds.
What?
5 seconds.
Go ahead, Omar.
Yo, and I'm done. Herc, I appreciate you being honest and standing on integrity, brother. I'm gonna mute out. I appreciate that, Herc. Thank you.
Right. Most definitely. Now, brother Herc, is Ma'at a physical woman that walked the earth with an ostrich feather on her head?
No. I don't think so. I would
Thank
say I don't
you.
think so.
Thank you. That's what now, brother Hurt. Now you see why I was saying he was trying to set you up when he asking, "Are they literal? Are they?" Because we know what they mean, and so do Jabari.
No, humble,
This is why
humble,
hold on,
humble.
Omar.
I gotta
gave
cut
you
in
time,
now.
Omar.
No, I wasn't
I
trying to
gave you
set
your
him up.
time.
You gotta wait, Omar. Mute up, Omar.
Hold on.
Okay,
But
Salaki, I
this
will.
is why,
But I
and
wasn't trying to set
also
Herc up. I'll
Jabari
mute
know
him.
this same thing. Jabari, I witnessed it through the years. I've been watching this for a long time. Anytime somebody talk about the Netaru being literal, they talk about them in the context of them being human-like alien creatures that walk the earth. In that regard, Jabari have always said no to that. Reggie used to say no to that, right? That's the consensus. Everybody know they were never beings that walk this earth. Do we say they're literal as in principles and forces of nature? Of course. Everybody know that. But when y'all are saying literal, Omar, y'all know y'all not speaking literal in that manner. Y'all know y'all are speaking literal as in beings that came down here and walked this planet. No, there is no comedic person who thought that.
Mm-hmm. I think. Oh, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
Can I respond after
literal and symbolic?
No,
We
I want to
understand
respond
that.
after her.
I'm gonna land my plane right here. I'm gonna land my plane right here.
No, I'm gonna meet out. I
We
just want to respond after
understand
her.
that Ray is the sun, but we also are not idiotic to think that there was a whole man down here, right, that was so bright and that moved but needed a boat to jump across the sky. Like, we don't believe. That's called belief. That's called the practice of it. We understand that part. We understand. I was just speaking earlier about symbolism. That's how they be trying. And can you speak on that a little bit, Herc? Please. This is what I be trying to say, bro. Like, we don't understand when they talk about literalism, they're speaking about human beings. And then we have to come back and re-put it in the construct, in the proper construct, that these are forces of nature. Hey, Herc, can you speak to that for a little bit?
So I think that the problem is that when we talk about the netters like Ra, Mayat, and Tahuti, Ptah, and Ahmad, Atum, those weren't not beings that was on the earth. I think the confusion came in because it was a paper or article that I read. It was like a couple of years ago, and it talked about Asar, Aset, and Haru, that they think that they were actual people who lived, long time ago, way before the kingdom was founded, and they became deities. So I think there was a mixture. Somebody's like mixing it up. I was trying to say that the deities, like Asar, Set, and Haru, were actual people who actually lived. So if they're saying that they were actual people, so you're mixing up that Ra was an actual person as well, but it's not the same. Because I think they understood, they had understanding that Ra and Mayat were not actual people, but it's not like I said, it was a paper. I forgot what it was. I can see if I can find it. But somebody had a paper saying that Asar was an actual person who actually lived. He was a king who actually lived long. So it was so ancient ago that he became the god. He became the netter after so many years. So I think just like Imhotep, he became a god after so many years. But I think that's where like a confusion been at. But as representation, we got to remember that that you have these symbols that's representing forces. The principle of cosmic order. That's what Mayat represents, and vibration and cosmic measurement is what Tahuti represents. Structural cohesion and materialization. You talk about a tomb and Ptah. So they understood these on a deeper level as representations of universal cosmic forces that actually that's going around in the universe. And we see that, like I said, we see the same thing in Ifa. You have the Orishas and Shango. The Shango is like that electricity and lightning. Oya, the wind. That's the wind. Yemen Ya is the ocean. You know what I'm saying? They seeing this stuff as representations of the forces that's around us, and that's what they built their systems off of. So we could see them that they were symbols. They use them as symbols to represent the life that they were living.
So humble. It's my turn now. So Herc. So this is what I want to do. I want to do this to be fair. I want to move away from the Kemetic culture, and I want to talk about Middle, Southern, and West Africa. So dealing with all of these cultures, and you put it eloquently. You did, Herc. So all those things that you said, that's true. So what we got to do, we got to look at it from their point of mind. So my question is, Herc, based upon everything you said, was it not a mixed? Hold on, and remember, we're straying away from the Kemetic. We're dealing what you said about Middle, Southern, and West Africa. So dealing with these ideas, like you said, science, a broader view, everything that you eloquently said, was it not everything you said plus that as far as their lens, that the things that they thought was elemental, everything that you just said, but plus having a physical deity that they thought was real too? Was it a mix?
For a sense as a physical. Oh, so you're talking about like the statues and stuff, right?
The statues and the dances they do, the rituals that they do, and having shrines as well. What this is my, was it a mix? What so basically what I'm saying, Herc, I'm not saying that they just strictly thought that it was an actual person or deity. I'm not saying that they didn't think that this was principle and have a belief behind these principles. What I'm saying is it's a mix of both.
Yeah, it's a mix. Yeah.
Thank you. Conversation over. Yo, Humble, do you want to move to the next conversation, brother? Conversation over, Humble. Cause like I said, what Brother Omar's doing is not. I'm not using an isolation tactic. I'm not isolating these different views. What I'm doing is I'm showing and proving that it was a mixture of both. And like I said, Humble tried to say, Omar just want to have a got you moment, Hercules. This ain't a got you moment. Because I respect the brother with integrity to say that. And he just said that. Let's move on to the next subject. Conversation over. Where we going now? Where you at, Humble?
We got Young Scribe to the panel. How you feeling today, Young Scribe?
Big A1, what's going on?
Oh man,
A1?
peace and blessings to the panel. I'm feeling good. I'm just late night
Peace,
tuned
man.
in, stalking, seeing what y'all talking about.
Any questions, comments, or thoughts on
Same
anything?
thing, man. Same thing. Yeah, hopped on.
What are we doing? What's the topic?
So we was talking. So they started talking about the debate between Jabari and Reggie, talking about whether or not the Netarus, the Netars were literal, they actual literal, or is it metaphorical coming up and stuff. So this whole thing for me, I explained that it's just both. It is both. It's not dependent on. It depends on your level of knowledge. As you saying it as both literal beings and physical forces as metaphors as well. So that's what we start. Before that, they was going on. I think they was talking. Before that, it was about the Bible or something. They was going on.
Okay, bet. Yeah, I'm familiar with the topic. I've heard Jabari and them going back and forth on it. I tend to stand on Jabari's side on this one. I don't think that they were literal beings. I know you have certain papyruses and documentations that may be worded as such, you know what I'm saying? Like the what's the John called that had like all the kings the ruling and their time date and stuff like some what was it called?
Are you talking about Manetho when he wrote the King's List?
No, it wasn't the King's List. It might have been no. You're right. I think it was the Torrance King's List or something like that. But yeah, like it go into like certain names that we know as deities, like ruling for like extremely long periods of time, like longer than like a human could live. You know what I mean? But it's documented, so it's like, what were they talking about? Like,
hold on, Hercules. That's the King's List. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I may have been looking for the King's List. So it's like what the hell was they talking about then? It's like I think we should like just take a little deeper look into like the culture itself, the people itself, and realize that when they had a king ruling, like I believe that the king was able to choose from whatever gods were available to be like, woo, 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 like this is the god that my family's representing. Woo, 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 this the guy we gonna rock with. So this is quote unquote on paper what the nation should be doing type ish. You know what I'm saying? And I'm being facetious right now, but I think that's a good way to say how Set may have ruled for 500 years according to this list, and it may not even say that. But again, I'm just speaking like, but how is that possible? Like, unless Set was a physical being, a literal being, right? Which I don't believe that to be true, but I do believe people can choose like a patron god that they fall under for X amount of years, and it could be like a generational thing. Like my father believed in this, so I'm attached this to my name. We see things like that, like a person named after a god. You know what I'm saying? Like their name's in it, family names in it, but it's also a god name in it. You know, and that may run on for several generations. And I can see how something like that could happen, but it being a literal being living for that, and don't get me wrong, a god should be able to live for that long, but it shouldn't be able to die. Like, where did it go? You know what I mean? Like, how did it stop ruling? But that's why I believe it was like maybe people choosing like a patron god, and that's just my opinion.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. That was definitely one of the things they did, because we know that it changed with the ages. When the age changed, you know what I'm saying, the patron god, or you know what I'm saying, the leading Netzeru changed as well. You know, when the age of Leo, you know what I'm saying, the age of Aquarians and all that stuff came around, you know, you saw that change. So that's one of the things that they did when they kept track of the ages. So that's probably like what you were saying, like, you know, Set ruling for 500 years is probably along with the age. And when it switched, then it switched. So that was one of the things that we know that they did. They switched it. They switched up every time the ages came around.
So if y'all don't mind me piggybacking off of what Hercules said, so this is important for y'all to know. So when you're dealing with different pharaohs based upon Kemet, y'all have to understand certain pharaohs set the standard for worship. And I'm gonna give an example. Let's look at Hatshepsut, which is a woman. So the thing is, when Hatshepsut came into power after her son Tutmosis III, what we got to look at is these records. So the thing is, guess what Hatshepsut did? She changed the narrative of the Netters. She changed it. So not Hercules, but the other brother who was asking that question, he was dead on. So these concepts and things are has a lot to do with who's ever's the ruler, who's ever pharaoh. So when we look at this sister Hatshepsut, who changed the narrative, changed the hierarchy of the deities. Guess what they did to this sister once she passed away?
I know they destroyed all her statues and stuff.
Exactly, Hercules, perfect. They desecrated her grave, and guess what they did to her walls and her paintings? They did their best to erase her off the walls. So we not gonna sit over here and just paint some perfect narrative like basically this. I want y'all to understand, Kemet. And if I can eloquently put it perfectly, I want y'all to think of America. America bases their backbone off of Kemet / Egypt. So this is what we got to think about. When we have priests, pharaohs, everything trickling down. Now what do we have? A president, a governmental body structure. So the thing is, what they do is they always play a narrative. So you had priests you had Kemetic priests that was against another Kemetic priest. You had another priest teaching something, and maybe another priest may agree because he don't want to get put to death. And then once he get a chance to spew his narrative. So what I'm saying is, y'all got to look at it like this. This is like any other community, organization, nation, to where people are playing people. They're jousting for positions of power, which means it's flawed. I'll mute out. Body bag.
Yeah, I think the only
I'm not too sure where that was headed. It was like a regular. I mean, it was a regular place, but it was certainly different. It was nothing like America in the sense of like the direction America is heading. Like America is like hella new. We just getting ready to celebrate. What is it? 260, whatever the fuck it is. Like we barely cracking 250 years of being established, and it's just ready to crumble. Like in regards to like aspects like that, and like we got to remember, like
I don't necessarily mean to
hold
cut
on, brother. Hold on, brother.
My
You
point
definitely
is,
cut me off.
my point is, just like any other nation, Kemet had their flaws. They had religion, they had priests, they prayed, they had neters, deities, they had shrines, they gave offerings, they did chants, and then even when they healed, even when they applied medicine, they read a spell behind that.
So hey, so
I mean, but who's to say that and I heard what you said. I heard what you said. Like innately, how is that a flaw though? If everybody else had that going on, how was that a flaw? Are you just attempting to say that they just had natural philosophy and they didn't have science compared to today, like modern day science, and that was some of the issues that may have stemmed from them having natural philosophy because it wasn't possible for them to have modern science today. So I don't understand how they was inherently flawed because they had everything going on what everybody else had going on during that time.
This is my point, brother. They're flawed like any other society. So they had religion, they flawed, they had gods that they believed in, just like the Greeks did, just like the Israelites did, just like the people in India did, just like the people in China did, and just like the Aztecs did. It's nothing different. It's nothing different. So you can't.
I get that, but I'm saying you're flawed. I'm saying you're saying that they flawed based on your perspective from today.
I'm not literally talking to you. I'm talking all across the board because you're new.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
the
popped in.
barbershop though, you know.
Yeah, and I understand that. What I'm saying is, Kemet is no different from any other structure, government, society. They had flaws, they had gods, they prayed, they had shrines, they chanted, they gave offerings. Then they had rituals, just like any other society did. That's game time.
So real quick. So hey, real quick. Hold on, let me respond real quick. Just on the issue with Hatshepsut, you have to understand that it wasn't a personal thing. You got to remember that Tutmosis III, when he came in, he was looking at it as a lineage thing from I think his from Tutmosis I to Tutmosis III, because she ruled as a king. So where he had her statues destroyed, it was the statues in public. It wasn't the ones that were in the temple. That's why we know that she existed. You know what I'm saying? So it was just an image thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody had their flaws. We know that. I'm not saying trying to make it perfect, but I'm just saying that when he did it, he wanted to, he just was trying to make it like, look, man, nah, she ain't no king, man. That was a queen. So that's what he did, and that's how he was looking at it. I don't think it was a hatred. I don't think it was a directly hatred towards her personal thing, because he still left her images up in the temples. You know what I'm saying? That's how we know that she was a ruler and she had ruled.
And if I may, I just wanted to add to this, because I'm actually just getting back, but I heard what Omar was saying. I don't think nobody argued that Kemet was a perfect civilization, right? Nobody that studied that civilization ever argues they was a perfect civilization. We know they all have flaws. What we often argue, right, is that we're or that the Cometians was the originators of what we see today, right? And why? Why do we highlight that? We highlight that because there's a system that pushes a certain group of people in your face and give them credibility over your people, melanated man. So when we're talking about Kemet and we're talking about the Yoruba and we're talking about the Dogon, we're not doing this just because, or me personally, I don't do this just because, I want to say these are perfect civilizations. I do this to remind my people who they are. We are not just some second class nobodies where they can just throw a name on. No, we gave them their science. That's why this stuff is so important, Omar. It's not to say they did not have flaws. Nobody argues that.
Humble. I'm not arguing that point. I want you to listen, Humble. I want you to really put your listening ears on. I do.
I just heard you.
My point in speaking is y'all try to this is what y'all try to do. And and listen, I'm using all very loosely. So guess what? If I'm throwing the rock and you get hit, I'm talking to you if you bark. If you bark. If I throw the rock and you don't bark, I'm not talking to you. Take it loosely. And remember what Brother Omar said? Tread very lightly. Tread lightly. This is my point. Y'all try to isolate the Kemetic culture like it was something isolated, and what they did, nobody else did, because what? It was spirituality, concepts, mathematics, quantum physics. No, what I'm saying is hold on. What did Brother Immortal Dragon say? They're no different from any other age of society. They all did the same goddamn thing. I'm gonna mute out.
Right. That's never an argument. See, here's where the
I
argument,
like bro said, I don't think nobody was trying to at least nobody currently on the phone as of right now. It sounds like nobody's trying to say ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt was perfect. So that's why I was a little confused with your initial statement. It's just like everybody else.
No.
If I can really fast.
Not perfect.
Our issue come with the religious
They did
people.
the same thing as all other societies, governments, people,
we
and lands did.
understand.
So you can't isolate Kemet to make it seem
Nobody
like no. I'm gonna be direct, because y'all use this word, the Abrahamic faiths.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. So what y'all?
Now,
no, I'm almost done. So I notice this is my fight. Y'all try to isolate Kemet from being something that they are the same thing as what y'all say the Abrahamic faiths are. So don't isolate it. What y'all do?
Okay, so now once
They
again,
all did
on
the
one
same.
second,
They
Omar.
all
Hold on,
did the same
I got
thing.
you. I got you.
They did the same thing.
Our argument, most of the people who defend Kemet's argument against the Abrahamic faith is the fact that the biblical tradition that you follow is not, let me cam up when I say this. The biblical tradition that you follow is not your tradition. That's not yours. But instead of just saying that's not yours and keeping it there, what most of us do, like myself, is we give you traditions that align with you. Again, melanated man, because we know the biblical narrative is a Eurocentric narrative. That's their stuff. That's not your stuff. This is why we talk about the Yoruba as African people. We talk about the Cometians as African people. We talk about the people of Kush, the Nubians, as African people. The Dogons as African people. Nobody that I mentioned, that anybody could ever say they heard me mention, from Jabari to Mfudiji to Ashwar Kwesi, ever try to separate Kemet or away from Africa and the Nile Valley. Anybody that studied, this is why I say, it's levels to this. And even if you study the neophyte level, you realize that at the root of the Kemetic tradition, it was African. I don't know where Omar is getting off with y'all trying to separate this and separate. Nobody is separating anything. The only thing we're saying is that there is traditions that you can follow that your people came from. So you don't have to keep following the traditions of these white people who put who put chains on your ancestors.
Can I respond, Humble?
Go ahead. I land my plane. I appreciate that. I land my plane, y'all.
See, now I'm laughing. So now Brother Omar is laughing. Let me tell you something. Who deciphered the Meta Netra? Was it a nigga or a white boy?
It was a white man.
Who deciphered the Bible?
Hey, hold on.
But hold on. Let him make his point. Let him make his point.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you, brother. Yeah. Now it's chop them down time, and that's why I laughed. So the same standard you just said about Bible. Oh, it's a white man's this. It's a white man's that. It's a white man's this. Guess what? If you want it, listen, we can hold Kemet to the same thing. Was it a nigga? Was it a nigga who deciphered the Meta Netra? Hell no. It was hold on. I didn't interrupt you. It was multiple white. It was multiple white boys. Hold on. What other standard you gonna hold me to? Oh, it's this book and it's that book. Champollion and all of them was goddamn racist and said that that these Kemetic people can't be niggas because a nigga is dumb. But guess what? These your same white constituents that deciphered the Meta Netra. You humble. You do not want to go toe to toe with me on this because guess what? I don't.
Do we have?
Hold on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I did interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let you go, and now I'm mute out. I'm almost done. So, should I throw away Bible because somebody took our records and our book and misused them? use them for something bad? Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. Or should I take the hammer and say, okay, I'm not going to ever use a hammer again because guess what? Somebody took the hammer and used the hammer to unalive somebody when I know the hammer has a specific use. No. So the thing is, tread very lightly. You do not want this smoke because I can make 101,000 arguments on behalf of Bible, and you will not be able to stand on this floor, brother. I'll mute out.
So
all right, so let me
go ahead, man. Go after you.
Well, real quick. So the thing is, I've heard you brought up this a lot before about a white person deciphering the meta nature. It could have been a Chinese person. It could have been a black person. It really don't matter because the only reason we know that the white people were able to decipher because they had the power and the ability to do so. But if it was a Chinese person who deciphered the meta nature, we know it. They only thing that they deciphered was putting it into English because it was already deciphered. It was written in what? Meta nature, Coptic, and I think Greek. I think those are three languages that it was written in, so they was able to read it. So it was already deciphered. It was just translated into English. So it doesn't. So I would say it really don't matter who decipher it because it was already deciphered. They just was able to translate it into English. And we know today that we have people today, black scholars today, linguists like Theophilo Benga and Abadele Cambone, who went back and reread the work and correct the translations that these people
say
have.
it again for the people that didn't hear you. Hurt. They did what? They retranslated the work and did what?
Correct. Yeah, they had to correct their translations and say, well, oh, this actually didn't. Because like one thing that I learned, I just learned a couple of months ago. I say that when they talk about the noon and Faulkner's translated as in noon in the beginning it was chaotic. It was this milky this watery mist, this watery thing that was chaotic. And so Abadele Cambone said that's not what the actual meta nature says. It says that in noon there was multiple netarus, meaning multiple principles inside of noon. He said that the reason that Faulkner put that it was chaotic because they when they translated it said millions of netarus. He said for him that didn't make sense, so he just put it was chaos. And so when you think of it as not being chaos and chaotic and millions of netarus, you're thinking of like millions of the atoms, millions of principles. Noon had the potential for creating everything in our universe. That's what it was. That's what it actually said. It was millions of netarus, not that it was chaotic. So you have different like I said, you got black. We do have people that went back and reread it and say, okay, they made little corrections and said, well, these people they translated it differently because they white, they're Europeans, they coming from a European point perspective. So they're going to translate it in their perspective. So so I just think, just pointing out that what's the name? Champollion was the one who translated into English or French. It could have been a Chinese person to translate it, but it was still there.
And that's just what I want to say.
Really fast. I just got this
Give
question
me like
for
10
her.
seconds and I'm out of this joint.
Right.
Does it truly matter like who modern day is cracking the code or as we say or who's translating it? At the end of the day, what truly matters is that your people put up something that needs to be cracked in the first place, right? Like that's amazing in itself, bro. Like that people even want to study it still, people to even want to find out what was going on. Like we every day, like we still see news clips or informations about people attempting to use modern day technology to peer deeper into like pyramid chambers. Like they still studying this stuff today, bro. It's amazing that we even left something like this behind. It does not matter who cracks the code or who's up in power right now to in position to translate this or that, or who has the technology to look deeper. Like it matters that we put that in the game, bro. Motherfuckers are still trying to study our game from over 2,000 years ago.
Get into it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I have a question for Mansa.
Yeah.
Hey, Mansa, do we have a updated version of a Black Hebrew Israelite Bible that was put together and updated and corrected by Black people? Do we have one of those?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think we do. I think they still operate out of the King James version of the Bible, if I'm not mistaken, right? So the reason I even asked that question is because just like Brother Massa said, and this is what I was going to do, and this is why I had no problem with him even, getting up, because I know he was going to touch on this point. We literally have people today, linguists and on-site translators, right? With the Ashwell Quasi. And these people are out here. These people ain't ducked off and you can't see them. No, go on YouTube. They got millions of videos on YouTube. And if you don't believe what they saying, go fact check what they saying and get that information. But the fact remains is we have people in this field today that is working and correcting and bringing this information forward. Shout out to Professor James Smalls. For the people who want to always say that we isolate Kemet and we don't talk about nobody else. Professor James Smalls coming with the Yoruba and linking it, and not even just coming with the Yoruba people, but showing how the people in Africa did not separate themselves from the land. How everybody in this region understood they were people of this region. This is why their practices were so similar. See, this is why when we differ from the religious people, because y'all have a belief, y'all have a thing that, again, not Charles, that y'all have to believe and do all of this, right? These people had practices of nature. They had ways of life. Why not say, dang, bro? And then let's go back to the Bible where Omar was saying he got a bunch of stuff on the Bible. Hey, you got a bunch of stuff on that slave Bible, Omar? Because you said, they took your scriptures and
tread very
that slave
lightly.
Bible come out that King James version.
I'm gonna mute out.
I just want to
tread very lightly.
I just want to add in real quick. It's a lot of practical. It's a lot of practical things. Go ahead, King.
And so the reason why I asked King James about all of that is because it's very important that we know what our ancestors left behind and what our ancestors did. Because we know that we live in a system that's working hard as hell to erase that. Every day. That's why the fight must continue. That's why we must continue to study and learn. Because before our very eyes, they're literally trying to change history. I land my plane with that. Go ahead, young scribe. I appreciate you, Brody.
Hey, don't sweat, King. Only thing I wanted to add to the conversation is certain things that do change the course of humanity, right? And one of those major things is technology. Technology seems to move the needle of the course of humanity. It does not matter what your belief system is. If you produce something that's very practical, that's usable, and for everybody across the board as a tool, then you are doing a great deed for humanity. I say that to say this: ancient Egypt happened to be very practical. They didn't only have a belief system. One of the greatest things that we got from everybody else is their belief system, their concepts. Even though ancient Egypt provided belief system and concept, they also provided a lot of practicality. Like most people have a rug in their house today. If your shit ain't looking straight on top of your head, you can get a wig. Most people brush their teeth. Motherfuckers look in the mirror. Like these are practical things that came from this culture, and you know what I mean? That's maybe a reason why I hold it a bit above all the other cultures. It's not based on favoritism, because at the end of the day, I'm an atheist. But Brother Omar, go in.
That's important, bro. That's important what you just said, young scribe, because there's something called the Let me cam up when I say this. There's something called the Hippocratic Oath. If you work in the medical field, you know what that is, right? And in the Hippocratic Oath, what do they teach? They teach that Hippocrates is the father of medicine. Now, if anybody right? Any base historian or anthropologist go and do a little bit of research, you'll find that the real father of medicine is who? Imhotep. So that's why, just like young Scribe was saying, a lot of what we do today come from that land. Not just minute things, botany. Where we get botany, agriculture, building, all of this come from that land. So then where do people get off just being like, oh man, they just like regular Douglas? Not saying they were perfect. Nobody ever say perfect. But then we can't ignore the monumental role it played in society. That's like ignoring what Michael Jordan did for the game of basketball. Are you crazy? What Tom Brady did for the game of football. What John Cena did for the WWE. This is what people are literally doing before our eyes. They're attempting to erase one of the most important pieces of history and downplay it as if it's just some regular smuggler thing that happened. No.
Why for that?
Omar the bully finna attack now. Brother. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna systematically break that down. Here we go again. This nigga just said John Cena, wrestling, and all this. But wait, hold on. Who? Imhotep, the father of being a doctor, surgery, these things. Guess what, Humble? I agree. But guess what? Guess what Imhotep did? And all these other priests did. Once they applied the medicine, these freaky ass niggas read a goddamn chant behind it.
What? See, stop.
No.
Because Omar, that's disingenuous.
I did not. You say chat like CHAT?
Hold on, one mic real fast. Let's bring this down to reality.
I know it hurts. Because I'm finna cook.
Let's bring this down to reality real quick.
I was waiting for you.
Omar, real fast. Omar, hold on. I'm gonna give it right back to you. Give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds, Omar. You act like if I don't even want to. If a random person, right? If their mother gets sick and they take them to the hospital and they need surgery, you act like that person would not say a prayer while the doctors are in there doing their thing. What's wrong with that? Saying an affirmation of good health, right? To help your peers get through a hard time in their life. See, the Christians, they all for it when they want to pray and, oh, well, you know, my aunt got cancer and just pray and make sure she all right. But then when the commissions do it, it's, oh, well, they doing the freaky stuff. No, how is that freaky, bro?
I'm finna
That's crazy.
I'm finna toe tag you and bag you, and I'm gonna have A1 drag you. Let's get it. Ha. Y'all like that? Let's cook now. That's my whole point, Humble. That is my whole point. Because you talk, I heard, hold on. Just 5 minutes ago, you said, oh, the Hebrews this and the Hebrews that. What did they do? And all that. Guess what? Let's deal with the Kemetic. It doesn't take a genius to say, you know what? If my leg hurts or I have a headache, I take the aspirin. The aspirin is gonna make my head feel better. It's gonna cure my headache. I don't need to goddamn read a chant behind it.
But if you are Christian, you are Hebrew Israelite, are you not? Hold on, watch this. Watch the blasphemy here. Watch the blasphemy here. Omar, you are Hebrew Israelite.
They didn't have no aspirin.
No.
They didn't have no aspirin, so you need a botanity to figure out what plant to take for aspirin.
I did not cut you off.
Go ahead, Omar.
I did not cut none of y'all brothers off.
Go ahead, Omar.
I sat back and muted out, and I waited for my chance to strike like a cobra. Not take the venom. and I know it hurts. So
wild as hell.
So what we got to do is stand on integrity. I ain't gotta hold on. I ain't gotta be the smartest person in the world to say, okay, I break my leg, I wrap it up, it's gonna heal. I don't need to read goddamn 30 chants behind my leg healing. And guess what? If a person got cancer, go take the chemo. I ain't gotta read 50 chants behind it and oh my odds. My odds. Y'all like that? I know y'all like the commentary. Y'all like that. Listen. So I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And I'll
Let him cook. I want to go afterwards, bro.
Yeah, and I'll let y'all brothers go. So the thing is, we ain't got to sit here and play no goddamn games about science and medicine. Because guess what? If the Kemetic people were so smart, well, I don't want to be disrespectful because I was getting ready to say no. Guess what? I am, but I'm not going to use cuss words. So what we got to think about, if these goddamn Kemetic goddamn niggas were so goddamn smart and so goddamn educated and so goddamn educated, would it take some goddamn idol worshiping Kemetic priests or some scientists to administer a healing and not use critical thinking? We're on that critical thinking to understand. All he had to do was give him the goddamn medicine. The hell with the chant of the prayer. It has nothing to do with the cure. And my point is, if y'all want to put these Kemetic dumbass niggas who suck their own phallus on a pedestal, but they not educated enough to understand, just apply the medicine and you ain't got to say nothing behind it, the fuck out of here. That's business time. Let's cook.
Go ahead, Young Scribe. I got it after you, Young Scribe.
For sure. I would just say, bro, like, in order to be standing on business time, you would have to have like the Tom Brady view of the field. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you would have to have like that true field vision where you can visualize everything happening like right before it happened. And the hurtful part is, nigga, we like thousands of years after it happened and you still can't see what's going on. So when they was dealing with what they was dealing with, right? You got to remember they was still dealing with natural philosophy. It wasn't modern day science. We keep trying to put that on them. They wasn't there, bro. They're not here. We can't be like, okay, nigga, why didn't you take the motherfucking aspirin? Duh. They didn't have aspirin. They didn't have aspirin. At that point, you got to stand on the shoulders of the information that's already provided for you. Like bro mentioned, bottomy, right? Right? Okay, so what does that unlock? Well, now that unlocks like a new skill set for humans, right?
It's Ptolemy, by the way, but go ahead.
But Ptolemy?
No, it's Ptolemy. But go ahead.
No. I'm talking about like
I mentioned botany.
Botany, yeah. I know I was fucking the word botany. There we go. So that's what I'm talking about. My nigga said Ptolemy. You mentioning white folks. I'm talking about nature. Yeah. So
finna cook next. I'm gonna mute out though. My bad, bro.
Go ahead. I mean, not yet. But what I was getting at though is we was already on our avatar shit. We learned how to master the plants. So when you say why didn't you just take an aspirin, you got to remember, nigga, somebody had to cook up the whole recipe on what plant was good for this, what to rub on your leg when your shit did get hurt. You talking about stuff like why ain't you wrap it up and all that? You're referring to modern day stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, why ain't you had an elastic band with the band-aids and then the aspirin? All that shit is rooted in what we learned yesterday, which would come from like.
Hold on. Before you cut him off, Omar, it's my turn. Omar, before you cut him off, it's my turn. It's my turn.
I want him to answer my question.
Hold on, Omar. Hold on. It's my turn real fast.
Hold on, real quick. What is your question?
I want him to answer my question.
I just heard a bunch of facetious stuff. What is your question?
So, when they administered the medicine, was it critical?
Why did they have chance and stuff?
Nope. Calm down, brother. I know it hurts. So, answer my question. When they administered the medicine or the remedy or whatever the fuck you want to say, now, did the chant or prayer have any effect on the medicine or remedy being administered?
How could we know that?
I don't think.
Oh my God!
Are we talking about the healing process and what the medicine was?
Let me get in here real fast. So hold on, Omar.
Get out of here.
Number one. So hold on, Omar. Number one. I let you talk. Omar. Hold on. I got you, Omar. Hold on.
The brother asked me a question. I'm not gonna get a chance to answer.
Go ahead, young scribe. Go ahead. Hold on, Omar, because I want to get in here, bro.
I keep it nice and short, brother. I know.
Young scribe.
Hold on, you can't continue to compile stuff. This brother's waiting to talk, bro.
The fuck out of here.
He know what he doing, bro. He don't want me to get in here. He already know what's
His brother's waiting to talk. All I'm gonna say is you have to remember those chants and stuff is attached to something that would be a part of a natural philosophy. So
nigga, answer my question. You have not answered.
I already answered your question, bro.
Answer.
I could tell you eat cereal. I can tell you eat cereal, brother. Calm down. There's a lot of sugar in it right now. Calm down. You hyped. Calm down.
Let me answer it.
I already answered this question.
No. Don't nobody answer the question for this nigga. Answer my question.
You said was a chance needed? I said no, and then you started laughing. That's why I'm saying. Like you eat a lot of cereal, bro. I can tell you too hype, bro. You too hype. And now my response to that was you have to remember these people was these people was attached to a natural philosophy. So of course gods and shit and spiritual chanting would be a part of that. That does not negate that there was no science going on, bro.
It's going out the other.
Because Omar terrible, bro. Omar trying to duck and dodge. Hold on,
Omar got. I can tell Omar got low IQ.
Hold on, Omar, real fast. It's my turn, bro. It's my turn, bro. You know I ain't gonna be long. Hold on 1 second.
Go cook biscuits, nigga.
So number one, Omar, my man Omar talking about chants and stuff, right? This is exactly why I brought up number one. Even if let's deal with that real fast, right? We know the word there, right? They like to say is Heka. A lot of people like to misquote Heka and say that means magic, right? It literally just means affirmation. Words of health. That could literally be anything. I don't know about y'all, right? But I'm in the business of self-development, right? So I will do this. I can achieve this, right? I will be healed. These people will be healed. From a religious point of view, when your family member get hurt, do for the religious people, do y'all not gather around and pray for the health of that person that is injured? Come on now, stop playing these games, man. We gotta stop playing these games. That's number one, right? Number two, Omar is talking about chance, like chance is something also bad, right? When my child is born, I would rather someone chant over them than put their nasty mouth on their penis. Come on, this is from your tradition now, man. This is what the priests and your tradition do.
I'm finna fucking destroy you. Go ahead, though.
So now, how are we gonna sit up here and say, "Oh well, the chant's not needed"? Have you never heard of the placebo effect? Hold on 1 second. Let's get scientific with this now. Have you never heard of the placebo effect? So with the placebo effect, what did we find out, bro? We literally found out through vibration and through certain tones, we can literally trick the brain into healing. What is that? That's different than the spookism that the religious bring. The religious just bring prayer to some supernatural force that can't even hear them because they can't even interact with the natural realm. See, affirmation is something different. You're aligning with frequency. You're understanding the science of placebo, which is a real thing. See, this is the ignorance of these people, and they don't even be knowing, bro. Only if you study the base information. You ain't gotta be the most genius person out here in the world. You just gotta know a little bit about a little bit.
And with that being said, Omar, you ain't gotta feel bad because that means that your prayers at the end of the day still work. It's a probability of that shit working, bro. So you don't gotta feel bad. You know what I mean? Like you good. Keep your prayers up.
Yeah. So another thing, hold up. Another thing I want to get into is that well, I was going to had a little pushback about earlier. I think earlier we was talking about change and progress, something like that, with the ancients. But the thing we can come back to that. But the thing was that the thing is that you're missing. Thing that you're missing, Omar, is that because a lot of people say this that they infuse their spirituality and their, you know what I'm saying, these spells and stuff with the healing and with their signs or whatever. But the thing that every time you guys fail to point out is how when they did that, how was that a flaw in their system? You know what I'm saying? Is nobody's ever pointed out that's a flaw. And the second point is that's a part of African culture. And you have to look at it from the African point of view. There's a brother named Joseph Mponga, very from I think Zimbabwe. He's or I think South Africa. But the brother, he's all over YouTube, and he talks about the spirituality system of them. It's an African tradition of you connecting using spirituality with the system. The thing is that like if you get sick, they're gonna give you some medicine to heal yourself. They throw out the the Corey shells, the divination, all that stuff, but they still give you the medicine. But if you come back with your broken arm, and they healed it, and you come back with a broken arm again, they're not gonna be like another broken. They're not gonna pray. They're gonna say, wait, hold. Oh no, I'm sorry. They heal it, but you come back with a broken arm again. He said that's when they started to say, wait a minute, we have to look into the spiritual side and see what's going on, because for you to break your arm twice, in the same location or again in just like 2-3 months back to back, there's something going on. And so when they look at it, he said, when we look at the spiritual side, we see there's unresolved issues in the family line. And when you resolve those issues on the spiritual side, then you see that people's lives get better. So that's just something that they do over there. And to say that it doesn't work or it's incorrect, you have to show that it doesn't work. And you have to show that it's incorrect. That cannot have an effect. All right. So I think
didn't this conversation start off when I was asking this dude, because he said Kemet is flawed because of their belief system and they practices. But I asked him, how is it flawed? Because everybody around the world was doing the same thing. Nobody has crossed over into modern day science at that point. So everybody had a natural philosophy attached to what they was doing. That natural philosophy don't mean that they didn't have any practical workings, that they didn't have any bits of science, that they didn't know what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They just seemed to attach some type of chance or some God or something along with it. That doesn't mean the practical things that they were doing wasn't working. I asked them, what do you mean everybody's flawed? It didn't make any sense. And here the conversation come 360, bro. That's a dagger.
And see, the crazy thing is the shot about the tradition, about the biblical tradition that's so crazy is, I know they attach themselves to it like the Black Hebrew Israelites and the Christians, but when we talk about their tradition, that's not even their tradition, bro. That's some other tradition that they adopted through that. That's a what is that called? Is it Stockholm Syndrome? What is it called? When it's they just don't want to let that doctrine go, bro. It's like, that's crazy. I don't understand it.
Just miseducation, but yeah, Omar, I think you got to show that how it was a flaw. in the system. But the thing, but we got to keep in mind. But you talk about civilization that lasted for 4,000 years, we're doing that thing. So for me,
How's it a flaw if they last that long? Like, well, where's the flaw in it?
I don't see a
Unless
flaw.
you comparing it to where we at today. Like that's the only way I can understand what he's saying. But that's unfair to do because they did not have the things that we have today.
Right. Yeah, and even if we compare it today, I say, I mean, we still looking at today where you see their advantage would be, they wasn't about destroying their ecology, where today, we don't care. Science don't care about the ecology. You can destroy the ecology of your system, what I'm saying, and it's unsustainable today. Where they looked at it, they trying to keep that sustainability. So it has the advantages, compared to today. I think that there are advantages, disadvantages, and stuff that we could look at that people don't consider, from a Western perspective.
Mm-hmm. And that's because their religion don't allow them to. But also that's because people fail to realize, like you was just saying, Hurt, the Kemetic people, right, the African people in general, they have a unified worldview. They don't separate their practice from their everyday living. All of that is one. Only in today do we separate religion and state and this and that and that. All of that was one to them.
Yeah.
Why? Because they were a natural people. Like I don't understand why that's so hard. But then this is why, like, definitely when people try to like bang on Kemet, it's like, bro, but then this is a way better if I may call it a way of life, right? Than what you are practicing today. You see what I'm saying? Way better. Yo, walking down the street, we could agree, bro. All across the board, the Kemetic tradition is a way better tradition to follow than the Christian tradition, the biblical tradition, the Abrahamic tradition. The Kemetic tradition is a way better tradition to follow.
I think Cosmile has something to say about that.
Hey, they all would be wrong. That's crazy, bro, and I don't understand about that. Like, that's just wow.
So I think, I think the thing is that one of the things that we could look at is that the Kemetic tradition, not only the Kemetic tradition, but you're looking at the African tradition, period, because it's the same. And you look at this. What people don't understand is that two different worldviews, man. That's what you have to understand. I think that's what's the main thing. We're looking at two. You have a Western worldview, and you have an African worldview. And their epistemologies are complete opposites. So, but us growing up in the West, of course, we are used to a Western worldview, a Western way of thinking. So when we think of the Western thinking of the timeline, their timeline is linear. This straight timeline. Things happen over time, and it's about progress. Whereas an African timeline is circular. So it's not about things changing over time. It's about keeping that stability over time, because everything it's a circle. It's going to come back around, and you want to have that stability.
I got a question. This brother Omar back. Show my screen.
Back. All right.
Show my screen.
I don't know why I can't. Hold on. I know why.
No. I don't want to hear no excuses. Show this screen. Hold on. And this is a source.
Why everybody so?
Is this circular? Hold on. Is this circular? Tell me, is this circular? Hold on. Is this knowledge?
Yes, this is knowledge.
Hey, I didn't interrupt y'all. Let me cook. Is this circular? Is this knowledge? Is this something to uplift? Is this something to put up on a pedestal? Is this something to put a picture in your own house? Better yet, I got a better question. Is this a picture that you will put in your child's room, your daughter's room, your son's room, your house?
Would you put a picture?
No, I did interrupt. I did not interrupt y'all. Nope, I did not interrupt y'all.
Like, what?
Let me cook. Let me cook. Because we want to talk about circular. We want to talk about information. We want to talk about critical thinking. We want to talk about comedic science. We want to talk about quantum physics. We want to talk about fluids. We want to talk about they was the first to do everything. And guess what? These sick bastards was the first to do this crap. Look at it. Would you put this in your daughter's room?
No, this does not belong in anybody's daughter's room.
Let me cook. I did not interrupt y'all. Would you put this in your daughter's room? How about your son's room? How about hold on. Let's take it to being a grown-up. Would you put this picture in your wife's room and hang this up in there? Hold on. How about this better? How about you hang this picture on your living room wall so when all your friends come in, they can look at this? Is this circular? You know it is circular? You see that position? Is that now that's circular? Do not tread. Hold on. And what I did, this ain't Facebook. This is a source. This is an actual source. I remember what I told y'all. When y'all want to F around with Omar, tread very lightly. I got more of them. I got more of them. Hold on. Did an Israelite draw this? The Hebrews. Did a Hebrew draw this? Did an Israelite draw this? Hold on. You hear that pen clicking? Because I've been taking notes. You hear that? I told y'all effed up. That's why I muted out. You hear that pen clicking? That's what we do. We take notes and we destroy points. Don't ever play games with me, man. Because guess what? I will destroy you. I will destroy you. So guess what? All the Hebrews and the Israelites and the other God. Should we follow this?
Are you finished yet?
No, I am not finished. I'm not finished. I let y'all brothers go for 15 minutes and I never interrupted y'all not one time out of 15, 20 minutes. Because I know it hurts. You got to deal with this. Oh, I don't want to be a Hebrew. I don't want to follow the Israelite religion. So what we should follow this?
You wasting time.
No. I did not. I let y'all go 15, 20 minutes uninterrupted. And guess what? I'm almost done.
Is this what we should follow, Omar?
No.
Is this what we should follow, Omar? Would you put this in your child's room, Omar?
Would you put this in? No, nigga. Would you put this in your child's room?
Yeah.
Would you put this in your child's room, nigga?
And this is from a museum. This is from a museum. This is primary evidence. Would you hang this up?
I didn't interrupt y'all niggas in 15, 20 minutes. It was you, Herc, and the other brother shooting back and forth. And y'all, hold on. Y'all thought y'all had brother Omar because I was muted out. No, we was up over here doing
Explain
work.
This, Omar. Explain this.
Listen, I don't listen. I will stand on
this is from your culture.
No, listen. I will stand on integrity. This has nothing to do with homosexuality. I will say that. This has to deal with concepts as far as how Earth and how the world is born through, I don't even want to say that, through a being swallowing seed and giving forth birth across the stars.
No, that's not.
Listen, I know what this means. I'm not fucking retarded.
Listen.
I never said this had anything to do with homosexuality. And guess what? I'm finna take this down. And guess what? I'm finna land my plane. This is my point. If the Kemetic people are so articulate, so smart, so educated, they the first to do everything. They did surgery, they did quantum physics. How come this sick bastard couldn't find another way to articulate critical thinking to create something different? Let that sizzle in your spirit. It's a body bag. Let's move forward, because I'm telling you, tread lightly on your response, because guess what? I got something else behind this. And guess what? It's not vulgar. I got something else, and it's not a papyrus, and it's not a picture. I got actual words. So tread very lightly on your response, because depending on your response, I'm almost done, nigga. Depending on your response is depending on what I'm gonna bring out. And guess what? I got slides, pics, and other things too, but I'm not gonna bring it out. I'm gonna bring words out. So tread very lightly. I'm gonna mute out. That's another body bag. Let's get it. Let's move forward. What else y'all niggas want?
Hold on.
What else y'all niggas want?
Hold up, wait.
Mute out.
Hold up, real quick. First of all, Omar, you already got disproven and destroyed on this topic, man, and you bringing it back up. All right. And second of all, that you didn't even. The brother asked you a question, and we thought you was coming back with the answer to the question. You're skipping over the question, Omar. You're moving. You're not moving the goalpost, but you're moving around the goalpost.
Who drew this?
Hey, Omar, you said
he gave you a
bro,
and you're not answering it.
Who drew this?
We gave you a question to answer. You're not answering it. Are you going to answer the question, or you just don't want to answer it?
Nope. Answer my question, and I answer.
No, we asked. The question was put forth to you to prove the fallacy to prove the flaw in the spiritual system in medicine.
Who drew this picture? Who drew it?
So you don't want to answer the question, correct?
That's the pen click.
You don't want to answer the question, correct?
Who drew this?
Just say you don't want to answer the question.
Who drew this?
You don't want to answer the question, right?
Who drew it? Who drew it?
I don't know who drew it.
This?
You already talked about this, man. You don't know who drew it.
I want to hear you say it. Who drew it?
I don't know who drew it.
Ani. A commission.
Body bag. Let's move forward. Body bag. Conversation over. Let's move forward.
All right. Let's move forward. Now, who sculpted that? Hold on. Time out. Okay, let's move forward. We moving forward. We're moving forward now, Omar. Okay, we're moving forward now. Hold time out. So now, who sculpted this? From your tradition, who sculpted this? Them white people you look up to sculpted this. I would rather say the commission did that than the white people sculpted this.
I'm doing what I'm doing to set y'all niggas up, and you fell into my
It's
trap.
terrible, bro. You have no understanding.
No, show it on the screen. Show it on the screen.
You have no understanding.
Show it on the screen so I can destroy.
Listen. It's redundant to keep dealing with this, bro, because you keep getting beat up on this.
It is desperation time.
Listen, you keep getting beat up on this, so it's no use to deal with.
No. Don't show it on the phone. Guess what?
This is from a museum. What I'm showing you is a picture I took from a museum.
I'm gonna take my
hold on, time out, Omar. I'm gonna show you the difference.
I'm gonna take it down.
Omar, hold on one second, Omar. I'm gonna show you the difference. You see how you had to go? Hold on, Omar. Hold on. You see how you had to go look for this on a website?
No,
I got this from a museum.
I'm not gonna show.
This is what they're posting about your people in a museum.
I'm taking my picture down, and I want you to show yours. So
my picture is not a picture. It's something that's in a museum. They're showing what your people did, what your people sculpted.
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen and show it.
It's right here. Hold on, I got you.
You see, hold on. This nigga. Because
it's right here. Blow me up. Blow me up.
Listen, I.
It's right here.
Oh
right
my
here.
God.
Right here. This is what your people did in the museum.
The Israelites.
In the museum.
The Israelites draw that. I got one question.
Sculpted that. Yes.
You a goddamn liar. You a goddamn liar.
Look at it. The Israelites. Yes. The people of the Bible did this. The people who believed in the Bible did this.
Guess what? You now, humble. I still love you as my brother.
The people in the Bible did this.
Humble. I still love you as my brother, but now you're falling
short. And this is in a museum.
Did Israelites write that?
This is not a writing.
I got the picture. I already got the picture pulled up. Humble. Do you want me to? Humble. I already knew you was gonna do that. I got the picture.
This is a sculpture.
I got the picture pulled up. Pull up. Who drew that though? Who drew that?
This is not a drawing. This is a sculpture.
Okay. Who made the sculpture?
This sculpture was made in the Vatican. By your people.
Get the fuck out of here.
Your people.
Humble. Respectfully, brother, I love you. You just
these
said
are your people.
You just said
these are your people now. So y'all don't have the same worldview.
Respectfully, I don't want to continue this conversation.
Y'all don't have the same worldview, Omar.
You gotta bring up better evidence. You just said in the Vatican. You said in the Vatican made that. Yes. I asked you who made it. I said, was it Israelites? You said no. And I said, who made it? You said in the Vatican.
It's your people. This is your people.
I just made
your people of Adam and Eve.
Made a clip out of you, humble.
Your people of Adam and Eve.
I just made a clip out of you, humble.
So now watch this, Hurt. You see how he dancing around that, right, Hurt? You see how he dancing around that, right, Hurt? He don't want to deal with that.
This boy is an animal.
But guess what, though? You know what's even more crazy, Hurt? You know what's even more crazy? Hold on, Omar. What's even more crazy is that's all we got from his tradition. Hold on 1 second, Omar. That's all we got to deal with was his tradition is a bunch of white people. We don't see none of us in their tradition. None of us. Go to that Bible. Go all through that Bible and show me some black people in that Bible. Abraham ain't black. Isaac ain't black. Jacob ain't black. These people ain't us. So now you go show me something from us in that tradition. From our people, Omar. All we can show is from what the Vatican did, what the Canaanites did. That's all we got from your tradition. We don't see y'all nowhere. Unless you could prove us wrong, Omar, which I know you can't. Yeah, you see this? You see this, Hurt? The cricket's getting real loud, Hurt. The cricket's getting real loud.
Boy, yo.
Because all we see in their history is white people. We don't see none of us in their history.
So humble. This is what I want you to do. I want you to pull up a picture or a sculpture, anything dealing with the Israelites, what I just showed. You got to pull it up because what you did. Hold on. No, don't run, humble.
If I pull
no,
won't be there.
Humble.
I got you.
Show what you just showed.
Don't worry about it. I got you.
No. Who did that, humble? Who did that? No,
I got you. Don't worry about nothing.
No, don't run, humble. Show what you just showed because
I ain't going nowhere. I got you. I got some more pictures. I got some more pictures from the museum for you. Hold on, let me blow myself up. I got you, Omar.
Humble. Can you say you was wrong on that picture?
I can't say I was wrong on that picture. I got you. So look, who is this right here? This your people. Your people right here. Your people. Hold on, I got some more for you. I got some more for you.
Wow.
These your relics right here. Your relics.
Whoa.
Your relics.
Whoa, those are Sumerian texts, nigga. That's Sumerian.
Your relics.
Yo.
Your relics.
Humble.
Canaanite.
Humble.
Your relics.
Humble.
Your relics. Where are you at in these? Where are you at?
Respectfully, humble.
Where are you at?
No.
Where are you at?
You're in desperation mode. You're in desperation.
Can you
Humble,
read these?
it
Hold
hurts.
on, time out. Wasn't we talking about these cuneiforms the other day, y'all? The Amarna tablets. Wasn't we talking about these Amarna tablets?
You're
I
in
be trying to be.
desperation
Hold on one
mode.
second, Omar.
And guess
Hold
what?
on one second,
Go
Omar.
ahead. I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out.
Real fast. See, we was talking about this yesterday, y'all. I be really trying to be low key with a lot of this stuff, bro. I really do, bro. Because if I really did and acted how I know I am, bro, people wouldn't have no room to talk, bro. We was talking about the Amarna letters the other day. Here we go, right here with them. Right here with them. This and Omar, can you show me where you at, where your people are at in this tablet right here? And there's many of them. It's not just one. It's not just one tablet right there. It's many of them. Many of them. And this right here shows you what's on the tablets. This right here show you what the tablet is about, what's on them, the creeds and the trade laws and who was speaking. That's what that's about right there. Come on now, this primary evidence, bro. And again, we don't see no Africans nowhere in here. Nowhere. These are all Livingstone people. People from the Levant. Where are your people at in here, Omar? Where the black Hebrew Israelites at in here, Omar? We don't see them no. And look, this is me in the museum. This is me in the museum. In a comedic tradition, in a comedic session. Y'all see me. Y'all see me. Y'all over the museum. See, y'all, I don't be bringing this stuff out, bro, because it's too easy, bro. It's too easy. They come around here and chop that Hebrew. Oh, we all in history in the text. When we go actually go and read that stuff, where they at? Where that African lineage at? Where that E1B1A at? It ain't nowhere because their original people wasn't practicing that. Matter of fact, hold on. I got another picture for y'all. I could show y'all what they was on. I could show y'all what they was on. They was on that right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Yeah, that's that bull. That's that L bull right there. That's that bull L right there. That's what they was on.
They was on that bullshit.
That's what was on. I can show you more of the things that they was worshiping. Right? Hold on. See, this is, man, listen, man.
You're
craziness.
You are making huge errors right now. But you know what? I'm gonna let you go ahead and keep burying yourself because what you're doing. Nope. You're showing Sumerian. That's Sumerian. You're showing Sumerian. Nope.
Who am I showing, bro? This is in a museum. You don't think I'm reading? Hold on.
What you're doing, you're showing the picture.
So you don't think I'm reading the card that this is on? Look at that bull L right there.
Hold on.
That's bull L right there.
Yo, respect.
Another one. You don't think it is a card right under it? It's a card right under it that you can read.
Respectfully,
hey, Master Hercules, you've been to the museum before.
What
Master
I
Hercules.
did
When you go to the museum,
I just not
cards
only
under that you can read.
Hold on. I just not only showed a picture. I showed the source behind the picture. What you're doing is you're showing the picture. All you doing is showing the picture. I want to see words on where's that from. No, nigga. I want to see words on where that picture is from. Because I already know where it's from. A lot of what you showing is fucking Sumerian. The hell out of here, nigga.
Sumerian where? Sumerian where? Where that says Babylonia. And when you read the text, hold on, time out. And this is just one of them. Hold on one second. This is just one of them. And when you read it, hold on. Hold on one second. Let's even get into it.
That's why he didn't want to show. All it said was Sumerian and Babylonian. Doesn't say anything to do with Israelite or Hebrew. I want to see Israelite or Hebrew.
Everywhere. The Israelites wasn't around during this time period.
Oh my!
How you gonna see Israelites? They wasn't around in 1800 BCE.
Yo.
So you gonna see Israelites in that time period? There was no Israelites.
Hold on, no, nigga.
There was no Israelites 2000 BCE.
No. Let's move forward.
Now he want to move forward, man.
Listen, we have to
now he want to move forward. He found out his people wasn't back in history. Now he want to move forward.
No, humble.
Talking about cutting their head off, man. This is terrible.
Respectfully, you asked me some questions and now I just want to answer.
This is terrible.
Is that okay? Can I answer your questions?
Come on, man. Go ahead. What's up?
Humble said, go into the Bible and show me that they were black. This is Songs of Solomon 1 and 5 KJV. Ooh, it's spooky time. Verse 5. Let's get spooky. I am black but comely. Oh, ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Ooh, it is spooky. Oh my God, write that down. Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. You want another one? You want another one, Humble? Acts 13 and 1, KJV 13. Now, where they were in the church that was at Antioch, certain prophets and teachers as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger.
That word does not say nigga. That word does not say nigga. That word says Niger.
Humble.
That word says Niger.
Hold on. Hold on. Do you want to go to the translation? Do you want to go to the translation? Humble.
Go ahead. Let's go to the
translation.
Let's go to the translation. And I promise you that word does not say nigga.
Oh my God. Let's go.
Let's go to the translation. I promise you that word does not say nigga.
I'm finna embarrass you again. Let's go.
There is no do y'all see how this is called interpolation?
Oh man, it hurts. It hurts.
This is called
you ask questions.
This is called cultural
and I source stuff.
This is called cultural assertion.
You ask questions and I source stuff.
This is when you insert your culture into another culture.
No,
this is terrible.
Hold on.
This is sickening, man. This is crazy.
For the people watching, I want y'all to see what Humble did. All Humble did was pull up a picture in his phone with no source, no nothing. What did Brother Omar
pulled up
do?
a picture from the museum that I was in.
We sourced up and you didn't, brother. You got destroyed. I told you, Humble. I told you, Humble. Tread very lightly. No, I told you.
Tread. Omar don't know what the source is. I think you want to help him out on that.
I clipped you up, brother. I clipped you up.
I think you want to help him out on what a source is.
No. You know
so
what?
Omar, let me answer this question. Hold on 1 second. Let me ask you this question, Omar.
I disagree with Herc.
Hold on, Omar. Let me ask you this question.
I agree with Herc is Herc stands on a fucking integrity.
Let me ask you this
Herc
question.
stands on integrity to say what it is.
Let me ask you this question, Omar.
He don't care what nobody.
The Hebrew Israelites.
And that's why
I can disagree with Herc.
I can disagree with Herc, but I can respect the brother like that because guess what? He don't give a goddamn about what all y'all niggas think. He don't care. He gonna tell it how it is. Brother Omar, I don't care what the hell y'all niggas think. I'm gonna tell it how it is. So I can respect the brother like Herc, even though I disagree, but I can at least show that brother some respect. Hey, salute Herc for being a solid brother. Having integrity, brother.
Omar, was the Hebrew Israelites?
Y'all go ahead. Y'all roll out.
Hebrew Israelites in history in 2000 BCE. I hear crickets, Herc.
Oh my God, yo. Oh my God. This is
I'm gonna holler at y'all. Y'all go ahead.
You want to get cooked again, Humble?
Can you find the Hebrew Israelites in history in 2000 BCE?
See, Humble. See what I do? I have my listening ears on. You said a Hebrew Israelite.
Now he want to try to separate the
You
term.
ain't gonna jam me up. You know what? You're not gonna jam me up.
Now he want to separate the term.
Listen, I have my listening ears on. I'm listening to what you're saying. You said a Hebrew Israelite. And you already know the answer to that question. And you know the answer to that question. I'm gonna agree with you. Let's move forward. Ask something else. Go ahead.
What's the answer to the question, Herc?
Nigga, it's
he
no.
I know the answer.
No.
He know my answer is going to be the
let's move forward. Look, it's no. Let's move forward. I have integrity. I just said no.
Okay.
I just said no. Let's move forward.
Okay.
Let's
so now we know the first time that we can see. Hold on, Omar, I got you.
Move forward.
We know the first time that we can see the Hebrew Israelites in history, right, was during the Bronze Age collapse, which is 1208 BCE in the Amarna, in the Merneptah Stele, correct?
Incorrect, because you just got to say Israelites. So guess what? You're incorrect. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Respectfully, humble. But go ahead, try again. No, you said Hebrew Israelites. You're using the modern term. And you pushing that. You pushing a modern term on people that existed over 2,000 years ago. Try again. I'm gonna mute out.
So
nope.
Here today, do y'all not classify yourselves as the Black Hebrew Israelites?
Listen, humble. I'm not gonna answer that question.
This is how they be dancing, bro.
I'm not gonna answer that question unless you correct yourself.
I want y'all to catch Omar.
I'm not gonna answer that question unless you correct yourself.
All right, I got you. The first time that we can see the Israelites in history is 1208.
There we go. Correct? There we go, humble. Go ahead.
Correct.
Now.
That's the first time we can see them in history, correct?
There we go. Ask it again.
The first time that we see the Israelites in history is in 1208 BCE, correct?
You know what? I got to look at my notes. I'm not 100% sure. You know, listen. I'm honest enough to say that because we have integrity. I can go to my notes and look though.
Well, I mean, I'm most definitely for certain that is the first time
talking,
that we see the.
Keep talking. You said when?
So now,
you said when?
1208 BCE.
Keep talking. I'm going to my notes.
Okay. So now the first time that we see a sign of these people, right? Where do the time of Abraham fall into place? See, this is what I like to get into right here. I like to get into the historicity of things, right? Definitely when we're talking about these biblical things, right? Everything else was just everything else, right? But I like to get into the historicity of people like Abraham that they like to try to defend so much, right? Isaac, Jacob, who we know later turned his name into Israel, by God. Yeah. If their existence came into existence in 1208, then where did these people come from? I'm gonna just let y'all know y'all probably got 15 more minutes out of me. Y'all ain't about to have my wife yelling at me in the morning or tomorrow or later on in the afternoon. That's when the hell I'm gonna wake up. How about you did all that damn last night? I love my baby, y'all. I love my baby. Yeah, where Omar at? Where Omar at? He done scampered off. He done scampered off. A1, you see this? That's crazy.
My bad, humble. I'm back.
You good, Brody?
I had to go bust
with
you. We all goody though.
Yeah.
You said what you asked me now? What the Israelites did? What?
I forgot. Hold on one sec. I'm here looking for this thing right here. Hold on one second. I'm here looking for this thing. My bad, man. get my thing at, man? Where my what's calm? Oh yeah, but I was asking you about I said if the first time we could see these people was in 1200s BCE, right? Then where do we date Abraham and them at?
That's a good question, Humble. That can't be substantiated, but we can use speculation. So I'm gonna be direct, and I'm gonna stand on integrity. If we go into Bible, there is nothing in the Bible that says the year 16 BC, 1300 BC. It doesn't say that, but we can put together the pieces of the puzzle depending on the kingship, rulers, and certain captivities that the children of Israel was put in. But it would still be up to speculation.
Right.
So I don't that's something I can't stand on, and I'm having integrity.
Most definitely, I get it. I most definitely understand. And I like to ask those questions from the standpoint of a historical standpoint, because a lot of people say that the Bible is a historical book. They also like to say that it's a historical book. And I mean, yeah, they like to say it's a historical book and a scientific book. And my thing is, if the Bible was a historical book, then we should be able to take the Bible and take our history and align the two, and they should come up synonymous. However, when we do this, what we often find is they miss the mark entirely. They almost never line up, right? Even when people try to appropriate timelines, they still don't line up, right? For an example, even when somebody do try to date Abraham, this is why I asked the question about 2000 BCE. This is when Abraham is dated to, right? Or supposedly dated to. And so I always ask, according to the Bible, Abraham and them domesticated camels. And so if we go off of that fact, we know camels wasn't domesticated until later, right? So like we know he wasn't walking around in 2000 BCE with no domesticated camels, because wasn't nobody doing that back then. You see what I'm saying? Or even like when we talk about Israel, right, in the Bible.
Okay.
We know that when Israel first came about, they were a small tribe of people. They were a small tribal people. They grew over time into a city state, and then a nation state, and then a kingdom. But when we go into the Bible, it makes it like they were always a kingdom, right? Well, first off, they
okay, humble. Okay, I understand your point.
Go ahead.
I got a question. This is a multifaceted question, and I'm gonna be direct. So, does Jerusalem, Israel, Galilee, the Jordan River, Bethlehem, Palestine, Nazareth, does those places exist?
Yes.
Conversation over. Let's move forward.
What that mean? Wait, time out. Do New
Hold
York
on.
exist?
No,
Hold on, Omar.
nigga. No, nigga.
You can't.
These are all places named in the Bible firsthand. Let's move forward with the conversation.
My man Omar like to stick and move, y'all. He like to stick and move. Omar, you can't keep sticking and moving, Omar.
No, because you just said the Bible was made up. These places don't exist.
Hold on one second, Omar.
I heard, brother.
Is New York real or fake? All right, so Omar, answer this question. Answer this. Is New York a real place, Omar?
So my question was, does Jerusalem, Israel, the Sea of Galilee, the Jordan River, Bethlehem, Palestine, Nazareth, are those places that exist? You said yes. These are written in the scriptures. These are written in the scriptures over 2,000 years ago. No. The conversation's over again.
Hold on, Omar. No, it's not. I'm about to show you how it's
brother,
not,
you
Omar.
said yes, brother. You said
yes. I'm not denying it. Hold on,
yes.
Omar. Now answer my question.
These places are in the biblical narrative. There's nothing
All
else.
right, can I show you your
fallacy?
fallacy?
Ask me a different question.
Can I show you your fallacy?
No, I'm not answering that.
All right, can I show you your fallacy?
No.
Is New York a real place, Omar?
I kicked your ass again. No, let's move
Is
forward.
New York a historical place,
I'm not
Omar?
answering. Listen, ask me a different question now.
Is New York a historical place,
not
Omar?
answering that question. Let's move forward.
He trying to stick a run. Because he know just because New York is a historical place doesn't mean Spider-Man is real. Just because, right, Devil's Playground in Manhattan is real doesn't mean a Daredevil is a real blind lawyer who fight crime at night.
Okay,
we know that. Hold on a second. No.
I got a question. Hold on. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
You want to mention Daredevil, New York, and all this. So let me ask you. Let's say if there was a book older than 2,000 years old that spoke about Daredevil, New York, Gotham, and the city of New York, over 2,000 years before this even existed, would it not be valid?
Wait, what? What you say?
Nigga, you heard me.
I know, I really did. My bad. Go ahead. What you say?
So, I'm going to use your analogy.
Uh-huh.
You mentioned Batman, Gotham, New York, and all this other stuff. So, if there was an ancient book older than 2,000 years that spoke specifically about New York, Gotham, Batman, and the same things, over 2,000 years old, would that not be valid?
No. No. What?
Hold on. That specifically named these places and these people.
Right. That's still.
I'm gonna give you another chance. Hold on, humble. I'm gonna give you another chance. That specifically talk about these places and people. Would it not
that
be valid?
Still does not make Batman a real person.
Yo. Let's move forward.
Hold on. Nah, man, because see, Omar doesn't understand.
Come on, humble, you can't, brother, you getting cooked on these questions.
No, man, yo, listen.
No, man, you gotta
humble.
You gotta move forward.
Hold on, Omar. I got you, Omar. Hold on. I'm about to give you something you could probably go back and research. Omar doesn't understand how historical fiction works. Hold on, Omar. I got you. Hold on. Omar doesn't understand.
Humble.
Omar, hold on. I got you, Omar.
Humble. You can ask me a different question.
I'm not asking you no question. Hold on. I'm not asking you no question.
That question is done. That question is done.
All right. I got you. Hold on. Let me get in here. I got you.
You gotta move forward, brother.
We moving forward. We moving forward now. What Omar doesn't understand is how historical fiction works. Historical fiction. Matter of fact, I could just look it up real fast.
No, man. Right? Listen. You can go ahead and talk. I want to let you know.
I got you.
You got 9 minutes left. You got 9 minutes left.
I got you. Historical.
You got 9 minutes left.
Historical fiction.
And I just told you
is when a fiction. Hold on, I got you, Omar.
More questions.
Hold on, Omar. I got you. Historical fiction.
You got
is
8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Come on, Omar. I got you. Historical fiction is when a fiction, right, uses historical things to make the story more relatable. So when we see
7 minutes and
like, hold on, Omar. You said I got 8 minutes. Hold on, I got you.
No, you got 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
When we see things like Spider-Man and Superman and Batman and how they take places in real places, right? But we know the character is not real. That's called historical fiction. So hold on, y'all. Yo, see, I told y'all ain't about to hear my wife yelling at me. Hey, brother Omar, real fast. Let me do my I'm gonna do my exit, baby. I got you. Hey, brother Omar, I gotta get out of here, Brody. My wife got about tired of us now. She's like, all right, it's too much. All right, brother Omar, I enjoyed it, bro. I'm gonna catch up with
Hey,
you, bro.
mine too. Mine too.
I really appreciate you, Omar.
My
Keep
wife
your
was low
head
key
up,
in the
bro.
background. She was like, "Baby, come on, baby, get up off that, baby, come on." I'm like, all right.
I'm gonna get back up with you in the morning, tomorrow, Omar, bro. To keep your head up, bro.
Hey,
You know I
hey, hey,
appreciate you, my guy.
real quick. I
Go
love
ahead.
you, brother Humble, and it's a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
respect. Go
definitely,
ahead and
my
do
guy.
your thing with your family and respect, brother. I love you, brother.
Oh yeah, love you too, Brody Omar. What's
Thank
up, Big Cosmon? I'm about to get out of here. I'm gonna play this video before I leave. If A1 is up, he gonna stop the video, and y'all gonna get into it. But all right, y'all.
To go, I like to start at 1350 BC with the Armana tablet, right? I think that is a time period where we see Joshua. I would correspond that with the Exodus period of
They think these boys done went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Who up here on the panel? Oh shit. Look like it's just me. Interesting. Niggas been up here hours. Big Cosmon come through for 2 seconds. Everybody gotta go now. Okay, I see how it is. I'm about to take my ball, go home. Yeah, man. Well, look like these boys sleep up here, man. I'm gonna go ahead fall back, man. I'll see y'all in the morning, man. Peace.
witness that they said, oh, we're going to
Nigga,
call
are you
this
listening to what I'm
vibration.
telling you? They didn't witness anything. This is why the Kabbalion came up with the idea of that principle of
So how could they
vibration. The
corrupt
Kabbalion,
something? How
listen,
could they corrupt something that they
listen to
ain't
my
witness?
answer. Because listen to what I'm telling you. Because the Kabbalion is a work of
I'm
fiction.
not
It's
talking
not even
about the
intent.
Kabbalion. You
No,
said
you're
the
not listening.
Kabbalion happened
I'm
after
trying to
that.
answer your question. When I'm telling you the corruption is on the part of the Greeks, it doesn't mean, because you keep thinking that the idea of vibration like that this is what they had, and then the Greeks came in and twisted it. No, the shit appear. The shit does not appear in their religious practices. It's not part of their religious expression. It's the shit that in the 20th century, the writer of the Kabbalion came and he came up with.
So let me ask you this. So the Yoruba people didn't have no concept of vibration.
No. So you see what you're doing? What people are we talking about? What people are we talking about? What people are we talking about? Because the Kabbalion is based on ancient Egyptian spiritual. No. The Kabbalion is based on ancient Egyptian spirituality. And what you're doing right now is now you're jumping elsewhere, like you always do. This is why no one takes seriously. You're a fucking troll. You're a troll. You don't care or know anything about African people. You don't even claim to be African. Your ass is a
When I
Benubian.
gave you my debate title, did I say anything about ancient Egypt?
Nigga, what
the
whole context of our conversation.
Stop bringing up
Did the
shit from
ancient
2 years ago,
Egyptians?
nigga. Stop bringing up shit from 2 years ago, nigga. That's corny. That's corny as hell, bro. We having a conversation right now. Come on, man. Stick to where we
Nigga,
at.
you
Bro.
said
Stop
it today.
No, I fucking didn't. I said, did our ancestors have a concept of vibration? And you said, as said in the Kabbalion. That's all you keep saying. Where was Egypt brought up in that? You keep trying to say that now.
Nigga, it was the context of our whole discussion, you idiot.
All right,
It's
but
everything
stick
that we
to
were
what
talking
we're
about.
talking about now. Stay out of the past, bro. Live in the present.
Nigga, it
Right
came
here,
up
right
today. We talked about the Emerald Tablets in ancient Egypt, bro. Do you hear yourself, bro?
That's going to be brought up. That's going to be brought up in my debate.
Benu, you're not a serious guy. Listen, Benu, I'm not helping you. Benu, I'm not helping you get more members for your crackhead movement.
Turn the
Not helping
debate
you get
down.
members for your crackhead movement.
Bro. Move on, bro. Move on. You good? All right, we good. We already see what's up.
So now every time you comment, I'm just going to post screenshots of you saying you read the Emerald Tablets.
You good, bro?
Lying ass nigga.
Bro.
You're lying ass nigga, man. Hey, Benu, when did you read the Emerald Tablets?
Now.
When did you read the Emerald Tablets?
Right now, bro. I don't give a fuck about that corny shit you're trying to do right now, bro. We right here, right now, having a conversation, bro. Right now. Stick to that. I'm whooping that ass right now.
Yeah.
Don't talk about some shit you got off on me 3-4 years ago, nigga. Fuck that.
It wasn't no 3-4 years ago, nigga.
2-3
Anyway, listen.
years ago.
Hey, bro. You was telling us that the Emerald Tablets are a guide for alchemy. If you read the Emerald Tablets, and they were a guide for alchemy, bro. Again, you just be saying the wildest, most European pseudo ass shit.
So I said I read a book, right? And
no, you said you read the Emerald Tablets of Thought.
A book called the Emerald Tablets, right? That was claimed to be written by Thought. You came with European information that said that book.
I came with European information.
Yes. Well, who else did you get it from?
Benu,
so you came with information.
Hey, Benu. This is why we talk. This is why we talk about, bro. Hey, listen. Bro. Listen. You get no. Don't tell me to goddamn stop. Show us the goddamn Emerald Tablets you read.
You came with information that book that I was reading.
You read European. You read some European goddamn fan fiction. Called itself the Emerald Tablets and accusing me of being the one disrespecting the ancestors. You hear yourself?
When you brought that up, I agree with you because
you a goddamn lie. You got Benu. All the screenshots are in less dialogue.
You said, what text did you read? And I told you what I read and interpreted it. And you said, look, that's not in here. That's not what it is. And I said, I didn't have nothing else to say. I said, oh shit. But I still stuck to my guns that our ancestors had a concept of vibration prior to these Greeks, philosophers, these Romans, whoever the fuck you keep giving credit to, were coming up with it before they even had an idea, before they knew how to fucking bathe. Before they knew how to stand upright, we had a concept of vibration. And that's what I stood on. And then y'all kept trying to say, oh, he doesn't know how to take criticism or bow down to superior intelligence because we went to these schools. We know way more. You should be listening to us. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop trying to play my fucking blood out, nigga. We've been doing this, man. We've been doing this shit. Your teachers just got here.
Leandro, you muted.
Yeah. Okay, but do you really think that white people didn't know how to bathe when Roman baths or like a
Roman and Greek baths existed fucking everywhere?
Before they knew how to bathe. Yeah, they knew how to bathe in Rome, but before that, when they didn't know how to bathe, they were dirty in caves and crawling around, sniffing each other's ass.
So you don't think all people have lived in caves over time?
No, we never lived in no fucking caves. When they was living in caves, we had empires.
Mom,
running
literally
water,
don't
all
do that,
types of
brother.
shit.
Have you ever seen the caves in Turkey?
All the society did not move at the same time in the same direction. When you have
What?
people living in empires, you also have people who lived in caves.
Right.
Some people started in the beginning, and as people migrated and developed, some people stayed and kept that culture. So I mean, both existed at the same time, which ain't nothing wrong with the caves. Are pretty nice places to live if you ever been in one.
We ain't talking about the same caves and the same
But have you
ideas.
ever seen the actual caves in Turkey? You should Google them.
No.
Like, cause they
Yeah,
like
they're
dug them
very
ships like
sophisticated.
deep down and like
They got
lived in them
floors and
motherfuckers.
steps
Like,
and
yeah,
bedrooms and
like
Was this
heating
before?
chambers and running
Was this
water and
before or after Europeans was crawling around in caves? Before they knew how to stand upright?
which part of Europe was this?
Man, when they was taken out of Africa.
What?
Hey, listen, they
Oh, you
apparently left
talking about
Africa.
the
They
African
apparently left
slave
Africa
trade
on
on the
their
white
feet.
people?
They apparently left Africa on their
That
feet and then
never
went to crawling
existed.
in caves for some reason.
Like, how did they leave Africa?
He said taken, not left.
Hey,
Taken.
hey, do me a favor. Hey, Tiffany, can you
So they
can
had
you look at that screenshot I dropped in the back? Where did he say the seven principles? Where did he say they come from?
Let's see. The inspiration for the Kabbalah is right here. Those seven principles are most definitely in the teachings of Tahuti.
Yeah. So Tahuti is Thoth. That's an ancient Egyptian deity. Where did he tell me that these seven principles come from?
Like I told you before, you are a disgrace to your ancestors.
He's going to confidently sit and say a bunch of bullshit every time again.
Let her read that. That was some of my best work.
Yeah, now listen. Now that's what I'm saying. So you see, and then so again, he was saying that these come from ancient Egypt. This is what the hell this nigga said, that's where the seven principles came from.
Okay.
Again, you're not a serious nigga, man. You
Okay,
ain't a
so
serious
but
nigga.
what's the chronology of all of this that we're talking about, right? Because like Cleopatra lived closer to us than she did to like ancient Egypt. Like the pyramids were already like 2,000 years old when Cleopatra was running Egypt.
Okay. And what does she have to do with the
Shout out to
concept
Mark
of
Antony.
Well, you guys are talking about Greek and Hellenistic things, right?
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
I know. I'm talking about prior to that. He's talking about Greek and shit. He's bringing that up and saying that they came up with these concepts and ideas.
I didn't say the Greeks came up with these concepts and ideas, nigga. You're not paying attention. I'm telling you that what happened is they used to have different cults and different cultic centers across Egypt with different temples and different deities, stuff like that. Then it came later. After the unification of Egypt. Then you started to have lots of these cults and cultic centers that are being put together. But at the earliest point in time, right?
Okay, cool. That's
why. No. You're not listening. I'm trying to give you some history.
And I said our ancestors.
And then what followed after that with the Ptolemaic dynasty coming into ancient Egypt, they didn't understand a lot of the stuff. Oh my God!
Way before that, prior to that, all different
if you can mute niggas, mute
cultures
this nigga.
that existed in Africa that we come from. It's not just Egypt. That's why I said
we
our
don't come
ancestors.
from all cultures in Africa.
What culture do you come from? You don't know?
I'm American.
Exactly. My point exactly. So then stay in America. We talking about people who
I'm African American and I'm European American as well.
Right,
but
cool.
Regardless of that,
talking about people
even
native
if
to
you
here,
did your DNA,
Americans,
I can guarantee you probably don't come from Egypt.
I didn't say I did, right? That's why I said our ancestors. We could come from any type of culture.
Those aren't our ancestors. We don't come from there. So if you want to go look up like probably the history of like West Africa, the Congo, over Angola, in that region, maybe you might find some more of your ancestors.
Okay, so those ain't your ancestors. All of them had concepts of vibration. The Congo, all of them. I'm not just sticking to Egypt. He's trying to tie me down.
Did they have it in ancient Egypt?
So he can have an argument.
Did they have it? Did they have it in ancient Egypt?
I don't give a fuck.
No. You just said all of them, and so I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
Am I asking you that? Come on, bro. Stop the clown shit in the buffoonery. Stop the clown shit in the buffoonery, bro.
Did you say all of them?
I'm not
Did you
with
say
it, bro.
all of them?
If you don't want to debate, then don't debate it. You feel me? You're running. You ran already. You showed your
Did
true
you say that
colors.
the seven
It is what
principles
it
come
is.
from
And they're not
Tahuti?
true. You're
I
not
feel like
fucking
the
true group,
problem
bro.
here is that he's just talking about in general, like vibrations, and you're talking about the actual philosophy of
Yes.
No,
vibration.
I'm talking
So
about that they knew that the drums could heal you. They knew that the drums could change your vibrative state to a trance state. And that you would be more susceptible to different influences by being in that state from drums beating. And that existed prior to any fucking European book or anything.
Listen, did you say that it? How about defending what you said about them coming
Fuck
from Tahuti?
talking about shit I said 2 years ago, nigga. We having a conversation right
Exactly.
now.
But every time your dumbass makes a statement, you defend it. You defend it to the death as if it's not a dumbass statement. And ladies say, "Well, don't hold me to what I said before. Don't hold me to what I said before." No, nigga, stop saying dumbass stuff because you should have took the correction the first fucking time. But all this proves is that you don't take correction, even though you say educated people, black people's biggest problem because they don't teach.
Yeah,
Your
niggas
dumb,
like
uneducated
you.
ass never listen to an educated
Niggas
nigga
like
talk.
you. And Byron, y'all niggas are black people's biggest problem because y'all niggas
No,
want to give
dumb
white people
niggas are
credit for
black people's
everything and
biggest problem.
discredit. No, they're not.
You
And
niggas are the ones
discredit.
more likely
Smart
to
dumb
commit
niggas.
goddamn
Dumb
crime and
niggas
to
know
not
they
have a damn
dumb and they
job
stay
and be
out the
less
way.
likely to provide for your kids.
Exactly.
It's the
Listen,
smart dumb niggas that's our problem. Dumb niggas just stay out the way.
And it's smart and it's these educated, indoctrinated fucking perpetuators of fucking white supremacy. That's our biggest problem. These niggas that go to
So
these
that's y'all
schools
debate.
and
Is
think that they
education
superior.
indoctrination?
We already had this debate and I whooped his ass.
Oh, you whooped you on that, Leandro?
Listen.
My first debate ever. Stomped on.
He did that right after he read the Emerald Tablets of Thought.
Still
Goddamn it. That's
got
what he
the
did.
boots with his blood on them.
Yeah.
Y'all with the shit early this morning.
Still got the boots with my nigga blood on them.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, the nigga type is this nigga was telling us he read these Emerald Tablets of Thought. Listen, this is not a serious nigga. He will lie and troll his way through any conversation because what he cares about is being oppositional. The nigga has oppositional defiance disorder, right? And so he just say anything against, and he'll sit and just argue just
I
for the sake
believe
of
he
arguing. He
listened
gets
to
a
an
kick out of it.
audio stream of the reading of this Emerald Tablet.
No, it was a whole book that was called the Emerald Tablets that I read. Yes. He's trying to say, "Oh, did you read the Emerald Tablets?" No, nigga, how could I read the fucking Emerald Tablets?
You
nigga?
said you did, and I told you. I said, "Hey, you read them? Drop a link to it."
Right,
Listen,
yeah, and
that's what I'm telling you.
that's why I say he tried to talk you into little like linguistic traps. You feel me? Fuck all that, nigga. I'm saying what I'm saying right
They're
now.
called
Stop bringing.
questions. They're not
But my
linguistic
thing is
terms.
like,
Those are questions.
isn't all of this like European shit?
Yes. This is what I keep telling him.
What vibration is European shit?
No, the Emerald Tablets.
And that's what he keeps trying to go back to. That's why I keep saying, why the fuck you bringing that shit up? I'm not
Because I
saying
keep
that
pointing
right
out to you that all you
I'm
have
not
is a bunch of
trying to
European
debate
shit
you
that you keep
on
trying to
nothing
pass
in the
off as
Emerald
African.
Tablets. I'm
You
not
don't
trying
do
to
anything
debate you on
but take
nothing in the
European shit
Emerald
and pass off as
Tablets.
African. It's all you do over and over and over again. Everything that you have is European.
But stick to what I'm saying right now. Stick to what I'm saying right now. That I'm
sticking to what you're saying. I'm sticking to what you're saying right now. Listen.
And when you're saying you read the Emerald
Tablet,
Tablet, you're talking about you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean?
a
Because
book.
there's an Emerald Tablet, and then there's the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean.
All right. Listen, stop talking about that. That's not what I'm challenging him on. He keeps bringing that up to cause a diversion.
I'm bringing that up because you always say stupid shit and you never take correction. I'm pointing out that you have a character flaw, and your character flaw is that you don't accept correction despite wanting educated niggas to help niggas. You don't listen. You always sit back and argue.
I never asked.
You always sit your dumb ass back and argue about stuff that you don't know, and you'll confidently to the death fight it and continue to repeat it. But you need to be listening. You don't need to be on any microphone in front of any people. You need to be in a seat learning your ABCs, so then you can eventually get to the point where you can read a book.
I need to be in the seat learning from you, right?
Not in any position to talk. You need to be raising your hand, asking questions. You don't get to talk.
I know. And see, that's
nobody should give you a microphone. Nobody should give you a platform because your ass is stupid.
Just because he sat at the feet of these Europeans and they gave him this receipt because he was able to regurgitate the information that they was giving him, he thinks he's superior to everybody else that can get an understanding.
Every time one of you niggas says that, you niggas clearly don't know what's required to actually get a degree.
Why does somebody always discredit somebody's degree?
It's only uneducated niggas that do it too. You notice a correlation there?
I don't have a degree, and Leandre doesn't think I'm stupid. I don't think.
I do not think you're stupid. You know, good. I do not think so. I think this nigga
you
stupid.
sit down and you don't challenge him.
No, listen. What are you talking about? We go
What
back and forth
I'm
about
not challenging anybody, but if somebody has a degree, that's their accolade.
Okay, and I'm not taking that away from them, but don't use that.
You're a damn lie. You just
You
sat there and
did.
disparaged it just a second ago. What are you talking about?
I said the way he's using it, because he
No.
has this piece of paper that he got from these people. He uses that as a tool of supremacy to tell everybody
I
else
didn't
that
even
they
mention
can't have
my
an
degree
opinion.
in the
They can't.
entirety of this conversation.
You just
I didn't
said
mention it.
you're
He said I don't
educated.
challenge Leandre.
What'd you say?
European supremacy, son. He on his white supremacy ship. You know, get
Have you
him.
mentioned it before?
Hey.
Now we
I
got
thought
to
I was
stick
on mute.
to, now we got to stick to everything you're saying in this conversation. But every time I say something, you bring up something I said 2 years ago. But now you got to say, did
because
I
I'm
bring
showing
that
that
up
you
in
have a
this
consistent,
conversation? Did I
you
bring
have a
that up in this
consistent behavior.
conversation? Come
Because
on.
you have a consistent behavior of just sitting there being
No
oppositional. You
consistent
don't
behavior,
actually
bro.
care about the information.
You can't study me,
You
bro.
don't care
You
about
can't
the
study me
information.
and put me in this and put me in a category like you
You
gotta
don't
analyze
care.
me.
You don't
and
care
you know
one bit
everything
about the
about me.
information.
I don't care about what you're talking about. I care about what I'm talking about. And I said our ancestors had a concept of vibration. Put up or shut up. Thank you for shutting up.
So if you don't care what he's talking about, what's the whole point of this conversation?
Because he's not talking about what I'm talking about. He's trying to reframe it and bring up Egypt and then bring up when I was talking about the Emerald Tablets 2 years ago. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
So that
That's not
negates
what
your
I'm asking.
comment. That negates your
What?
comment. You do care because it's not going according to what you want to
That's
talk
not
about.
what he. No, that's not what he wanted to debate him on. When DeAndre got on, he asked, "Can he debate him on vibrations?"
Did our ancestors have a concept of
The
vibration?
Africans not a concept of vibrations, right? DeAndre is saying that where you got that conversation from was a conversation that we had previously about these emerald tablets, and you thinking that that was African. But Banu was saying, fuck that conversation. I just want to talk about if Africans even knew about vibrations and stuff before they encountered Europeans.
And he learned from them. Instead of just saying, oh, they did. If that was the truth, he could have said, oh, nah, they did have a concept of vibration the way you're talking about now. But he won't even.
I don't think that he wants to even. It's not a relevant. Like, his thing is, why are we even talking about that?
Because he said they didn't.
That's why everybody on the call is saying that the Emerald Tablets theory is important here, because we don't understand why the fuck we're even talking about vibrations.
Exactly, because the whole conversation was him trying to the Kabbalion. He wants to substantiate him saying that he practices the spirituality in the Kabbalion because it came from the ancestors. Okay, and so that's it's been his claim. So again, so here's what I told him: are you saying that they have the concept as taught in the Kabbalion? Is that what you're telling me? Have you been saying for years that this stuff came from ancient Egypt, that this came from the teachings of the Houthi, that this came from ancient Egyptian spirituality? And again, and so now, listen, you won't shut up and let me tell the people what the hell the conversation is actually about. But listen,
you're not being honest.
No. You're the only one's not being honest. Is you, Mister? I read the Emerald Tablets, nigga. You have a habit of lying your ass off. You will sit and lie through your way through every damn discussion. Nobody should ever take it seriously because you're a goddamn liar. You will lie for convenience. The rest of the people, I can honestly say, earnestly, actually believe the stuff that's coming out of their mouth, and at the time that they're saying this stuff, they're actually looking for information to try to make their point. Whether they're right or not is completely. But you're disingenuous. You will sit and lie your ass through every conversation, bro. Bro, you don't do anything but troll. Listen, and this is why several groups have just removed you because they realize that you're not a serious person.
You're right.
Your ass is unserious.
You keep trying to frame it like that because the boot fragments is still up your ass from when I whooped that ass last time. So you can keep trying to frame it.
Also didn't happen.
Keep trying to frame it however you want and make me know you're not serious. Oh, you're just a troll. You're just a joke. Yeah, keep trying to push that. You are just a troll and a joke because I'm on your ass, nigga.
No, you are just a troll and a joke.
Disrespecting our ancestors, saying that they didn't have these concepts or understandings of the way the universes work, then nigga, I'ma challenge you on it every fucking time. What's up? Stop bringing up old shit, nigga. I'm asking you something right fucking now.
Yeah, cool.
Exactly, nigga. Back
yeah,
down.
Cool. Yeah,
bow down, nigga. Back up.
That's fine.
Bag back, nigga. However they say it in Cali.
But have a GED requirement to talk to niggas from now.
Bag back, nigga. Fuck a GED.
I bet you think
Don't do that. GED saved my life.
No. I'm saying you got to at least have one. You good, Swap?
You talking about fuck the GED? You got me fucked up.
I mean, well, okay, so did y'all both, Leandre,
Y'all niggas stupid,
do you
man.
agree? Do you agree that Africans knew about vibrations?
As taught in the Kabbalion? Did Africans do
No,
things?
period.
No. It's not. No, it's no. It's not. It's not. Period.
But
It's
that's the
not. Period. I'm saying what
question.
I'm saying.
No, that's outside the debate topic.
No, it's not
Yeah,
outside the
that's
debate
the
topic.
question.
No, it's not
the
outside.
question we asking is outside the
Not
debate topic. We're
answering.
not talking about y'all debate. We just want to
Yeah.
know: do you
Listen.
believe that they had some sense of vibration?
The Africans knew that things like that the earth could shake, right? So if an earthquake happened, they knew that the earth would move. They knew that if you hit something that it would shake. But again, the whole question came about because of the Kabbalion. So we're not going to divorce this from the fact that he was trying to substantiate.
No, I'm not.
That,
I'm not from
I know.
y'all
Is
debate.
anybody going
How long ago was that? That was 2 years ago. That
No. Listen, it just came up.
Another thing.
It just came up yesterday.
It seemed like
It just
he's
came up
accepting
yesterday.
correction without saying
He's
out
not.
loud, I'm accepting correction. I don't want to
No,
talk
listen,
about
he just made the same argument yesterday. That's what I'm saying. The same argument was just made in the boardroom yesterday. He just made the same argument yesterday in the boardroom.
Vibration. That our ancestors had a concept of vibration.
As taught in the Kabbalion?
And even the way they talk
what's
about
not
it in
going to
the
happen.
Kabbalion.
Because what's not going to happen.
In the Kabbalion, they said that everything vibrates, and
Cool.
depending on the rate of that vibration changes.
Saying the Africans thought everything vibrates. You see this is what I'm saying. Did the Africans think that everything vibrates?
Talking, bro. I didn't hear what you said.
Do you think that the Africans believed everything vibrates?
They knew that.
Okay, cool. So you're saying yes to that?
They had a concept of it.
Cool. The concept that everything vibrates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And the ancestors also had a concept that not only that everything vibrates, but that your vibration would change based on what you came in proximity to.
Yes, that's why they had. That's an example that I gave of that was instruments and different songs that they had with different melodies that changed the emotions of the people that they were emitting those songs and music too.
Because it vibrated.
They knew that a war chant. They knew that a war. Listen, stop. They knew that a war chant would affect the person that they were directing it to differently than a love song would. That's a concept. They understood that concept.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, sir, I tell you what, you won't get no goddamn platform out of me. You got to shoot yourself on camera if you want me to talk to you on camera. Your ass is stupid.
I know.
Your ass is dumb. You literally just said out of your mouth. You literally just said out of your mouth that the ancestors believed that everything vibrated. Everything vibrates. That this is an African concept.
Everything does.
No. I'm not asking if it does. I'm asking if the fucking ancestors said everything vibrated.
No, I said they had a concept of it.
That they had a concept that everything vibrates.
Yes.
Okay.
And that they could use one thing's vibration to alter the vibrational state of another thing.
Cool. I'll tell you. Here's what we'll do. Let's put it in plain English like that. Did the ancestors have a concept that everything vibrated? And by ancestors, are we talking about West and Central West Africans?
Why you can't just take the debate I asked you for instead of trying to frame it in a way where you can?
No, I'm not trying to frame anything. The stuff comes out of your mouth when I say cool. Let's debate it. Did the ancestors have a concept that everything vibrated?
Is that not the same?
Did the ancestors believe that everything vibrated? You just said yes to that.
Did the ancestors have a concept of vibration?
Did the ancestors have a concept that everything vibrated? Yes or no? You just said yes to that. Let's debate it.
I hope y'all can see what he's doing. Y'all just don't take this as him being intelligent. Like, this is cowardice.
No, me pressing you on the specifics of what you're saying, so that way when you get there, you don't just say they believe that took over here, therefore they had a constant vibration. I'm making sure that they had a
deeper understanding than just hitting a drum, and when you hit the drum it made a noise, and that if it was an earthquake it shook, and they was like, oh yeah, we understand. No, it was deeper than that. They understood that certain vibrations, even healing, even from, come on bro, whatever bro, if you're scared, you're scared.
Listen to what you just said. I just asked you out loud if they believe everything vibrated. You said yes. I said let's debate it. Why are you saying no?
Because I asked you a debate topic already. And I'm not moving on my stance so that you can frame it in a way where you can have a talking point. Nigga, you said they didn't have a concept of vibration. So I'm challenging you on that. I said, did our ancestors have a concept of vibration? Do you want to accept the debate? Yes or no? Anything else, I'm not fucking with you on, bro. I'm good.
Cool. Then continue not fucking with me, bitch, because your dumb ass keeps saying stupid shit. You first tried to argue that it came from ancient Egypt. You first tried to argue that it came from ancient Egypt, right? And then when I press you on the come from ancient Egypt, you lie your ass off and say that you read the Emerald Tablets of Thought, the same shit is
Look,
there.
you keep bringing up shit from 2 years ago.
No, nigga, because I'm walking your dumb ass through the history of how your ass keeps changing. Every time I press on this, I asked you to throw the Emerald Tablets. You told me you read it. Then you found out that the shit was fake, right? Then you switched. Then you say, oh, well, they still had this concept. Cool. They had the concept of vibration. It's called the Kabbalion. Yes, they did. Cool. So then I asked you to debate whether they had the concept of vibration that's called the Kabbalion. You won't do that. Then you turn and say, well, they had a concept of vibration. I asked, is it the same concept of vibration that you were appealing to? Because the whole point of this whole thing was that you want to distance yourself from practicing African spirituality. That's the whole point of this thing, right?
I just hope y'all see what's happening here.
Yeah, exactly. You better continue. You better continue talking. And so then you say that they had a constant vibration. I said, wait a second. Because it won't just be you show up and say, hey, well, they knew that if you hit a drum, the drum would move. No, it won't be that. It won't be that, because that would be stupid. So then I said, okay, hey, wait, are you saying that they have the concept that everything vibrates? You said yes. I said, you're saying that they believe that anything that you came in contact with, because it vibrates, it's going to change your vibration. You said yes to both of those. I said, cool, let's debate it. You say no.
Because I had a stance and I'm standing on it, and I want you to accept
is your stance not that they had a concept of vibration that said everything vibrates? Is that your stance? Because if so, defend it. Their concept of vibration is that everything vibrates.
I told you what my stance was.
Yes, exactly. You just said multiple times that they believe everything vibrates.
Show up and debate it. You can. If you don't want to accept it, you don't have to, Leandre.
Show up and prove that the concept of vibration that they had said everything vibrates.
Leandre, it's okay, bro.
I know. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is, because you just agreed to several fucking things and then you won't debate the shit.
You still big cuz. You heard what I'm saying? Big love to the Lokes. You know what I'm saying? But like I hope everybody can witness what's going on right now, and they not confused or being manipulated by the way you're trying to frame this right now. I hope people can see through what you're trying to do right now. When I was wrong, I admitted I was wrong, but I still stood on my stance that our ancestors had a concept of vibration. And that's what I'm challenging you on, because no matter how you try to frame it or how you try to linguistically twist what I'm saying and make it so you have a point, the point of what I'm trying to say is our ancestors had a concept of vibration prior to any European influence.
What are you saying the concept was, nigga? Because this is what I keep asking you. I asked you the specifics. What are you calling the concept of vibration? That's why I asked you the specifics. That's why I asked you the specifics. Are you saying that they believed everything vibrated? You said yes. I said defend it. You said no.
Listen, you said as described in the Kabbalion.
An overly broad ass proposition, and I don't give a damn who says it. An overly broad ass proposition where you're just gonna come in and say something like, "Well, they knew."
Listen,
you asked me vibration. No, we're not doing that again.
You said to me,
what's the concept that you're thinking that they had? Because you want to distance it from the Kabbalion, which is the context of the conversation. The entirety of the context was the Kabbalion. The entirety of the context was Kabbalion from start to finish. Nigga, from 3.5 to 4 years ago, all the way as recent until yesterday. Every time we talked about this, it was about the Kabbalion. Today, you want to distance from the Kabbalion, right? Because you guys probably Googled something, right? And then you want to say, oh, the Yoruba people. It was about the Kabbalion in ancient Egypt and thought. That was the original. That was the same thing we talked about yesterday. And then today, and they said, oh, they had a constant vibration. Cool. Was that everything vibrates? Yes. Cool. Let's debate it. No, I don't want to debate that. No. Because we're not going to get there. That they believe in earthquakes.
Okay, wait, listen. So when you said, did they have a concept of vibration as described in the Kabbalion, right? I said, what is your understanding of vibration in the Kabbalion? You gave it to me, right? And I said, okay, I'll accept that. And I'll take
everything vibrates.
No.
And so I just asked you.
That's not what you said. When you said, when I asked you, I asked you again, what is your understanding of the concept of vibration in the Kabbalion? What are they talking about?
I already explained that everything vibrates.
And what
that's
else?
Part one, that everything vibrates. And two, because everything vibrates, your personal vibration is going to change based on everything that you interact with. Not that music is going to change the way you feel. which is also overly fucking broad. And doesn't say that they knew anything about the concept of vibration from that. So again, the idea is, the idea that everything vibrates and that your vibration is going to change based on everything that you come in contact with. That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you to defend that, and you won't do it.
I never said everything that you come into contact with is going to change your vibration.
Again, that's the principle of vibration that started the whole damn conversation. So if you want to switch it now, that's something different. But the whole point is that the whole idea of vibration that came about was you trying to say that the concepts from the Kabbalion, that everything vibrates and that everything you come in contact with is going to change your personal vibration. That's what's supposed to be defended. It's the context. It's what we discussed yesterday. And I don't care how you get here and play games. It was the whole idea of what we discussed yesterday, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and 4 years ago. It's been a consistent conversation that you want to change now.
Hey, Banu, do you believe they knew about acoustic levitation?
I don't know nothing about that. But I wouldn't doubt it. The Kabbalion, the great therapeutic principle, the principle of vibration embodies the truth that motion is manifest in everything in the universe, that nothing is at rest, that everything moves, vibrates in circles. And you said, do I want to debate you? Did our ancestors have a concept of that? And I said, yes.
Yes, that everything vibrates, right? Because that's what it just said.
Mm-hmm. Motion is manifest in everything in the universe, that nothing is at rest, that everything moves, vibrates in circles.
Cool. Sounds good. We got a debate.
Okay. Did our ancestors have a concept of vibration?
No, that everything vibrates. That motion is in everything.
Whoa, why are you running from what I said?
You just read. Listen, nigga, are you on drugs? You just read out loud that was the concept that they had.
But
that everything vibrates. That everything is in motion.
Put it in context. What you mean? What level of vibration? He's saying yes, they knew about vibration. So that sentence alone, he agrees with. But you have to say to what degree did they know that everything vibrated? Is the context he's putting in. Do you believe that they knew everything vibrated? That's a yes or no question.
You asking me that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he wants the debate to be.
So why can't it be that our ancestors have a concept of a
oh my God, bro. Hey, look.
I just explained it to you because he agrees to that sentence, but he doesn't agree that they knew everything.
Well, if he agrees to that, then there's nothing to discuss. He already agreed.
The thing that is, oh my God,
he's backing down from
you think they thought everything vibrated is the discussion. You said yes, he says no. That's the debate.
So listen, if I say I have a concept that of vibration and what they're talking about, does that mean that I study it verbatim by what they're saying?
This is called a false equivalence fallacy.
No, it's not, because the word concept. What does concept mean? Does concept mean everything? No, it's just a general idea.
Yes,
so you don't believe that the ancestors knew that everything vibrated?
No, because I'm not trying to be tied down to one specific term or idea that he's talking about. I'm talking about everything. Yes, okay, yes, I believe that, but that doesn't mean that that's the angle that I want to debate. I want to debate that we had a concept of vibration already before this book came out.
Yes, brother, stop it. Right now you're being crazy. He said yes, they had a concept.
That's what I'm saying. You already agreed on that.
Right.
If
he's agreeing, then there's nothing else to talk about. If he's agreeing,
because I can have a concept of vibration and still not know everything vibrates. But I know this drum vibrates. I know the ground vibrates.
I know that this drum vibrates,
is it possible, right?
And I know that at the rate that I play this drum can change your emotional state, can put you in a trance state where I can suggest certain things to you that you would embody because of the rate that I'm beating this drum. They have
Swab. Let me ask you a basic question, right? Can you have two concepts that seem similar but are different?
Of course.
Exactly. And so the whole thing is here. This is what I'm saying. This is a false equivocation fallacy. Because what the nigga keeps doing, he keeps saying, well, they knew that certain things vibrated or shook or moved. They knew that certain things were in motion, right? Like they might come in and say that the river was in motion, and because the river's in motion, that's technically a vibration, right? They knew that if you hit a drum shook, and that's technically vibration. But it's not the same concept, and this is why it's an equivocation fallacy. Just because you can pop in and say that that they thought this thing over here doesn't mean that it's a one-to-one with anything else that's even
Right,
remotely.
but listen,
So that's what I'm saying. So again, so
what
the
I'm
whole
saying
point of the
is
conversation
that the
was you
concept of
trying to say
vibration
that
in the
your views
Kabbalion
again,
is
and this is
deeper
why I keep
than
walking through the
just
context of the
everything
conversation.
vibrates and everything vibrates. That's not the whole concept of vibration in the Kabbalion. That's not the
It's
end all
not
be
that
all of it.
it's not.
It's more
Listen,
to it than that. So that's why
listen.
when he
It
said
doesn't
that
matter.
as
It
in
doesn't
the
matter.
Kabbalion, I said
It
yes. And now when he's trying to just stick to one thing that the Kabbalion says, I'm saying no.
Yeah. You mean I'm
Because
trying
I'm
to have a
talking about the
specific rather
whole
than an overly
concept,
general proposition to make sure that we point out what the contention is?
the
Yes.
whole understanding of vibration, everything that they're talking about. That the
Yeah.
difference in vibrations can change, and that the one vibration can influence another one, another
But
person,
he
or
gets
another
that,
something
brother.
else.
He
What?
gets that. There's a
All right,
list
so what
of
is he
things. There's a
arguing?
hold on, because listen, and then after this, I'm gonna believe you being disingenuous. There's a list of concepts and vibrations that ancient Africans know, or Egyptians, or whatever people you're talking about.
Say it
And
again.
then there's a list of concepts of vibration listed in the Kabbalion. He's saying some of these things in the Kabbalion they knew about. Basic vibration, maybe it affects your emotions in some way, makes you more subjectable some way. But these
Are
specific
you agreeing
things,
to that,
he
Leandre?
hold on, brother. These specific things he hard disagree with. So it ain't no reason to go through all 200 concepts when he has a specific one. And you said you already agreed to it because you said they knew about everything in the Kabbalah. So did they know about this one specific thing? And all he has to do is disprove that one specific thing, and that disproves the concept that they knew everything that's in the Kabbalah. So he's grabbing the fact that the Kabbalah says vibration, everything vibrates, motion isn't everything. Did the ancestors know about that? And you're saying, yeah, he's saying no.
Okay, I understand that. But are you
My God.
understanding that there is more to it than that? I'm not just saying that because he has one point to argue and to say, oh no, I have to prove
Like
that
a
they
debate is
wrote
supposed
this
to be,
down
yeah.
somewhere.
Like a
They
debate
wrote
is
this
supposed to
down
be, yeah.
somewhere, right? No, but if I say they had a concept of what they're talking about in the Kabbalion about vibration, that encompasses the whole chapter on vibration. Stop trying to just single it out so you can have a talking point. I challenge you to something. If you're saying no, then no. Okay, I get it. I said that 1,000 times. I
Yeah,
get it.
except
You
for the
don't want
fact
to
that,
debate it. Okay.
that's certainly the way you want to
But,
frame.
but,
But the
but
problem here,
he
but the
hasn't come out
problem
and
here,
said yet.
the
He hasn't
problem
come out and
here
said yet that he
is
was
that you
wrong.
posted what the 7 principles of
He hasn't
Hermeticism
come
are.
out yet and said that he was wrong and that they do have a concept of vibration. Our ancestors did have a concept of vibration. If he would have came out and said that, I would have said, okay. But he's still arguing that. He's never said, okay, yes, that is true.
No, he's never said, yes, that is true, but he said they knew about vibration as far as a
All right.
drum.
And then when
They,
he brought up an example, he said, oh, like hitting a drum and like a
yes.
earthquake. That's not what I'm
That's
talking about.
him saying, yes, they knew about vibration.
All right,
Yeah,
but that's not
yeah,
what I'm
but
talking
they
about.
did
And
not
that's not
have
the
the
concept
idea.
in the
But again,
Kabbalion.
and this is why it's a different concept, because they did not have the idea that everything vibrates, or that you have a personal vibration yourself that's going to change with what you come in proximity with. That is what a concept is. And again, and I know you don't know what concept is, Benu. That's what a concept is. It encompasses the whole of the idea. So you don't know that, and that's why you keep saying, well, they had a concept of vibration. Well, what concept of vibration do they have? Because the whole context of this is you trying to point, and again, you already typed out what the 7 principles of Hermeticism are. You already typed out what they are, and you typed out. As a matter of fact, you asked AI to type out what the principles of Hermeticism are, and you said yes, these came from the principles of this came from the teachings of Thoth. You typed that out.
Why would I do that? And I have the book. Why would I need to go to AI and I got the book saying right?
Benu, it's in the chat. Benu, I have screenshots of you in the chat using AI. You had AI type it out, and you was like, yes, and this all comes from the Emerald Tablets. You said, and I read the Emerald Tablets again. You typed all the shit out in English, right?
Mm-hmm. And did I not agree to it? Did I say all of that?
You said it came from the teachings of Thoth.
Did I not say that when I said I read the Emerald Tablets, I was talking about a book that I read, and you keep trying to frame it like I said I went back in time to ancient Egypt and read the Emerald Tablets. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No, not anymore. He initially did, but once you specified, no, I read a book on the Emerald Tablets. I think everybody accepted that. Probably still
I
made
mean,
a little fun and embellishing the fact that primarily you delivered it like you read the
All right.
Emerald
And then when
Tablets.
he said, look, and then he said, oh no, look, these teachings were from this and this and that. And I said, okay, cool. But that
You got to
doesn't
remember
negate the
this.
fact that our ancestors still had a concept of vibration.
Did they
Still,
have the
like,
concept that everything vibrated?
all right, well.
He says, the Kabbalion is 7 principles: mind, rhythm, polarity, correspondence, gender, vibration, cause and effect. It's the basic foundation for magic or alchemy. The Emerald Tablets are like a guide for creating something using alchemy.
That was the AI response I got. Was that the AI response I got?
What?
I think it's
That was
breaking
the
up.
AI response that I got.
Keep
I get what you're
breaking
saying.
up.
Oh, I said, was that the AI response that I got?
No, that wasn't the AI response you got. That part you typed out.
Okay. And once again, the 7 Hermetic principles are the foundation for magic and alchemy.
But that's not the question. The question was, are the 7 principles
Why'd
of
you say that?
Hermeticism, are they African? That was the idea.
So
Are the 7 principles of Hermeticism African? Yes or no?
are you saying
Can
that
you
our
answer that?
ancestors
Are they
weren't
African?
practicing just
Are the
like
7
alchemy?
principles of Hermeticism
Just like
African?
alchemy. Just like alchemy. Just like alchemy,
Can you
right?
answer my question? Are the 7
Yeah.
principles of Hermeticism African?
The concept of them are, yes, they come from us, yes. The
Yeah, your
concept
ass is
of it. What they're talking about, where they got their ideas from, their talking points, any understanding that they have of
cool.
any way that the universe works
Cool.
came from us. Yes.
Cool. I'll tell you what. Yeah, let's debate that. Are the 7 principles of Hermeticism African?
Did I just say that just now?
Listen, you're saying concepts, which is not a different word. I don't know if
Did
you
I just say
again
that
you
just now?
legit
Did
don't
I
know
just
concepts, but
say,
listen, that's
did I
fine.
just say
Are
that
the
the
concepts
seven?
are
Well,
the
put that in
concepts
there.
of the 7 principles of Hermeticism, are they African? Let's debate it.
No. Do they come out of Africa? Yes.
Yeah, cool. Let's debate it.
Okay.
Right. Who's next?
Type it in the
Suave,
chat.
man.
Type it in the chat.
Suave, man. I'm not taking that goofy shit. Suave, I thought you was better than that, bro.
I'm getting clarification of what y'all talking about and coming to an
Nah,
agreement on
nah.
the title. I
See,
am.
so the problem is it'd be the same shit, but if it's not said directly the way you want to hear it, you automatically challenge it. Like
Exactly.
I'm
It
not
didn't change.
understanding it.
Exactly.
me?
None of that changed.
No,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
exactly what he's doing. He's saying that if it's not said the way he wanted said, then he challenging it. I said it the way I said it. Then accept my shit.
no, you
Why he
both
gotta change
agree
it the
on
way he
that,
want
but
to change it and
If
be
that
good?
was the case, Suave would have had to interject to try to clear it up.
yeah,
No, the
that's
only
just
reason Suave trying to come in and interject is because Leandre keep bringing up old shit and
No.
trying to throw other shit in the mix. He
Okay,
said,
but Suave said he
hold on,
understands.
listen, hold on. He said our ancestors didn't have a concept of vibration. Point blank,
no, he
period.
didn't.
He said, yep, come on, bro. All right, whatever.
He said a specific
Leandre,
concept. He believes a specific
Leandre,
concept,
hold
and that
on,
concept.
Suave.
No. You hold
Leandre,
on.
did our
You hold on.
ancestors have a
He
concept
said
of
that,
vibration as in the Kabbalion?
brother.
He's
We've
right
had
here.
the
You don't have to speak
conversation,
for him.
No,
He's right
not in
here.
the Kabbalion, no.
History.
All right, so then that's the debate. Did our ancestors have a concept of vibration as in the Kabbalion? Bottom line. Done. Nothing else.
Wasn't that the initial topic that he gave?
Yeah, but he keep
Listen,
trying.
He
that's
just
what
had
I'm
to go
saying.
through all of that to get back to the same topic.
That's what I'm saying. So this is why I was trying to put it. Listen. This thing he doing is again. That was the point.
Yo,
Is the conscious vibration is taught in Kabbalah?
when
Is
you
that an
brought that
African
up, I
idea?
didn't say
And
yes.
again, the goddamn question.
When you brought that up, I didn't say yes 20, 30 minutes ago.
I'm cracking up.
Hey, honey, see, you owe me an
Girl,
apology, honey.
this shit is difficult for
No,
no
I
fucking
don't.
reason. She said, no,
Yes,
I
you do,
don't.
because I tried to tell you. Yes,
You
you
could
do.
have came in and said, okay, yes, They all had a concept of vibration. Now, can you debate me
No,
on
no, no,
this,
no,
this,
no,
this,
no,
this,
no,
and this?
because
And
I
we would
already
have been
said
done with
the
that
whole
a
point
long
of the
time
whole
ago.
idea was
Right. He just
no,
tried to
because the
fucking
whole
argue
point,
because he don't
no,
want to be
because the
wrong.
was
It took us 30
trying.
minutes to get
Listen, the
out
whole
of
point is
you that
because
you agree with him in his first concept,
no,
and that's why you don't even want to debate
no,
that bullshit.
no, no, it didn't take 30 minutes for anything because I kept saying that
Thank
the
you,
whole
honey.
point of it
Thank
was
you, honey.
exactly
Word
what
is
he just
bond. I
said.
appreciate you because a lot
It's
of
that
niggas
I
be
already
letting him get this
anticipated
power shit
because I
off,
already
man,
anticipated
because
what
he
the
got a
game was going
degree.
to be
That's not a
I
because I
know
shot.
you
already said
anticipated it. I know you anticipated it, and you knew the conversation. But he had already told us this morning this whole thing, right? Then you came on and you said something totally opposite, right? So the thing is that whatever he said, the first thing he said, you agreed with that. Yes, of course, Africans had a concept of vibration. We don't need to debate that. What we need to debate is that other shit that you were talking about the hermeneutics.
well, no,
But he was so busy
except
trying to get you to agree that they just even had the concept, right? And going in circles about that when you already agreed to that shit. It took Suave to tell him, look, he agreed to that. Nigga, stop saying that.
yeah, no, you still owe me an apology because you framing this wrong
Nope.
still. Anyway,
No, I'm not.
the
That's
point.
what happened.
No, that is not what happened and part of this is because y'all missed out on years worth of conversation on the same exact topic, and so all a bunch of stuff that I'm
Right.
privy to and that he should be privy to as well. So again, what I pointed out to him is that again, what you're trying to pass off as African is European in its origin. It's European in its origin. This why when he's saying no, the writers of the Kabbalion, there's only one writer. The writers of the Kabbalion studied ancient Egypt. No, the hell they didn't. They did not study ancient Egypt. And so again, this is why I kept pointing out. So I'm like, no, they didn't. That's why the stuff didn't come from there. It didn't come from there. So again, and I'm pointing out that yeah, you're not going to equivocate two things that are different and way distinct and say, oh yeah, no, well they knew that you could hit a drum and a drum would shake and vibrate. I said, of course they knew that. So that's me saying they knew about vibration, even though you said it took 30 minutes.
I
It
never
didn't.
said that.
So
You said that.
so I said, are they going to know? Are they going to know that if you hit a drum, the drum is going to shake and vibrate? Yeah. Are they going to know that that there's a such thing as earthquakes? Yeah. Are we going to say that that's vibration? Yeah. But is that the same thing as what he's trying to pass off as the concept of vibration is taught in the Kabbalion? No, it's not the same thing at all.
Whatever, bro.
But that is facts. But you didn't bring up the Kabbalion at first. But now that you're bringing it up, you're saying
I
that
brought
you
up the
do
Kabbalion
indeed
at
believe
first.
with it. No, I'm
No, I
talking
brought up.
about not you. I'm talking about Banu. So I'm saying, but now that you're bringing it up, you saying that you do agree that the Kabbalion is African, the African concept.
What he's trying to do
Banu?
is frame it to say, oh no, that book was
But I'm
written
asking
in
you,
the
do you think that
1900s.
it's African? Do you think it's African though? Even though Europeans wrote it, do you think that they wrote it off of what they learned from Africans or observed from Africans?
They learn everything from us. What didn't they learn from us? They just got here.
So why didn't you? So here, hold on. Why didn't you take that debate when he first said
What?
the debate that you were trying to take now? Because you wanted it to be just did they have a concept of vibration? Period. This is kind of broad, but
And then he said,
if he doesn't disagree with that, it's retarded.
Listen, then he said, as written in the Kabbalion, and I said yes 40 minutes ago. Then he kept trying to change it and rearrange it to other shit, and I'm like, no, bro, stand on something, bro. Like, stop trying to.
Also, you don't want to as written. You want to as written in the Kabbalion, not that everything vibrates.
Let me tell you where this is coming from, right? Because I done been in debates before, right? Where I had a stance, right? And then I let somebody change and rearrange the title of the debate to fit their narrative and then lost the debate because of that. No, I'm making a claim. If you want to debate me on it, debate me on that. That's what I want to debate. Don't try to change my shit so you can have talking points and then don't agree with what I'm saying, even though you agree with what I'm saying. That's corny as fuck. If you want to have the debate, then say, yes, I'll have the debate. If you don't want to have the debate, then say, no, I don't want to have that debate because I agree with your stance. He brought up that topic.
Right, I agree with that part.
Have a concept of vibration as in the Kabbalion? I said yes. And then he said, oh, no, let's stick to just if everything vibrates and this. No, bro, it's more than that. It's more than that. Like, why he's trying to narrow it down so he can have an advantage. No, bro, I'm challenging you. Maybe I don't get how this debate shit work. You feel me? But let's just have a fucking argument then. I know how that shit works, motherfucker.
And you be wrong as hell sometimes in those too.
So what? So everybody can be wrong, and I'm not afraid of being wrong. And when I am wrong, I got enough dignity to accept the fact that I'm wrong. I won't try to frame it like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
When we had our little argument, you never admitted when you was wrong. So I don't know about that one either.
When what?
When we had our little back and forth.
About what?
Never...
Well, we had. I don't even know who's talking right now.
TJ.
TJ. What me and you had a back and forth about, TJ?
Lord have mercy. Let me go
If the
to
Lord has mercy.
Is it what?
If the Lord has mercy?
No. You was on a whole rant about Puerto Ricans, Hispanic people, and shit like that.
Yeah, what was my stance on that?
You challenged her African Americanism or something based on the fact of her having Hispanic roots, Afro Latino, and you had an issue.
You told me I wasn't black.
Her of all kinds of shit. Yeah.
And I told you what?
You told me I wasn't black. I pick and choose, shit like that. Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out how, when I clearly stated from beginning, Afro Latina.
Okay. That's
so
the
like
same
you
thing. Is that the same thing as Black American?
It's not.
Okay, so how are you Black American?
But I never claimed to be Black American.
You came to be Black?
I am.
That's what Black is.
Black is not Black American.
All right. I don't agree with that. I don't think people from Jamaica are Black. They're Jamaican. They'll tell you they're
Black.
not Black. Jamaican.
But
okay.
their race is Black. Nationality, Jamaican.
It's not a reality.
How is it not reality? If that's the case, when you fill out an application, no race would be involved.
But Jamaican is a nationality. There's Chinese Jamaicans, there's white Jamaicans, there's black Jamaicans.
They have to check Black.
Right, because we've been categorized by another group of people that told us who we were. But I'm asking you, Tiffany, why when I said our ancestors, you said, oh, you're not Egyptian. You got to go here to find this and this and that. I thought we was all the same thing. If we all Black, right?
Okay, so the people in the Americas, right? The Black people that were brought to the Americas all come usually from around the area of West.
Or we're here already. But go continue.
I mean, if some people have Native American in they're fine, that's fine. But
we're talking about the same people that are here today that we would call Black or African American were already here. Prior to being classified as Black or African American, they were something else that was already here.
There were brown people here. I'll agree with you there. Were they phenotypically African? No.
Okay, the same way as brown people in fucking Puerto Rico.
There's brown people. No, there's brown people in the whole entire world.
All right, but
around
that
the
mean
equator,
that
you know.
Yes, they are Black.
All right, then. So if they're Black, then all of us are the same thing.
So they took slaves to all of these places. The only difference is whatever country that you're in was the colony that started it. So what language you speak and everything like that. But like in Panama and everywhere else in America, it's like a mixed racial thing because of indigenous people, Europeans, Africans.
So like how we call ourselves Black Americans, do Jamaicans call themselves Black Jamaicans?
They're just Jamaican.
That's my point.
But here's the thing.
So,
why?
that's what I'm saying.
No, you have to ask yourself, why do y'all call yourselves Black American?
I don't.
Because there's white Americans, and you want to specify.
But there's white Jamaicans. There's Chinese Jamaicans. There's Indian Jamaicans.
Now you're seeing my point.
The difference is people in other countries don't have to say that they're Black. You can tell by their skin tone what fucking color they are. They
You
just
can
say
tell
their
by our skin
nationality.
tone what
I'm
color we are.
Jamaican. If they're Chinese Jamaican, I'm Chinese Jamaican. If
Well,
they're
you could,
Panamanian, I'm
but
Panamanian.
if you ask these people, are they black? They'll say no.
Listen, no, I don't know where you get that shit from. That's Dominicans. That's certain people.
No,
That's not
Dominican
everybody.
and England and
That's in
London,
any culture you will
France.
find a group of people that will say that. Black people in America are saying, "I'm not black."
You say that.
Because they understand that this is just a category that another group of people who
Okay, then
conquered the
so you
world
know
put us
why
in.
Jamaican,
So
you
how?
might get a Jamaican that
So then,
say,
how you
"No,
gonna
I'm
tell me
not
I'm
black."
not black? Let me get back to that.
Right.
How you gonna tell me that I am not black and
If
my
you ain't
skin
black.
tone is right? My skin tone is dark.
Do you have a white parent?
No, I have a white grandmother.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you made it.
But one
But
thing I
look,
don't do is deny.
hold on, TJ. I wasn't trying to come at you to offend you or to like try to disrespect your
No,
heritage
I
or
wasn't
nothing like that.
offended at all. I was trying to just
All right,
get you to understand
all right,
because
but
I
this
understand
is
your
my
point,
point.
but you never understood my point.
No, I did understand your point that you had African ancestry in your Taino blood as well, and so do I. I
I'm
got
not
Taino.
Taino at
Who
all.
got Taino blood? Come confused.
Puerto Rican.
No, she's
No, I'm
not.
Panamanian and Bayesian.
Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah, you did say that. You did say that part itself. I thought, but this all started from the conversation I was having with the dude Eric, right?
I think you said it's happening somewhere else, but I was trying to explain like not all Hispanics will say they're not black. A lot of them understand that they have
No,
African roots.
and I agree with that. And if I made it seem like I didn't agree with that or challenged you on that, then I apologize. But I definitely agree with that. That we do share some of the same ancestry. But when you saying like, oh, look, so this is my problem with that, right? So when you get like Haitian Americans or other people that come over here and assimilate with us, right? They can take on that black identity that we have, right? But they still can go back to their Haitian or Jamaican identity. And when it comes to talking about our issues, they'll talk about them from a standpoint of an outsider. But when it's something that benefits them, they'll say, "Oh no, I'm black too." But it's
You
like, how
do
could
the
you be black?
same thing.
Right.
No, I don't. No, bro.
Yes, you
I
do. You
know.
just said y'all black people. You said
I
y'all
know that black is
ancestors.
just. I
You
know that
said
black is
y'all
just an
people.
idea. It's not real. You feel me? This is
No,
just a label.
no. That's how you came to say those things. But you say the same things that you claiming they say. That's just your reasoning why.
No, but
But you
when I
also will jump in and say, "But I am black" when it's convenient.
It's like you're
no,
faulting
even
some.
when it's
It's like you're faulting
inconvenient.
a.
What are you talking
It's
about?
like you're faulting a black person for having a different nationality other than American.
No,
Like
I'm not.
they're not supposed like they're supposed to just not claim nothing. I'm just black.
No, that's not what
It's
I'm
like you
trying to
want
do
them
at
to
all.
denounce what they are.
That's not what I'm trying to do at all. It's definitely not what I'm
I'm
trying
just
to do
saying
at
that's
all.
what it sounds like.
It's like this, right? when when people that come from another place, right, that have a independent history of what happened to black, quote unquote, black Americans here in America, I'm a part of that. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm just identifying the fact that this term was put on us by another group of people. I'm not saying that I got a different makeup than y'all or I'm different than y'all somehow. I'm just saying that I'm calling myself something different because of the way this term came to be. I'm not saying that I'm completely different. I'm just saying that I'm identifying myself differently. And I'm just saying that when people come from a different heritage, right, they try to reinforce ideals and ways that we should behave on us and then say, but wait, we're you too. But how can you be trying to, you know what I'm saying? You're actually coming from the outside. You have to
But
say,
what
no.
everybody, the whole thing you claim about being, African ancestry, they have that, so they can relate with you on that. However, their culture, their heritage is different from yours. Like you got offended when you said they told you don't worry about our culture. And you like, what are you talking about? Y'all got that from African, so it's my culture too. But it's not. It's their adaptation.
Right, but
That's what makes them them.
what I'm talking about, I'm not saying that everybody does it. I'm talking about the ones that don't acknowledge the African influence on their culture or the African presence that's in their culture, that's there and
So then
present
why
and
did we have
prevalent.
the back and forth when I acknowledged it plenty of times over?
Because it was in the midst of another argument.
But if I'm acknowledging,
You're acknowledging what? That you have African ancestry, right?
yes.
Okay. But does that mean you're a Black American?
I never claimed to be American.
I know, but that's the only
I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen.
Right. I get that. I agree. You see how I'm like
what happened?
when points come up where I say
But
that I
what
was wrong,
happened
I'm
from
admitting
then
that.
to now?
What you mean? From when to now?
Now it's a whole different stance. Now you understand. Now you acknowledge that I acknowledged. When it was going on, you was telling me I'm not Black, all these other things.
But you're
I
not.
even mentioned.
It's neither am I. And I'm talking about as far as when you're saying
Go.
Black, we're talking about Black
There you
American.
go, Jamaican. You must be Jamaican.
Right? What a Black American is, right? And that's why I said like this language is what
But are
confuses
y'all
us. Right?
saying you could be
But
an
I was never
American citizen?
confused.
Are y'all saying that you could be an American citizen but not American?
I don't know if that's what he's trying to say.
No, that's based off because you was like, I never claimed to be an American. I'm an American citizen.
Right. Because I wasn't born here.
You can be an American and not an American citizen. Yes, I agree with that.
She has citizenship, like she wasn't born here.
No, I get it.
Culturally, she is Latina.
And that's what I mean. Like they can be like, oh
But
yeah, no.
nationally, she's an American.
Yes.
Which is all America is. America ain't like a genetic or.
That's what, man. Y'all should do some study in like some of the works of Nearly Fuller Jr.
No. You should do some studying or not trying to tell
We
people
read
what they
Nearly
can
Fuller
claim and what
Jr.
they cannot claim. You claim.
I'm not trying to tell you what you can claim and what you can't claim. I'm just telling you that this is what it is. Like you're not what these people are.
You just said I can't tell. I'm not telling you what you are, but you're not.
What these
like,
people are.
what the fuck did you do?
I said I'm not telling you what you can claim, what you can say you are. I'm not telling you what you can or can't do. I'm just telling you that when it comes to the concepts of these classifications that were put on us as a people,
you can't claim.
So you don't think that the same classifications were put on people in Panama?
Right.
Yes.
But when I explain that, yo, I can't. Who wasn't this? I need to go back to that because I think it was live. I need to go back. I don't know where this was at, but I need to go back because this shit is crazy as hell right now.
Why do y'all think? Because if somebody has a stance or an argument, right, that they can't come to an understanding and then change that stance and argument.
Because
they can,
at the
but
time
you have
you
to
had no
announce that, or
understanding.
we don't know.
I just did. Didn't I say if that's how I came off and if that's what I was perpetuating, then I was wrong and I apologize?
But you're still doing
that's
it.
not saying that you don't agree, you change your stance on anything. That's just my bad if you got to settle by what I said.
I get.
And that's what I'm saying. So when y'all was doing, when you and Leandre was doing it back and forth, that it was the same thing done with our conversation.
Are you a foundational Black American?
No.
All right then. So if I say you're not Black, that's what I'm talking about. Those people that claim to be that.
But you're telling me I'm not Black. Yes, the hell I am Black.
All right. Yes, you are. You are Black.
I'm Black with a different culture and heritage than you. That's it.
All right. You're Black with a different culture and heritage than me. I agree.
Like, how are you trying to tell that? That's the whole point. I keep asking you, how are you going to tell me I'm not Black?
Why do you think that American slaves are the only people that can be Black?
Where did the term Black?
Okay, this gonna go bad for you, right? So
you believe that, Beno?
So where Black originally comes from, right? Because let's go back to Negro and Negro in Spanish, and Spanish colonies were set up before American ones, and they were slaves here in those colonies before because America came late. The British came late. They didn't start coming till the 1600s. Columbus got here in 1492. So
were the Egyptians Black?
Bruh.
No, that's
Egypt
what I'm saying. He's right though. I'm not understanding. We started that classification as a people. to call us black.
We was calling ourselves black. Everybody was calling everybody black. We was all
No, I'm
black.
just saying it's a capital, in the United States. A capital B, black, is a people. It's a certain people group. African American.
And when we coined that term in the United States, we was talking about everybody on the planet.
Okay, well, I think TJ saying it with a
But that's what I'm
lowercase
saying.
b.
But I'm thinking that TJ was still. I mean, she still counts because one of the things of being black is being a descendant of the wasn't it transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
So what about the people? What about the
TJ
people
and
that didn't
anybody
come over
else
here in
who
the
are
slave trade? They're not
descendants
black.
of the people of the transatlantic slave trade?
I know, but what about the people that didn't come over here in the slave trade? Are they not black?
Are they descendants of the slave trade?
No.
If they didn't come over here, well then no, they wouldn't be black.
All right, but they're still here and they're still classified as black, right?
But they're not. Who is?
Me.
Bruh.
Wait, what?
Bro,
Did you just jump time, man?
you're a descendant. You're a descendant of the slave trade.
No, I'm not. Show me where any of my ancestors
So if
came off
you're
of
not a
anybody's slave
descendant,
boat.
if you're not a descendant of the slave trade, what boat did your ancestors come off of? You
The
should be
boats they
able to tell
traveled
me.
over here freely and been here since the before.
No. You can't prove that. So what I'm saying is, you can prove. Can you prove to me which boat they came off of?
How would I prove that to you?
Give me some. You're telling me that.
Give me some.
No prisoners of war can claim that. No prisoners of war. They wiped out our total identity. Slavery didn't go all the way across America. Slavery only went to the East Coast. It didn't come deep in there because it knew we were already in here. We the gold and copper.
Nah, he done came and just said some crazy shit.
Y'all gotta understand that y'all been lied to. Y'all were prisoners. Some of us was prisoners of war. Some of y'all ancestors was brought over here, but some of our ancestors was already here. Our grandparents and everybody tell us that we was over here and that the war didn't reach all the way to the West Coast. That's why slavery was only on the East Coast.
Talking about? What war are you talking about?
The war where the Mongolians came from the west, and the Nigerians and the Europeans came from the east. But the Europeans outsmarted the Nigerians and the Mongolians, and they started labeling people what they wanted to label them, so they could take our land from us, so we would have no claim. When I say our, I'm talking about the ones of us who was already here, who didn't get, our family wasn't enslaved or nothing. Slavery didn't reach all the way to the middle of America.
See, and it's only pseudo because you believe in what the
No,
Europeans
what
told you.
war are you talking? What Mongolians? What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck is he talking about?
So the
Maroons
wasn't fighting. So the
Mongolians, Nigerians. First of all, you know what? Nigeria wasn't even a country. Like the fuck? Nigerians. You mean like West Africans?
When you go
like,
do
what
your
does that
blood
even
test,
mean?
when you go do your blood test, if it say Nigeria and they tell you you're Nigerian, then people came over here before they was Nigerian. I don't care. They still label them Nigerian right now. So that's what they was when they came
here
over
during
here.
the slave trade.
Okay, I don't care. Those people right there, they brought them to try to act like that they were us, to try to mix us, to try to say that we weren't here. And y'all believe in that old bullshit.
The DNA would say that you were here.
We were
the
here.
DNA would say that you were
We
here.
were here.
It would say
They
that
knew
you were
I'm with
from
you.
up
They
there.
knew we was here. I don't know
Nigga,
about them
you
other
sound
people
dumb.
who
He just said
African. I'm not saying they didn't come. I'm not saying nobody didn't come from the African slave trade or none of that.
It was
But it was
Nigeria.
people here.
That means that you was already here. No, nigga. If you said you was from Nigeria, then somebody that was in your lineage is from Nigeria. If they
That's
were
what I
already
just
here,
told you, ass white.
No,
You the one that
you
said that it
didn't. You
wasn't
said
no
they were
Nigeria
here.
until
If they
you're the
were
one that
already
said
here,
Nigeria
then
wasn't
they would be
Nigeria.
here.
You're
My
the one who
nigga.
said it, ma'am.
If they were from here, then they would say
You're the
it
one
was
who said
here.
that, ma'am.
They would
You're the
say
one
it
who
was
said
here.
that.
No.
You're the
How
one who
about
said that,
you?
ma'am.
Shut the fuck up and
You're
let
the one who
somebody
said
finish
it.
their sentence.
You're the one who
You know
said
how
that,
you know
ma'am.
somebody is stupid? When they talk before somebody finishes their sentence. That's how
You're
you
the
know.
one who said that, ma'am. You want to be African,
Because
you
you
can
don't
be
want to
African.
finish.
We ain't from
I'm
Africa.
not African, motherfucker. I'm an African American. Are you dumb?
All y'all from
Are you
Africa.
from
My daddy
Africa?
said y'all from
Nigga, what
Africa.
the fuck is you talking about?
My daddy said y'all from Africa.
Was
That's
you
what I'm trying.
born in
That's what
Africa?
I'm trying
Was
to
you
figure out.
told?
Shit, I'm from the ninth
Where
wall
did this
around
part
the
of the
canal.
conversation come from? What
I'm not
made
from
this
I'm
part
from
of the
Africa.
Mex
conversation?
Americana. We
Mafia.
been here. We
King
was here
Naga
when
know
it was
about the
called Mex
museum.
Americana.
King Naga
You
know about the
wasn't here
museum.
at all, nigga. You just got here a couple years ago.
Not a couple. He's about
From where?
40, what, 7?
Who's that talking?
That's suave.
That's
No.
Jermaine. That's
Oh,
Jermaine.
okay.
Slow motherfucker.
Quantum
That's
only.
it.
Oh, okay.
Suedo.
That's
Somehow
who
he
that
was
is.
here when it
Okay.
was
Mother Nature and Father
Mesoamerica.
Time.
My nigga, you could have never been here then. Are you slow?
Are you slow? Didn't nobody say Mesoamerica? You don't even track good. You
You
trying to make me
you
say something that your
motherfucking was
mind could
just
only
here
catch on.
a couple
You can't
years
even track,
ago.
man.
You
If you
were
go
only here
rewind
a
this, you'll
couple
see I
years
never said
ago.
anything
You
about
were only
Mesoamerica.
here a couple years
Ma'am, it's
ago.
okay, ma'am.
You was
It's all
only
right.
here a couple
It's
years
okay.
ago. It's
It's
been
okay. You're
America
short
for a
circuiting,
couple
ma'am. It's
hundred
okay.
years.
You're short circuiting,
It's
ma'am. It was
been
some of us that was
America
here.
for
I
a
understand
couple
you're mad
hundred
that some of us
years.
found our
You were
lineage,
not here
that we're not
hundreds
from
of
Abraham's blood, that we're from Job's blood. Are you
Abraham. Who
mad?
the fuck
Hold
Are
is
on,
you
wait,
mad
wait,
because
wait,
we
Abraham?
from
wait, wait,
Joe.
Job's
wait.
I
blood?
don't
Whoa.
even know nobody named
Hold on,
Abraham.
What time out?
Who the fuck is
So you not,
Abraham?
Yeah, that is. You know
so
who
you
he
not
is.
African, but you not African, but you descend from the biblical
From
people.
Abraham?
I
The
descend
fuck
from
is he
Job.
talking about?
I descend
Was
from Job.
Job African?
No, Job was from
No.
Uz. That wasn't nowhere in
This
Africa.
nigga is an
You better
idiot.
find out
Oh,
where
are
Uz
you a
is.
Jesus.
Mormon? Are you a Mormon? You think that Jesus came to America?
I'm a quantum onlyism.
So I'm
This
saying,
nigga
do
just
you have
said
any
he came
African
from
ancestry?
Job. It's the
That nigga
Bible.
mad because I got golden
Somebody please
copper
help
blood.
this
You
nigga.
mad because we descended from Job and not
Read.
Abraham? Don't be mad,
Do
man.
you know
I
Why
what
don't
you think we
descend
Job
from
came?
any of
was?
Why you
those
think we
people.
came out of war like
Do
that?
you
Why you
know
think
what
slavery
Job
didn't matter us?
was?
Did you see how
Do you
Job
know what
overcame them
Job
trials?
was?
You see
So
how Job
You
Quantum, do
overcame them
didn't.
you have
trials?
You
any
That's the
didn't. You didn't
same
African?
way
overcome
we doing it,
shit.
Banu. That's how we
Job
doing
didn't
it, Banu. They
overcome
mad at
nothing.
us, Banu.
Quantum,
They
Job
do
didn't
you
mad at
have
us
any
overcome
because we know
shit.
we
African
ain't that.
ancestry?
They
Job
mad at
lost
us, Banu.
African
everything he
ancestry?
got. The fuck is he talking about?
Quantum,
Nah,
do
but
you
look,
Job
have
didn't overcome a
African
motherfucking
ancestry,
thing.
So it
brother?
says
Can I
that
get him to
Job is a
answer this
descendant
question?
of Esau. So
Can I get him to answer
Yes,
that
thank
question on that?
you.
Can we get
He
that
don't know who
clarification?
Job
so
is.
he
I
a
said, do you know
wait,
what
you a
Job
Job is a
descendant of
descendant
is?
of
Esau?
Esau. Ma'am, Job
Yes.
was way before Esau.
What?
Job happened way before Esau, ma'am.
Yo.
Job happened way before Esau. You getting
Quantum,
wrong news.
Jermaine, do you have any African ancestry? Sir,
This nigga thinks he's the man, please.
Hey,
do you
so you're
have
some
any
kind of
Africans that you
Israelite,
descend
actually, now
from?
that I think
He's an
about it, right?
Edomite. No, he wants to be an Edomite, right?
I'm saying, why don't you just
Come on
stand
now.
on it, brother?
Oh, you're an Edomite? Oh.
Sir,
Are you okay?
come on, before I play my narrative, you might want to answer this question yourself because it's coming. So that's what you mean by cleansing the demon blood? Now
This is
your
a new
neighbor's
one.
Wi-Fi don't work.
I've never
That's
heard
crazy.
this one.
Never. You've never heard the truth.
So do you
Ever.
have any
This
African
is not the
ancestry,
truth.
sir? Hold on. Time out. Time
He's
out.
an Edomite,
Do
bro.
you
So
have
my
any
thing,
African
what
ancestry?
makes you think you know the
Manuel,
truth?
help
Hey, can
us.
y'all get that question up out of him, man,
Just,
before y'all
you just
drag
short
into that
circuit.
other shit?
You just short circuiting, man.
Emmanuel,
You
we
might know
need
the
you.
Emmanuel,
truth.
he said he's an
But
Edomite.
what makes you think you know the truth?
He's
So
He's
can
descendant
an
we
of
get
Job.
that
Edomite
direct
from
answer
Job.
from him, please?
He's
How is
from
that
the
not
land of
important?
Edom. Oh,
Do you have
sorry.
any African ancestry, sir?
You asking me or him?
I'm asking him.
Oh, my bad.
Oh my gosh, that show was
Why are
funny
you
as
being a
fuck,
cowboy
man.
right now? Because if they ask you about Esau, you're gonna start talking. Why you just can't say no? I don't have any African ancestry. But motherfuckers want to teach shit. That's crazy.
Is he still on the call?
He's on the call. He just
Yeah, I heard Benu. I'm here.
Nuts.
He asking questions. He ain't trying to teach. Talking about teaching somebody something. You ain't trying to teach something.
No, I'm not trying to teach.
Tell
I'm trying to learn. Do you have any
when we go
African
to the
ancestry?
debate, I can't wait to debate you. And after I
Do
debate
you
you and
have
demolish
any
you,
African
and you come up,
ancestry?
yes, I do. I do.
Oh, okay.
I got
Sorry
African
it was so hard for you
ancestry.
to
I
admit.
got African ancestry in your blood, not in my blood.
Oh my God.
You said that, Sally.
How can this shit be taken seriously? Like,
I asked him that already, and he got mad at me, TJ. So
You don't have because they don't know how to
He's
have
an
a serious conversation.
anti-African with a white wife.
Y'all
claiming
mad
he
because I
cleans in
said I got
demon
the
blood.
blood of Joe because I'm at the golden copper race, and y'all want to be black and African?
Joe is white.
Did you do a blood test?
Ma'am, you don't know
Did
anything.
you do a blood test?
You don't know anything.
Joe is
Did
white.
you do a blood test?
He's from Edom.
Actually, I did do a blood test. They
And
thought
it
I
says
was
that on
white
there?
because I have RH blood. So they called me back in there and they couldn't believe it. They fucked
You
up
cannot
and
have
accidentally
RH
told me that I have
blood.
RH blood.
Oh no!
This is how we know.
Was he a denosaur?
This is how we know. This is how we know
That's
they've been
not
lying
even
to
what
us.
a RH is.
This is how we
That's
know they've
not
been
what
lying to
RH.
us.
That's not what
This is
that
how we know they've been
means.
lying to us.
That's
The
not what
system
that
fucked up, and
means.
we found out that
That's not
all
what that
the golden
means,
copper
bro.
Americans have golden
You
blood.
don't know what
We're
you
the
don't know what
golden
Golden
brown
blood.
Americans. Don't be
Bro, that's
mad
not what
because you got the
RH
blood of
is.
Abraham and y'all believe in the
Oh
devil.
my God.
Bro, none of us are
RH
even.
blood, you just
None of us believe in the Bible.
See how Job
None of us
overcame them
believe in the
problems?
Okay,
Bible.
so I'm
See how
interested
Job
because he
overcame them
said
problems? That's how we
RH
do.
blood.
That's
This
how
What
the
does
nigga's
golden
RH
happy
copper.
right.
That's
what
how the
does
golden
RH
brown
blood have to do with
Americans
that?
do. That's how we've been
What
He's
does
doing.
on
RH
here
blood have
telling
to
us
do with
that
that?
he's an Edomite. A1,
Yes.
he said he's a descendant of Job.
And he's
Job ain't
cleansing
no
the demon
Edomite. Job
blood
was
But
out
he
way
of
don't
before
himself by
Edom.
mixing
yes,
with white
Was
women.
so
he's an
far before
Edomite.
Edom, you don't know
And what
nothing.
I'm saying is this, he's an Edomite. And what I'm
You
saying
don't know
is this,
nothing. Job
is
was
that he just
way
said,
before
no,
Edom.
you don't know nothing. Talk about RH
Job was
blood.
way
Do you know
before
what
He's
RH
a
Edom.
means
descendant
in
of
blood?
What does
Esau.
RH blood have to do with any of this?
But it's not. Do you know
He's a
what RH
descendant of
is?
Esau.
RH
You
is your
guys are
negative or
so
positive. You
ignorant.
still have to have a blood
Can't
type.
believe you don't know who Job is.
You still
So
have to
you
have
know
a
that
blood type.
you know that Job,
I
whatever
can't
his
believe you
name is,
don't know
he
who
was
your
RH
ancestors is.
negative. Is that what you're
It's
saying?
crazy.
Them ain't my
I can't
ancestors. I
No.
believe
don't
you
come
don't
from
know
the
who your
Levant.
ancestors is.
No.
I don't
Excuse me,
come from the
TJ.
Levant.
He said he had
Job
RH
wasn't an
blood.
Edomite
So he don't
or
even know
any
what
of those.
RH means in
He's
the
from
blood
Uz.
type.
That's what I'm
We're
trying to figure
Uzzies.
out. What
Is it
We're
does
RH
it
called
have?
positive,
Uzzies.
What
RH
does it?
negative?
What right? What is it? You would be an RH
Right.
negative. What does that have to do with anything?
Read the book, come to class, and you'll understand it.
No. I'm gonna tell you. You're just missing a fucking protein. That's it.
That's the protein that cleanses all other bloodlines
No,
of demon
it does
DNA,
not.
ma'am.
No,
You don't
it
know
does
nothing
not.
about it. You too, y'all too slow,
This
ma'am.
nigga got to
You're
be
slow,
making this
ma'am.
shit
No, it
up.
does not.
You're slow. It's okay.
He is
Listen to
just
the
I know
white
making
you're
this shit
mentally
up
supremacists.
as he
malnourished.
goes.
I know you
You're
guys are
missing the
mentally
RH
handicapped, mentally
protein.
malnourished. It's okay.
He's definitely
I'm gonna
handicapped.
give you
He's
guys
bugging.
some mental steroids for your
He
mind.
believes
This
You
he
should
could
nigga
be.
think.
crazy.
He
You have
You
to
believes he
are
could
think
be
missing the
washed
sensible,
white.
RBZ protein,
guys.
and
It's
that's the
okay.
fuck it.
It's
That is
okay.
the
He
fuck
could
it.
be
This nigga
washed
said he
white.
has
Benu,
RH
Benu, you got
blood,
to find
bro.
your own
If that's
identity,
you would have
Benu.
to get a
They want to
shot.
be
That's the
somebody else,
only
Benu. I got you,
RH
Benu.
blood is crazy.
I got you,
That is the
Benu.
only
RH
difference.
blood was the craziest shit I've ever heard in my
You ain't
motherfucking
never
life.
heard nothing
Like,
about it. You
what?
don't know what it is. All you've heard
The
is one
nigga
story
sounds
about it.
dumb.
You don't know that it
But no,
cleanses
you
all
You
still
other
don't
sound
know
blood of
that.
demon
crazy.
No, the
DNA.
fuck it
And it's
don't.
There's
okay,
no
ma'am.
such
It
thing
does
as
not.
You
RH
don't know what that
blood.
protein does.
New dog.
You don't know what the protein does, ma'am. It's okay.
Oh, so you're anti-African, anti-black with a white wife claiming you're cleansing the demon blood.
I got golden brown American blood in
That
And
me.
he
is
thinks that he is
crazy.
also
We
white.
cleanses all races of demon DNA. You go mate with other races because you can't stop the mixing of races. And this is why y'all go bad. But in this American blood, when we mix with other bloods, African, Asian, European, all the demon bloodlines. We cleanse them bloodlines.
Did you say you have a white wife?
Do you
I'm
have
confused. children?
Yeah, I cleansed her of demon. I cleansed her of the
What
demon
is the
DNA. Do you
demon?
understand
What
that?
is the demon?
Do you understand that? I cleansed her of
What
demon
does
DNA.
demon?
I cleansed my blood, cleansed her blood, and human DNA. Do y'all understand that? Do you understand that? Still don't understand.
And quantum-onlyism, what is a demon?
Still don't understand it.
I just want to know what a demon is in quantum-onlyism. What does that mean?
You got to read the book, man.
What does it mean? You should be able to tell me.
I wrote a whole book because I wrote a book for you to read it.
You should be able to tell me.
I can't.
You're in here making claims that you can't back up.
There's a book that
so you're making claims that you can't back up.
And then come back.
It's cool. You're making claims you can't back up. Stop talking.
You read them math books and shit.
Stop talking.
They make you read that bullshit that you believe.
What's the point in talking
in
here?
my book?
We're not Bible believers, dummy.
Why you can't read my book?
We're not Bible believers. What you said
white folk is written. You made it.
That I'm a victim.
That's a suicide.
So that's a victim. Yes, it is a victim. If you go to the hospital, they're going to say you're an animal attack victim.
What?
You're a victim of an animal attack.
But you should know. No. That's what they're going to say because they didn't know that you chose to jump in there.
Animal or entity that suffers direct physical, emotional, or financial harm, injury, or death due to actions by another person, accidents, illness, or unfortunate circumstances.
When you choose to do something, you're not a fucking victim. You chose to do it, you're not a victim by his definition.
It also refers to someone tricked, cheated, or sacrificed in a ritual.
Oh, peace. How you doing, man?
So that's about other people. So what I'm saying is, when you choose to do something, you're not a victim.
Let me get more.
And by definition of victim, that's what the fuck I said. So checkmate, motherfuckers.
It's not checkmate. You sound crazy.
Victim.
Oh, checkmate. Look at y'all learning.
Yes, a willing person can be a victim, often in context involving a victim mindset or victim mentality where a person adopts the role of
that's what y'all got.
Avoid accountability or gain attention. Okay, that's
an urban black problem right there. That's an urban black problem right there.
Hold on, read that. Hold on.
But honey, I agree with your agency argument. Niggas do got agency. You do have control of what you can and cannot do or what you are doing. So she's right on that aspect, right?
I agree.
And what you just read right there explains what goes on in these arguments and explains what goes on in the urban mindset. Yeah, because y'all do got a victim mindset. The white supremacist ghost.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Carry on.
Hey, the whole
it just said that you could be a victim if you're tricked or if you're a participant in a sacrifice or something, whatever it read. So if you're tricked into doing something and you do it willingly, you're still a victim.
From the outside, no. If you were tricked and you didn't do it willingly, you were tricked into doing it. So
you
what
did,
I'm saying
you have to do it. Can't nobody make you do nothing you don't do willingly.
You were tricked into doing it. That means that you were doing you thought you were doing something else, and you were doing this. So that's being tricked into doing something. That's not doing what you thought you were doing. You're doing something else.
That nigga work in our house.
That's crazy.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. So what a victim is somebody that has something done to them from somebody else. Not somebody that's doing something themselves. It's something that's done
that's literally what it said, being tricked into doing something. If you're tricked into doing something, nobody's doing it for you. You're doing it yourself.
Nobody is tricking somebody into going to work, getting their paycheck, taking their money and spending it on what they want to spend it on.
Someone who commits suicide, what do we call them?
Oh, wow.
What? Somebody that killed themselves.
No, a victim of suicide.
Boom.
Y'all call them a victim?
No, that's what society calls
them. They killed themselves.
They
did what the fuck they were supposed to do.
They succumb. They succumb to their situation and their environment, and it became too much for them. And they did something willingly to themselves, and they're a victim of their circumstances.
They did to themselves, right?
But how can you make sense of what he just said and then talk about white supremacy in the same breath?
Say that again.
What are you talking about?
I think he's talking to me.
What she just said, right?
Yeah.
About the drug dealer and the user, right? When you look at the same thing with the white man, aka white supremacy, and black people, So how can she be mad at the fucking white man then? Because
she didn't say that. I
the
said
drug
that.
dealer is the white man, according to their logic. According to their logic, the white man is the drug dealer. And the black people are the user.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the drug dealer that's selling it.
You getting you what you getting. So, like, the argument, there's no argument there. Because y'all don't even making sense. Y'all don't even make sense to what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. You niggas be up here for all these years and be talking.
What are you talking about? Who's not making sense?
He's thinking about how a drug addict, right? If he OD, that's his fault, right?
Okay.
Now, we were saying, well, the drug dealer should be held accountable too for, well, the dead person, he OD, he's already paying the price for his action. But the drug dealer that gave it to him could be responsible for his
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
One of us did that, one of us didn't. And then you know, a benefit can be a thing that you have that you don't even apply.
So Cosmo, is you saying that the Owaspy Bible or scriptures is more applicable in today's time than the actual biblical scriptures?
Yeah.
On what grounds? Like, what in the Bible is not applicable today?
Well, I mean, it's levels to this. You dig what I'm talking about? I think the Bible may have been high science when it was written over 2,200 plus years ago, right? But today in 2026, it is it's outdated. And not that it doesn't or couldn't have any purpose. It's just you know, it's Stone Age ideology for space age people. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm just saying, as in being historically accurate, being scientifically based, giving new ways to look at science. You dig what I'm talking about? And it just does things the Bible just can't do. So yeah, I think it's just more.
What is this application of the Owaspy in 2026? Which particular field or which particular domain? Where is it applicable?
Right. First way it could be applicable is in chronology. Right. So for instance, white people told you what time it is, and you don't know anything other than that. But every one of y'all gods told y'all he made the sun and the moon to tell time, months, days, weeks, holy days.
So
but you know, hold on. You asked how it could be applicable.
So chronology of what?
You can put things on a chronological basis.
What things?
Right?
What
things?
Hold on.
Without having to be subjected to the Gregorian or Justinian calendar.
So you're redefining time?
No, time is just what it is.
So which chronology you're talking about?
I'm just saying,
chronology of what?
For instance, right? let's just show it. Cedric, what year is it since the creation of modern human beings?
Modern human beings weren't created. So now again, applicable in which context? You say chronology. Chronology of what?
What year is it since the creation of
Human beings
upright
weren't
modern
created.
man like us?
Human beings weren't created. I never acquiesced to faulty premise.
Okay,
So
they weren't created. I don't know anything in creation. I've never seen a watch without a watchmaker.
Bro, tell me what chronology, what
All
chronology
right, now
are you
listen.
talking about?
I've never seen a watch without a watchmaker.
Fine. I didn't ask you that. You said
you do
said
this a
this
lot
thing-
that you come in and you try
Bro,
to
you
overtalk and dominate a conversation.
No,
And what
let's
you're
stick
gonna learn
right-
is
let's
you're gonna
stick right
learn
where-
today.
let's stick
I ain't
right
the
with-
one.
let's
so
stick
I
with-
ask you a simple
let's stick with the
question,
topic.
sir.
So no, I asked
I
the
asked you
question
a
and you
simple
don't turn around and ask me a
What
question.
year?
You
Hold on.
said-
What year is it?
Bro, slow down.
I'm just asking, per your ideology or per
Human
what
beings
you've
weren't
been
created. So I answered you the third time.
Okay, listen.
Human beings weren't
I didn't
created.
ask that question.
Human beings weren't
I
created.
didn't ask that
So
question.
please,
I
you're talking
asked
about
you,
chronology.
what
Chronology
year
applicable to what?
is it since the creation of what
Human beings weren't
of man,
created. Stop.
and how?
Human beings
And
weren't
then
created.
better yet, how do you
Human
calculate
beings
that
weren't
data?
created. Human beings weren't created. So when you're talking about chronology, what specific chronology are you talking about? The universe, universe, history.
Everything that's corporeal, that can be seen in the real world, time can be applied to it.
So I'm curious why you say human beings wasn't created.
So like, hold on. In science, he was asking why it's better. Like chronology.
Chronology of what?
I'm saying?
Chronology of what?
Listen.
Chronology of what?
Hold on. It gives a better chronological time understanding.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Slow down. Slow down.
No.
Slow down.
Okay, I'm
slow down. We don't need a two. We got a one. Let's stay right here. Let's stay right with chronology. Let's dissect your whole chronology. So your Awaspi gives an account, a scientific account of the formation of the universe. How does it do this? How does it do it? What is the methodology?
Yeah, it gives a whole method.
What is the methodology? My questions are easy.
Okay, hold on. All right, so you want? Let's just slow down, right? Since you just want it all in a nutshell, let me give it to you in a nutshell.
No, not in a nutshell.
Now you don't want
We're
the answer.
just talking about chronology. So you're
Stop
now
moving the
asking
goalposts.
you,
You asked
what
for
is
the
the
method,
methodology that the Awaspi applied?
You
Go ahead.
ask for the method?
Yeah, the
Stop
methodology.
moving the goalposts.
Goalposts. I'm being specific in my question.
I'm trying to be very specific while you're trying to overtalk me. Are you calm?
Go ahead. What's the methodology?
All right. So in a nutshell, Awaspi explains it like this. Sound creates motion, creates force, creates substance. Right? And motion and the fact of that motion and its spiraling is apparent in all things through what is called the golden ratio and the Fibonacci spiral. It offers up an understanding called vortex as the force that emanates energy into matter, and also just like Einstein was explaining how energy comes from matter. So basically Einstein gave you the E equals MC squared. Awaspi tells you the M equals EC squared, how the energy gets in it. So it gives a broader understanding.
I'll let you go all the way there, and I'm gonna bring you right back, right? Because I'm gonna ask you again. What is the methodology? You're giving me philosophy. You're not giving me methodology.
I gave you the method.
So you don't know what methodology is. Okay, continue. Well, you have no.
You can try.
I heard your answer.
You can try to
I
say.
heard your
Okay,
answer,
hold on.
but
Watch
that's
this.
not a
What does method
methodology.
mean? Don't method mean the steps to how
A
a thing is
system in
done?
which a system of application in which you derive certain conclusions.
And I
So
explained
you're giving
exactly
me the
that.
conclusion.
Hold on.
You're
Are you
giving me
saying
the
what I said
conclusion,
was
but
above
not
your
how
pay
you
grade?
derived it. And you're giving me
Are you
Einstein
saying?
formula. So now,
Are
if you're
you
using
saying what I
Einstein
said was
relative,
above your pay
so
grade?
now,
I explained the methodology
no, you didn't.
exactly.
Okay, good. So now, don't
Was it
cut me off
above your
again.
pay grade?
So don't cut me off again.
Hold on. Is
Right?
motion can motion be part of a method?
So don't ask me any more questions. I allowed
Can
you to
motion
explain.
be
Bro,
part of a method? You gonna
don't ask
answer
me
my
questions.
question.
No, I'm gonna explain you why you don't
Well,
know what
then
the
you ain't got nothing
methodology
to
is.
talk to me
So
about.
when
You ain't
I
got nothing
ask
to
you
talk
what
to me about.
exactly,
Ask
that's what
somebody
you
else
always
some
run.
questions.
That's
Hey,
why
if
y'all
you're
niggas
not
always
man
run.
enough to have a
You can't even explain
conversation,
the methodology.
just say that.
You just giving me an explanation of conclusion. How did that vortex was determined?
Right.
What is the system used? What was the system used to determine everything you just
What did
said?
I say? What did I
No,
say?
you talked
Created
about a
motion.
vortex,
What
created
did I say?
motion,
What did
but
I
you
say?
can't explain me
Created
a
motion.
methodology. What is the methodology applied?
What did I say? Created motion. We got a whole science on
How
that.
did you determine that? How did you determine that?
Scientifically,
How did you
there's
determine
a
that?
scientific
So what
method
is
called
the science
cymatics.
applied? My question is
Where
easy. What
sound
is the
creates
science
motion.
applied?
Hold on, wait a
What is
minute.
the science
Right?
applied?
Since I can't
So
have an intellectual
you're using
conversation.
conventional
Hey,
you're using
Owly, let me
conventional
ask you a
science?
question, Owly.
No, I'm asking the
I
question.
can't have an
You
intellectual conversation.
explaining us about
Hey,
philosophy. So there's only
Owly,
one direction
if
the
I
questions
told
are
you,
coming.
Right.
if I
The
told
problem I
you,
see,
So
the
we don't
problem
need
that
to
I
do the
see in this
hold on,
hypothetical.
Cosmon.
Let's stay right
Hold
here.
on, Cosmon.
Let's
Check.
stay right
You
here,
gotta
Second,
hold
Cosmo.
on, lick your
Cosmon.
lips
Let me
for a
just say this.
second, bro.
The problem that
Lick
I
your
see
lips.
in what you're saying, Cos, you got to go to the text, bro. If he asking you
No.
what is the science
I
applied,
don't gotta
instead
do
of you trying to
nothing.
explain
I
it,
don't have to
go
do
to y'all
anything.
text.
Listen,
No,
this
I'm
is
saying
just
that would be a
hey,
good
listen,
starting point.
this is a man who asked the question who didn't even know what a method was.
No. You
So when I
don't know what a
told
method
him,
is.
when I gave
No,
him a
you
method
gave me
like
an explanation.
sound,
So now, what is
when I
this?
gave him a method like
What is the
sound,
science
he
that
couldn't wrap
determined
his
the
mind
vortex?
around that.
So let me
When I gave
break
him
it
a
down for you,
method
Moses.
like
No, you
motion,
didn't.
he couldn't wrap his
Motion,
mind around that.
motion is an actuality, not a method.
Yeah.
Motion
Motion
is an
is part of
actuality.
the method.
What is the method
Hold
that
on,
you
we have a
determine motion?
whole
How
science
do you
of
determine
motion
method?
creating shape.
Bro, lay on my
Or
question.
sound,
So are you slow? Wait a minute.
sound
Are you
creating
slow?
shape.
Wait a minute. Are you slow?
Yeah, are you slow?
Because I'm
That we
gonna ask
have a
you again.
whole science
I'm gonna ask you
where
again.
sound
So
creates
now,
shape.
so what is that
Sound
whole
creates
science?
motion, sir.
What is that whole science? What
It's
is that whole
called
science?
cymatics. Sound creating
So,
motion.
so you mean
Sound creating motion, and hence shape is called cymatics. Look it up.
listen, bro, I know. So now again, you ran away. You ran away. You ran away.
Again, you don't know.
Look,
You don't know that cymatics is a whole thing, man.
Okay,
But see, the thing about the Bible, that's why I love the biblical text, because
You just need to lick your pink lips.
the biblical text, when it describes creation,
I got him.
when it talks about creation, hold on.
He didn't know that cymatics existed.
So I can break down the biblical understanding scientifically.
Creates
Dealing with the part two.
Okay, Cosmon, bro. We gonna fall back. We gonna fall back off the Mystik, bro.
And the
Oh, you good. You good.
Man,
So
you
what I was saying is that that's what's so beautiful about the biblical text, because it gives us that understanding very simply, very simply.
Right.
Whereas you know
it gives a breakdown on what science later on learns about and calls cymatics.
But see, that's what I'm saying. You keep saying it, but you're not showing it. Whereas we who believe in the Bible,
we gonna go to the Bible and throw it to you.
Right, well, listen,
I don't know if
it
GD
off
and
the top
Capone
of my
still on,
head.
but he was about to say something to that point.
I know it off the top of my head. In the book of Jehovah 1:1, the very first verse, it says, all was, all is, all shall ever be. And the all spake, or sound, created sound. And motion was and is and ever shall be.
Ain't that the
and
same
because
thing
of that
that
motion, and because of that positive motion,
what's the dude's
positive
name?
force, they called it he and him. So that explains cymatic sound.
Ain't that the same thing that Ben Carson said that's in the Emerald Tablet of Tahuti?
What happened?
I'm saying what that quote that you just said, that sound like something I heard Ben Carson say that was in that's in the Emerald Tablet.
Okay,
all was, all is, and
I
all
ain't never
shall
seen
be.
that. Yeah, I
Billy
ain't never
Carson.
seen. You mean Billy
Huh.
Carson?
Yeah, Billy Carson.
Yeah, I never seen that in the book of Tahuti. I think he might have wrote the book of Tahuti, but or the whatever that.
No, I'm just saying it's a phrase. He say all is, all was, and all shall be, as above, so below. And he say these are the words of thought.
I actually read the Emerald Tablets.
Oh, so that's playful.
Right? So I never seen that in there.
I think the first
above,
line
so
is
below, that
plagiarism.
part is in there. The as above, so below, but I never seen the all was, all is, all shall ever be in there. I never seen that. If you can pull that up, that'll be dope.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm not saying that it's not in there. I'm just saying when I read it, I don't remember seeing it.
And I apologize to the black race for calling John Marlboro a nigga. That I didn't mean to do that. Niggas are just black people. I'm sorry. And just sidebar, I hated that from Chris Rock. It's the difference from black and nigga. I hated that because we all the same. But yeah.
More subjective opinion.
Who that was jumped up in the air? Who said that? Cosmo, you said that?
The nigga from Job 8:8 said it.
Oh, all right. All right. So, bro, first of all, you think all us up here are drooks. You don't think we niggas are black people. So
I think a lot of y'all are drooks.
No, you know all of us are drooks.
I know, I know for a fact you one.
Marlboro said all of you a drook too.
You a drug.
You more like that thing on 300, trying to still be with 300, but you couldn't, so you went to the Persians. That was that was you.
But you're a drug though. You are a drug.
I know. According to your text, exact.
According to real life, you're a drug. I'm not judging you by your skin color, or it's about your actions and your lack of spiritual acumen that proves who or what is a drug. It don't got nothing to do with race or skin color or anything like that.
Well, that's what I was going by, because that's what the text said.
All right, that's not what the text say though.
No, that's what the text say.
Yeah. I mean,
the text verbatim says drooks are black skinned people. Like,
okay, there's a lot of black skinned people.
Right, exactly.
So what? So some of them is drugs, like you.
No, all of them are drugs.
Yeah, you a drug, bro. You black and you a drug. A drug is a person who's like a
black
warrior
skin.
type.
He already got
you
that
a person
established.
who a drug is a person who wants no spiritual life.
Right. Now you expounding on
spiritual acumen.
Right. So what you're saying, you're expounding on the deficiencies based upon them being black.
No, I'm expounding on your deficiency, which proves you're a drug. You are a drug, and you black. But there's white drugs too. There's Asian drugs. There's East Indian drugs. There's African drugs. You just happen to be a black drug from America, a low vibratory demonic person who wants no spiritual life, who denies spirituality, right? Who thinks it's just low, right? You are a drug by your actions, sir. I'm not saying, I'm not bashing you. I'm just saying what I see, and by how you act, how you speak, and how you carry yourself like a drug. right?
All right.
You could have been
Yeah.
white. You could have been white. Drunks were white. Shit, that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
You can't
that
even
was,
tell who a drunk is other than by their character.
yeah. Well, you know, like I said, man, I already done beat your book to death, man. It just sometimes I just have to say something, you know, just trying to snap you out of it.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, because listen, I would be mad if you were I was just walking in the punches too. You dig what I'm talking about? You can't never do nothing with me. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all sent this silly little immigrant up here from Jamaica with his little pink lips and his musty underarms. You dig what I'm talking about? When I checked him on science, I checked you on science too, Cedric. I'm saying most of what you know, Cedric, was regurgitated from a pale face, and you have done no science of your own to actually move the needle forward. I gave a whole new ideology of how to use the sun and the moon to tell time, a thing that don't change. See, I'm saying motherfuckers just regurgitate and trapped into the Gregorian calendar. They regurgitate and are trapped into the Justinian calendar. But every one of y'all understand and said that y'all God made the sun and the moon to tell time. But then he didn't turn around and teach it. Neither does your science, huh? Justinian didn't teach y'all, huh? Halil II didn't teach you.
that's madness, bro. Even Jose can beat that doctrine up, bro. Real talk, man.
Why you can't?
I done already
Why he
beat
running?
it up,
He ran and you can't.
Remember the first debate with Cosmic Chris, he begged me not to talk about the OWASP. He wanted to have a debate, but he didn't want me to talk about the OWASP.
From
Like,
Daryl Cosma
how we gonna do that,
for a
man?
whole year. You ran from Daryl Cosma for a whole year. Don't make me pull up the video. Y'all set that up in 2024, and you never got that debate in. You was running from him till I end up cornering you and punching on you in 2026. You started this with Daryl Cosman in 2024, running. Stop with all this tough guy talk, man.
How long you been in the WASP, bro? How many years?
How long you been a hoe?
Oh, bro, I'm not even gonna act like you said that. Bro. I'm asking you a real question, bro.
That's all I'm saying, man.
You know what I'm saying? How long you been in it, bro?
The same time you've been a coward, I've been on the WASP.
Bro, come on, bro. So you scared to answer the question?
We equal then.
Bro, I'm asking you a question, bro. Like, how long you been?
What do it matter?
When you got the revelation, that's all I'm asking you, bro.
When do it matter?
Man, but y'all niggas be so sensitive, bro.
The whole point is, do I have a mastery of it? Am I applying it?
You read the whole thing?
I could have had it 5 minutes. If it's beneficial and it's working, then what is you mad about? Why you hating?
No, bro, listen what I'm saying. First of all, it's madness to follow any type of European saying anything at that day and time based on the condition that we was in. That's the first.
I'm just saying OWASP indigenous to America. It's an American language. It come from the American soil right here.
Look, earlier I said Jose can beat the job.
I don't need no other people from no other land who ain't from my culture, who ain't from even from my landmass, telling me nothing in a language that I don't even fucking speak. Fuck Hebrew, fuck Phoenician, fuck Paleo Hebrew, fuck all that, fuck all the Greek, nigga, fuck the Masoretic text, and fuck that rebirth of that dead Hebrew Yiddish that y'all speaking today. I'm saying I don't speak none of that.
So what about English?
I'm saying I fuck with a text
that came in
What
the
about
language
English?
that I don't need to be transcribed or transliterated from 1,300 different texts. And at least for
So the
all the
Owaski was
bullshit that y'all
translated?
talk about, I'm just saying for all the bullshit that y'all talk about, at least I know who wrote the goddamn book.
But I'm saying, so the Owaski wasn't, ain't a Owaski, ain't that's an offshoot for Mormonism, right? So if it is an offshoot for Mormonism,
No,
it's not?
No, as a matter of fact, Owaski explains that Mormonism is from a false god. It named the god and it
I'm
explained.
saying, do you have anything to do with the golden tablets of Jason Smith?
No.
Joseph Smith, whatever his name is. You got his name.
No.
Nah, this is smaller cult than that. It's about like 30 Europeans
Mormon text
and
and all
wigwams.
them, they had already pulled their little charlatan trick with the hat and the golden plates. That had happened when JBN was a child. That happened in the like 30s, 1830s. Owaski didn't get wrote to 1881.
Yeah, Marlball, he was a dentist. He used to make wooden teeth and stuff.
But so you saying all that about all these other languages. What about the English? What about the English language that you speak? Is it F that too?
Huh? What?
Because you said F the Phoenician, F the Hebrew, F the Greek.
I don't speak none of that.
Paleo. Yeah, but you speak English. So is it F English too?
Yeah, it could be fuck English too. You dig what I'm talking about? What I'm saying is English is the language I speak.
That's the language that you speak.
Hold on.
That's not the language that's not a. Go ahead.
Hold on. This spiritual book came to me in a language I speak. You don't speak Hebrew.
Well, not as fluent.
You don't speak a lick of Hebrew.
Not fluently.
Nor do you speak Greek, sir. Do you speak Greek?
No.
No. Do you speak
Well,
Latin?
English came from the Greek though.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Where did English come from? Latin, right?
English is made of American indigenous languages. The script is Latin.
But that's the same thing though.
No, it's not.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that that the English came from so you're saying that it came from the Algonquin?
I'm saying modern English.
Are you saying that English comes from? No, listen. Are you saying that the King English comes from Algonquin?
No, I'm saying modern English, right? Is not only spoken, it's not only written, but previous to that, it was also signed, right? It's the American trade language. How do you think, for instance,
right? That's called.
Hold on, one second before you go on.
Go ahead.
How do you think of the people from northern Michigan called the Okono, the copper people, right? Did deals, an Algonquin-based people, did deals with
you moving the goalposts.
Who did deals with the Maya all the way in the Yucatan Peninsula, people who don't speak the same language or the same dialect. How did they do business?
Because it's only a separation of dialect, right?
Wrong.
Rather, it's not
Wrong.
the language. It's only a splitting of the tongue.
The Mayan tongue is totally different than Algonquin.
Well, Algonquin is a language that was taught to the Indians by Europeans.
No, it wasn't. Listen, the Algonquin and Algic languages, right, existed before Europeans got here. They added Latin script to the words to make modern English.
Yeah, but a lot of people I will argue that the Algonquin language is just Hebrew.
Wrong.
It's not corrupted Hebrew.
Especially in America, it's Algic. It's Paleo-Algonquin. And then hold on, like I was saying, how a people who don't speak the same language do business is with what is called a trade language.
Yeah, right. That's not the transmission of English.
The
Lingua
modern,
franca. That's what you were talking about.
Hold on, the ancient Algonquin trade language, which is American Sign Language, right? We got one for the East, we got one in the North, we got one in the Midwest, we got one for the West. This is how the people interacted with each other when they spoke different languages, signed language. Even your boy who took it to the Royal Society, Diego came over here in 1540 and learned American English from the American Sign Language from the English, from the Indians, and took it back to his son in France and taught him how to do it, how to use sign language to speak, because at the time they were saying that they were dumb, they were illiterate, they couldn't learn and all that stuff because his son couldn't speak. You dig what I'm saying? So he learned the signed language that he had seen in the Americas and went back and taught his son. And that was offered up to the Royal Society. That ended up becomes American Sign Language. And this is why it don't matter if a Russian is speaking to an East Indian, African speaking to a European. When the language is signed, it's always converted into English, regardless to what language the people speak.
Sign language had nothing to do with the English language. That comes from a long transmission. The origin that you find is in a Romance language, Romance languages, which is the descendant of Latin, bro. Sign language and the spoken word and the written word are all three different things.
Listen, like I said, the Latin script was applied to Algonquin. They did that with the Bible. That's how it got done first. With the Algonquin Bible, 1660s. Y'all didn't know nothing about that?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. That they translated the Bible into the Algonquin language to teach the natives.
Right, but the script is Latin.
So
they
you
put a Latin script on Algonquin words. Yeah.
Okay.
What is y'all? They did the same thing for most languages now and modernly. German is written, even though it's German, with a Latin script. Spanish, right? Whole different words, written with a Latin script. Algonquin, whole different words, written with a Latin script. They went around doing this shit. This is what dumb diversis is about. This is what emblanqueamiento is about. Right?
So where can we find that the English writing, the Algonquin language was transcribed by into Latin characters?
Hold on, let's look up real quick. Let's look up the Algonquin Bible by James Elliott.
Who's that on the screen?
Oh, that's me. I was just looking at the modern day American alphabet, because I think he's talking about American English. I heard somebody say King's English. King English and American English is different. When you're talking about and when you're talking about signing and sign language, a lot of, like he said, those are two different things. They once called writing sign language also.
Everywhere.
But is it true what he's saying that the Algonquin language was transcribed into a Latin script, which later became known as English?
Hold on. And the first one to do it is right here. They indoctrinated you with Bible, the Algonquin Bible.
The Algonquin Bible translated into the Algonquin language.
Translated. Hold on, right? So that means he had to learn Algonquin, right?
But that don't mean that the Bible was Algonquin in its
We
origin.
didn't say
I don't know what you're saying.
That's never not even the claim.
That's what
I'm trying to get to a point to where he say they use Latin characters.
They do.
You still haven't got to that point. The Algonquin Bible.
Hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Brother, it's simple. It's simple, right? Since you got it pulled up, if you want to look and see if they use the Latin script on Algonquin words, just pull up the image. Right? It's got the image right next to each other, both of them. The New Testament of Lord and our Savior Jesus Christ. Right here, it say Mamuse, Wanubintamums, Upiblum God. Right? Nesawe Nukone Testament. Kawonk Wusku Testament. So they're using, John Eliot is using the words that are in the Bible from Hebrew, Greek, whatever it's from. He's asking the Algonquin people what this word is, and then he's writing it down using a Latin script for the word. Do I need to hold on? Let me show y'all this, because
well, I'm looking at it now.
They must not be getting it.
No, I get it. Like they brought the Bible to an Algonquin and they asked him to translate it.
No.
Yeah, that you say the dude read the Bible to the Algonquin dude, and the Algonquin put it in his language.
No.
And you saying this is not Hebrew?
No, it's not. It's Algonquin. And
this,
plus,
this sound
Hebrew,
like it makes
let me tell you something. How we know?
But look, I could write this in Hebrew though.
Not Hebrew.
I can write it in Hebrew.
It's not Hebrew. First of all, the script is different, and the words are different. And Hebrew doesn't have readily accessible vowels, especially ancient.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, it's written with no vowels. It's written
with no vowels. That don't mean that it was spoken without vowels.
Damn, bro. It's not. It don't have no vowels in it.
The script don't have no vowels in it.
But it's spoken with vowels. What the difference is, Algonquin has both sets of vowel sounds that the Latin have and the American English have. The A-E-I-O-U, it has that, and it has the A-E-I-O-U of like Latin and every other goddamn language in the world. Algonquin is the first to have that. It has a resh, it has a ch, it has a w sound.
Right.
Whoa. Unlike Latin don't have a whoa.
Well, we're not talking about Latin. I'm talking about Hebrew in this Algonquin. I said I can argue that this is Hebrew. This is Hebrew though.
It's not.
And this is why early people believed that it was Hebrew, because it was.
It was never Hebrew. And then this is why when your boy came over here
but this is before the guy. This is before that guy.
He brought Hebrew translators that didn't translate anything. None of them used Hebrew because none of the people over here spoke Hebrew or an iteration of it or anything like it. Nothing.
Who did?
Nobody did.
I'm saying who you said, bro? Who?
I'm talking about the conquistadors, and I'm talking about Columbus. They brought
Hebrew
translators with them that were unused. They didn't write anything or translate.
Why did he say? So why did he say that all of the names of the places was of Hebrew origin?
He didn't.
Oh, really? So all right, let me pull it up real quick. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. What land did Columbus say he landed on?
Plymouth Rock. No, no, go ahead. I'm pulling it up.
Go ahead. I'm asking you, what did he land on?
Matter of fact,
right?
let me.
Haiti,
I'm gonna
huh?
come. Hold on, I'm finna come back.
What did he say the land was
This will
called?
be easier.
Hi, the people. I forgot what the people called it, but they called the mountain Haiti. But they called the land something
Mount
else.
of God. Now that ain't the Mount of God. You dig what I'm talking about? Or Haiti, right? Is not a Hebrew word. Huh? They came over here and gave them these lands Christian and Hebrew iterations, right? To their liking. But that's not what they were called.
But you're doing, from what I'm understanding, you're doing a lot of conflating like truths with like not sound conclusions based on that truth.
You show me that the island that they landed on, Haiti, had a Hebrew name. That's all you got to do with all that.
I don't have that information.
Right, because it don't exist. Nobody has it.
I can't say that. I guess GD and Capone had the information. So
all right, I'm waiting on
you.
you.
Pull it up in 1 second. I'm pulling it up now. I had to sign in on my other device.
Right.
But it's crazy, bro.
What's crazy?
But I'm saying, from the record that we have of a lot of the Algonquin words or the indigenous words that the people were speaking. If you know Hebrew, they sound is similar. It's very the phonetics is very similar.
Hold
And
on.
even the meanings of the words, even the meaning of the words are the same in the contextual way that they use the words.
Well, for instance, right? If you got a cart in India, right, and the word for cart is whatever it is, and you got to say you got the same thing but a different word in Asia, the same thing but a different word in Africa, and the same thing but a different word in America. Do that mean that they got the word from one another?
It means that the word is it came from one.
But they all using different words for the same thing. So the thing would have had to come first, and then each one with their own people with their own tongue named what it was.
For identification. I got you.
Right.
So y'all can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So this is Christopher Columbus. This is Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese discovery by Dr. M. Carlson, right? And it was edited by Charles Grosh, PhD. This is in 1894. So let me go down. I think it's on page 100.
You know what else they found that year in 1894?
What's that? Them golden plates?
No, the atom.
The atom.
Yeah, the atom.
He said them golden plates, boy. He could.
So
yeah, I mean, it would be cool if he talk about golden plates or whatever, but at least they got golden plates. Where them tablets that written by the hands of God?
All right, here we go right here.
2 tablets that written by the hands of God. Because if you ain't got them, your Bible fake. You can't authenticate anything. I'm saying it was all changed.
All right, so let me read this real quick, bro. It says, of the more interest then they made of the migration is the question whether any other analogies in language and tradition, in religious concepts or in religious ceremonies justify the acceptance of this ethnological theory. It says, Roland Chief argument in the support of his view in support of his view is the language of the Indians in Española
Cuba, Jamaica, in the adjoining islands. He contends that it has many resemblance to Hebrew. Now here's the argument. In fact, he even calls it corrupted Hebrew. Quick, hold on. So he called it corrupted Hebrew, right? Then he said he inserts that which the names of Cuba and Haiti are Hebrew, and that they were first applied in the earliest cliques, and that means chiefs. I mean, wait, what is it? Well, it's gonna explain. I'll explain. I looked this stuff up before, but it say cliches. So it say the chiefs or the leaders.
Cacique? Is that what you're trying to say?
Cassians who discovered the people of the islands. The name of the rivers and of the persons in use among the natives are derived from the Hebrew. For example, Hanania from the Hebrew Ayin, it means stream, and Yanis from Jonah, and Yahweh from Jacob, and Uri's from Urias. So it goes on, right? So it's a Sabial from Seba, Masi from Moisi, and the names of their tools.
Right?
Hold on, bro. Let's finish. So it say in the name of their tools of their little canoes in Kansas, the name of oxy for pepper, and the name for the storehouse for maize, grain, and like all points to the Hebrew language. Right? So hold on. Now I want to get to the place because they named the places like Ohio and all that. But this was the argument in this.
I don't think it was called Ohio. I think white people gave them names or European gave them names when they came over here. Just like Michigan is if you look it up, it says Michigan is a Indian name, but actually it's a $5 Indian name, and the name is a derivation of the word Mississauga, right? And that's the actual Indian word. So they conflated it just like they did with the word Algonquin, because that ain't even the word.
So he just gave you a list of words.
The real word spoken by the people here is Ehgoquim, right? And the anglicized English ear hears Algonquin. And that's what you're regurgitating. You're regurgitating their remix. The name of the state was not Ohio before white folks twisted it up. Or I ain't gonna even say white folks, because a lot of the people that came from Europe was melanated. Right? I'm going to just say the people with the Christian ideology and the Bible and a papal bull and bullets, right? Them guys, you dig what I'm talking about, came over here and enforced the doctrine of slave ship through God. You dig what I'm saying? So the Puritan missionary John Eliot translated his famous 1663 Eliot Indian Bible into the Massachusetts language. This is an extinct indigenous tongue belonging to the Algonquin language family, right? It goes on further to say, because the Massachusetts people had an oral tradition rather than a written one, Eliot worked with local speakers, such as the Kokone and the Wawasa, to adapt the Latin alphabet to phonetically transcribe the spoken language. Well, how were they able to transcribe the language if he couldn't speak the language? Sign language. He gave them the words through sign language.
Who did?
Eliot. And the people spoke back to him. That's how they spoke to Eliot. Didn't speak Algonquin.
So how did James Adair communicate with the
He learned Algonquin.
so he was able to communicate because he already spoke Hebrew.
No.
And that's how they was able to communicate.
No, James Adair didn't listen. James Adair spoke Algonquin to the Algonquins. And just like I said, listen, because the Massachusetts people had an oral tradition rather than a written one, Eliot worked with local speakers to adapt the Latin alphabet to phonetically transcribe the spoken language. The full title of the publication was Mamuse Juanita Panatamawi Biblium God, or basically the New Testament of God.
All right, so let's go to some of the. But so, what do you say about they? So I just showed like the language similarity, like some of the words people will say long words, right?
Yeah, they are long words. That's because listen.
So how did they get long words?
Listen, because English is a trade language. Why do you think it has the most long words? Because it depends on who you're talking to. In the regular Algonquin, which we see is the birth of the modern English, right? We didn't have words for like hot dog or kindergarten. That's German, right? So dealing with German people, we took them words into the English language as loan words. So depending on who you speaking to, you may get a different name. For instance, we call the great river that flows through the middle of America Osceola. But dealing with the French, you dig what I'm talking about? We call it the big water or the great waters, right? They would say their word, right, for big, right? And
So
we would say our word for water.
Why was they saying hallelujah?
Right, that's it. Because the creator does one thing only everywhere, right? So this is why they have certain practices that look just like the people in Asia say it too. The people in India say it too. The people in Africa say it too. Because these people who praise this great spirit, not God.
The great spirit is God.
It's not, especially not in America. There's a difference between Geechee and Manito. Manito is the understanding that American Indians had that they turn into God. This is why Geechee Manito, or in a sense, God, works for Geechee, the creator. God is the watch, creator is the watchmaker.
So what language? What language is the word?
Hallelujah, God, though.
What language is the word hallelujah?
Look, they say, look, check out some of these words they say, bro.
Hold on,
they say,
it's transcribed in a bunch of languages, but it's Algonquin first. Right? Because you got to remember, Algonquin and the Algic language predates anything Hebrew.
So this is a book. So let me see, is this it? Father, they talking about the language. I want to get to the numbers though. When they say the numbers. So like some tribes. Hold on, I'm gonna get to it, y'all. I'm gonna get to it.
Hey, GDN, did you know that the American Indians had statutes, laws, and commandments, sort of like the Israelites?
They had a Torah.
Wait.
Yes.
But we had But we had them thousands of years before Abraham even existed. And it ain't 10, it's only 8.
They had so you had them thousands of years. What year are you saying that they got?
We had Algonquin laws from the creator.
Never had
or there was an Abraham.
They did have Torah.
The neat.
They had a Torah. They had a resemblance of the. They had a replica of the Ark of the Covenant.
No,
that they used to carry.
You have to show me that.
According to James Adar's work, who spent 40 years, he wrote extensively about their practice.
I mean, but bro, that's African colonization. We can't. So we saying that just because the Mayans carried a litter that possibly looks like the Ark of the Covenant because it's carried on poles, that's the Ark of the Covenant. They had.
I ain't saying. I'm not saying. I didn't say that it was the Ark of the Covenant. I said they had a replica of the Ark of the Covenant. I'm not saying it's the Ark of the Covenant.
What? How? Where? Can you show a picture of that?
No, it's not a picture. This is what he wrote.
How? He never seen the Ark of the Covenant. How does he know what it looks like?
What you mean he never seen it?
He never seen it. How do you know it's a replica?
So he describes it, and he describes it as it being a replica of the Ark of the Covenant.
What of what? A replica of what? What does it look like? Because I would say that same
so we can move on from the language. I'm gonna go to that when he talks about
a box carried by 4 people. I would say is the Mayan litter, which predates Christianity and Hebrewism.
But they don't sit. But hold on.
As a whole.
Yeah, but they don't sit this thing on the ground.
Exactly, it's carried. It's a litter.
It have to be carried. That's the same thing that the Ark of the Covenant. That's the same thing they have to do with the Ark of the Covenant.
Listen, you're proving my point. It's a box that they carry. But you saying it's the Ark of the Covenant, but the ancient Mayans say
I said it's a replica of the Ark of the Covenant.
It's not a replica. Because, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because if it was a replica, it would do the same thing.
No, it wouldn't, because it's a replica. It's a reconstruction of it because they've seen it before.
Is a replica car still a car? A replica,
no.
You can drive a replica car, right?
No.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Oh, all right, never mind. You did what I'm saying. So my thing is, I'm just saying there ain't no proof to what you saying. There ain't no proof to what he's saying. You did what I'm talking about. There's a whole bunch of books of
what
the
you mean there's no?
Hold on, wait.
Listen,
bruh. What I'm saying
You've been
is,
talking the whole time. Hold on, let me
you
say this, bro.
I understand. I don't want to argue with you about it though. We heard what Dog said. He think that's it looked like the Ark of the Covenant, but he never seen the Ark of the Covenant. But he's explaining a Mayan litter, which was in America thousands of years before.
Was it 2 angels on it?
Hold on.
Was it 2 wings? Was it 2
in
wings?
America thousands of years before the biblical narrative or Hebrews existed. Period.
Well, this is some work right here, boy.
Yeah. I'm just saying we not accepting just because a guy who has a point to prove and trying to connect some this place to some this is the Holy Land. This is where they no. Israelites is Israelites. Algonquins is Algonquins. It just so happened we praise the Great Spirit, right? So, and the Great Spirit don't do no whole bunch of different things everywhere. So yeah, when they got the praise, and they spoke different languages, but it only sounded different, only sounded similar when they started praising. It wasn't until you start praising till you hear, wow.
Right, because it was sacred.
Right, because it's the praise of the Great Spirit. But they're
and
not
they don't and they just don't say Jehovah like that. They say let me see how it go. They say yo Masha, hey Masha, wah Masha, ho Masha, yeah. They say it like that, like it's rhythm but you hear the Yod
it sound more like Yod. It sound more like Yod Hey Vahe.
No, it doesn't. So for one, it ain't Yod Hey Vahe. It'll be Yod Hey Wahe.
I didn't say. I said it sounds more like. Right? No. So
okay. So all right, let's move on to another point.
The whole point is the word existed in Algonquin ever before there were any Hebrews to ever speak. That's the whole point.
But see, okay. So what about them?
Again, let's get the buck dancing again.
No, let's ain't nobody buck dancing. We just going through certain points, right? So we talked about the Ark of the Covenant. Damn, I just lost my train.
What if the Ark of the Covenant ain't a box?
Hold on, bro. You're jumping into a lot of different things.
I'm just saying, you pushing your narrative. I know an ark is a span of time. What if the Ark of the Covenant is the time where the covenant was taking place, not a box? What if what you think?
You talking about ark and ark?
What if what you think is the
you did this last time? That's not because
this little box that
it's not talking about an ark.
It's nothing more than a portable temple or like a holy place, and you could just pack it up and carry it around.
All right, hold on, Cosmo. So let's move on from the Ark of the Covenant. We're gonna come back to it, right?
Yeah, because I don't like the
I want to talk. What about the Levitical? What about the law of the brothers that's in the Levitical law?
I'm saying, what's a Levite?
No, I ain't asked you what's a Levite. I said that's in the Levitical law. He's a priest. So
it's a priest.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm not. Listen, I didn't ask you what a Levite was. I said in the Levitical law, it's a law.
I don't think
it's a law. It's a law that is called the Levitical law of the brothers, right? And it's when someone dies, their brother is to marry their wife and bring forth a child in their name. We know that the Indians was practicing this same practice verbatim.
Where?
And this is in James Ladar's writing.
Where?
In America.
Who did it?
What you mean who? I said the indigenous people.
He said, okay, I get that he's
so
just
listen,
saying
his work is very specific in the sense.
I'm asking, listen to what I'm saying. I'm asking a very specific question. Who were the people that married their brother's wife, they sister-in-law, and had children with them, making
we know that it's children. Well, we know that this is a practice.
Their nephews and nieces.
Well, we know that. Well, I don't know. You probably misrepresented that. So
I don't think we did that at all. I don't think we did any of that incestual type.
Yeah, you talking about nieces and nephews and stuff like that. I didn't mention all that. I didn't mention none of that. So we know. So we know that this is found among the Choctaw.
No, it's not. Where? Where is it
found? Yes, it is.
No, where?
It's a law for the. It's a law.
No,
it's called the law. It's called the. It's called the law of the brothers, bro. It's called the law of the brothers.
I don't see that.
And it's among the Choctaw Indians where the brothers marry the other brother's wife.
Some mixed up Europeans who have been indoctrinated and put into the tribe, and then they're doing that. I don't see no nigga marrying his sister-in-law after she married his brother. I don't see that happening.
So if his brother, can we have a conversation, bro? Listen, according to the law, if See, look, right here. Here you go, right here. We can
What's
read
the
it.
Algonquin law
It
called?
say, among the Mosaic law is the obligation of one brother to marry his brother's widow if he died
from here.
without
He didn't do that
issue.
shit.
If he descended,
He didn't
come
do that
on, bro.
nasty ass shit
Brother,
over here.
bro, you gotta chill. Can you chill for a second, man? Let me
Heard
read
what you
it.
said. I heard your assertion.
Let me say this though, bro.
Go
You
ahead,
gotta
bro.
let me
Go
say
ahead,
it.
bro.
What you scared for?
Go ahead, bro.
It says if the deceased brother left a brother, it says if the deceased has left a brother, he takes the widow of his lodge after the proper interval and consider her as his wife. And he say it is occupied in a greater space than I can afford to trace the similitude between all of the Indian rites and religious ceremonies and those of the Jewish nations. So right here in their birth, so it's telling you that they have similarities. They doing the same thing.
Nobody said that they weren't had similarities. I explained.
So you said that it wasn't found at all, but you said it wasn't found.
They have similarities. Hold on. You wanted me to get it out. I was being quiet.
Go ahead.
I'll let you get it out. Right now, and then you're making an assertion just like James Adair is, right? We explained that why that is because both of them claim to praise the Great Spirit, right? So we understand he doesn't do multiple things. So the same thing that's going to be happening in Asia is the same thing going to be happening in Africa, same thing going to be happening in America. But it's not going to be readily evident, right? Why? Because they all speak different languages. They're different culture and different people in different places. But it only makes sense when they start praising.
Bro, why are you getting back to
So because that's where you're tying it to. Oh, what does Yahweh mean? Or what does
I'm talking about their customs and practices. I said that earlier. So hold on. I'll let you speak. So what I'm saying is, and I'm not trying to hog the floor. I just want everybody to know that. So look, but what I'm saying is that I know personally, and I read this and I experienced this personally. And I'm gonna tell you the personal experience first. My people are Choctaw, my father's side. And my auntie, she had a difficult time tracing the lineage as she went further back to trace the lineage because the brothers would marry their brothers' wives if they deceased. And that's the
shit.
Bro, how?
I'm just saying it's nasty. And I don't see that. I don't see that. And I don't see that in any indigenous chiefdom in America. Now, first of all, hold on, wait. Hold on, I'll let you get it out. I'll let you get it out. You said
no, you didn't. You cut me off. Now, you made a comment before I even finished it. Because I only went through the personal part, and I was trying to go through
the personal part. Let's right here. That's personal to you and your people. First of all, when you start to get into talking about tribes, right there, you know you're not talking about America. Because tribes is an ideology that come from Europe and Africa. Ain't got nothing to do with the Americas. The only way the Americas got tribes over here is through the headright system. And that come from the Caribbean. And they ain't even us. You get what I'm saying?
Man, so you all over the place, bro.
No. I'm just explaining that
where tribes come from. Whatever it is, we know that they grouped themselves up and divided themselves and put a chief over them. And this is in James Adair's work. And they got that out of the Levitical law, because that's in Numbers 1 and 3.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? So we know that they was following a lot of the practices of the ancient Hebrews.
No, they wasn't. They had the laws and statutes before the Hebrews. We had Algonquin laws before y'all had.
So we had the laws. So okay. So I dealt with this before. So you saying that the laws was here in America first, then went to the east, and then came back over here to translate in the Algonquin language. To retranslate it back into the Algonquin language so they could teach the Algonquin the Bible.
No, No,
That makes
that's mixed up
totally
and
no
don't even
sense.
make sense. I don't even know how you said that. First of all,
That's what you just said. You said that the
listen,
laws
I
was
said
here
we
first,
had
but
it all on
we
our
found them
own.
over
I
the
didn't say,
east.
listen, I didn't say that the Israelites got it from Algonquins at all. I didn't say that. You made that up in your mind.
You said we had the laws first
We had
over
it
here.
first.
Right. So
Before
how they
there
get
was
over
a
there?
Hebrew,
So
before
how
there
did
was
they get
Israelite.
over there?
As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me say this. Before, per your Hebrew calendar, before your world, your whole earth, before God made your whole earth and heaven, which was in 3761 BC, per the Hebrew calendar, we already had statutes, laws, or 10 Algonquin laws here in America. We already had it.
So how did they get over here?
Hey. Yeah, we already had them. That's all I'm saying. Before the biblical narrative starts in 3761 BC, we already had them. Algonquin laws. And one of them is just to be a real nigga.
So how did they get over here? I mean, not over here. How did they get over there in the
What
east?
do you mean?
How did they get east?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Ain't your creator supposed to be ever present? Don't that mean he everywhere?
I just want to go through some of these books, right?
Why
These
would he need
PDFs.
another man to take? Oh, never mind.
Oh, I just want to go through some of these PDFs so y'all can see, so I can show you
make
that
a lot
I
of similarities. They make a lot of claims. You dig what I'm talking about? But all of that is during colonization. And
So
then many of these people, hold on, many of these people that they looking at, right, are Mongoloidal Asians, right, who immigrated here. They're migrants. They were slaves, Chinos. You dig what I'm talking about? People who got made into Native Americans. They're people who were never indigenous to America.
They was Afro-Asiatic.
Well, it don't matter. It don't matter. They wasn't from here.
So this
right?
is James the
So them people, thousands of years later, could have brought something with them after we enslaved them and did whatever we did to them. But either way, they turned on us in the 1800s.
So this is James Adar's work right here. Say the history of the American Indians, particularly those nations adjoining to the Mississippi, east in West Florida, Georgia, South in North Carolina, and Virginia, containing the account of their origin, language, manners, religious and civil customs, laws, forms of government, punishment, conduct in war and domestic life, their habits, diet, agriculture, manufactures, disease, and method of cure, in other particulars, sufficient to render it a complete Indian system with the observation of former historians and conduct of our colony, governors, superintendents, and missionaries. Also, containing the descriptions of the Floridas and the Mississippi lands, with their productions, and this is the benefits of the colonizing Georgia and civilizing the Indians in the way to make them all colonies more valuable to the mother country, with a new map of the country referred to history by James Adar, Esquire, a trader with the Indians and resident in the country for 40 years. So now this complete work, 1775, this is his complete work. Now he gives you a complete system and he correlates it with and show how different it is from all the, he show how different it is to all the other nations, all the other nations in the East. And he say that it mostly resembles the Hebrew way, the ancient Hebrews.
Watch this. Let me show y'all something that Let me show y'all my screen. Share my screen real quick.
And he goes into the language.
Let's just nip this in the whole book.
So he goes into how they set themselves up in tribal forms, their practices, their ceremonies, their customs, diets, all of that is in. You can find it in the Mosaic Law.
You done?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, let me body bag that dumbass shit, right? Sorry, I got to do it to you like this. Look at my screen, y'all. Can y'all see that?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me body bag this dumbass shit. Because his whole point is that he was trying to tell y'all that these Indians over here was speaking Hebrew. So we asked a simple question. Did the Caribbean Indians speak Hebrew when they met Columbus? The answer is no. The Caribbean Indians did not speak Hebrew. The indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, primarily the Taino, spoke Arawak languages. While the Kalinago, the Caribs, spoke Island Carib. Because, hold on, now here goes the regurgitation to show y'all that my brother GDN is just indoctrinated and regurgitating what the Christian fathers told him, right? Is because what? Because Columbus believed, right? He had sailed to Asia. He brought along a multilingual Spanish Jewish translator named Luis de Torres, who was fluent in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic in hopes of communicating with, quote unquote, Asian or quote unquote American traders. However, this proved completely useless. Why? Because none of the people over here spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, or Arabic. The initial communication between the Spanish and Native Americans relied on sign language. Huh? Who got fired? Initial communication between the Spanish and Native Americans relied on sign language. The exchange.
Give us a source on that.
Eventually, hold on. It's only gonna hurt a minute. And eventually, Taino interpreters who were forcibly taken by the Spanish and taught rudimentary Spanish. Huh? Hadouken.
Yeah, I just blocked that. You know, Street Fighter, you can block. The blocking is impeccable. So I can show you the words and how they resemble the Hebrew words as well. Like even when we pulled up the Algonquin Bible,
ain't past
right?
The fact that hold on. Do you understand now that they never spoke Hebrew in America? They didn't speak it.
No, that's contextual. So because Hebrew is because they didn't speak. They didn't speak. They did not. Yeah. No, I agree. They didn't speak modern Hebrew.
They didn't speak no Hebrew.
Well, they said Aramaic. They were saying Aramaic. So I wasn't talking about Aramaic or Arab. I'm talking about Paleo Hebrew. When you say Hebrew, it's talking about a modern reconstruction of the Paleo Hebrew.
Are we talking about 1492? Remember context. We're talking about 1492, sir. Remember your context. Don't go willy-nilly and crazy on me. Right. Are you trying to listen to what I'm saying? Are you saying that Hebrew was a living spoken language in 1492?
Yes, and we have evidence of that.
All right.
In 1644, a guy named what's his name? Manasseh ben Israel in 1644, he wrote that it's an account in the and this is in the foreign the foreign reviews. I think it's called Foreign Reviews. I have it on my phone. I'll pull it up in a second. And in this account, it's an account of a guy, a Jew that's come over here to America, and he encountered an indigenous tribe, and he said that they spoke Hebrew to him upon his arrival. Upon him greeting them.
What year?
16. This guy wrote this in 1644.
I think it's a lie. Who he say spoke Hebrew, and they would be still speaking it today. Then, but which Indians did he say spoke Hebrew?
Well, he just said he said that the Indians that he encountered, they did a smoke signal to another tribe far off, and they arrived, and the other tribe arrived on the ship, like on like a boat, like a little boat, probably like a canoe or something, or a little raft. And they arrived, and it was a 3 men and a woman, and the woman was the translator. And when she came up, she spoke he say the ancestral language. And what he says is, and what he writes, quote, is the Hebrew Shema, which is Shema, Yasha Allah, they say Jehovah, Adonai, Akkad, something like that.
No, he didn't speak none of that. None of it. That was, first of all, I debunked all that.
Well, how?
You talking about the fact that, first of all, Tainos speak Arawak. Kalinagos speak Carib. That's who Columbus met. They still speak Carib, and they still speak Arawak and Taino to this day.
It's other tribes. Is not
but
just.
That's who was on Haiti.
But it's not just. Yeah, that's Columbus.
It is just the Arawak
no,
and
Taino. It ain't just.
Yes, it was.
It's not just.
It was anybody other than the Caribs in the Caribbean.
I ain't talking about the Caribs in the Caribbean.
Caribs are all the Indians. Every Indian in the Caribbean is a Carib.
The Carib. Wait, hold on.
That's where they get the name from.
Hold on. You said the Caribs are all the Indians?
Yes, Carib.
Explain. No. Wait, hold on. Explain what you're talking about.
Just
no,
like
you said, because first you said
black is a catch-all term for all niggas in America. Just like black.
So are the Caribs? Are the Caribs?
So is Carib a catch-all term for all Caribbean Indians, including the Thai.
All now you correcting yourself. Now you correcting yourself for the Caribbean Indians. But we know that there was Indians here in the Americas as well.
In the Caribbean is a Carib. Did I?
So was it Indians in Mesoamerica?
Yes, it was Indians in Mesoamerica. He didn't go to Mesoamerica first.
I'm not talking about where he went.
I'm talking about where he went.
I'm talking about people encounters with indigenous people in America.
Right, and none of them spoke
prior
Hebrew.
To the civil, prior to them being quote unquote civilized.
None of them spoke Hebrew.
Civilized nations.
None of them spoke Hebrew.
Yeah, all right. That's your argument. That's your argument.
No, it's not. It's just facts.
And to debunk and your method of debunking James Ladar is just saying, "Oh, I don't believe that."
No,
I don't believe the white man. He's just saying that. Oh, he's just saying that it looked like it. Hold on. It's one thing to say that. Oh, hold on, brother. Chill. Hold on.
Scientific data.
Okay, hold on, bro. Chill for a second. Listen, it's one thing to say
data.
Okay, it's one thing to say that, oh, he just made it up. It's another thing because he listed all the similarities. So it's what I mean is one thing to say like, oh, well, the language just sound the same. But what about the practice? The practices just look the same. Or then what about the ceremonies? The ceremonies just look the same. All these similarities show that they had a certain relation.
All right.
That's what I'm pointing out. Yes.
You're dumb.
Similar. Oh my God.
You slow, short bus.
Oh my God, bro.
Similar does not mean the same.
Similar is a synonym for same and like. What are you talking about?
It's not.
All right. Well, pull up a definition.
You pull it up.
No, you pull it up.
No, that shit don't make no sense. The whole point that I was trying to prove to this brother that we now know and everybody can see, right, is that no, Caribbean Indians did not speak Hebrew. The first people that he run into are the Kalinago and the Taino. They spoke Arawak and Kurd, right? Not Hebrew. As a matter of fact, hold on. I want to reiterate this: that Columbus brought a Spanish Jewish translator. His name was Luis de Torres, who was fluent in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, in hopes that they could communicate with the American Indians. But however, this translator proved completely useless. Hadouken. Not got to keep going back and forth.
Explain it. Explain the useless part.
Useless because he wasn't able to transcribe or speak to anybody in Hebrew, Aramaic, or Arabic, because nobody over here spoke Aramaic, Hebrew, or Arabic.
No, they spoke it was corrupted. It
wasn't corrupted. It's Algonquin.
No, the language is what they speaking is not corrupted, but what a person in that time would have been speaking, the translator, the Hebrew he would have been speaking is what's corrupted.
Wrong.
Because of the Masoretic, yes, because of the Masoretic vowels. So it wouldn't sound the same.
Because
it wouldn't sound exactly the same unless you have an understanding of the ancient language before the Masoretic vowels.
You want me to prove you wrong in one simple answer, right? Let me show you wrong, because they didn't use language; they used sign language.
Man, you keep saying that.
Hold on.
Show us this example of them using sign language. I have Columbus
I'll show you.
Right here.
Hold on. This is simple. You dig what I'm talking about? Watch this.
Yeah, show the example of them using sign language.
We got them talking to white men.
Because I can pull up the Columbus journals. I can pull it up. What are you talking about? I got it right here.
I'm talking about sign language before your fake Hebrew. I'm saying during the last 2,000 years.
I want everybody to. Hold on. No. You just got done talking. Cosmo, you just got done.
Dead language.
You just got done.
Except classic Hebrew speakers.
Right. So first you say. So look, I want everybody to notice this. So you go on ChatGPT and say, what they speak in Hebrew? Of course, it's gonna say no, because Hebrew is a reconstructed language of the Phoenician Canaanite. So hold on. So first he posited a prompt the AI, and then he go into this rant and say, they was using sign language. But before that, he mentioned that they had the laws of Moses before the Hebrews had the law of Moses.
We had this shit before there was a Moses.
He said they had the laws. So if they had the laws, why they couldn't have it? So if they had,
man, you ain't got to lie to kick it, bro.
Okay, it's cool, bro. Listen,
I said we had
law, statutes. You said they had the laws, statutes, and commandments before Abraham. Okay, but Abraham ain't the one that gave them the law.
You Hebrew niggas even existed. We already had the law.
That's okay. That's your position. Okay.
It is
so they had the laws before the Hebrews. But yet they didn't speak the same language of the Hebrew.
Exactly. Because they are whole different people.
So how did they have the laws of the Hebrews? How did they have the laws of the Hebrews?
Let me show
How did they have the laws of the Hebrews, but they don't speak the Hebrew language? When the laws of the Hebrews
they
is
don't have
written in
Hebrew
the Hebrew
laws.
language.
They don't have Hebrew laws, silly man. They don't got Hebrew laws. They got Indian laws.
So why the observers was observing what they was doing and kept saying that this resembles the people of Moses. This resembles the law.
They get benefits from saying, right? They get benefits, right? This is how they spoke to the white man. American Sign Language. This is how you speak when you can't speak. How do you think a Spanish person spoke to a person that spoke Algonquin? How do you think they did deals? Huh? It's like this. Because everywhere in the world, if you do your hand like a wave, that means water. If you turn the peace sign upside down and wiggle your fingers back and forth, everywhere in the world, that means walk. If you give yourself sparkle fingers going down, coming from up to down, everywhere in the world, regardless to any language you speak, that's rain. That's what sign language is.
Well, you're not making sense.
I make sense to the people who got common sense.
You're not making sense. You get on this whole thing. Matter of fact, let me cut you real quick now. So what about the letters from the from John Adams to who was it? Is it Roosevelt?
How can a
John Adams and who is it? Thomas Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. So no, it ain't Thomas Jefferson. I'm tweaking. Damn, the other guy.
Hey, get your shit together, man. Hey, look, I'm about to get up out of here, man. Hey,
now you running. Now you running.
Go ahead.
Now you running.
I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
You whatever you want to. Listen, my point is that no, American Indians did not speak Hebrew, right? And the people who saying that it looked like it, it looked like it, every one of them got a benefit from the church to say so.
Yeah, but you can't prove that they didn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying they benefit, and
we got replicas of Hebrew
from trying to say that we somehow these amalgamated people who came over here before they had boats. Europeans didn't even have boats, but somehow we came over here beforehand. Nigga, we come from here. We don't come from anywhere. I don't know where your people come from. And I'm not denying that you not Israel. I'm not denying that, right? I'm just saying, even if you is, you an immigrant. You not like us.
This dude is hilarious, bro. You hilarious.
I'm just saying, I'm standing.
Go on about your way. So, somebody wrote a letter. They wrote it.
Y'all thumb up the video. Oh, well, he probably gonna share this live. You did what I'm saying, but y'all,
I think
Gideon thing probably gonna go live after this whenever A1 get it done and share the face off and the actual debate. We'll go back live on the outcome. You dig what I'm saying?
So you didn't debunk. You didn't debunk.
All right, brother. All right, bro. I'm gone, man. All right, I'll holler at y'all.
Yeah, you didn't debunk James Adar. You just pulled up something that's prompt to say no. That's it. It's too many. They have too many other practices, and you see this. It's all in writings. It was a big thing in the 1817, 1600s. Prior to Mormonism, and it's still. I'm trying to pull up the article for y'all real quick. And pull up the article that is still a talk today. Damn, I think that's in my other phone though. But whatever, man. Y'all still on the call? Humble, you there? I want to see the information debunked. That's it. That's all I was saying. But I'll probably leave. But I did want to share something, right? About the language of the Choctaw and the Chickasaw. The Chickasaw. Let's pull it up real quick. This is all right. Most ethnic everything is okay, that's one. Okay. So here you go right here, right? Okay. So it say on page 78, say, I shall here give a specimen of the Hebrew method of counting, in that of the Cherokee, Chickasaw, in the Muskegee or the Creeks, by which some further analogy will appear between the savage Indians and their supposed Israelitish brethren. The Hebrew characters were numeral figures. They counted by them alphabetically. Aleph 1, Beit 2, and so on to the letter. Yod, the 10th letter of the alphabet, and in which stands for 10. Then, by prefixing the Yod to those letters, they proceeded with their rising numbers, as Aleph Yod is 11, Beit Yod is 12, Gamal Yod is 13. I'm saying this wrong, my bad, y'all. Yod Aleph is 11. Yod Beit is 12. Yod Gamal is 13. Yod Gamal is 14, etc. They had words also of numeral power as Akkad, which is 1, and Shania, which is 2. Then they got 3 and 4. They say we shall now see how the Indian method of numbering agrees with this old standard, as well as with the idiom of the Hebrew language in similar cases. The Cherokee number, thus, Seku, Tabri, Cheoa, Namaki, that's 4, and what's that say? Ishki, 5, Satar, 6, Kerkagi, 7, and Sambayari, 8, right? And Sabnera, 9. And then it goes forth and goes, Sakev is 10, Saktu is 11, and Taratu is 12. So now it say, and here we may see a party of words between two of the Indian nations. For the Muskegee term, a stone tabre, which glanced at the Hebrew, as they did not only build with such material, but used it as a word of number, expressive of two. In like manner, Ishki is 5, which signifies a mother, which seems to show that their numeral words were formerly significant and that they were of one stock of people. So what he's saying is, even though the words sound different, he's saying that their words, the words that they use for numbers, it also had a representation or a symbolic meaning for something, or a meaning, or a comparative meaning to something else. Just like the Hebrew word, like Aleph, is the word for one, but it also is it's the character or the word, you spell it out. But it also means ox, which have the characteristics of strength and power. You know what I'm saying? And it's the first letter, so it's like the first strength or power. So that's what the olive represents. So it's representing like going towards like the first power or something like that. So they say the Chickasaw in the Choctaw count in this manner. So he go through how they count, right? But he says 10 and 1, just like how the olive, the Hebrews do, 10 and 1. With the Yod first, that's why when I corrected myself, I said Yod Olive. That's 10 and 1. And it says, and so on. And it say, and the Cherokee has an old waste town. I think that's a waste town. Yeah. They have an old waste town on the Georgia southwest branch of the Savannah River called Tugalo, which word may come from under the former observation upon the numerical word two. And he say, and they call two Pompion Asof, which resembles Asaf, which is 4, right? So then he say, in the Cherokee called 20, Tambari Sakah, 2 10s, right? So in the Hebrew also, so it's gonna tell you. So it say it's Tambari. Remember, Tambari means 2, and Sakab is 10. So they say it's Tambari Sakab, which means 2 10s. And the Chickasaw turned it Pokuli Tagagalo, 10 2s, as if the former, being the Chickasaw, the former is the Cherokee. As if the former had learned a number from the left to the right, according to the Syriac custom, and the latter had learned it from right to left after the Hebrew manner. The former called 100 Sakab Kuk, and as before observed, 1,000 Sakar Kuli Kari, or the old 100, for with them Kari signifies ancient or age, whereas Itu or Ituyu express former old time. So what he's saying is the way that they phrase their numbers is in the Hebrew way. It don't sound like the Hebrew because they had to, because so when you read it, right, some of the text is so when you read his work, he explained like how like the war and stuff, like how the ancients die off, and the youth is the only one, because this is 17 So they already been colonized. So in the youth is what they just carry on whatever they had from whatever they could remember, because he talks about like the symbols, like the tribal symbols of the bear, the eagle, and stuff. He say those are all resemblance of the cherubim, right? But and they use that, like, it's a lot of his work is a lot. He breaks down the whole system in showing the dynamic of it being related to the Mosaic Hebrews. That's all I'm saying. The Mosaic Israelites, I should say. And he also said that they are brethren. And this is before any Mormon stuff came about. So don't give me, oh, this is from the Mormons. No, this is James Adar, Manasseh ben Israel, Montezinos. These are all many people. Manasseh ben Israel, he's one that spent his life work on proving that the Mesoamericans were related to the Israelites. So he wrote a book called Hispaniola de Israel, or something like that, Del Israel. Y'all check it out. It's pretty old. I think it's 1644. So it's pretty old, but
what you think he was writing? What you think them old people like that, like he from Israel? And do you think there's any benefits of him trying to tie those people into the Hebrews or into Israel, even though they're not? What would be the benefit of him trying to say that those people are? Can you think of any? I can. I'll answer for you. When you want to run the world and you want your stuff to be what everybody believes and stuff, and your opinions and stuff, and you want your opinions to be, you will go all the way from Israel to across seas to try to prove Israel across seas. Now, just because everybody language, we make sounds. Everybody got the same sounds. If people are around people and they separated, language is going to come. It's going to be people having language. It's going to be people writing language. Some of the signs are going to look the same. What you have to understand, though, is that the reason we know they're not the same people is because the God that they was worshiping was totally different. Didn't have any type of the same type of no type of worship attributes whatsoever. So I think being Israel, and I'm gonna go debunk him since you put his name out there. I'm gonna go change it because I bet you somebody else did.
Hold on, real quick. So when you say that the God that they worship, because he got a whole thing about the God that they worship, and he goes into it. They were saying hallelujah. They were saying praise the great spirit. That's the translation.
Good thing I'm from Oklahoma in America, and I know what the Indians were saying. So when I bring my debunk, I'm gonna show you exactly what they were saying. And he gonna say that.
I'll play you their native chants where they saying a higher higher. That's
I know hallelujah.
But Yah is in the word Ahaya though. You understand that, right?
Yeah, Yah is in the word Yahoo.
Right, but
Yah is in the word of
you say that but hold on. But I want to get back to the part where you said that they wasn't worshiping the same. Their worship wasn't the same. When in this writing, that's what he's exactly saying. He's showing their worship and showing how that, among other things, even the fact that they had fringes, right? Crazy. It's like a lot of stuff that they was doing that resemble what is written in the Mosaic text. So now when you say that their practice of worship isn't the same, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on that? Can you show me the infinities?
The laws that make the laws that God, the Israel God, commanded them, and the way that the Indians over here worshipped their higher power. They didn't worship it as a God. Now, as I said again, them Israelis and the people that be coming over there, especially back in the day that did their studies, we know they went to do those studies to try to gain a foothold in the entire world. But we can prove all the way up through history that even when the white men came, they still took the American Indian language, Sequoia, when he wrote the American alphabet, and we start signing like that. These are things that we know. And like I said, the biggest difference is the sacrificing and the way that the Israel was sacrificing to their God, and then the way that, like I said, the different things that we worship their God. They didn't have no hell. It wasn't no Satan, no none of that, no devil, wasn't no Adam and Eve, huh? You say what?
So have you read the Olam, the Walla? Are you familiar with the Walam Olam?
The Walla Olam.
So that's an indigenous text, and it don't say it verbatim, but in the text, it's a religious text, I think, and it talks about a snake, two people in a garden, and it talks about a flood too, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. And when we see our and when we see our studies, we're gonna see that they probably interacted with somebody who gave them that story, because we know what. And like I said, I go get all my papers and stuff from the Kiowa Indians, and I'll show you exactly what they were. Now there's different Indians and stuff, different tribes of Indians. I can't lie. I'm speaking on one Indian tribe that I'm very accustomed to and have blood lineage. So that's who I be talking about when I talk about it. And I know for a fact that.
So this is antiquities of the I think it's called Mexican Antiquities, right? I'm finna pull it up.
I'm gonna show you this Indian dude.
I'm not gonna read nothing. I'm just gonna let me just show the title
I got you.
and explain it.
I'm just to find this Indian dude that showed that they came over here trying to.
Antiquities of Mexico, that's what it's called. So this is in the Vatican. I think it's in the Vatican now. Or it's in the
I definitely know. You know, the Vatican trying to tie everybody together.
So they say the Antiquities of Mexico, right? So what this is like facsimiles of so let me just read the title real quick. So it say the comprising of facsimiles of the ancient Mexican paintings and hieroglyphics preserved in the Royal Libraries of Paris, Berlin, and Dresden, in the Imperial Library of Vienna, in the Vatican Library, and in the Borgian Museum at Rome.
Do we have any of those in any libraries over here?
It's in Oxford, and it say in the Library of Institute of Bologna. How you say that? Bologna, and in the Bolognian Library at Oxford, together with the monuments of New Spain, right, by M. Dupax. So I'm just show you this volume 3. And it's about what's his name, Kingsborough, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to show you some of the images, but in here they was even so, as you can see. So they pulled these out of those people call them pyramids, but those temples that they have in Mesoamerica. And they had like these and like cryptic writing, which they call hieroglyphic, Mesoamerican hieroglyphic. And what this is depicting, this is a scene in the heavens and stuff. So you saying they ain't had no depictions of heaven or hell.
Those are Mesoamericans. I'm not talking about Mesoamericans. Those are two different type of people. You're talking about Mexicans and the indigenous Mexicans.
Right, the Mexicans
I'm talking.
They was once indigenous though.
Yeah, they're indigenous to Mexico. They're indigenous to Mexico in the middle part of the Americas. If we're talking about all the Americas from south all the way up, then they are in Middle America. I mean, you have to understand the way that they used to divide up the Americas and the people in the Americas and the people and the people who were sacrificing when they got to Mesoamerica and the Aztecs and the Mayans and shit, you know what they was doing that made them say, no, we ain't going with that. What was they doing? Throwing people off the temples, throwing them down to a god that was a snake? No, they wasn't worshiping the same God. Absolutely not.
Well, this the whole thing with the snake thing. That's very contextual. I don't about the snake. But what I'll say is though, so in this, so this one is this volume 5, I believe, because I got volume 3 and volume 5. So here, so what in these volumes, the first one is the facsimiles, and it's these plates that they took out of these temples, and then the rest of it is describing what they are, right?
Hey, can you move that? Can you move that picture with me, you, and move it up so I can. I'm trying to read with you, even though I know you ain't gonna lie about what you read, and I just like to read too.
Yeah, but so upon me reading this, like if I put in Passover, right? Watch this. Now this is after. This is this is before what's it called? So if I put in Passover, right, and I search it, it might take a while to pop up. Pass.
I always found it best. While you doing that, I'm just gonna say, I always found it best to start, and I ain't gonna lie, right there with Sequoia when they was forming the American alphabet, to be able to get a good foothold on exactly what American Indians came from and what they went into. Those Mesoamericans and the Aztecs and stuff, they was a little bit they worshipped the panther goddess Bet. They believe in the cheetah as they got a whole other different stuff that don't pertain to nothing Hebrew, especially the sacrificing to the Now, did they see eclipses when somebody else saw eclipses? Did they see wonders in the sky just like anybody else? Yeah. Could you make an imagination, and could somebody somewhere else be imagining the same thing? Absolutely. Were they worshiping that same God? Was the Hebrews them saying? Absolutely not.
Okay, here you go right here. I think this is it. So what this is talking about right here is how these Mesoamericans.
Damn, I can't see. Oh yeah, I can see. I got you. I can see.
They was practicing something that resembles the Passover, and it was in March. I'm trying to get to a period so I can read the complete thought, right?
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Okay, let's just start right here, and I'm gonna end where it say Passover, right? Well, no, that's too far. So it say right here, describing these fasts. Let's do this. No, I can't read it like that. It say describing these fasts. So it's talking about them taking fasts.
To which he. Mm-hmm.
To which he. To which he gives the common application of festivals, although the macerations of the body, they're talking about the cuttings of the body, of the blood by bleeding and fasting, were they entirely consistent? I gotta zoom out, bro, because I can't read it like that.
That's his name, Quetzalcoatl. That's the total difference right there. Even the blood stuff. Now, just because they worshiping something during the same time, it's cool. They try to tie stuff in, especially back in the day. They was trying to tie so much stuff in when we know it's incoherent, especially with the God. And all he's saying is that, like he said, he generalized festivals, and he's seen them doing different types of worship, and he said, oh, since we worship and they worship too, and we got to be worshiping. But if you look in there, I see him say Quetzalcoatl and stuff. He said the bloodletting. Well, he didn't call it bloodletting, but that's what they used to call it. The bloodletting of their sacrifices and they fasting and worships is totally different from what the Hebrew people was doing. And this is some of the problems that they had when the Hebrews or different religions come across other people who have religions. That's how they weigh those civilizations on the way that they worship. And then if they didn't like the way they worship, they knocked them off.
So it's a esta fiesta se hacía en el Principado de Marco y aquí se la esa fiesta cada año era la mayor de cuatro, wait, did I say that right? Cuatro, 4 and 4, años que era su grande Pascual. So this is in Spanish. It say hasta de su celebración si me llama Texaculi.
That's Teholo.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going. That's Teholo.
Yeah, so it say que corre de que años de Dios. So that means New Year. I mean not New Year. That means year of day or something like that, or day of year. So this is the translation. This festival was celebrated in the beginning of March. And although it took place every year, it was kept in the great solemnity. That means like separate, like one, in the greater solemnity every fourth year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which was their great Passover. The day of its celebration was named Texaculi or Tehuli, right? And say which signifies the year of God. It would appear from the following passages of the 19th chapter of Leviticus that the fourth year was esteemed also by the Jews at a very early period of their history as holy. Also, he got a quote here, and then it say, and when ye shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be, and uncircumcised unto you, it should not be eaten of, but in the fourth year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy, to praise to the Lord withal. Look, so right there. So that's in Leviticus. So he say the Indians got something where they celebrate the food being holy or stuff like that.
No. That ain't what he said. That ain't what he said. He said that they had their own festivals and celebrations which match up to the years in Leviticus, and how that you just read was from Leviticus. I remember hearing that in church all the time. And that's how they worship.
And that it.
Yeah, that's in Leviticus. That ain't.
Yeah, so it say, let me finish. So it say, in the 5th year shall ye eat the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. It say it is a remarkable fact that which admits of no doubt, because of the proof of it is found in Mexican paintings, that the Mexicans invise a prediction for exactly the same number as the Jews. And hence 8, 4, 12, and 7 perpetually recur in those paintings, distinguished by as many units or points in Mexico, the number of Supreme judges and the best informed authors assert that it's strictly limited to 12.
Yeah. All that's saying is that they had their own time festivals and celebrations that matched up with theirs, but they celebrations was different. When you look at what it said about the like I said, what it said about the Mesoamericans, and again, them is Mexicans, them not the North Americans that I'm talking about. But we'll talk about them because I know you're trying to tie them all in. Now, like I said, he was showing the similarities, and then he told the differences about them. But he said it's a remarkable thing to notice. He ain't saying that they was the same. He just said it's remarkable to notice that they have festivals on the same time that these people have festivals, which would mean that weather was just good enough in those seasons that it had to be the season of what you call it,
you
harvest.
know what? I wanted to go through some of this stuff that's in Leviticus because this could help our people. So right here, what he talking about, this is how you supposed to plant. This is how you get an increase, right? The first thing that you plant, when your first harvest, you're not supposed to eat that. You're supposed to get that away. And then I think it's like your second harvest. It's gonna yield like 3 times.
Yeah, they do it for
3 times the amount or something like that. Like it's crazy work.
Yeah. No, that was good too. That's the same thing that farmers do even right now today during harvest time. They turn their fields. Some of them they'll plant part of their field one year and won't plant the other part. And then they'll plant the other part of the field while they fertilize that field. And they'll do it just like you said. Some of them don't sell the stuff until their ground is good. Because that ground is really what worked. And to get that ground formidable for
Well, I haven't read this entirely, but man, there's some good stuff in there. Like I was reading that and then reading the other stuff, but what James Adar wrote, and I'm like, yo, this stuff match up perfect. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the same thing that he's witnessing. This other guy is saying that they was doing before he even wrote it. You know what I'm saying? And also it's in the Torah. So that's the connection that I draw upon it.
I got you. And that's like I said, that's a nice little old connection. It showed that the world was kind of connected when it comes to watching the sun and the moon move and during harvest seasons in different part of the world. The big difference that lets me know that they difference is, like I said, Ketakosa, Tahuli, that word Tahuli, the way that they worshipped, the sacrifices that they did, the bloodletting, was all totally different. When the Hebrews would have seen that, they would have did just what the Spanish did when they got there and destroyed them. They worshiping a God, but it's not the God that they worship. And in fact,
but only why would they do the same exact? So they doing the same exact thing. So in one book, one of the books that I brought up, right, he talks about how the Indian practices is like no other people. What he call them, like Gentile nations, right?
The Mesoamerican Indians, because
so he talking about the Choctaw, the
North American
Indian, the Muskegon Indian, Muskegee, the Muskogee. I mean, I say Muskegee, the Muskogee, right? The Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek,
Cherokee,
and Cherokee, yeah, and
civilized tribes.
Well, the ones that came out of the Muskogee area, the Mississippi, along the Mississippi River.
Yeah. What about them?
Yeah. So, but he talks about how they But I'm saying that's not just one thing. It ain't just the one thing. They just seen these different occurrences in the planetary alignments, and they knew that this is the best time. This is a better time to harvest. No, it's also their custom, tradition, the way they honor, the way how they didn't have no representation of the deity that they worship. They didn't worship. They didn't have no idols early on. That stuff with indigenous people having idols and natives. That stuff came much later.
The natives
They
didn't have a
have
person.
no
My bad. Go ahead.
representation. They didn't represent no idols. So they didn't worship the fire. They memorialized their warriors in an honorary fashion, not like as a worship. They buried themselves facing the sun. Facing the rising of the sun. Because in the whole thing, how it goes in the oral tradition is that they are traveling to their homeland or something in the east where the sun rises. Even some, my bad. Even some of their even some of the accounts that we have of them, they say that we come from where the sun rises, which is the east. Like I think that was in Montezuma said that, I believe. But man, there's a lot of stuff. Even I even found out that the Mexican, I think it's the Mexicans, but they had genetic DNA that connect them to West Africa. And I know in Veracruz, which was the first black city in Mesoamerica, right? When they put African slaves in Veracruz, they had the indigenous people, but by this time, the indigenous people there was mixed in with the Europeans that came over there and colonized. So, but once they put the African slave, once they brought African slaves over there in Veracruz, they rebelled and formed alliances with the indigenous people. And I believe they did it because they was brethren. You know what I'm saying? So they band together, and that's how they gained, quote unquote, their independence. In 1600, that's what Manasseh der Israel. That's what he wrote. I mean, not his name Manasseh der Israel, but the Manasseh ben something. I forgot what's his name. Manasseh ben something. But he wrote Espanol der Israel, meaning Spanish or something like that. Del it's like from, or it could be is. You know what I'm saying? It could be is. It's different variations of how you say that word. But I can see the similarity even in the words. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even in the language. Like if you show a Taino word or Arawak area, how you say Arawak word, is going to resemble those same phonetics. Like one of them is I mean, you can put those words, you can transliterate them into Hebrew characters. You know what I'm saying? And it'll mean something. And it'll mean, the meaning of it in Hebrew will be similar to the meaning of it in that language, in that Indian language. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Yeah. The 4 words that we can look up to see if they're the same, and if they're the same, then you can match them. If they ain't the same, they ain't the same language.
Okay.
Find mother and father in both those languages. Find boy or should I say son and daughter? I don't know if they would have called them sons and daughters, but especially mother and father. If mother and father is the same, because that's the simplest word that wouldn't change, then I might go do some more, because I ain't gonna lie to you. GDN, one of my biggest faults, I can't lie, is as soon as I see anything incoherent in people's views, I stop looking and I just stay on them points because I don't have to go any further. And so I haven't debated this topic before. I've heard this topic and I've had discussions about it. And remember, I use logic, and I do trace my steps through information like that. But I also understand that even the people who had the power to write the books about things they seen, they were always writing in bias. They would never writing in something, because when they went to see those people and stuff, they wanted the time in. When they was taking slaves and bringing slaves from Africa to this place, is to mix those bloodlines that was here, that was native here, with those bloodlines, and then they can say, oh, they're the same. Now, if we think about fish, a certain kind of fish, we think about a certain kind of fish that might be over by Africa, and then you think about the fish that's over here by America. If you get them fish, some of them gonna have some of the same markers just because they fish. Now they tell you that life started in Africa, but in my studies, and when I look at what I would call life from water and algae and things, and I look at Africa and I see that jungle and stuff, and they say life came from there, I have to start asking myself, where did life evolve from? Did it evolve from the shores, or did it evolve from the land within Africa and come out? They always say we came from water. And I look at algae and plankton and how it washes up on every shore in the world. So I know that life washed up on every shore in the world. They try to tell us that we are from Africa, but it just isn't plausible, for the simple fact that we know that if they all were, why is it that they found people over here who don't have the African marker that's actually black? Why is it that they can go and they'll do a blood test and tell you that these markers, and then we know that people's blood don't have certain markers, whether they can or not. And then the people who benefit from telling people who they are and who they kin to will say, oh, this the marker that you look for. And then we look for that marker, not even knowing what that marker actually is. That's just what they told us, and that's what we go for. Now, I don't knock nobody that want to be Hebrews, Israelite. If you want to be cursed, that's cool. I'm not going to do that, because I simply observe and experience something totally different. There's no need for me to go back to that incoherence, because the God that y'all arguing for and the creator is the same God that everybody argue for, and y'all have differences in that when you talk about the biblical Abrahamic religions. Besides those creator gods, you got so many other different people who claim that there's a certain kind of creator God that's supposed to have did the same things. Stories match. Do we say that those people are the same people because their stories match? No, we know they ain't. I don't know what it is that make everybody, the first black samurai. I seen that thing the other day, somebody putting that the first samurai was black. The first everything, you know what I'm saying? And it's cool.
It's just,
I think the reason
I get that part.
I think the
I hate
reason we
when
do
people
that.
do that, but
Go ahead.
It be some merit to that, but and then some of it be, you know, rhetoric. You know, just be people rhetoric too as well. But you got to be able to decipher that. So, but you said something about finding a word for mom. So I do have that. The word that they use for mother and father, and it resembles the same word for that the Hebrews use. I think they say Ami. The Hebrews would say Ama for mother. Look, this one pretty interesting. That I just looked. I had some screenshots in my phone. Damn.
My phone.
Hold on, let me see. I had some screenshots here, right? And it said right here, right? I think this is it. Is this it? It say the name for a woman, a good woman, right? Is Yama Tabi, right? The word good in Hebrew is told, or so you might hear some brothers say tawab, but it's told. And we can see like some of the vowels, it just shifts over time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which could you know, it could evolve into a whole nother dialect or language. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely, I
But
know
the
exactly what you're
concept
saying.
of the language is very similar. It's very synonymous with one another.
I got you, and I ain't gonna like I said, because I ain't gonna act like I done did a lot of studies on it. My studies take me as far as incoherence, and then I stop and I just try to argue those points. But and like I said, if you find them as words, I don't know what made me think about that, but those words like that, father and mother, and stuff like that, if we can find them amongst different places and they seem the same, and then we find just a few more words. I mean, not just a few, you know, we're going to have at least 10, 15 words that match. That's enough for me, especially if I can put them in sentences and say, oh, they were saying that, and that's how they were saying it. It's just that I would not want them people to be my people for this. If they was my people and then they went and changed, and then look at how they started worshiping deities or the deity that they started worshiping. It changed too quick. And like you talk about the evolution of language, the language didn't change, but the worship of the deity that was worshiping changed that drastically. Is almost unheard. Now, what could have happened?
Why are you saying that it changed?
Huh?
Some of the things get lost. Some things get lost, you know, so you got to think if they in war, right? Because they had to go through like certain battles to even get over here. Like they was carried away by the Assyrians. So if you look at it, some of the people that remain, like some of the practices will be lost over time. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you.
And then it become like traditional rather than strictly what the law say, where they just had like some things that the law said, but not all of the things. But
yeah.
I'm saying it's enough to form an argument. And when you said the words, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the word, I'm trying to get this for you. Because it goes into that, and it used more than it's more than 15.
Mm-hmm.
What you were saying is more than 15 words. I think it say the word for father was Abba, A-B-A. However they will pronounce that, but I know it say Abba. And then it say in the word for mother is Ami, A-M-I, A-M-M-I. My bad. But and then it even give you other words like for snake and for ox, fish. You know what I'm saying? It's too. I don't know. They too close. The languages is too close. So here go right here. I mean. Then it talks about the good woman, right? A goody woman is called Yama Toby. Yama Toby. And when you see, the reason that we can't connect it is, for one, we don't know African dialect, right? West African dialect. Because if you go to the Igbos, they talk just like this. They talk just like what I'm understanding from my experience. Because I actually talked to Igbo women on Bigo and stuff. They some of these words that this guy got written in his book resemble, as I'm going through how they would say it, it resembles how they would speak. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I don't doubt it. I know sounds. Chinese got the word Yama too. What Yama mean over there? Like it sounds. The humans only have so many sounds that we can all have. If we in different groups communicating, We're gonna all have sounds. We might even have some sounds that mean the same thing. But like I said, it's just a high claim to say that those people are the same people. That's far-fetched for me. Nothing wrong with it. Like you said, you can form a good argument. Me being who I am, I could probably form it. You see, I just helped you with the words. The words that we know might have stayed something like the same. What about the word God? What word was they using for the deities? Are they kind of the same? Hell no.
Ishtanhulo. And they did, but Ishtanhulo means the great spirit.
And that's what they called it in South America. What they called it they called it Yahweh in Hebrew, right?
Well, not necessarily, because you got to think we have the Bible where it says he said call him Ishi.
When you break it down, when you go back to the original language.
No, I'm talking about it's a scripture in the Bible where it say, "Don't call me no more Bele, call me Ishi," or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't.
They call me Ishi.
So what about? Okay, well, tell me this then. So you believe that those people might be related to the Hebrews, right? Or have some type of connection, we'll put it like that, with the Hebrews, right?
Yeah, early on, this was a major theory prior to the Mormon Church. That's what I want to clarify that.
Gotcha. So, but what about let's go back just a little bit. I shouldn't time jump or nothing, but so you can find similarities with that, but the Abrahamic religions, you believe that they all different?
What you mean? You talking about like Islam and Christianity?
Yeah, why wouldn't they be Hebrews too?
I never said that they wasn't.
Oh, okay. That's now we're talking. Now I'm interested. Do you believe that the Hebrews is just a sect of the same people?
The same people are who?
All the people that was there, I guess I would have to say anybody that worships the Abrahamic God. I mean, I guess we see that. I guess we see that in the Muslim side of the Abrahamic religion, and we see it in Christianity too. Even in America, they got different sects of Christianity and stuff, and they believe that the other sect is wrong, that they actually going to hell. This is the incoherence of those type of ideas. I just find it hard to find somebody else, what somebody else wrote, and try to argue
Yeah,
their
you got
idea.
schisms. Yeah. So you got schisms that happen that occur as people get more sophisticated with their understanding and civilized with their culture. You know.
Yeah.
And you have disagreements, and then people start their own. They have a following. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And why do they do that, GDA? I know you know I know the answer, but these are the type of questions that I ask myself when I'm trying to find answers. Why do they do that? Why, if we got Christianity and we got one God and stuff, why is we got Baptist Christians? Why do we got Catholic Christians? Why do we got and the only reason that I can see is that a group of people was like, no, these people are benefiting and we can benefit off the same idea if we change it like this. And then you see those people and they have their heads of the church and they have their people. And these are the people that benefit more from there. And then there's another group of people that be in that church for a little bit, be like, nah, let's change that like this. They start theirs and they benefit. This mechanism. To me, and like I said, this is just from my studies and my experiences. To me, this mechanism of power and control. I'll just say control over different groups of people, and with the intention of benefiting and living comfortably, is the only thing I see in any religion. And that's why they split. The only reason the Muslims split from the Torah is because somebody else wanted to say this is how they want to live. They wanted people following them, so they didn't have to follow the laws that the other people had. I see religions, people have religions, and then I see some people come in with religions, and their religion, and they'll have wars. And we know these is like person, boom, boom, boom. But these people sometimes used to fight for gods and whose God is the most powerful. But then you have some people that say, no, your God still ain't more powerful than ours. When we lost, we was cursed. And then you got some people that say, like, our science is better than y'all science. And then they go over there and they science is sacrificing people and saying all kind of different things. But you look, and like you said, like when I look, the more I get to learning about Kemet and different people's things, and I understand that they was talking about forces and the things that we say now are science, then there's no need to just keep on pushing that if that's what we know. Because it takes away the incoherence of the thing and gives us actually what we were looking for. A technology that people don't understand is identifying things. The first way we used to identify things back in the day before we had the technology we have now with communication was personifying things that we see. We know this. We know this. If I know that the sun is the sun and that they used to call it Ra, there's no reason for me to go back to call it Ra if I know that it's just the sun and Ra was just the idea that people had to get a story across. It would be incoherent to do anything more. Why? Because when other people,
when you say to get a story across, what story that they getting across about the sun? Like
the sun, the movement of the sun, the forces that move the sun, the movement of the sun across the sky. That would be
but Ra also do other things in the Egyptian pantheon.
Yeah.
Don't
On
the boat.
Right.
He do other things as well. So those stories have to be pertaining to the sun as well, right?
Nope. That's the incoherence of it. When they talk Ra in the sky, and they're talking about the movement of the sun and how Ra is in a boat. And when you see the sun moving across the sky, it's actually Ra in a boat, and they lighten up the sky. But we know that's not that. And the reason they had those stories, because that's how people would understand things. You couldn't tell them that the sun was moving because of the different forces and factors of existence that we found. You couldn't tell them that back then. But if you was telling your kid the story and the kid was like the sun and stuff, and they had to tell, because they understand, like, they wasn't just keeping this knowledge, like they was actually trying to raise their kids to do this. So they would have to come up with stories for these things. This was the technology that they had for communication. It was personification. At first, it was even worse than that. When especially in Greece and all of those with the pantheon of gods and stuff. And then somebody got smart and said, you know what? We don't even have to worship all of them. We can say that one God has all of those powers. I think that was Abraham who made that the most prominent. Started worshiping one God instead of all these gods. Let's give our attention to this one God. Got Abraham and his family some power. Still today. But the two sons, Isaac and Ishmael, the progenitors of the religions we see right now, both was at their daddy's funeral.
You want some eggs with that pancake?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Sadiq, Shalom. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fam?
Sadiq. But I know I'm just mumbling to you, GDN. I know.
I hear you said that, especially the part where you said the last part you just said about Abraham having his people, having his sons having powers still to this day. I disagree with that, but I see where you're going with it, especially like with the how they just form different sects to have power. But what I'll say is that yeah, that's what people do. You know, we can see that on a day-to-day basis. Like in reality, we can see that in society. People break off, they start as one thing, and then once they have a disagreement, it'd be a schism. And then it's a split. By being a schism, people decide who they want to follow or how they're going to continue the thing, you know? And you get these different sects and denominations and tribes and all this other stuff. This is what religions. You get all these different things where different things is being taught, which was what? The disagreement from the jump. Somebody disagreed on this understanding. So they're like, well, you know what? Well, I'm gonna go teach this understanding, and whoever with me, y'all can come with me. You know? And so
some of them used to have to sneak up. Some of them used to have to sneak off.
They benefit from it. So this is my understanding about people benefiting or being prosperous from the Bible. I'm not talking about like a prosperity doctrine, which is what the churches preach, but the thing is, by these words being sacred and being inspired by quote unquote God, people can profit because it's a spiritual, I don't want to say bondness, but it's a spiritual, the word is spiritual, you know what I'm saying? Even in the language. So certain things that you say is gonna, from the scripture, is gonna resonate with people's spirit. And that's how you can profit, even if it was a bad thing. If you're using it for bad, y'all know a lot of atheists, they whole content is Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and I ain't gonna lie, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that point. It's just that, like I said, when I understand that everybody gonna have an opinion. Everybody might see things just a little bit different. So with me knowing that, and then I think about the inspiration that's supposed to be by God, and then I ask myself, like, I know if GDN read the Bible without nobody telling him that you got to worship this God or anything, I can guarantee you that you can find all of the good things that the Bible is trying to teach without having to be like, if it was just a story and boom, 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 you'll say, oh yeah, but that dude Jesus in that book was like, shit, be good to your people and stuff. And that sounded kind of right. Even if he was the son of God saying it or just a regular human said, those words and the idea that he was proposing carries weight even right now today, whether he was the son of God or just a regular man.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of so it's a lot of figures that operate in that same type of spirit to where the point that where we memorialize them or we honor their great quotes, like you were just saying.
I think that's what it's all about.
But we don't question if those individuals were actually men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we question if Jesus was an actual, or Yeshua, right? So, but yeah, man, we've been going at it for a while, man.
Yeah, and it's just a good conversation too. I'm glad we ain't no arguing in that.
Yeah, I'm learning. It's great build, y'all, brother. Y'all very highly intelligent, you know.
Same to you, man. I love listening to you on panels and stuff with your questions, because questions is better than answers to me. When you come up with the right questions, you can get the answers. Some people be asking the wrong questions and stuff. You always seem to have the right questions and the right disputes with people's views. That's why I like you and I listen to you. Like I said, even that thing that you told me today, I'm fixed to go now and do some quick studying to see words that matched. And I ain't just gonna look at North America. I'm gonna look at the whole Americas and go back and see if I can't coordinate them. Because my thing, like I said, when people think about my philosophy, they don't understand my philosophy is made to audit not just itself, but other philosophies too. Find what's matches, find what's good. And if it works, we taking from it. We ain't fist to tell you that if it don't work or it just don't seem to have any carry any weight, we try to push it to the side in order to find a valuable answer to the questions we propose. And that's what I want. I want an intelligible answer. If I say why I'm here, what are we here? And then they say it's a creator. We should be able, there shouldn't be no secrets to none of that. We should be able to answer that. And when you get to the answer of, well, that's just God and we don't know it, that's cool. I understand where you go, but I think that's just lazy thinking or somebody not being able to form the right thoughts to answer that question. And so they give it to something that, and then people don't use that, and like we see right now in Iran, and that I'm 47. There's been wars in the Middle East the whole time I've been alive. 47 years. They've been over there warring about Allah and Yahweh.
Yeah, so like with that, right? So even though we see like over here, we say like, oh, these things not real, but there's a whole war where people are literally dying, putting their life on the line. You know what I'm saying? For the to be able to inhabit that landmass over there, or to be given the promise that was given to Abraham. Like, how do we view that? Do we view that as that it being still alive? It's obviously real to them, to both parties.
Well, that's what it is. It ain't no lie to them because of the curses that was proposed. And when people say that they doing bad and the stuff happen and they fighting, they give it the holy war. But then you look at the people who in power, who got control of these wars. And I ain't talking about the heads of I'm talking about the real government. What's his name? Netanyahu now. We know that he is Jewish by religion, not by blood. And most of them over there, and that's one of the things. And so we'll say, well, the Bible said that they was gonna have problems, that the Hebrews was gonna have problems, but it didn't say that these other people was gonna be profiting off of it. It didn't say that you know what I'm saying, these people, it didn't identify they God and where they was wrong yet, you know what I'm saying? It's just a whole bunch of different things that I'll never get an answer because we don't have enough information to even try to analyze the situation, which is cool because we know if it happened so long ago. It's just this. When I look at existence today and I see where we at, the things that we agree with as a world, how each world nation got things up in the sky and how they still have meetings and stuff, but it looked like Putin and Trump and Z and Netanyahu, those are the people that we fighting for. They ain't even really fighting for God. They fighting to keep those people safe. So when it all comes back to it, you see the American government is distancing itself from "In God We Trust." Why? Because that idea, when they had it, it worked. But there's always an update. Things always unfold. Information always unfolds. And where it's unfolded today, in my eyes, in my observation, in my experience, this ain't nobody else. This is just me. I just see that, damn, there's a lot of chaos being caused for ideas to keep people safe who might not even have any relation to said ideas. It's amazing. Sadiq, talk to me, man. You know I got to hear your voice.
Yo, what's going on, brother? Yeah, back in the check, been taking it all in. What's going on with your brother? What's going on?
Man, just having me a nice cool dialect with GDN, one of my favorites over here, man. Getting that information. He always give me good like I say, he asked the right questions for me always to get my mind a ticking again.
Man, bro, I hear you, man. Yeah, you dropping it, bro. Yeah, man. Facts, bro. Facts on top of facts, man. What's up, GD? What's going on, brother? Dre? Yeah, man. Chilling, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, keep on going, bro. Yeah, man. You saying it all, man. Hell yeah, that Netanyahu, man, and yeah, just the way they, that perspective of nature, Netanyahu and company, and how they think, for the short period of time they've been on the planet, has been among other things, a constant state of perpetual war, right? And given that nature is not subject, let's just say nature. This is reasons that we can get the truth by staring at and studying nature, because it is actually one of the only things that we witness in existence that's not susceptible to indoctrination, right? Notice you can't indoctrinate nature, right? Which brings up an interesting nugget, right? Notice that you mentioned Egypt, and even in some of the other related subsequent ancient civilizations, they notice how they used animal heads or used animal iconography in their writings and carvings. It's a huge reason why they do that, besides the obvious. It's a huge reason, bro. The main reason, and it's brilliant, not just illustrating aspects of nature and how it plays out, and they have their own role to play, and it's in us, right? We get that. It's a reason that goes even beyond that on a higher level. One of the ultimate reasons why that is a brilliant move, because they were thinking ahead in the past as well, but mainly ahead. They knew, we can just use Kemet or Egypt. They knew the creators of those stoneworks over there in masonries. They knew this. Check this out. They knew how the mind worked to a large degree. Most would agree, right? They knew that given how deep those truths were they were teaching, that people could make up shit and people could create religions. They were well aware of that. And they knew that you can take the truth and actually change it based on different perspectives. Whether it be particularly wicked, to confuse and mislead, and mainly on that. But just even if a person have the right intent, they don't have an ill will to mislead people, but you could do it just simply out of ignorance. So it's almost the same, like the people are misled, whether you meant to or not. At the end of the day, they took all of this in account to do this next move. They said, how can we write down and record our truths for future generations to learn in a way so the writers can't just capture, or at least make it difficult. Members, no, absolutely. I mean, make it because we see there's a lot of confusion, but just say make it more difficult for thwart our truths as it was intended from our original recordings. They knew that nature cannot be religiousized. See, when they created, let's say when they put the Badong beetle on the statue of Khafra doesn't change. The nature of the dung beetle is permanent. Brilliant. Religion changes every 5 minutes, but nature doesn't. You see what I'm saying? Brilliant.
I see what you're saying now.
Brilliant.
I'll talk about brilliant when you look at it like that. If
you can't create a religion, right? It locks in the truth, right? The sun, okay, a 10. The sun doesn't change, but religion changes every 5 minutes. So they would incorporate aspects of nature which is immune to indoctrination. Brilliant.
That's brilliant. I ain't never even looked at it like that. You're right.
It's a way to waterproof the ultimate truth. They waterproof that shit when the proper understanding is acquired. See,
and that's what I be trying to tell people. They be like, was those people as smart as us today? They just didn't have the same technology, and some of them, right. But they questions that they was asking and the answers that they came up with. had the same type of answers that we come up with. Now, was they a little off with their answers and stuff? Yes, they didn't have the actual experience that we have to know these things. They didn't have the tools, but they was asking them same exact questions. They was brilliant, like you said, they was brilliant, just like us.
But they were way past where we are now. They were way past that. Who knows what's been hidden and erased? Who knows? We'll never know totally what we don't know the total picture that they've had over there. Some say it's buried, who knows how many floors under the British Museum. Some stuff was utterly destroyed that even the museums around the world don't have, even the most elite don't have. All the scripts of the Egyptian Kemet is not under the Vatican, right? Not absolutely. So it's so much destroyed, but they knew enough to lock it into nature. I don't care how much time passes. Look how far we are since Kemet. And then when you tap into what those statues really mean or whatever, you understand how the lion's role would play, or the hippo's role would play when you're dealing with the what's it called, the terroret. See, it doesn't change. That's the point right there. It doesn't change per se. It's no absolutes at the same time, but yet when nature is there, right, just to keep the context, how a hippo behaves doesn't change. That's the brilliance. When I learned, I said, well, I read that, I was like, wow. I said, I've never looked at it like that. They said these guys were so far ahead of their time. They knew that people would try to adulterate that shit. They look what we're dealing with here nowadays in these debates. Total, utter adulteration on the most heinous order, right? Right. That's put it mildly, right? And and so they said we're going to use some symbols that time, and you can go a million years out, and this shit is still remain truth. They said, goddamn, put the lion head on that shit, man. Put a goddamn octopus on that shit. Surely the octopus is going to be the same as it was today, 10 million years later, which is true.
And if we can actually find that, and like you say, the brilliance of it is we might not know what the hippo mean right now. But when we do find out exactly what they was meaning by them animals and the dung beetle right here and the owl or that bird right here, and we know, you know what I'm saying, and we got some type of idea. But when we find out that, like you said, it's just gonna fall into place. Oh, that's exactly what they were saying. Oh, that's what they meant when they, man. That's
but Yahweh. Oh shit! He'll be Galway tomorrow, and he'll be Galway after that. He'll be Malway after that. He was Balgay and Galday before he was Yahweh. So and they knew this. We got to come up with some shit. These motherfuckers say any damn thing. They said, man, put a moon on that shit, nigga. That motherfucker been the same for billions of years, right? See. And that's the way I think. I try to think like that. That's one of my inside secrets of how I maintain my, terrain as I do in these real patchy ass damn backtracks.
Thank you for that, man. Because I ain't never looked at it like that. I always understood that they was real smart and that they was trying to answer questions. And some questions, like I said, you need experience or you need some type of tools to figure them out. And they just didn't have them, but they had imagination. Like we do, and they could imagine things. They had, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, they might not can't get it right now, but now that we got it, and like I said, it's amazing to me how they did the movement of the sun with Ra. They understood that the sun gives life and photosynthesis to the plants and stuff. And the thing that they missed out is that the plants grow the most at the dark. That don't mean they wasn't on the right track though. It ain't actually a being up there in the sky in no boat. It's the sun. And they were saying that, it's moving on its own accord. The sun is Ra. So if Ra's moving in his boat, and there's forces behind it. And then they start talking about the netters. It all just making more sense. But that last part that you just put into it about the scripts and stuff.
Yep.
I ain't never looked at it like that. They put what they call them fail safes.
Right, my dude, bro, Bobby. I haven't heard too many people talk about. I think Bobby Hemming might have touched up. If I think about it, I think he might have spoken, but not many people know how they waterproof that shit. They just totally waterproofed it by locking it into nature, locking into the Iblis bird. The Iblis bird behaved the same then as it does now. See, with minor changes, right? No, absolutely. Nature eventually, things all change at the end of the day. But by and large, you can never guarantee an absolute. But but one of the best ways, at least to attempt to do so, was to do it just the way they did, in my opinion, by putting the Ibis bird on Thoth and on Tahuti, to lock in his modality in nature, symbolic nature standpoint. Very brilliant, is to lock your truth in, like you do, man. How you do your stuff. it's pretty interesting how you lock it into nature and time.
Oh yeah,
See, that's brilliant, man. Mother Nature, I mean, Mother Nature's not gonna. I don't care who come along and try to indoctrinate and try to change it. They can't really, if it stay under the concept of Mother Nature, man. But I mean, how can a liar come there and just manipulate your shit?
You can't, like you said, I did it like that because I was trying to explain things that I actually experienced, and like you say, it won't never change. Of course, there's aspects of it in different scenes of change and stuff. But the ongoings of existence, they can't change. They won't change. And that's because we have order and things unfolding. And that thing, the order, the things that's being ordered and unfolding is nature. And to me, that's a simple concept to give me intelligible answers. And that's why I did it, because I want answers. I don't want to be like, yeah, you just can't know that. I don't like that.
Right. Oh man, shoot, they was dropping it on dude. That sound like brother was he an Israelite dude that got off Andre?
I think so. He one of them. He might be a Hebrew Israelite or big on the studies. So yeah, sometimes I be hearing him talking about Kemet and Mayat, but I think he be trying to tie the Hebrews into that. So yeah, I think he is a Hebrew Israelite.
Man, shoot, man. I see, man. What happened? You guys going on live today or anything? What you got going on, Quantum?
Shoot, I went. They're fixing to do the results to get Cosmon, Cal, and I think that was Gideon talking earlier.
Okay.
They gonna do their finals. I think A1 said he gonna replay they face off in the debate, so everybody, cause they had a good topic, and I guess I missed that debate. And so they're gonna get that.
Yeah.
So they gonna run those two, and then they're gonna do the what's the name, and then we free. If we got some time, I was gonna see if Shekmek was gonna run about 45.
I think the signal went low. I don't hear you. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
What happened?
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
I can hear you. I heard last time I heard was that you was gonna see if Shekmet could run something.
Yeah. I was seeing if had time Shekmet was gonna do one of them shows. I liked them little shows she was running. I wasn't never part of them. I wasn't part of the Titans debate league. Then when they was having it, but last Sunday when I was on duty, I ran a bunch of her little shows and was interested in them, like that kind of format. After we do our debating, which that's the main part of this, I think that everybody else just like to lay off and have other type of entertainment, and that's one of them that I preferred.
For sure, bro. For sure, man. Did you see last night Pan and
yeah.
Bro, what the hell, bro?
Bro, we got the two best debaters on rhetoric for sure. I'm talking about this is supposed to be. This gonna be real good.
True, nigga. There's some good debate here. They're gonna definitely. What do you think about the agreed upon topic though?
Shoot, if that's all they could find to debate, because when I was first in there listening to them, it seemed like they had too much in common to even debate. But shit, they ended up finding something. Topic though.
It was like, is it racist to yay or nay to if a black person withhold resources from white people solely based on race? Would that black person be considered racist or not? And I think I forgot who got who's. I think I believe Balt Suave said yes, and I think Pan said no.
Yeah. Or no, it's the other way around. I think Penn said. I think Suave said that black people can't be racist at all.
Cause maybe it's the Suave said no. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm not sure. I forget who exactly for sure which had to. But it was. But I mean, I don't know. I think then they did a post face off show. For Humble, we were talking about like what is racism, this, that, and other. I don't know, man. About I don't know, man. That subject seemed like it could be went in another direction. But I don't know. In my opinion, I mean, if they, I mean, I don't know. I think you have to have power pretty much to be considered racist, and a mentality to withhold, against a particular group. I don't think you're just solely holding back resources. I don't know, man, but I guess you could probably argue it that it is racist. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
It's hard today to, especially with the way that they worded it,
right?
Because if it was racist when the white people was holding resources from us, what would make it not racist if we do it? And then my brother, Caesar brought up the aspect that black people just don't like white people because of the way that white folks have done us in the past.
Right.
But I see that black people haven't done nothing to each other. And personal, and I ain't gonna say racist yet, personally, people have problems with each other.
Right.
Without it being race and hate each other and stuff, you know what I'm saying, without no resources. So if you could do that and you have a way to degrade and halt somebody's survival simply for their skin color, I'd have to say that's racism. I would just have to, because that's the reason that I said they was racist when they was doing it. Right. And that's how I would argue that.
Yeah, but if you're going solely by skin color, it's like an absolute, there's just solely skin color, period. Yeah, that's going to have to be looked at as a. I would reluctantly have to agree that would be technically racism in its purest form.
It's purest form, and that's why I said it's going to be interesting to see, because both of them are intelligent. They have their own ways to argue, so I like to see what type of points they bring up.
All right, sure, man. Man, they had a blast on that panel last night, man. That shit was fun. Man, we need to do some more of those damn. I'm about to get with A1, man. See if you want to do some more of those damn TikTok spaces, man. We was grinding through on that shit, bro.
Yeah, he gonna start back. I think his plan was definitely after we get the debates over with for this season, to go on there on TikTok and do some panels, find some more people to come debate their ideas, new ideas and stuff for the new season. And I've been searching too. The dude God Justice that was on here, he one of the guys from TikTok, and I got a few others. A couple of them, they argue good on TikTok, but I don't think they'd be ready for these type of debates. Which that don't mean I'm right. They could be, and just like to argue, but I done came across a couple of views that I never heard of, like the Baha'i faith.
What is that?
The Baha'i faith is basically, to me, is the Middle East Owaspi.
Oh, damn.
They believe that all the religions, or anybody who has an idea of God, have the idea of the same God, and their perspective causes them, and their individuality causes them to see God how they see it.
Oh, that's shit. That's what we talk about that. Shit. Hell, we all talk about that shit already, man.
His name is Baha'u'llah, and but he basically is like we're everybody is God dreaming of himself in a different form and in different situations. So it all ties back into the existence or the universe as the being. Is just that they put that creation in there, and when you put creation, you know that creation is intention. And so to me, that's what I took it. Right, that always takes it down, man. You know what I'm saying? But it's a nice little.
I wondered did they religicize it? You know how them Middle Eastern foreigners.
Yeah, they
call it soulless. Okay,
they got a dude named Baha'u'llah.
Oh,
I can't think his name. Yeah, and it's like I said, it's real interesting. They go into it just like the Owaspi, and I was wondering who read whose book first? If Owaspi found out about Baha'u'llah first, or if Baha'u'llah found out about Owaspi and took it over there. But it's interesting to me how much they're the same, and it's just the it's just the Owaspi, to me, they try to have their cake and eat it too, because they try to say the creator is the all, which means that anything that's happening within the all is an intention, but they still say creator. And so that always throws me for the loop, because if the all is just the all, then it doesn't have to be creator if things are forming within it, because creation means intention. And what is his intention for create? You know what I'm saying? It always goes back to that. To me, that's the same thing with Baha'u'llah. They say that he's God dreaming. Well, why is God sleep dreaming? Could he be woke doing other things?
I would say they have to be intention as well, without creation as well, right? You always have to have, because there's always a focal point of observation, or something with a mind that's staring at what's being reformed. It's really creating something absolutely from scratch. But just shuffling the new combination does take an active point of attention, which is closely tied to having a proper intent. Now, what kind of intent it is, I mean, it can be anything. You could be building a bird's nest if you're a bird, or it could be it could be trying to create, it could be something you see in a human reality, trying to reform something that's already been there to make an artificial sun. See?
Yeah.
You always have to intend what you're going to do, to a degree, it's just, because otherwise you get into separation, you start breaking it into absolutes and things if you remove intent totally.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's why I say to me, that's better. An absolute condition as opposed to a unmoved mover. I'd rather have the absolute condition of existence, which is ordered, updating, and with that condition of being, that makes more sense, because then everything would just operate on the vector to be.
Right. Yeah.
And then the intention would only come for the individuals or the life like us, who can manipulate not just our being, but anybody else's being.
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to ending their being or not, you know what I'm saying? And that's where intention comes from to me. And that's why I say, like, I don't like the creation for a creator for my thing, because the intention, when you ask them what was the intention, then they'll be like, well, God didn't have to have an intention, but he created, so he had to have an intention. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know what they're talking.
And then I don't know, sometimes I be asking questions, and when they be giving me answers, I be thinking that I'm the one that's silly, but I don't be. It just be them answers they be giving. And I got to understand that too, because like you said, they don't understand the concept if they don't sit down and actually understand the question they answering. And a lot of people don't.
Right, they don't know that, man. It's the things we say out of our mouth right now is predicated on intention. Yeah. It wouldn't happen if we didn't intend it to. Right. We think about it before we say it. The unseen governs the seen. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can say this stuff. Some even say, I can always go a little further. The source or the soul, which some would say the source of all, right? We do appear to think of things that's new, but some say that by the time it's say, let me just keep it straight up. Like the things, let's say if I say the word bus, or say if I say the word car or whatever, as soon as I say it, it's already been thought of as a preliminary, right, to prevent an absolute, because I can't say nothing that's totally absolutely unique. That's outside of the source. Kind of to what what's that guy's name? God Gift was saying. So he was trying to articulate that. Use horrible examples, but horrible examples, right? But as I say, car, it has to be a delay in that which it matriculates down to physicality, so that the source can think of it first, right? And so I'll act it out because I'm disconnected from it via perspective, my limited perspective. And so I may interact as my own perspective pushes me along the path. And so yet whatever move I make has already been slightly thought of before I had, from which I come, which I'm speak from, right? And it's like there's a lot of ways you can illustrate that. Radio waves, how something broadcasts from something, there's also a slight delay before it actually come out the radio.
Right.
right? Or you say somebody's in a canyon and I'm the point of origin, I'm the originating point of sound waves. That's a holler in the canyon. Ah, but you don't hear it to the other side till See? Or shadow. You got a real counterpart, you got a real point, not a counterpart, but the real point, right? But yet before that shadow's created, there's a slight, when that light comes on, there's a slight delay before the shadow's actually created. Because that's what you know. So other ways you can go and use physics, science, phonography and all this other stuff to, you know, light and all this stuff. And so, but yeah, we have to have the illusion. I would agree, you know, I would agree with him saying illusion, but there has to be there to break the absolute. We can never function totally off of the requirement of just removing to the totality of free will without the illusion of choice. So to acquire a value of experience, to be alive, to develop, so purpose can result through experience, where moreover the prize is to accumulate higher and higher degrees of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. This is what dude left. He left all of that out. There's a lot in responsibility. Like Kaz jumped in. She's like, hell yeah, responsibility. What the hell you can't. It's a lot of shit. It's not simple as just eliminating free will. It's a reason why that if you become too knowledgeable and too logical, as we've seen what the onset of AI is doing to a lot of our heads, if we become we're actually too outsmarting ourselves right off the planet. See, this is why you can't go absolute with what you think we know. And so, because what'll happen, you become disconnected. And you'll become atheist. You see, if you just look around and think you probably think life has no purpose and all this, given some of these perspectives I'm hearing back here. Right. And you'll lose your magic. You'll become relegated to a robot and all this other stuff I go into, some of which I mentioned in that call that day. And so you always have to be given a choice of a state of affairs. And brother went to talking about something about, I think some movie script, and you know, whatever, like the actors are just trapped, functions only within the total trappings of the script, and he's reading what to do and say from some script. Right? We're not reading from anything like that. No one's telling us what to do necessarily, like a director or a casting director would do in that way. There is some point of instruction. Our parents and school teachers and our people at our jobs, supervisors tell us what to do. But he said this one director, it was very limited, very absolute. It was riddled with absolutes and shit. And because of that, well, go ahead, brother.
No, I was listening. I was just laughing.
Yeah. That's pretty much it, you know. And you know, we have to determine to develop the possibility of life. If the hard drive is to expand, cosmic hard drive is to expand, or that we could say or you could say your mind, just locally, if your mind is to expand based on your experiences, as you accumulate more and more knowledge, like into outer space, as life persists. Notice they say space is even quote unquote supposedly expanding in a like manner. As byproducts and just functions of life and wear and tear, you know, come in and out of existence and things like that. It causes an expansion as we add and up, you know, acquire more knowledge, pretty much like a library, right? You know, you see.
Yeah, I definitely, like I said, I definitely agree with you. It's just that that thing with the intention. I know it's intention within existence because we have it. The thing, what was the biggest question is, like you said, the free will. But when I look at my studies and my outlook became that we just have will.
Right.
The reason I know it's not free is because I can't describe an unfree will. What I can describe and look at and actually experience and observe is that existence and time and nature has constraints, built-in constraints.
Now there's several examples due to the absolute law. We can go into showing where there's examples of something that can give you a unwill or anti-free will, or placing a pretty much, to be quite frank, a limitation on absolute free will from your perspective. Meaning, look at the universal laws. If you had, this is how I learned it in my circles. if you had absolute free will from your perspective, not from the God, but from your perspective, right? Then you should be able to mute all universal laws. Absolutely.
Right.
You should be able to you mute all laws and fly, and just while you walking down the street, just simply fly through the sky like Superman. See, if you had absolute free will, you could just while you fly, fuck, I got absolute power. I might just go ahead and disappear and fly to sun. You could fly invisibly if you had absolute free will. So that shows a check and balance against total circumvention of said law. Now, on the back's other side of that, we go to another absolute where well, I would say it like this. I could try to say away from absolutes, but so it shows there. So where you can, now, there is some laws you can mute. You can mute some laws, like the so-called law of gravity, the so-called law of in terms of suppressing gravity with further knowledge and wisdom. You can actually fly through the air, which actually don't necessarily eliminate the law, but you just have mastery over said law.
Right.
And there's also, and I can go more and more to the mutable universal laws as well, just to even go further, right? And some are immutable, obviously, right? Like the law of mentalism and cause and effect, whatever. So it's there,
Right, and that's why I say that point right there is exactly why I say, if they what they did was put free will on something that you don't even have to call free will. We know what the free choice is, and the reason you can't, because to me, the reason that it didn't seem right and the reason we have questions is because they say, well, if we have free will, but God knows everything, or some of us it's already written, we going to hell and stuff, then are the steps that I'm taking actually free? Well, then that's what we say, and they lucky that I ain't a Christian no more, because I got arguments for God that would hold up if the incoherence didn't come before my arguments. So it's like, my will that I got is the same thing as my life. My life is constrained. So my will is constrained, but it ain't constrained intentionally. It's constrained because nature has form, structure, and constraint. Time has ordered, sequence, and update. And so if that's happening, then I see some birds flying, but I can't fly naturally. But like you said, we can build planes and fly now.
Right.
Hold on. Well, then if that's what's going on, then I know that I have will, and especially the will to make my own choices, especially when it comes to my will to make choices about what's hurting or harming me or anything else within existence. And so I don't have to have a free will or a caged will or whatever it has to be. You just have to have a will.
Right.
And now my will has nothing to do with Sadiq's will. Sadiq's will has nothing to do with President Trump's will. Sadiq don't make his own choices when it comes to the situations that he in. It ain't already written when Sadiq's sitting there thinking about what he want to do. That event of thinking
I'll
is
say
actually
this. I'll add this. I have to add this. My other part of my moniker, there is no separation, at least not in that sense of an absolute. And there's ways I can illustrate that. And also the law of quantum entanglement, right? And so it's some truth in what you say, because there's no absolute, and at the same time to that other way as well, which just gives you credence. Now, since we talked and we get together and talk, and that we hear each other talk on these platforms and things, you have etched a signature into my psyche. So I'm forever changed because I've come across you. I've heard and taken in things you've said. So your perspective isn't absolutely separate from the physical interaction I'm referring to. Also from the soul aspect. We all come from the same place. Number two, right? That's the main point of separate. We all come from the same. That's number one, actually. But just on the basic physical level on these phones or whatever, you've etched and projected a signature through sound waves, right? And visuality and things like that. I've seen your moniker, your literature and things like that. Stuff has an effect on me, right? Likened to two photons or two atoms, right, or two electrons being intermingled at one point. it forever changed. Now, how much, to what degree, like you said, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, to what degree I'm I'm affected, that's debatable, right? But this goes vice versa as well. And so to what degree I'm effective through this interaction? To what degree is each relative electron affected to, can they examine to the absolute how was truly affected between two electrons that once had this common interaction, sharing quantum spin and things? They can't tell you that they got totally or whatever. If they did, they'll be making it up. Like if me, I could tell you to the absolute, to the effect that which you've had on me. I would never be able to really articulate that, and vice versa. But to make it simple, I always put it like this. Imagine mom in the kitchen cooking. She's in there cooking. Or let's just say mom in there cooking. Let's keep it simple. Let's say she's in there cooking right now. She's in there by herself. And we've all done things by ourselves. We're in a room or whatever, quiet, right? Doing our own thing, right? Right. And you come in, she don't hear you come in though, right? I'm gonna give you the most subtle example. She don't hear you come in. And so all of a sudden, she's in there singing, she's doing her head dodge, she's singing her old school songs, whatever, or talking to herself. Hey, I can't stand. She might be talking about a previous conversation out loud because she thinks she's in the room alone. She said, you know how we behave differently when we are alone. That's hint number one. When we think we're alone. And so she's like, hey, I can't stand her. So you walk in and make now you've been in there for a minute, but point here is the bottom line here is you make your presence known and apparent. Hey, mom. Oh, man, Quantum, you scared me. You scared me, Jermaine. Where you been here, baby? Oh, I just walked in a few minutes ago. I heard you talking. What's going on? Oh, it's nothing. I didn't want to bother you, mom. Go ahead and finish cooking. I'm going to go ahead and step back out. You leave. Or you leave and go back in your room. Now, here's the nugget right here. That ain't even a nugget. Here's the nugget right here. She's going to behave differently to a degree because she's not going to act like she did because she know you're there. You have it etched in her mind from that point on. You see how that works?
Yep.
See how that works? Because even though you're not in there interfering actively from that point on, you've already left this her line of sight, but she knows you're there.
She know you there. Yeah.
Right. See, always remember, absolute separation is false, right? But relative separation, right? I got my own free will, if you will, right? No pun intended. And same so do you. So yeah, we're gonna carry on and whatever after we interact, whatever, more or less at the end of the day, right? So
yeah.
See.
I agree with you totally.
And so that's how those electrons act. Yeah, they just, you interact with them and they share a similar character etched on their being, if you will, right? Spin. I think they use the word spin and shit. They share a similar spin, whatever, or point of awareness or whatever. It's a shared point of, whatever, how you want to word it, whatever.
Yep. Like you said, we don't know exactly what's making that thing right there happen. We know they entangled. We know when one spin this way, the other one gonna be spinning that way. But the only thing that we know is that they just quantumly entangled. That's what we call it. We don't know nothing. we can just name the event that's going on.
Right. Yeah. Some Naga guys in the background working on them I talked to a lot of people one-on-one. I'm in the back working on them too. They got a lot of, between us, a lot of holes in their philosophy and shit.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about their philosophy? And they went after Oshapi and they had a lot of issues with going after Oshapi, but and vice versa. What do you think about God is light? Light is electromagnetism.
I believe that it's incoherent.
Yeah. Okay.
I just
if you got time, I ain't trying to great. I don't want if you have anything to do. I'm just I'm chilling. So
I'm driving. So if I sound funny, it's just because I'm on my way somewhere. But the reason that's just incoherent to me first, because I always look for intelligibility when my argument is about an intelligible answer, and you'll never get an intelligible answer with that because when you start arguing, you see they'll change it from God is light to electromagnetic, and light is electromagnetism or electromagnetism. But then when you start talking about spirit and stuff, they'll say that that's what they're talking about. And so they do the same thing that other people do. They give it an identity, but that identity shifts with the meanings or whatever point they trying to prove. Another thing that lets me know that light isn't the idea of God is because that thing that we see as light is the movement of a particle, of an individual packet of energy, a quantum. We know this, right? We found that out. In some of those quantums, we found that we can manipulate. Have you seen the frozen light yet?
I've seen an article on that and laughed at it, but what you make of it?
Well, it's a scientific project. Now, true enough, the particles and stuff that they use, they manipulate them to get the what do you call it? The desired outcome. That's just the thing right there.
Okay.
If you can put together an aspect to control the totality of the event that we're watching, then that can't be God.
Right.
No way, no how.
Wait, what was that? Where's that last part you said again?
That can't be God if they can control it in that aspect.
Oh, you talking about we're talking
slowing it
in
down.
light of Naga's philosophy. Right. Okay, I got you. Okay.
And
right.
not just because, and I've took this same concept with time. It's just that time is different because we don't change time. We just experience it or observe it as it moves different. That's what the difference is between my idea of God as time and God as nature. Is that, like you said, they don't change. We can change it, but the thing that's going to only be changing is our aspect and our perspective of that part of nature or that part of time.
Right.
But the totality of time is still be going. Now, if light is God, they shouldn't be able to actually show us the mechanism and freeze it and tell us like, oh yeah, we got control over this.
Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation to see. And I may run that by them to run that article, come a couple of different articles on that to give them a couple of different views on how, what the science is looking like with that particular notion and just see what they think about it. And they might have looked at it, but I never talked to them about it, just to get their spin on it and see what they say. I noticed they talk about you seen that debate with between Naga and Oshapi?
Yeah.
Talking about how the Kaz's position was, the light that the Oshapi God said was all light. Jehovah said, he's the all light in the book. And then Naga said, yeah, that's it right there. We got you. And they was going back and forth. I think Kaz won that debate, but
What up, though? Omar, you wanted to come up and say something? Okay, I'm about to drop you back down, Omar, because I really ain't want to come up here anyway. This a rerun. You ain't saying nothing, no. You muted. You got the floor for like 2 minutes before I let this finish.
Okay. So now, Brother Omar's finna kick some science. So this is what we gonna do. Let's kick some. Hey, A1, good morning, brother. Shalom, brother. Thanks for bringing me up. I just wasn't sure if this was a new cook, but I saw that this was a cook kind of piggybacking off of yesterday, and I know that brother's been on, and I heard Oli and the other brother talking. So this is what we gonna do. Let Brother Omar kick some good science for y'all. So this is what we gonna do. Let's talk about particles. What is a particle? Science? Something that can be split? Or better yet, how about we talk about element 115? Oh, did Brother Omar say that? Element 115.
On the, hold on, the newest element on the periodic table. Or do y'all want to talk about Bob Lazar? Element 115? Particle slices? CERN? Uh-oh. Yo, Brother Omar can hold this weight. So let's cook. Let's cook now. Because, you know, I could talk about that too. Yeah. You know, I could hold my weight. We just ain't all Bible. Uh-oh. CERN, what? The Hadron Collider? Let's talk about the Hadron Collider. Because people think Brother Omar is just one-dimensional. No, 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 no. We talk about back when I was up in school up in Chicago on how I won multiple science fairs. Multiple. When I went to Stewart School in Chicago. Oh, what about Joan F.R.I.? No, let's get back to this Hadron Collider thing about subatomic particles shooting back and forth, splitting time. How time doesn't exist. How time is an unknown fact. Let's cook. So if we talk about those things, particles splitting, molecular structure, dark matter, element 115. Element 115. Yes. Shooting these particles through the Hadron Collider. I don't know if y'all know. When you go to CERN and you look at these and you look about how they shoot particles back and forth, how they split particles. Do y'all know how much energy it takes to even do that? When CERN conducts a scientific experiment with the Hadron Collider, thank you, 2 miles long. 2 miles long. Yo, imagine they shooting particles back and forth, banging these particles, splitting them to where the particles is now splitting in half, shooting them back and forth through a 2-mile tunnel. And hold on, you know how much energy that take? CERN can only do this probably what? Once a year? Twice a year? Something like that? It takes that much energy to even run the Hadron Collider through the tunnels, the 2-mile tunnel, splitting these particles, things jumping. And guess what? I looked at the research paper. And when CERN did this, guess what CERN did? It was only a fraction of a second. They made something disappear and come back, but it was only a fraction of a second. Yeah. Brother Omar ain't just one-dimensional and just want to talk about Bible all the time. My main area when I was a shorty was science. Going back to school up in Chicago, going to Stewart School on the north side, going to Joan F.R.I. on the north side, going to CN High School. It was my specialty. So when we talk about these things, guess what? It's all up in the air. Now, do y'all want to dive into dark matter? Do Brother Omar, hold on. Because people think I'm one-dimensional. Let's dive up into dark matter. An unknown variable. Something that can't be weighed, something that can't be seen. So these are unknown variables as far as what? Galaxy? Big Bang Theory? Uh-oh, Brother Omar did say that. Let's cook. So when we talk about all these unknown variables, element 115, because I know y'all don't want to go into the Bob Lazar story. How Bob Lazar took the uncharted plane to work every day. And he couldn't even talk to his constituents. Oh, remember, they didn't even have hold on. You know how they had to check in? Was a bone density scanner. A bone density scanner. So how you check in, you put your hand on this machine and you check in and it weighs your bone density as a scanner of ID. Was that a lie? Nope. Now let's dive into element 115. Yes, see, everybody want to say Omar is one-dimensional. Omar just want to talk about Bible. Let's dive into element 115. Yes, element 115. The newest element that's on the periodic table. Yes, Brother Omar is very smart. Now, don't get it twisted because I may stutter.
I mean, since I do got you here, Omar, you know what I'm saying? I feel like you've been running from me, you know, truth be told. But you know, that's that. You want me to say that for later?
We gonna say that for later, A1. Because guess what? I got something for you, brother. And
I'm
guess
ready
what?
to cook somebody today, man. I got the grill out. You gonna be the you gonna be the first.
Yo, you lucky I ain't in the town because nigga, I will pull up on you, nigga. And guess what, nigga? We'll throw something on the grill, nigga, and I will cook you, bro.
Nah, I'm putting debaters on the grill. What you talking about? Oh, here.
You said what?
I'm putting debaters on the grill, but you say you want to talk about it later. You don't want to talk about you running right now. So we'll deal with
I
it
got
later.
something for you. No, I'm A1. Be patient, brother. I'm building up my information because I already know what you want to talk about. And I agree. Hold on. And I agreed to talk about it with you. So I'm still putting together my information and my presentation. And like I said, because I'm not as skilled as y'all brothers are, it's going to take me some time, but I am working on it. And guess what? I am not going to run from it. Now let's hop back into science. Element 115. Woo! What does element 115 do? Element 115 can spin what? Separate a particle, create unlimited energy, clean energy, reversible energy. Is element 115 found all over Earth? Nope. Nope. Element 115 is very discreet and particulate to its own self. It holds its own weight. Now, what should we do when we find these things? Reverse engineer it? Study it? Break it down? Uh-oh, Brother Omar is cooking. Yeah, I'm not one-dimensional. We just ain't got to talk about Bible all the time. I can hold my I can hold my weight in science too. I can. I can hold my weight in science. Yo, I want somebody to come up, or A1, if you want to talk about these things, or if anybody want to hop up on the panel, I want somebody to talk about these things with. No Bible, no Bible. I want to talk about science, elements, periodic table, elements, particles, Hadron Collider, CERN, MIT. I want to talk about these specific things, but I want somebody to come up to talk to, or if you want to engage A1, you're more than welcome. Or if anybody else want to hop on. I wish Oli, where Oli at? Where my brother at, man? Where my brother at?
I have
A1, where
no
my
clue.
brother?
He around
Where my
somewhere. He flying
my
around
brother
here
Oli
somewhere,
at? Because
man.
I know I can have a good conversation with Oli, and I know I can have a good conversation because you know what? People try to put GDN Capone up in the box too. GDN Capone is well studied in multiple different areas. So I don't know if GDN Capone, that's my brother too. Oli, that's my brother too. Or if somebody else wanted to hop on, I want to engage in this conversation. Because like I said, I was listening. I did wake up and I was like, oh, I got time today. Brother Omar off? Brother Omar is off work? Uninterrupted time? I got time today to speak about multiple different things. And guess what? I don't want to talk about Bible. I don't. I want to listen. I want to push these different variables, these different areas of knowledge besides Bible. If anybody want to, no Anunnaki, or how about this? How about the Anumi Elish? Yeah.
Okay, somebody finally came up to talk to you. Let's see who we got.
Yes.
The Hootie. Shout out to Hootie because I wasn't touching none of that.
Hey, what's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, come on to Hootie. How you doing, brother? How's your morning going, brother?
It's going good.
Okay.
So go ahead. You talking about the periodic tables and chemistry and stuff like that?
Well, so yeah. To make a basic breakdown. So so this conversation on what I want to do, I don't want to talk about Bible. I don't want to talk about Kemet. I want to talk about science. I want to talk about variables. I want to talk about the periodic, the periodic chart. I want to talk about element 115. I want to talk about variables. I want to talk about the Hadron Collider. I want to talk about particles separating. There goes my brother GDN Capone. There goes my brother right there. Yo, Shalom. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and mute out. To Hootie, go ahead and lay your premise, and then I want to hear GDN Capone premise on some of these ideas that I was talking about. I'm gonna go ahead and mute out so y'all brothers, can shoot y'all shot too.
I was actually interested in hearing about the Large Hadron Collider. Now that you brought it up, CERN. That was one of my first. So I got military experience, and when I got out of the military, that was one of the big things that I looked into. And
I'll break that down.
Odd. You said what?
I'll talk about it and I'll break that down. And we can dialogue and you can ask questions. I'll break that down. But if GD and Capone want to go, but then after GD and Capone to Hootie, you can go ahead and shoot away with your questions and I'll answer all of them. but I want GD and Capone to give his insight on these ideas and things like that. Because like I said, the thing is, people try to box us in just as being Hebrew and Bible, not knowing that we have a scientific background too, and we're very smart and articulate. Now, is other brothers more articulate than me? Yes. Yes. Like I said, I stutter sometime. You know, I may not be like the super duper guy. You know, I just like to keep it basic and use simple words. That way everybody can understand me. But I'm gonna go ahead and give the floor to GD and Capone, which is my brother. Salakia.
Not, yeah, shalom. Peace to the panel. No, I argue you the bully, you know, you the self-proclaimed bully, you know. So, you know about how you articulate or your speech patterns and stuff like that. Don't let that discourage you. You know, one thing that helped me was Moses and Paul. You know what I'm saying? Paul ain't had perfect speech. Moses ain't had perfect speech, but when they had to speak up, they spoke with authority. You know what I'm saying? Because they had the spirit of the Lord upon them. So bro, you be bringing it out. It seems like you've been up studying all night. That's what the
I was
spirit
just about to
does.
say this nigga been reading all night. He couldn't wait to get on here.
That's what the spirit does, bro. It moves you to
I ain't
study.
mad
I
at
mean,
him though.
not just to study, but different things. You know, you may get a thought in your head, an idea. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that comes along and tell you to pursue it. You see what I'm saying?
I like that. I like that.
So yeah, I'm gonna let y'all brothers go ahead and dialogue, and I'm listening in though. I'll time in when I can.
All right. All right. And remember what I said. So sometimes GD and Capone, if I say something wrong, you are more than welcome to come in and correct me. Because like I said, I'm pulling some notes. I'm pulling some notes from 6 years ago. I'm going into my scientific notes from 6 years ago about dark matter, element 115, CERN, Hadron Collider, particle splitting. So you know, my notes might not be super up to date, but I think I can hold my weight. Now, Tahuti, go ahead and you can pose your questions, and I'll do my best to be genuine and stand on ground and answer your questions, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a two-part question. And this is for chemistry and CERN. So when it comes to chemistry in general or any type of science, do you have a top scholar that you go to? Do you include Black or Afrocentric scholars? And question two, do you think CERN is a destructive type of technology that the Europeans came up with, or do you think it just has positive things about it?
So excellent question. So
Hold on, Omar. Let me say this. Do it matter what type of the scholars ethnic group?
Well, yeah, it matters, but let Omar get into his question because it always matters.
Y'all go ahead.
No. Let me get into my answer to your question, brother. See, brother, listen. I know, I use broken speech. I come across as very harsh, but I always have my listening ears on. So the thing is, it's not my question. It's me retorting it, answering to you, brother. So now let's cook. So now, this is what we're gonna do. Is it something evil or something unknown? You know what? And this is my honest opinion. Certain things don't need to be pushed. Certain things don't have to have an answer to it. Because guess what? you can fuck around and be playing with particles, playing with this Hadron Collider, playing with time, playing with unknown variables, and guess what? When you play around with unknown variables, guess what? The unknown can happen. It can be bad, it can be good. But guess what? When you open up these kind of doors, just like Austin Metcalf opened up the door when he put his hands up on Carmelo, listen, there is a variable. There is a reaction and there is an outcome. So dealing with these things, guess what? I wouldn't recommend to deal with it because you don't know what kind of variable, you don't know what kind of reaction what it's going to produce. So if you playing with these parts of science, particle splitting, shooting things through a 2-mile collider, splitting particles, dealing with time, and things that can't even be observed, guess what? There's going to be an answer to it. And guess what? These are the answers that I don't care about and I don't want to find out because I don't want to be dealing with something like that. Because guess what? Now we get into an area of what? Time, particles, splitting time, pausing time. So when we're dealing with these kind of things and these variables, guess what? As far as my knowledge, these are answers that should just go unknown because I don't want to listen. I wouldn't listen. You can study about it, but to actually experiment and do these kind of things, guess what? If you get swallowed up or get frozen, or what? The Philadelphia Project, on how all these sailors got frozen up in the hull of the ship. Guess what? They was playing around with unknown variables, and guess what? There is going to be an outcome, and you don't know if that outcome is going to either be good or bad. I hope I answered that question for you, Tahuti, and you can shoot another question.
Definitely. I just want to add, because you never answered the first question about the scholar, and I only wanted to know if you have a black scholar within that tier of choices, because when you promote STEM, you want to know that it's people that look like you who are engaging in the study and the practice. And then if you got teenagers and kids at home, you want to know that that teenager got some other than to look forward to than sports and entertainment and stuff like that. So that's the only reason why I asked that question. If you don't have any black scholars, no big deal. There are definitely arenas that I study from, and there happens to be no black scholars in it. It's very few arenas, but I mean, I just asked that question just for general purposes.
So I'll answer your question. So dealing with CERN and these areas of MIT and so forth. Now we do have Neil Tyson deGrasse, but his area has something to do with areas that deals with CERN, but the majority of people that deals with CERN are they're Asians and European. They're Asian and European.
Definitely, I agree.
Now, pushing other areas as far as STEM, I think we need more people that look like us that deal with medicine, STEM, other things, science. We do need more people that look like me and you, brother. I agree with that. But I don't want no black man dealing with unknown variables, pushing particles around, splitting atoms, pausing time, going back in time, going forward in time, dealing with these areas of an unknown variable, because guess what? It's an unknown variable. An unknown variable. We don't know what's going to happen with that. And guess what? When you deal in these type of things, it can be considered as dark magic. It can be considered as going against the law. So, as far as what I would push my people to, it's good to go into science, STEM, other areas that would benefit us as a nation. But I will warn and tell, be careful on how far you dive up into it, because guess what? You'll fuck around and open something up that you can't close back up and bring something, and bring that out. So,
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. When I
we should
first came
tread
across
lightly. We should
CERN,
tread lightly. Go ahead, brother. We should tread lightly, but go ahead, brother.
definitely
I see you with Star M. Shalom, bro. Love you, brother.
Shalom, I'm a top, man.
Go ahead.
When I first came across CERN,
okay.
they were definitely how do I want to say it? Mysterious. And then I came across their YouTube page. I don't know if they still have that YouTube page up, but they definitely broadcast their findings and their experiment results on YouTube. But they, just like you said, I agree with what you said. That's definitely a destructive technology, and it just goes to show you like the time that we're living in. But I'll land my plane with that.
Yeah, so when you talk about CERN on how they deal with that Hadron Collider, you know what I'm saying? The Hadron Collider, this is the thing. Listen, CERN is subjected to only a certain amount of experiments per year. You know why? Because the Hadron Collider is not something that you can just say, okay, I'm gonna run thousands of experiments through this Hadron thing a year. It don't work like that. You know how much energy it takes for the Hadron Collider to even complete one cycle? So they're very isolated to the experiments that they can run with the Hadron Collider, because this thing takes an exuberant amount of power to even operate. To where I think not the first time, I think the second or third time when they ran the Hadron Collider, it shut down. It shut down. Because it shut down because it takes an exuberant amount of power to even run one experiment. But go ahead, Tharim Kai, or if anybody else want to talk, I'll mute out. Or unless somebody has more questions for me, I'll mute out.
Yeah, it shut down part of the city. But I mean, I come from the cosmogony and cosmology aspect of science, and that's the certificate that I got. And I learned that I got the certificate at the School of Tokyo, but I've been a science nerd for years. So when it comes to like some of the black experimentalists, you want to look at like guys like Stephen Alexander, right? The Jazz of Physics, his book, and what he kind of broke down concerning string theory, which string theory hasn't been proven yet, but none of the theories have actually been proven. What we can see are just remnants of what we consider to be the Big Bang theory. So that's what we have in here. Herman B. White would be another one, right? And this is why I tell you, it's not about treading lightly. It's about being groundbreaking. making sure your experiments are on point, right? Because when it comes to the neutrinos and different things of that nature, you talk about him in the Fermi lab, right? That's who got really heavy into the study of the neutrinos and what have you. Did some of the groundbreaking research so that we even know that they can exist, you know. And then, of course, my favorite astrophysicist is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's just solid. He's funny. He makes science fun again, and really, this is part of why we even point you to ancient Egypt in the first place, is because when you look at the beginning realms of astronomy, that's where they're at. That's where you first find the Ami Unu, the hour watcher, or the astronomer at the old time, creating the calendar, watching the circumambulation of different planets, saying that they know their orbits, their cycles, calling gravity at the time. The hand of Asar is underneath every star, things like that in the text. And then when you have pseudos pop up, not y'all, pop up and say they don't have a contribution to science and such as mumbo jumbo, I know that they're not in the field. And you can see that they're not in the field because science points to ancient Egypt as its starting point when it comes to certain sciences, astronomy being one of them. So we can see that they're not even in the field. They have no clue what they're talking about. And the same way they pull up scholars, we can pull up the scholars to show what we're talking about, the same videos and talks. So it's very important. And I'm going to land my plane there. From the Larry Gladneys to the, the Keith Bakers when it comes to STEM research and things of that nature, get involved and get on point.
If I may add to the conversation about CERN, I would like to know, what are y'all thoughts about CERN religious influence, or being influenced by certain religions? Because we know at their headquarters they have the statue. I would call it an idol, right? They have a statue of Shiva coming out of a portal, or coming out of a gateway, right? So a lot of this advancement in the research, which led to CERN, I will believe that it comes from ancient spiritual systems, which what we would call religions today, right? I will even go further to say that it could be ancient technology, because even when you go into some of the Hindu temples, their ceiling resembles a pattern that the hydro collider is made out of. You can do it side by side, even though that's lookership, right? But this is also science. Science is observation. So I want to know what y'all think about that.
That was definitely a good question. Sorry, I definitely want to hear from you on that one.
A1, share my screen, and I want these brothers just to look at this. But the brother did have a question for Asar MK first, so I'll wait. It's Omar the Bully back on. I'm on my other account, A1.
But yeah, sorry if you're not gonna answer. Definitely, I agree with you, GEN. Not 110%.
Sorry about that, Jehudi. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I get there tomorrow, it'll be like 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, right? And
Hey, Asar, you went out, bruv. Asar.
I think he on
Hold
the
on one
call,
second,
y'all.
fellas. That's what I was saying. I was talking to this
There you
my
go.
my guy. They like, yo, can you pick up this other trail and send us over? I'm like, man, I'm loaded right now. Let me deliver the one, then I'll shoot over to you. I'm in Georgia, by the way. Whoever's in Georgia, what's up? I'm out here.
ASI. I started out driving the yard goat, moving the trailers from dock to dock using the yard goat.
Yeah, the hustler, baby. I'm a hustler, baby.
That's my guy. That's my guy's side. Go ahead and cook. Go ahead and cook, guy.
Yo, brother Jehudi or GDN Capone, ask the question again because I didn't get to hear it because he was trying to talk my ear off over here.
Yeah, so I'll just make it simple. I was saying, what are y'all thoughts on CERN being CERN and a hydro collider being influenced by ancient spiritual systems or religions? And I was referencing outside of CERN headquarters, they have a giant statue. I would call it an idol of Shiva coming out of a portal or a gateway. So
Oh yeah, the Hindustani. Yeah, Hindus. If you had, I don't know how deep you get into the Vishnas and the different things that they have going on. My ex-wife was a Bengali, so we got to share information and studies. But they're heavy into the stars as well, you know. So, any ancient culture, if you're Hebrew, you're ancient Hellenistic Jew, has plenty of astronomy in it. If you get into the Akkadian text, plenty of astronomy and astrology in it. And when you go to some of the older science books, before they start to separate science and church in America, you'll see that astrology is there's a book. I got the book over here on this computer. I'll pull it up later or something. The book is scientific astrology. And there's a lot of books like that when you first start on your path through America, because no one had really separated science and church in that fashion yet. So astronomy is your first science. Circumcision is your first surgery. These different scientific things generate in Africa first, and then obviously with influence, you'll see like the idol outside of the science locality that deals with astronomy in that particular spirituality system. You know, that's why you see things like the symbol of Jehuti for the Hippocrates, but it's called the Hippocratical Oath. So when you take that Hippocratical Oath, which I can't even speak, you know, Socrates symbols are right there for you. From who?
Imhotep, right?
No, Imhotep is one of the first scientists and Sinus doctors in ancient Egypt, but the oath and the symbol is from Jehuti.
Yeah, so the Hippocrates.
Hippocrates.
Hippocrates, right?
Yeah. He's a Greek who learned from the Egyptians, and they named it after him.
Right.
But which is silly because you
so what was the Greek name for Imhotep?
That's where you get the
I'll
term.
probably be getting
That's
them
where you
mixed
get
up.
the term hypocrite from.
Khan.
Yeah.
Khan. Yeah, you're right. What was the Greek name for Imhotep? Because they had a Greek version of Imhotep.
Imhotep was like, I think they tried to name him Thoth, and Thoth is Jehuti.
Okay, then that's where the disconnect is. I didn't know that, but so yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where the hypocrites come. I thought that was the Greek name for the I gotta find it. It's a Greek name for
Hey,
Imhotep.
GD and Capone and Omar, I wanted to stay on the CERN topic, and I wanted to stay on the topic that you bring up.
Go ahead, Omar.
This is where I'm going to connect it at, because I know we wanted to stay on the CERN topic. So let's read this article, because people say Brother Omar don't show sources. This is a source that's on the screen strictly from the CERN website. Let's cook. Okay. And so I'm gonna do my best to try to speed read through this, and then I'm gonna give my overall opinion about it, and us as being Israelites too, about this, because I heard the
Well,
question.
hold on. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. I thought you said you wanted to do all this without the Hebrew Israelite and even the Kemet. So I was trying to stay neutral without, you know what I'm saying, mentioning either
No,
one.
No. Got it back to science only, y'all.
You are right, brother. But Asar Imka said something. So you know what? Let's stick to the original topic. No Bible, no Bible, no nothing. So let's read this. Today, following more than 2 years of the intense work of the European particle physics community, under the auspices of the European Strategy Group, CERN Council, undated, the European strategy of the particle physicists, which sets out an ambitious scientific vision from the field. The 2026, because like I said, the notes I had is 4, 5, 6 years old. So this is new. The 2026 strategy updated offers a clear path to maintain European leadership. Bullshit. In high energy physics while attracting global collaboration to CERN, advancing technology, and bringing many potential benefits to society. The recommendations address a broad range of topics and goals relating to research and high energy physics in Europe and beyond. See, they pushing the narrative. I want y'all to use, I want y'all to see this specific wordage that they're using. Let's go to paragraph 2. The aim of this strategy, updated initially in March of 2024, was for the particle physics community to develop a concrete plan for greatly advancing knowledge in fundamental physics through the constructions of a new flagship project at CERN. See? So what they're doing, they're moving forward with their experimentation. Let's continue. Following extensive consultation among particle physics in Europe and beyond, in the consideration of more than 260 written submissions, the strategy recommendations are submitted to CERN Council in November 2025. Let's drop down to paragraph 3. Furthering our understanding of the Higgs boson has been a driving force behind the plan for a long-term future of particle physics. The discovery of the Higgs boson at CERN, Large Hadron Collider, LHC, Hadron Collider. Let's move forward. In 2012, marked the beginning of a new era in particle physics. It confirmed a spectacular prediction of the standard model of particle physics and provided a radical tool to explore outstanding mysteries, the content, structure, and evolution of the universe. Let's drop down to paragraph 4. The strategy recommend confirmed that the full exploitation of the scientific potential of the LHC through the completion of its high luminosity upgrades remains the highest medium-term priority for European particle physics. So that's what the brother was saying. That's what the brother was saying. Is there any niggas up in here? No. And guess what? Can we trust the so-called WM? No. Let's push forward. For the longer term, the electron position, future circular collider, was recommended as the preferred option for the next flagship projection at CERN, thereby maintaining Europe's leadership in the field. I want y'all to understand certain verbiage, because this is what they're doing. And I didn't want to get into Bible, but now I have to get into Bible. You know why these Europeans are doing this? Because Christ is going to come back and kick their ass, and and guess what? They're looking for weapons when Christ come back to kick their ass. They are looking for every out, for every weapon when Christ come back with the sword. They're looking for every way out. This is what this is about. And I didn't really want to go into Bible, but I do want to go into Bible because this is prophecies. Y'all hear these specific words: European this, European that. Look at the article. Look at the article. This is a source straight from CERN. And they don't want to get their ass kicked by Christ. Do y'all
let me add on to that real quick when you finish.
Hold on, I'm almost done. Do y'all think that the Elon Musk project with the Starlink is just something? No. Guess what Starlink has too? Guess what Starlink has? It has a weapon capability on it too. I can dive into that and pull that up. They scared to get their ass kicked by Christ. But go ahead, brother. I'll mute out.
Yeah, so one thing I want to add, without going to the Bible or any spiritual papyri, one question I want to ask you, Omar, is especially with the scholars. One is, have you like reviewed what any independent journalists or outside news people have said about CERN? And then two, I just want to add that all this is based on when Europeans want to split the atom and they want to manipulate, all these particles and stuff like that. First, this is something that has been known through ancient times. So for them to come back with these innovative initiatives to split the atom and like try to manipulate particles, what the end result is going to be based on the Europeans' culture and what they developed based on when they first discovered atomic theory. So that definitely goes into the suspicions about CERN, although I respect the scientific enthusiasm, but we need to differentiate between being revolutionary minded while being scientifically literate at the same time.
Brother, I already know where you're going, and guess what? I had it lined up. So, do we want to name the people from CERN? Fabiola Giannotti, Mark Thompson, Carlo Rubia, Herrig Schapper, Enardo Amaldi. These are the top researchers from CERN. Listen, I knew you was gonna ask that question, and I had it lined up. Let's push forward. More questions. More questions. Let's get it. Let's get it. You asked for names. You asked for names, and I gave the names.
Well, no, I meant independent journalists. Like, you know how, you have people investigating certain things that go on in the country and in geopolitics, but they giving you they're covering this perspective and the details that they don't mention. So my question to you was, do you have a journalist that covers CERN?
I do know what you're talking about. You're talking about you're talking about an independent journalist, and you know what? I'll stand on integrity. No, I'm still doing my research on this. I listen. I'm working. I have a family to take care of, and I got like I said, the notes that I'm going into are 4, 5, 6 years old. So you know what? I'm gonna have to brush up. I'm gonna have to brush up on my notes. And you know what? I stand on integrity, and I answer your question as far as independent journalists, or independent researchers. I don't have those, brothers, and I just got to be honest. I don't have that.
All right, no biggie. I'll just drop some in the live chat, a few that I know of. Not off the top of my head, but I have to go back to my notes, and then I'll drop them in the live chat.
Hold on. Is one of them Deepak Chopra?
I don't specifically have him, but I'm sure he probably covers it. But I don't have him as a reference.
Okay. So Brother Omar has one, and I remember because I had a conversation maybe a week or two ago with another brother on A1 channel, and we was talking about Deepak Chopra, but I misconstrued it, and I made a huge mistake, and I had to correct myself, and I had to stand corrected. Now, during this conversation, Deepak Chopra is one of them. Let's push forward. Anybody else?
Nah, push forward, man. Keep going.
No, I want you to push forward with your questions because I want to be genuine in answering. And guess what? If I don't know the answer, I tell you I don't know, brother. You know, I stand on integrity up over here. So
okay, since Capone brought up Shiva, can you expound on Shiva?
I can. So when we're dealing with Shiva, a East Indian god. So Shiva was the god. Yo, A1. I'm gonna try my best to make this palatable to the human ear without disrespecting your channel. Shiva was a tranny. Shiva had both male and female characteristics. Shiva also had multiple hands. So when we did when we dealing with Shiva and the Matrahabata, when you look at these characteristics that Shiva had, I know EJ 3000K. I know I'm doing my best, man. And guess what? I want to let y'all know this subject. I don't have AI up about Shiva. I'm going off of my memory, off of my studies. I don't have no AI up. So I'm just going off of my mind. If anybody want to correct me, I could stand corrected if I make an error here or there. I'm just giving my analysis off of my years and my archives of study. And guess what? Even my study and my archives is up to be scrutinized. And that's okay. And I understand that. But let's jump back into Shiva since the brother asked the question. So this is off the top of the head too. Like I said, so when we dealing with Shiva with the multiple hands, you know what the multiple hands is even used for? It's used for multiple different thoughts of process. Hinduism, or how can we say, Vimana, the Murata Habata. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I'm just going off the top of my head. Yeah. Multiple different thoughts, multiple different ways to attack a problem. But guess what? That's why I don't like fucking dreadlocks. You know why I don't like dreads? Because Shiva, if you pull up any record of Shiva, Shiva has those dirty, stinking dreads. Yes, I said it. Brother Omar said it. And I stand behind it. And if y'all remember, who are the thuggies? Who are the thuggies? I want to see if anybody can answer this question. Who are the thuggies? The thuggies are, and listen, like I said, I have no AI up, I have no Google. I'm just going off the top of my head. I can be corrected at any point. At any point. Who are the thuggies? The thuggies, from as far as what I remember, they are a wild, vagabond people that kill, grape, destroy sojourners going through that area of the land. And that's where the word thug comes from. Guess who the thuggies worshiped? Shiva. Let's cook. Let's cook. Go ahead and shoot. Go ahead and shoot some more questions, because you know I'm listen. This is what I'm doing. I want to have integrity and stand on it. If I gotta AI it, I will AI it. But I think integrity stands upon the notes that I had from 4, 5, 6 years ago to remember it in my head. And like I said, if I'm wrong, correct me. Go ahead, brothers.
I don't got no questions. I just want to say that in general, Shiva is the Hindu deity of destruction and creation. But why that is important?
I agree.
Yeah, why that's important, and for the reasons or the plausible reasons that CERN is using it is because, again, with their mentality, they wanna hide certain things, and they know that first, when you look up CERN, they just tell you what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is problematic because they're manipulating particles. But as far as Shiva is concerned, in symbology, they use that symbology to let us know pretty much what they're doing and why they're doing it. That's pretty much what I want to say as far as Shiva is concerned. You can definitely look deeper into that as far as why they use that symbology, but Shiva is pretty much the symbol that they use to trademark CERN at the ground level, not from they do actually have a symbol for CERN. You want to go over that, Omar?
I want to address your first question about how CERN uses Shiva. So what you got to first understand about CERN and Shiva. What does Shiva have? Multiple arms. What is Shiva the deity as? Shiva can be considered a man and a woman. There's plenty of pictures with Shiva with a freaking penis and titties. Absolutely nasty work and disgusting. Let's push forward with the information though. What does Shiva represent? Equality, something that comparability. CERN uses the CERN low key uses Shiva ideology, propaganda, because Shiva can represent an unknown variable, making something equal. That's why CERN does it. Now, does that make CERN right? Does that make CERN justified? Listen, y'all already heard my opinion on it. I know it sounds fascinating about the Hadron Collector, particles splitting, particles separating from one another, particles bouncing off of each other so fast it stops time in a split second. But guess what? These are things that we don't want to be fucking around with. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, definitely good points. You can definitely look up CERN just by basic, references on the web, academic references, whether it be their website page, their YouTube, or even just articles like Wikipedia or any fact gathering articles. It's just something that we need to focus on, not just CERN, but like the way Europeans use technology and have always used technology. And especially when it comes to nuclear research and technology. Come on, man. Like, let's be for real. These Europeans know how to be ecological. So for them to go back and take the advancements of humanity and then want to manipulate particles and only have it for nuclear research is problematic, and it shows you what their agendas are. Their agenda is world domination. Like I said, we know about atomic theory. So for Europeans to go back and try to split it again so they can know more and more about it, you know that they have a destructive and a dominant means behind that. And that's all I want to say.
No, you is that Tahuti? Is that Tahuti talking?
Yeah, I think I'm the only one. It's only me, you, and your alternate account, right?
Yo. I gotta tip my hat off to you, Tahuti. You're well educated. You more well than spoken than me, because I'm a little rough around the edges, I know, but you hit it right on the nail, Tahuti. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, if you look at this article, all it keeps saying is European this, European that, European this. We got the article pulled up here. So we know their agenda. This agenda has nothing to do with a nigga. It has nothing to do with a nigga like A1. It has nothing to do with a nigga like Omar. It has nothing to do with a nigga like Tahuti. And it has nothing to do with the niggas that's in the chat. We looking at the damn article. Tahuti, what you just said dropped the fucking bomb. Salaki.
Let me add one more thing. It's not even good for Europeans, because Europeans are the main ones, and that's why I asked you if you have any independent journalists who cover CERN. They're the main ones whistleblowing about this. And that's what I say, I am hard on Africana studies when it comes to African history, but when you investigate in Europeans and what they're doing, it behooves of us to utilize these whistleblowers and uncover what's going on. Because before I even became Afrocentric, as soon as I got off active duty, I started investigating, certain problems that I saw once I got out. And, it was just a domino effect from there. But it's important. This was a great topic matter to cover. And I land my plane with that.
So, good question, Tahuti. And I appreciate your dialogue for, being direct with your questions. Well spoken, unlike me being rough around the edges. You know what I'm saying? But let's address that. So, as far as some independent guys, I don't know if Deepak Chopra would fit into that qualification. But even if we throw him aside, no. My research in this area is continuing. And I'm behind too. I'm behind, man. Like I'm looking at some of my papers and some of my notes from fucking 2020, 2019, 2018. So this is where I'm pulling my information from. But if we're gonna address that issue, listen. The goddamn WM man, you know what I'm talking about, because I want to be discreet, man, because guess what? They probably got a piece of garbage up in here listening to our conversation right now, and that's cool. But guess what? They can't stop the Most High, and they can't stop what Christ is going to come back and do. But let's leave that aside because we're not supposed to be talking about that. Let's stick to the strictly information. Guess what? If these WM people want to open up doors and play around with subatomic particles in the Hadron Collider, pausing time, trying to rearrange time, trying to answer questions, guess what? Whatever they open up, whatever they open up, there's going to be a repercussion behind that. Is it going to be good or bad? I'll be honest, I don't know. But guess what? Whatever, once they play around with it and they figure it out, whatever repercussion they get, they better be able to eat it. And I'll land with that, brother.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to close out soon, but like I say again, this was a much needed topic, and it shows you a multitude of things. It shows you one, how Europeans, what their methodology is when they deal with technology and particles in general. Two, the methodology that we need to use to actually find the truth. And like I